just keep going.
right, this is it. Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup begins today. Let's go. $2 million prize pool, crazy amount of money. You've got last year's winners here to defend their crown. The best teams in the world, the biggest underdogs, they all want the trophy. Who's gonna take it? The journey begins right now. Put your foot down, brother.
$16 teams, $2 million, and a three-peat title to be defended. Welcome everybody to the first day of Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm your host, Ginny, joined on the desk with Pengu and Dev. Hello guys, lovely to have you here.
Thanks for having us. It's great.
Yeah, holy crap, that introduction is so damn cool.
Thank you, I did a really good job of that.
Oh, sure, yeah, take all the credit, why don't you, Ginny? And I gotta say, seeing Ian's beautiful face again for that cold open, we love that. Rainbow Six is here at EWC, and like you said, 16 teams and one big trophy, and of course, a three-peat title.
Absolutely.
It's never been done before.
No.
Could they make it 4?
That's a real question, but first we have to state the inevitable, and that is, even though we are starting today with 16 teams, 8 of them are going to be on a flight back tomorrow because, well, maybe not tomorrow, it depends on how long they want to stay, but 8 of them are going to be eliminated today. You have 2 best of ones to make it into the playoffs, and if you lose, you have that lower bracket as a lifeline, but that is so much pressure because it's only day 1.
It's a brutal schedule, but I think the double elimination setup will help them work, right? You go into this matchup, if you're a rookie or younger player going, okay, we can throw one game, we can play poorly, whatever, we got a second lifeline here, that's going to help the younger, less experienced ones.
Well, I want to agree with you. We have seen before in Rainbow Six, teams come into these international tournaments as their debut. We've got quite a few debutant teams here as well. Yep. They play one BO1, get sent down to the lower bracket, they play their BO3 on the same day, no less, and that's when things really start to hit the fan. It's not going to be easy for especially these debutant teams. We have a whole lot of dark horses come to play today.
We also have something that a lot of teams here are fighting for, especially Falcons, and that is going to be the club championship point, because some of these teams here have multiple rosters playing across multiple games. But besides listening to me trying to explain it, we actually have someone who took their time and sat down and made a little video, so let's have a look at that. Oh, it was a graphic, never mind. It's the event schedule. So we are week 4, week 5.
It's getting pretty damn deep, isn't it? Week
is.
number 5, and yeah, of course, we're going to be at the Amazon Esports Arena for all of the Rainbow Six stuff, particularly tomorrow. That's when things really start to get bigger. I was talking to Ian this morning. He's in his rehearsals for the big main stage. We got to see a little bit of a sneak peek of it yesterday. For now, we're over here in the area where we're playing out the start of the tournament here. We've got 3 streams on today, and man, it's going to be action-packed.
It is 4 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s, split across. Times 2, split across.
Yeah, times 2, split across.
Streams. Dude, I can't do math that quick.
It's hard. It's a lot of siege.
Actually, no, that's the right way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can't really see everything here, but behind us, we've got this beautiful setup, the stage, where the players, we've already got Secret and Falcons setting up, but pretty much this exact same setup with our commentating panel and these guys is just replicated right next to us, like 10 meters that way, and then again another 10 meters. So we've got 3 streams going on today. We got 6 teams in the arena right now.
That's like a really good job that you did at pitching this, but the Club Championship Point video now, for real this time, coming your way so that you guys know exactly what some of these teams are fighting for, besides just the glory of Rainbow Six Siege X.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Something to really keep in mind here is that Falcons won the club championship last year specifically. This year, they were on a pretty unfortunate streak, if I do say so myself, but they managed to get the first title in Overwatch 2 last Sunday, which actually now does qualify them for the club championship point, and it puts them in first. But the Siege roster, I mean, a little bit of pressure off of them, you know, because it's gonna have to be a win. But now it's like, okay, you guys can play second. Hopefully not, but, you know.
The thing is, this roster's won 3 times in the past, right?
Yes.
They are the GOATs of EWC. This is how it's going to go. Everyone thinks they're going to win again because there's something magic about them playing at this tournament, but they haven't had the best state so far in this year. So going into this, the expectations is, can they even make it to top 4?
Sure. I mean, like, you look at the context of Rainbow Six within the wider club championship system, and yeah, you've got Team Falcons who are leading the club championship. And what did they do, 6 months ago? They picked up the best team in Rainbow Six at the time, who have already won this 3 times.
Yeah, we'll revisit that once it's time to talk about their matchup. But instead, let's have a look at the schedule for today. As we've already highlighted and alluded multiple times, there is a lot of Siege happening across a lot of things. But that's not the only game that is happening here this week. We also have Call of Duty Warzone and EAFC 2025, which the LCQ also wrapped here on Sunday. They had over 300 players fly over to play that LCQ LAN here in Saudi Arabia, to compete for only 4 slots. Like, can you imagine you're in that arena, the SEC Gaming Hall, you're sitting there, 300 different players, and you know that for the next 3 days, you have to play back to back to back to back, because out of 300 plus, there's only 4 slots.
It's crazy.
It was incredible to see, but that is the kind of competition that we have going on here, so make sure that you check in, because if anything, the prize pool is quite a nice little touch that we have added onto all of these things. And when it comes to the club championship, $7 million for the first place.
It's pretty good.
That is, you know, some people like to say this word, life-changing money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's the one.
I could spend.
Yeah, unbelievable. And it's also awesome to see that it's all of the rosters for all the different games that the club is representing working together to earn that $7 million prize. And yeah, in terms of Rainbow Six, it's mostly just Team Falcons that we're looking at. Gen G and Virtus Pro also have teams in the top 10, so they might be able to edge out. But let's talk about, like, in Rainbow Six, we're not talking about Gen G, we're not talking about VP, we're talking about Falcons.
Yeah, they're the ones that have their eyes on the prize, collecting as many championship points as possible when it comes to being able to move further up on the rankings for the scoring. When you have that rank 1, you get 1,000 points, 750 for 2, and 500 for 3. I mean, your placement obviously gives you a couple of points, so regardless of how Falcons is going to do, that's still a nice one for the organization, as they currently are pretty much in the lead. The only organization that's coming very close to Falcons when it comes to the club championship point is going to be Team Liquid, but again, that is not relevant here because they're not competing in Siege.
No, they're not. They didn't make it. A bit of a bummer there, unfortunately, but what can you do, right?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Team Liquid just,
don't make it.
Their Rainbow Six roster just hasn't been up to snuff. And of course, we've seen, particularly in the region that they're from, in Brazil, we've seen a lot of other teams that have had their quiet moments now coming back into play. NIP, for example, haven't seen them around.
Yeah, they're back.
They're right back. They're in for it. But yeah, of course, Team Liquid won't make it. Like I said, it's Gen G and VP, the other contenders that could potentially be making a splash in Rainbow Six. Unlikely, though. It's more likely to be teams like G2, if there are any, Furia or FaZe, that are likely to steal the candy away from Team Falcons in Rainbow Six.
Ooh, steal the candy away. Or, if anything, crush their keys, because that is a big part of the competition here at EWC. And if you guys would like to know exactly how that plays out, let's have a look at another explainer so you can wrap your head around it a little.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. And it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
A little extra touch this year that I think personally is absolutely incredible is the fact that the Key Crusher is on the stage.
Yeah.
Like, you're sitting there, you just beat the other team. Their fans, most likely, especially for Falcons, like, can you imagine crushing Falcons keys, their hopes, their dreams, in front of their fans? Oh.
Yeah, there's also a private Heroes Lounge upstairs in the player area that only the championship players from last year have access to. And if you knock out that team, you take their spot, the players can waltz on in just like they're the new heroes.
I love the concept. I love that you can take those like 3 memorable teams and say, we want to represent this in our trophy as well, to showcase like who you beat or what kind of rivalry that you might have. Super cool concept.
Yeah, and the thing is, there are a couple of teams that are competing here this time around. 16, as we touched upon earlier today, with 8 of them going home by the end of today already. Now, we have a mixture from APAC, from Brazil, from NA, from EU, EML. So I'm going to be looking at the Brazil teams. I think they are always pretty much... I mean, come on. What do you mean, okay?
Okay. I feel like you take the easy one, right?
How many times did you get wiped out by Brazil, bro?
Okay.
That is a low blow.
It's getting personal here. I'm just saying, that's like the easy one, right? Brazil, they've been the GOATs for like 3 years straight now in Siege.
They have been.
It's an easy pick.
Except when it comes, surprisingly, to Riyadh. When it came to EWC last year, again, Falcons were the ones who won it. The BDS roster now on Falcons. So this, for Falcons, I mean, everybody's going to keep their eyes on them regardless, as you've already touched upon, the fact that they've been able to win titles 3 times back-to-back-to-back in Riyadh. That puts a target on their back. But we also have to highlight the fact that when we're looking at EML, G2 were the ones that came out on top. So they're that first seed that people are also looking to take down.
Sure, so those are the favorites, your teams like Falcons, G2, FaZe, Furia. But in terms of dark horses, I really want to shed some light on teams like Shopify, SSG, DZ, and also I'm going to throw you a curveball, and yes, I'm an APAC boy.
FEARX?
BNK FEARX.
Yes!
These
So
Korean
wicked.
roster, they're a brand new super team in Korea, and yeah, like the Koreans are pretty damn good at esports.
You just did the thing. You said the word super team,
They're
and
not
once
making
you
it now.
said that, you like cursed the team for the rest of their existence.
I'm
Why
sorry,
would you do that, James?
They've already come through. In the APL, we've had all of these import rosters, teams forming from Brazilian or European players competing with these APAC teams that historically have struggled. And every single APAC sub-region defeated the incoming imposters, and FEARX are a perfect example of that, taking down the D+, Brazilian D+ roster, by the way. And they're my dark horse favorite for the tournament.
And I'm with you, because they have
of course you are.
mechanical skill, that's one thing, right? But APAC typically in Siege, they lack depth. They don't have strats, they don't have counter strategies, they fall flat in best of 3s, they have like small map pools. FEARX, they got it all. Bigger map pool, depth, because Dark, their coach from Brazil, has that experience, and they got good individual players. They do have
you guys are
everything
trying
you
to
need.
sell me. You know, we're gonna get to the point where we're gonna talk about these teams and who's the dark horse and who's the contender. But first, we need to talk about the prize pool. We need to talk about the money on the line. That besides the club championship points, these teams are gonna be taking home. It's $2 million in total, because we also have 16 teams competing this year. $750 for the first team.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of money. I mean, for reference, like the Rainbow Six SI, like the World Championship for Six Invitational specifically, that's a $3 million prize pool. This is almost as much as that. You've got the majors that have a $750,000 prize pool. First place at this event is more than, or as much as the entire major prize pool for Rainbow Six. So really, there is so much money behind this EWC tournament.
It's also really important to highlight that even though you could go home today, placement still matters, because 9 to 12 are $40,000 and 13 to 16. So you don't want to be the first one out. Of course, you never want to be the first one out. Actually, one of the questions that I asked some of the players yesterday on Media Day was, who is most likely to bomb out in last place? So I'm going to let you guys simmer on that as we're going to be looking at the bracket, because I need that answer. Who do we think is going to bomb out? But the bracket is already putting into perspective the matches that we're going to be looking at today, starting off with Group A. This is going to be across the B stream and the C stream as well. So we have Genji going up against G2, Weibo Gaming, Shopify, BNX FEARX against Versus Pro, FaZe Clan, and Dark Zero. I want to watch the FaZe Clan Dark Zero game so badly. If there is any game you're tuning in today, make sure it's that one and SSG W7M. Because again, SSG #1 in NAL. You're going up against W7M. Bit of a history between these two teams that we're going to dive into once we get to that point.
Yeah.
But Group B, if either one of you had to choose a matchup here.
For Group B?
Group A can also be. Okay.
I can't do it, James.
At the risk of sounding cliche, there are a lot of really tight matches.
Okay.
So me and Pengu, we casted Team Falcons versus Team Secret, which is our first match today, so I won't go too hard on it. But that was a lower bracket final in EML, and that was a phenomenal game. Both teams are really in form. I personally, my bias, I'm really excited to see Enterprise, the Aussie boys, at their first event. They're going up against NIP, you know, former world champions who have lived in the shadows for a couple of years now. It's their first event in 18 months on the international stage. So I'm actually going to say Enterprise NIP could be a surprisingly entertaining game.
They just get back into the saddle, warm up a little bit, but it is a best of one. And we're going to highlight that on the schedule as well when it comes to the games that we're going to be looking at today here on the A stream. Falcons against Secret, SSG W7M, Furia OXG. OXG getting their trial by fire on this international. We've seen them, I mean, to be completely fair, looking at the NAL and having worked the NAL, I don't think OXG was on my list of teams here. I think that was going to be M80. So I am very proud of them for being able to make it here, but now immediately going up against Furia. That is like, you guys got to hit the ground running.
You do. It's a big surprise, like you said. I also personally had M80 being that team in their stead, but OXG as an org, they had the experience in the past,
Absolutely.
right? Then they kind of fell off. They disappeared internationally. They made some roster change, and I was thinking to myself,
They made roster change after roster change.
yeah, they made a
change,
couple
after
of
roster
them.
change, and
And now
another
they're
roster
here.
change.
It worked out. You know, they, you know, I don't know, sure. OXG, I think they have what it takes domestically. I think internationally, they gotta get warmed up again. Going against Furia, yes, it's a brutal one, but it's the strongest competition. That means that you're gonna get the best possible warm-up for this event.
I know, I'm a Furia boy. I love those guys. And
That's
they
easy,
also,
but yeah, we all are.
they are back into it as well. Like we saw in Rio at the kickoff event at Reload, they were champions again.
They were
you know,
hungry.
it's been a year and a half since they raised the trophy in Brazil at Six Invitational 2024. I think that they could get back into it.
Yeah, and we have Falcons arriving, the Jamil Motorsports arrivals here. I mean, also, you gotta walk from the player lounge to here. A little bit of a walk, a little bit of a heat.
It's hot. They got their sunscreen.
You know, maybe that's just the warm-up that you need. Maybe that is why they do so well here, because it's so hot. They warm up before they even start the game.
That certainly could be an angle. I'm excited for Secret, just like their store as a team, young players, not having been here before for the majority of the entire roster. And I feel like they're a team that has a lot to prove, but at the same time, they don't really have that much to prove because what do we realistically expect from them?
That's right. I mean, Team
win?
Secret.
I don't know if we do, though. I don't know if we do. Like, if
Didn't
they do
you
it...
like 1v5 almost? No, that was
What?
GK.
That was
GK. I'm still got it, though.
No. So I feel like there's a lot of exciting things with Secret, and of course, like longevity
For sure.
here, because they're young players.
They very much are. In fact, this is the youngest team at the tournament for Rainbow Six. And in fact, Falcons are the oldest team in the tournament for Rainbow Six. So it's a bit of an old versus
Boomer
the young.
versus Zoomer.
Exactly.
Who's better?
And of course, Team Secret, for the longest time, they just sat in that lower middle pack of EU, and everyone was thinking, when the hell are we going to see something? They made some controversial roster changes back in the day. And now they're this really stacked, young, talented roster. 5 players from 5 different European countries as well. A true beachhead of what European Siege can be.
Yes.
On the flip side, Falcons, of course, primarily a French roster with a couple of Spanish thrown in the works as well. But man, they are in form at the moment.
Yeah, for Falcons specifically, I think a lot of questions were regarding communications and how they're going to be able to do that. But they've proven that that is something that they've ironed out. And it's just a team that is so incredibly talented. Like, you look at this roster, and there isn't a single player that you can point out as like maybe slacking or the player that's not measuring up. And to do that with Shaiko on the team, with Leaky Fact, and you're still measuring up to that, like, that's incredible. That's so scary.
Yeah, the big thing for me is that Leaky Fact as a leader, as an IGL, he's super smart, he's super passionate, but also individually, he can shove on the server as an entry, as a flex player, and just lead the team from the front. speaking to a lot of pro players here, most people say that League of FaZe is the perfect Siege pro player because he plays the game a ton outside of scrims. He's always thinking about the game, strategizing, and trying to come up with solutions for the roster. This guy does everything for this team.
Yeah. You've got arguably one of, if not the best, IGL and Rainbow Six right now in League of FaZe. You've got one of the best support players in Breed 8. You've got this amazing fragging duo of Solotov and Users, and then you've got bloody Shaiko. He's just Shaiko.
And to be fair, this being an EML rematch, I think for both of these teams is actually quite a nice position to be in. Because on the other hand, like, you're looking at teams that are going up against international opponents. Here, Falcons is going up against Team Secret, and it's no secret that they've played each other before. I am never doing that again. They have played each other before. This is like a rematch of that EML lower bracket, so they are familiar with the ways.
Yeah. They are, and looking at individual players here, Noah joined the European Pro League in 2021 Stage 1 for TT9 Esports. Terrible team, top of the roster, I'm sorry. He had the worst rated or performance of any player that stage. Now, he's like, what, number 5 for this one 2 years later. Noah was a player who came into Pro League, we're thinking, he's not good enough. Get him out. Now he is one of the absolute best in the region and the second-rated player for his entire team here at Secret. We can actually say, look out for this guy. He's the real deal.
He's also only been on the team for a couple of months as well. Him and Mowgli, kind of the center force of those controversial roster changes I talked about in Team Secret. As soon as they made those controversial roster changes, they shot to the top. Crazy to think that Mowgli, who kind of is perceived as a bit of a young, fiery rookie, he's actually the oldest player on this roster, arguably most experienced as well. Youngest player on this roster is Adrian at the age of 19.
I've been playing with that guy for like 4 years in ranked, by the way. Adrian and Creeds, the duo.
Has he been making you pull out your hair?
No, that's the thing. He was disciplined.
Where do you think his hair went?
Oh, that was Fabian, by the way. That was way in the past, okay? It's an ongoing issue. No, he's great.
Either way, this is something to look forward to. I mean, of course, it is something for the two teams have already played regionally. They've played each other before. It's not a new matchup that we're looking forward to, but it's a nice little appetizer of what's to come for the rest of the day because, again, I mean, first of all, it is Falcons, and they are defending that title. And if you get to knock Falcons into that lower bracket on the first game, just imagine how much that means and how much motivation and just courage that means for the rest of the day because you need to win one more and then you're done.
It's also a big grudge match for Secret as well, who are actually eliminated from EML by Falcons in that lower bracket final. Secret would have made it to the grand final if it wasn't for the guys sitting opposite them today. So a big opportunity of revenge for this team.
Could also be a little scary then because you're like, oh, we didn't win before. It is Falcons, 3-peat. There's something in the air when it comes to Riyadh where they always do really well and now we have to play them first. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and also looking at Doom, he had a really poor stage at the kickoff reload event. He was like one of the lowest rated players, and that's unlike him. Doom has been a menace online. So fantastic in the server. We're on LAN now. Different environment. Some players, they crumble, they play worse, they play better. We gotta look out for Doom. Can he show up today? Because his team needs him on the front lines. And if he doesn't show up, I don't think Secret can beat Falcons.
Yeah, one of the best entry players in EML, actually. And he was the third best player in the region this past stage. But like you said, the question is, can he convert online performance into LAN?
Yeah.
That is a question that we're going to have answered at some point today as we are preparing to head into our first match. But I think as well, Falcons needs to be highlighted a little bit here. We've sung their praises and we said a lot of good things about them. But then for me, it's like they didn't live up to those expectations by getting that first place in EML. It was G2 who've done that. And then to me, that brings the question, what is not working? Because individually, these players are incredibly talented. They're probably, as you touched upon, Dev, already some of the best players that you can have. So is it the systems? Is there something else that we're not seeing just yet that could be creeping up here because it is a LAN event, which makes things a little bit more different?
Yeah, the question remains for Falcons, like, what the hell happened last year? I mean, these are the guys that have back-to-back 3 times now won the events here at EWC in Riyadh, and yet making every single major grand final last year in Manchester and in Montreal and failing both times. The team that was regarded as the best team in the world, but still has not raised a trophy at a major or at a invitational in the last however many years. EWC, though, is their home, and I think that's what they can slip into, the nice comfort of knowing, look, whenever we come here, this is our ground.
But it's not that comfortable because if you lose today, you go to that lower bracket. If you go to that lower bracket, it's bye-bye and you have to go back home. So, or home, unless this is home. You know where I'm going out with this. But I think that also adds a lot more pressure because it is a best of one. It's not like, okay, we're going to warm up. We're going to play our first game. We're going to come up with some new strats. We're going to have a map pool. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's like you hit the ground running. You got to go. So speaking of, you gotta hit the ground running and gotta go. Are there maps that we think would favor both of these teams equally, or will this be more of a one roster going for a one type thing? Do we want to go back to the basics? Do we want to make things a little bit more complicated? So many things to think of when you only have one shot.
Yeah, can I give you a wish list?
Okay.
No.
I just... Okay, Jenny, I'll just be quiet. No, I'm going to give you a wish list whether you like it or not.
Alright.
I want to see Lair. Because that's...
I was going to say the opposite.
No.
Because they played it twice in playoffs.
But they've traded it. So Secret in the EML playoffs, they destroyed Falcons on Lair 7-2, and then they played it in that lower bracket final, and it was a complete reversal. Falcons got them back again. So I want to see a third time Lair, who's learned the more lessons and who can get the last laugh.
I like that. The only thing about Lair that I don't like, however, is that if you have a very slow start, you're going to feel like you're suffocating in the server.
You just hate that map, bro. Don't lie.
I do. Maybe it's personal bias here, but I feel like there's just, once you can't figure out your opponent, you just cannot figure out your opponent. It's not like a Chalet or good old Clubhouse or Oregon when that was in the map pool where you always have like a plan B, plan C type thing. Lair, you're often committed to the first strat. If that doesn't work, you gotta go for broke. I don't think Falcons are good at that playstyle. I think they need their plan to work, and I don't think the map favors them that
What
way.
if I burst both of your bubbles completely and I tell you that we're going to go to Skyscraper? What
that's a
in
fresh
a
one.
hypothetical world, what would we do?
So I'm looking at Team Falcons, and it's not a map that they love, but not a map that they hate, and they haven't played it for a hell of a long time either.
Early BDS states, I want to say they were really good at it, though.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to actually have to roll back my stats a little bit further because...
The fact that it's unexpected then,
Yeah.
I guess it throws both of the teams for a little bit of a spanner.
I would say so. They haven't played this map either in stage 1, so they're going to go in very much in the unknown.
Have you got whose map this is, Jenny? Who's the ones picked
Yeah,
this?
who picked it? So last ban was Secret, so it was Falcons,
who picked it.
Yeah, wow. So Falcons haven't played this map since they played it against the Chiefs 265 days ago in November last year. And that wasn't even this Falcons roster. That was the previous Falcons roster. So that means that ever since becoming Falcons, ever since this roster became with this organization, they haven't played this map.
I mean, that's one way to really make a statement for your first game here on LAN, to go for a map that we haven't actually seen you guys play before. But also, if I'm Team Secret and we all have this information, I would be a little worried because I'm like, what are we heading into?
Yeah, I mean, either Falcons trolled or they're gonna get stumped. You know,
this is either genius or madness.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing from the side of Falcons is that when we're talking about these players individually, they are so mechanically gifted and they have the chances to clutch out these rounds. Which even if strategy goes completely out the window because it's their first time playing this map, when we are measuring up individual players one by one on the side of Secret, it could give Falcons an advantage as both teams are heading into the unknown.
100%. So for stage 1, actually, Team Falcons had 22 clutches. The average in the league was 9.5. So they've been clutching it super hard, winning individual 1vx's.
And with that, we're also ready to head into our first game here on the A stream. Falcons going up against Secret with Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Ginny. I can hear already the players firing up behind us on the stage, and it's time to load into our first map of Skyscraper. Now, Pengu, can I throw a curveball your way?
Throw it. I'll catch it.
I was wrong. I actually clicked the wrong button. And we did see Team Falcons play this map, but it was 3 months ago.
Okay, still a long time away.
A long time ago. It was against W7M, and they did lose it. So it's definitely a map that Falcons have reintroduced into their map pool more recently. They've been reworking it, and they've certainly come into today expecting to throw something. They want a new battleground for Team Secret. Like you said, we've seen these guys play 5 maps against each other in the last 2 months. They want a fresh start.
Yeah, and I think that's the right approach right now because you're going to have time to just like cook up new strategies, change up your playstyles. If you're Secret having a, let's say, a bad ending to the stage, but a good stage overall, you want to fix up what you learned towards the end. But I think for Falcons, it's been a very progressive thing where they haven't been as good as we wanted or expected from them since the very beginning, and therefore, they've had to reiterate week by week and day by day. They've had more time, I would say, to change things for the bigger picture. And speaking to League Effect yesterday, I was like, League Effect, do you think the operator ban system has negatively impacted you guys as a team? And I thought he was going to say yes, honestly, because the only big change from the old BDS to now the current Falcons roster has been SiegeX launch. And the biggest thing in that launch was the operator ban system. He said no. He likes the system. He thinks it favors them because they can now toy with the enemy and target ban more specific operators, yet we haven't seen that really come full circle with the results yet.
Yeah, also what Falcons have decided to do here, the big one they're getting rid of is the Deimos. So deadly when you've got a good player on that Deimos going below, putting a lot of vertical pressure on, hunting down those roamers, and the Blackbeard as well. I mean, you've got a lot of shields available. You decide it's pick your poison or pick which one you don't want to play against the most, and in this case, that's the Blackbeard. The Sheer with the rifle. On the flip side, though, Secret are trying to make their attack a little bit more easy, but getting rid of the hard breach denial, the Kaid and the Bandit.
Yeah, it is one of those cases where often we'll see the attackers bend the Kaid, and then we expect, if you will, the defenders to bend like double hard breach operators. And what that does, you kind of nullify the hard breaching destruction, but by Falcons bending out the individually strong operators, like the Blackbeard, like the Deimos or a Grim or something like that, it's going to mean that I think the defenders are favored more now, because you have so many strong defending operators like the Fenrir, like the Asami, like the Goy, like the Lesion, that's gonna make the gunfighting more difficult for Secret. If you're starting on the attack as Secret, you need those gunfights to be easy, because getting in the building on Skyscraper can often be the #1 difficulty.
You're telling me on an already very defender-favored map of Skyscraper, now defense is looking even more solid, and it's Falcons, no less. That's not going to be a fun time for Secret as they kick off this attack 1 minute down, and it looks like they're just poking and prodding around the map, trying to figure out where they're going to get some free ground, where they're going to really have to fight for control.
A classic opening match here on LAN. It's often much more slow-paced because you're a bit nervous, gotta settle into it, new desk, new chair situation. And I think starting defense, for that reason, will always be the biggest factor. Falcons are gonna fall back. They started an office, killed a couple of drones, fell back to Dragon, killed a couple of drones, now they're back by the bomb, so they're playing the layers game. And they got Radicality downstairs with a C4 and pocket of Leaky Fac.
Oh, here we go, Noah. Come on, round the corner, sees the first player, Solotov goes down. It's a good start from Secret. Took him a minute and a half to get through the map. He also covered the sound of his footsteps by putting down that hard breach charge. So a nice maneuver early on from Secret nets them a big advantage. However, it seems to get furthered as Leakyfax seemingly overpeaks in his position and is taken down.
Got one more Dokkaebi call as well, so you can hold their ankles, play the 5v3, don't throw your bodies away for nothing. Here comes the call, a follow-up should be happening with 60 seconds to go. Doom taking a lot of damage,
no.
Another free for Savage.
Yeah, just so much damage dealt from that karaoke window. Savage with his DMR can just hold down the fort. Brede wondering, well, where the hell am I meant to be now? I have to pop some of these Vulcans and start to make my way forward. As Users finally opens the equation here for Falcons. However, he's caught downstairs and he's going to have to come back up through the fire as Brede's fallen.
Oh, man.
It's an easy lockdown from Secret on that bomb site with the diffuser being confirmed. Users, he's still waiting. My God, that fire took forever. And finally, he can start making his move, a 1v4. They know exactly where he is. They hear him, they see him, and Mowgli shuts him down.
Not a lot of life there for Falcons. I mean, yeah, they played the layer scheme of falling back, but then just kind of sitting there, not doing a whole lot, and they were eventually forced to swing the 3 versus 5 thing, guys. If you don't swing now, they're going to execute. It's going to be over. I want to see more life from Falcons moving around the map saying, hey, guys, they're in Dragon. Either we're not going to peek them, or you go, hey, who can peek them with me? Let's go 2 versus 1, because mind you, Noah pushed up aggressively as Capital 1 versus 1. If he dies, no Capital fire, no smoke, and you play the 5v4 by the bomb site. Now Falcons, they're laughing. But because they risked the 1 versus 1, and they lost the gunfight right here, I mean, it's not a hard gunfight to win if you're Falcons, right? Imagine there's 2 bodies waiting for Noah. It's a complete freebie.
Yeah. It was a big opening kill there for Noah. Strange to see Falcons already so severely on the back foot on the defensive side of such a defensive-favored map. So Secret off to a flying start.
Might just come down to the fact that Secret, they were so slow early on. They wouldn't expect them to actually speed up, because Noah very much went from 0 to 100 very quickly. But that's what happens when you give up map space. The attackers are supposed to take it as quickly as possible if they have the confidence to do so, which, I mean, I highlighted Noah in the intro segment. He's been that kind of guy right now. Despite playing Capital, despite being a more support flex-oriented player, when he has to show up, he will do so. And that's the big thing for these two teams. Falcons and Secret both have 5 really great individual players who can all make the hero play if they find an opportunity for it.
Yeah, that they can. Well, it's switching things up on the defense now. We're moving over to our second choice bomb site, Exhibition. And Secret, the question is, are they going to go for a clear once again? Or are they going to focus up more directly? But you've got a Clash to deal with, you've got Mira.
How about you, Till?
Very hard to go for a direct attack when you've got to clear a lot of this. However, that's an early Ash Breach to dismantle that Mira window.
Look at the air jet down here to nullify the Clash from going aggressive. There it is, successful, burns the one on my magnet. Now they could try and play for a retake. If you either go in with the Clash, fall down, or a teammate, for example, walks in for the Clash, you protect him afterwards. The thing is, Falcons, do you want to aggress forward? You want to peel back and just, again, let Secret have that space for free? It's your choice, and so far they're going to say, no, we'll fall back. Because so far, Secret haven't done much yet in this round.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go for a map clear here, Pengu. I noticed, but both the mirrors are now open slash broken. So Falcons have to be a little bit careful on site.
Sosmic Skyros being spent earlier, still outside the building are mostly attacking players. Adrian now on Capital instead. Backstabbing from Geisha. There we see Savage on the Heartbreacher.
This is awkward.
This is very awkward. This is why the mirror is so genius, because you can't thermite the wall, you can't really ace Selma charge. You're stuck on the Hibana. It's a slow, tedious process, but I think they've done a pretty good job actually. It's not perfect, but they can into the building, yeah.
Yeah, and so now focusing up on the site. Meanwhile, Team Secret do have a couple of boots in the building on the opposite side of the map as they can start making their way forward. Ooh, this is a funny, cheeky little spot here from Leakafak, and he'll take down Mowgli very early on. The youngest player from Falcons killing the oldest player from Team Secret. And it's a good start here for the defensive side. Wow, this looks like it's going to be a desperate attempt from Noah, who jumps straight on inside. He's going to get swung. He'll be taken down. And this is a very uninspired execute now from Secret. As soon as the first Domino fell, every other one followed suit. A 1v5 becomes a 1v4 for Adrian, but he's got to deal with the clash. And Falcons get their first round on the board.
Just a full-on lockout. I mean, already in the operator pick phase, getting the mirror and the clash on the board, just making it look so difficult for Secret to get anywhere on the map. Secret, in simple terms, they need the opening kill. They need that 5v4, need to force manpower advantage because they don't get to the bomb site in a 5v5. So either the rounds will be lost or won, often on the map clear. First round, Noah goes in Dragon, gets the kill. Second round, you try and backstab for Mowgli, dies. If Mowgli had gotten that kill, you get a lot of map space, you get backstab pressure, and again, you can just overwhelm the side players because they're playing the clash as well. That's one less gun unless you put down that shield. So Falcons, looking good in the second round, I will say. I was worried that they're going to be very passive, but then they bring the utility, but they played aggressively, right, taking those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. So Falcons are going to continue changing up these bomb sites, Pengu. They're going to go downstairs to Barbecue Kitchen. What do you think of this bomb site? Because there's definitely a love-hate relationship a lot of people have with this one.
So I like it when I play it in ranked because I will just reinforce every geisha wall, I'll cancel barricade the hallway and the window, and I'm watching the entire both bomb sites from the verticality, and I'm so happy. In pro play that doesn't work, okay? You cannot do that.
They will hunt you down.
Yeah,
they will kill you.
They will take you down, yeah. And there are cheeky plant spots you can do in Barbecue beneath a desk where you can't see it from the vert, but whatever. I think this competitively is a very hard bomb site to play because it actually comes down to everywhere but the bomb site. You don't play on the site itself. You just have one guy like Brita here, kind of lingering in Barbecue, restaurant, just so they can't rush the bomb site. It's about everything else. The upstairs, the roam, the extension. And as a roamer, I'm not very good at that role, so I find it very difficult. But Falcons, this speaks to their playstyle, because again, individual players will be in their individual spots and shutting down the entries. And Secret, again, they have to work on step one the hardest, getting inside the building, getting a foothold that they can work from, and that's hard. They got double drone operators here, Savage on Twitch, Doom on the Brava. They're trying to get as much done as early in the round as possible, hacking gadgets, destroying them, cameras, so that when they do get in the building, they've already spent their resources and they have free guns to do the inter job.
Yeah, it's a lot of just fishing for info, isn't it?
Yeah, tons. I mean, could just be gap finding right now, the new style of Siege. Look where the gap is, take the gap, abuse it.
Yeah, a few teams have done that as well as G2, with both of these teams obviously played a lot of in EML. Unfortunately for them, both of them lost to G2 in the EML.
G2 are back.
Here comes the Logic Bomb, and a kill for Shaiko. Where was Savage? The problem here with the Logic Bomb play, right, is as soon as that call starts to ring on out, the defense knows, all right, well, they're making a move, so let's just watch out for rats in the rafters. Leakafak doubles up, and Secret one by one falling. This gap finding certainly has not worked out for them.
The issue is that 3 people outside the building when the first guy fell, so it's like you're doing the Dokkaebi call, like you said it so well, it tells Falcons, hey, something's up, they're going for something. But they're not really going for a lot because there's 2 people in the building, 3 people on the exterior, and they're not like they're cutting off very good rotations either. They're just on a very loud window rappel, watching a bit of a whatever angle, if you will. And Secret die before they make it into anywhere, really. And now, look at Adrian, look at Mowgli. What are they gonna do? One guy's stuck on the balcony with his legs, one guy's stuck on rappel. And they literally cannot get inside.
Yeah.
Brutal.
They're trying to work together to flush Leakafak into the player on the rappel, but it's not seemingly going to work because Adrian, oh my god, they know he's on that rappel, so they're not going to expose to him. However, there's a direct trade.
Oh.
Adrian finds one. Sharko has been taunting Mowgli in the all chat, and it's Mowgli's turn now to make a move. 1v4, they know exactly where he is. He's doomed to die, but he may as well give it a go. 10 seconds left to play. The round is for Falcons. Mowgli, it's just a matter of time, mate. You got to give it your all. You got to give it a go. 2 players swing him, and Falcons take the lead.
Oh my. I feel like Secret right now are thinking, oh, I wish we were defending. Like, look how easy those rounds are, right? They don't do a whole lot for Falcons. But it comes down to the shortcomings from Secret. You see right now Savage, the player in the middle there, being very vocal with his teammates, probably saying, guys, we gotta fix it, we gotta get in the building, we gotta actually just don't be scared. Because what I'm seeing is Mowgli on window rappel refusing to go in. We see Adrian on the Ibana refusing to go in, playing a little bit too scared on the server. Now the Dokkaebi ban comes out from Falcons, a clear target ban to the roam clearing capabilities of Team Secret, and they respond with the Asami. Now the Asami has mostly been spent around the bomb site for Falcons, so it hasn't been a huge deal so far. Yes, Mowgli down to a Asami barricade in the second round, but like that could have been happened regardless. I want to see Secret with more punch. I want to see a shield operator or a Grim or just some pace setting right now. Because if you're Secret and you hit the ground running at this event, you gotta show us at least 1 or 2 rounds of aggression in the attack, saying, hey, we're not afraid to take risk, we'll try and go for this kind of quick play.
Yeah. And this is the danger as well. Playing a BO1 on a map where defense has favor, like it's Secret who got that last ban, right? And that means Falcons get to choose which side they start. Of course they're going to pick defense. And Secret are like, oh, damn, would have been really nice to be on defense right now, wouldn't it? Just got to weather the storm for 6 rounds. And they've already got, you know, in theory, half of the par required. If you're on attack and you get 2 rounds, you're probably pretty happy with that. You can make a comeback from a 2-4 deficit.
Yeah, I think it's just important when you get those rounds. Let's say you get the first 2 rounds, you lose 4 straight. You go into a defense, that doesn't feel good. Yeah. Let's say you go at 1-3 in the first half and 1-3 in the second half, so to speak, on the quarter. All of a sudden, you're like 2-4, you're happy. You got a round every now and again. Secret, they gotta just like stay composed. That's the one thing right now, because they are younger, they are less experienced. Falcons, they've shown us mental boom before in grand finals, where a player will shut down and not get the kills, not get the performance, and then they don't recover. This is not a grand final. I don't think Falcons have any fear of shutting down mentally. This is the start of a long tournament for them. That's right. Secret, it's like, okay, guys, we're not playing like we agreed on. What the fluff?
Yeah. BO1s are a comfortable battleground for Falcons. Hello, Blitz. Savage makes his presence very much known, and Leakafak runs away, tail between his legs, but not before a few warning shots are fired.
Nobody on Dragon window. I mean, Mowgli's out there, hasn't opened up the window itself, and they don't cut off the rotation, so they're letting Falcons move back towards the bomb side. What they're doing right now, they got the hammer. They're shoving them away. No anvil. They don't meet the metal anywhere, so they don't get those kills. That's what they need right now. Goya fire popped, stalling out for 20 seconds. Again, Secret forced to be dictated by Falcons on the pacing, on the speed of where to go and when to go. They can't do anything for the next 15. You gotta sit here. Look.
This is the problem, right? Secret, in that very first round of the map, found that opening kill. Right around this timer, by the way. Yeah. About halfway through that round, Noah found his opening kill. That's the only kill he's actually managed. And now Savage is completely locked out. Oh, wow, the gas completely minces him. Tiniest amount of HP.
You can't push this now.
And still 2 gases left for Brede. Shyko goes big. It's a massive jump out. And poor Mowgli is all alone here. He's about to get swung. And Brede doesn't give a damn about those air jabs. He'll take the kill anyway. It's Savage on low HP on that blitz, and Noah, who's finally gotten himself into it. He's found 2 kills, but Falcons keep on throwing bodies, and they take him down. A 3v1 now for Falcons. And all that Secret have left is this very lonely blitz. Caught in 4K, on camera, Gumine in his foot. He'll have to take it on out, and he will be chased on down by Leakafak. The Falcons are circling.
Looking good. I love that aggression from Falcons at the right opportune moments. It's what I want to see from them in the very first, also the second round, because they are waiting for Secret to get into the right spot for them. When Blitz is stuck on the staircase, in a goo mine, in the smoke from the, toxic base from the smoke, and then they double jump out the Dragon window, take care of the balcony player. They're all swinging with so much intent and timing.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I want to see from them. Now again, Secret, it's been further proven to us they cannot control the pace. When you're attacking Skyscraper, it's so important because, again, you're not going to get anywhere. I assume there's a tactical timeout taken from Secret, if I had to guess, because, yeah, Twister's talking. Yeah. It's a lot of...
Where's Julio gone, though?
Oh, dude, he's vibing.
Is he? Oh, he's sitting behind the players, talking to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking behind myself right now, trying to find these coaches, and they're all crouching behind the players. Twister's got a lot to say to Secret as well. Obviously, the onus is very much on Secret to come back here. There's still a chance that they find the next 2 rounds, and then things look really pretty. Even 1 round is par for the course. But for Falcons, with how dominant that past round was, this is where they can really run away with it.
Looking at Secret, I mean, you can't take too much away right now, but it's only Twister that was talking. The players not really turning around looking at their coach either. They're at their monitor. Sure, they're locked in. But I think a bit of nerves here from the side of Secret. I mean, we say they're young, they're aggressive, they're confident. They haven't shown us that yet.
No.
And this is not just a case of Falcons are playing well. This Falcons are playing well, they're doing what they have to do on Skyscraper defense, and this is Secret generally looking a bit scared in the server. I mean, they got the blitz, and they're shoving away the roamers, and no one's catching them.
Something that we talked a lot about in the previous stage, Banger, is... sometimes it's better to lose quickly or win quickly. Don't spend your whole round, you know, petering around the map, trying to poke and prod here. What do we do? Send it. We saw it in that first round. Even if Noah had died on that opening engagement, at least it's a bit of fire. And at least it's a change of pace that Falcons might not be predicting, because Falcons have well and truly controlled the pace. So much so that in that last round, they're like, guys, these guys are sitting out on balconies, they're sitting on rappels, let's just jump at them.
Yeah. Well, I think you're so right about that. I think Secret, what they need is one guy to lead the charge and go, I don't care about what happens to me. It's about what happens from the play that I'm making from the rest of my team. We haven't seen someone willingly just take a fight and be like, guys, follow me, just trust the process. And now we're back on the office bomb side with the bunch of utility, right? Again, the mirror windows, the clash, neither of which were banned because the Asami got chosen instead. Secret, they got good tools here to deal with it. Again, the Skyros for the wall.
But where's the Ash? That's my question. We had an Ash last time to deal with the mirror window on site.
We did. Now we got Sophia and Flores instead, a bit of soft destruction, which again doesn't really fix the problems.
I don't like the Flores. I think it's a bit of a wasteful pick. The Zoph makes sense when you've got to deal with that clash. You've got 2 concussions and 2 explosives. Still not a hard counter, but it can certainly help. But I think Mowgli, really, he's mainly just targeting the Vulcan canisters and the barbed wire, but there's so much more to deal with. And Savage has been swung. That's your Hibana. Solotov, with the ACOG on that vector, finds the head.
You know you've messed up and Falcons are swinging you on the exterior repels, watching a small breach. I mean, that's overconfidence that makes Falcons so scary in the server. A rappel on in.
Oh, this is free. It's a free kill.
Oh, the timing, though, a little bit too slow. Risky play from Mowgli. Works out. He's on the balcony, but what's the next step? I mean, how are you going to push the clash? Probably not. Sophia on the other side of the building can't deal with that operator. So if you pick the Sophia to deal with a clash, you're in the wrong side of the map, you're not going to be able to deal with her at all now.
No.
You're in the wrong spot, buddy.
Adrian is soloing on the drum side of the map, in through Geisha, and now he goes in with another concussion. He knows where that clash is, but likely Falcons will have players in position to support. He sees that clash make his way in. This is when we need to see explosivity from Team Secret. They are whittling down the Nan count, and Breed 8 goes down as well. It's a 2v2, and the best shot that Secret have had in 3 rounds to try and find one of their own. Users will fall as well. Adrian popping off in this round, and it comes down to Leakafact. He spots out Doom, so low on HP, and he crosses the angle, but Adrian finds him. Big 3K for the young gun. And Secret are finally on the board.
And look how they did it. 3, 2, 1, let's push in together. Overwhelm the clash, 2v1 them, take down the Legion first, hold the angles. That is the exact thing that we've been wanting to see from Secret. And they did it together. Despite losing a play early, they won that 4 versus 5 against the clash. Phenomenal.
And now at 3-2, 1 round left in it for Secret to tie things up. At this point, like, they've hit par for the course, but a 3-3 would taste so sweet, especially after how dismal they looked in the 3 rounds that Falcons did get. And even, like you said, the confidence that Falcons conjured up to go for swings like that, this is how you deal with a clash. You get up nice and close and personal, you 2-team the player, you make sure that you've got bodies to throw at Falcons.
Look at the lineup right now from Falcons. It's kind of scouting the Ella, the Valkyrie, the Lesion. This is a different kind of...
Very trappy.
Very trappy. And I think they're expecting either some lurkers sneaking on the building or aggression, because all these gadgets are great for stopping the fast push.
It's Ella shotgun as well, which typically you'd only bring if you have a very specific location to play, whether it's a specific staircase.
Yep.
But I don't know, where is great for shotgun Ella on this map? I'm not
Black stairs
convinced.
behind Solotov, maybe. You got a Grismod mines to stop his shield if they push you as well, because he has 3 in pocket.
But then if you lose your support, it's not going to be easy, because there's a lot of longer angles that can be taken as well.
I am curious though. I think it's a good read from Falcons though, because look at the attack line, right? Blitz, Grim, and the Ying. They can go for a fast one anywhere on the map. It can be a roam clear, it can be a bomb site rush. They can take Geisha control like they're upstairs right now. I think Falcons have really good tools to deal with this push despite not knowing that it's happening.
Yeah, those Goo Mines, Ella Mines, and the Fenrir gadgets will certainly come into play late round. Shaiko tries to escape, and it looks like the eruption has happened on the Geisha upstairs, but Shaiko finds one before he falls on back, hunting for revenge. Savage has to give up the ghost that has slipped to his fingers. Where have Falcons gone? They've slipped back into the rafters, Pengu. Secret can't find them.
It's a great push, but again, nobody downstairs to catch any of the roamers falling back down the staircases. So Secret, they lose a player, but they gain full top floor control above the bomb site. A roam, a flank here from Likifak. Waiting for the right timing, finds the blitz, can't quite kill that operator because the shield blocks the bullets. And now Secret knows the flank is open, but we see Doom now is at a stock double door. There is a world where he gets caught here. He's too late, I think.
There's good ground taken by Secret at least. This is getting desperate though. Like, look how deep the blitz is pushing from Savage. He's essentially soloing this. Jim is not in position to support. Jim has to go and clear these other rooms. Savage is just going to check it. Okay, we know that's clear finally. We have pushed Falcons all the way back into Pantry. Oh, here we go. What are you doing, Solotov? Just crouch walking. There's no control of these main stairs, so that's a free kill for Mowgli.
And of Velcam and Geisha, they still have it right now, so they had intel, but no one checking the cameras actively there. C4 goes out. Benefit of a player dying is now you can watch those Velcams.
Yeah, problem is that's your Ying gone down. Oh, Savage is surely dead. He's got a Goo Mine.
Good cover.
The shield break starts to come through, and somehow Shaiko finds the headshot. Turn to the wrong angle. Savage will fall. Everyone from Secret will fall. Falcons. This is more like it.
Only thing missing there from Secret was they had the right tools to take top floor control with a fast one. They did it. After that, there's no vertical soft destruction. No ram, no buck, no sledge. So they gain map control that they can't do a lot with. They could have broken a 4, 2 delivery, 2 kitchen, 2 barbecue, and destroy a lot of those playable positions for Falcons and you know, work the vert. Now they're forced to walk down the staircase in the house lobby and chase in towards the bomb site horizontally. Blitz is at 1v3 on crossfires and he just kind of dies. Yeah. It's rough.
Oh well, 4-2 split. You're not too unhappy about that if you're Falcons.
You'll take it.
But even for Secret, you're like, look, this is redeemable. You just have to have a really damn good defense.
Oh wow, Monty ban actually. Falcons is not the biggest Monty team, but it is an operator that's very relevant here on Skyscraper.
If anything, I'm surprised we didn't see Secret bring it, especially on the rounds with that Clash.
Yeah.
You know, the Clash doesn't deal damage anymore, so slightly less good against the Monty, because, you know, you can just stay extended. The guard break doesn't work while you're extended.
And Electricity actually does guard break shields.
No, even when Monty is extended.
Yep.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's actually why Clash is so... Like, you'll probably not die as Monty, but it does suck because when you're getting sapped, either as Blackbeard, Blitz, or Monty, you can't... It interrupts any action. So let's say you want to unextend as Monty, but you're getting sapped, it stops you from unextending. You're stuck in animation.
Really?
Let's say you want to ADS as Blackbeard, you can't ADS against the Clash either.
Yeah, wow.
So your point still stands. I do think that Monty would have been great Clash or no Clash. Just
also,
to work,
Monty
just to
can
work
bring
the map.
Monty can bring baby MPs as well. And potentially,
can openers, yeah.
You know, those baby MPs could actually counter the Clash for at least a brief moment while you're going for your push.
What we see some players do nowadays with how the guard break animation works in shields and electricity is you put the shield on your back, now you're a regular operator. You don't get stunned anymore.
Yeah, Blackbeard's got a rifle.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. You can actually do that against a shield, or against a Clash rather. We've seen Hungry at the you know, at the Combine Finals do that. Plays Blitz, shield on the back, can push a Clash. That's how it goes.
Yeah, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
How was that, by the way? Your Combine Finals? Had fun?
was great fun.
Got carried?
Fun fact, I actually scrimmed Falcons last Tuesday.
Oh, yes.
And I will say, playing Siege professionally, like in scrims, is a different ball game than 5 years ago. Oh my.
You told me you scrimmed a couple of different teams. How?
Scrimmed 4 different top 6 email teams.
Wow.
Yeah. Didn't scrim D2 though, I will say. Didn't scrim them.
Shame.
Yeah, shame. Well, it was great fun. Massive respect to... I think I have even more respect now for current pro teams because now I know firsthand just how good they are. Yeah.
So Falcons right now, I mean, like you've been watching them for so long. We've been casting them as well. And now you've actually played against them. You would have such an appreciation for the way that they play. I mean, look at this lineup. It's Sens, Blitz, and the Glaz. They're cooking something up.
I like this. I think this is exactly how you gotta approach these skyscraper attacks. A bit different, some crazy operators, not just your default predictable ABCs, because now they sense off the flank. There's an angle from Geisha hallway to the staircase.
Oh my, what? Bang! What? Big two-piece from Adrian on the shotgun. And goodbye to the Blitz, goodbye to the Sens, and goodbye to Falcons. Beautiful push. It's done, dead in the water.
That's the strat. That's the vert angle, by the way. That's the whole strat. I mean, Glass can still get activated, one smoke in pocket, but like, the entire push is plan B now. Fishing downstairs is League Effect, looking for that vert angle player. Good read for him, but he might not make it up the staircase.
And I think Savage has the read as well. He's realized, look, I think that I'm getting contested now, and there's a buck downstairs. I'm not going to overpeak my angle. The diffuser is cold on the floor as well, by the way. Here we go. This is where you can get back into it, Leak Effect. Doesn't find that kill, doesn't find that angle. Adrian is still camping this bloody diffuser. Meanwhile, Solotov starts making his way in. He needs to cross the angle just deep enough, and he does take down the water. Now that's a big kill. That's the one counter to the Glaz. He just needs to find Adrian on the stairs, and then just maybe this is doable. Both of these Falcons players need to work together, but all the way down the stairs is Adrian, and Solotov will fall as well. Secret back into it on their defense.
Disgusting round for Adrian. I mean, the entire round is pretty much won or lost off the back stairs push. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't think he was gonna kill the Blitz like that. First shotgun shield headshot just takes him clean out from the staircase, likely due to the elevation that he had being above the shield player. But still, Falcons had the right tools, they had a great sense counter for the vertical angle, and they just get demolished in the 1v1 2 times.
Yeah. Phenomenal round from Adrian. You said you've been playing with him for a pretty damn long time, and he is such a young gunner. It's still crazy to believe. This guy is 19 years old. How old would he have been when Rainbow Six came out in 2015? Well, would have been 9 years old.
That's kind of ridiculous. That's kind of absurd, actually.
Yeah.
Like, that's... Same with the... What's it? Stompin' from 2007 or whatever?
I could not believe that. I was interviewing Stompin' the other day. We were playing a bit of Rainbow Six Vegas, which came out in 2006. And I made a joke. I was like, haha, this probably came out before you were born. He's like, it did. Literally did.
Minus 1 year.
Yeah. Unreal. Yeah. Adrian looking pretty hot in that last round. 9-4, by the way. I haven't really taken much of a gaze at the scoreboard, but just check that out. He is by far and away leading the way, not just on his team, but also for the whole game.
Just gotta kind of get June back into it now. 2-4. Noah had a hot start, now 2-6. But I will say this, Skyscraper is rarely about the individual heroics, more so about the team executions, because it comes down to you gotta get to that bomb site and go like 3, 2, 1, let's just have our plan work out.
Map control.
It is, it's map control, it's the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s. A lot of drone work is also very important, how you drone and if you can enter with that information or not. Right now, Solotov is scanning for the bomb site info. Hey, can we go for a rush, the gap here? Probably not. Now they know soft wall can open up that, there's no traps in the breach, so when they get to bomb site later, they know the landscape by that main area.
Well, here comes the ace. On the flip side, we actually saw Hibana mostly picked. Funny thing here for Savage is he's actually got an even better mirror window now because he can actually peek out of it.
Yeah. It's so awkward with the Clash these days. Because like, even if you were to shoot like an Ash Breach on the Clash shield, you can juggle, just pick it up essentially.
If anything, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't actually see the Clash banned by either of these teams. Both of them want to use it. Both of them are seemingly happy to play against it, despite it being so difficult to deal with. Falcons have lost their Brede. That's their ace.
Their Brede.
I mean, everyone should have a Brede.
If every team had a Brede, every team would get so much better immediately. Rene's had a I don't want to say a bad stage, but for Breedy's own standards, not the stage in the email that he wanted. -25, only getting 5 clutches, the same as most other teams in his or players in his team.
Yeah, he's known to be the clutch king, but he's kind of just a regular clutcher at the moment.
We'll bounce back to
Oh, that was a nice swipe there from Noah. Falcons, though, have found their entries, but not into the building. Just found a couple of good kills. Doom, finally, that clash has been dealt with as well. That really does leave the door ajar for Falcons.
Definitely going to speed things up, yeah. Final air jet being put down from Shaiko, so he's now unleashed fully in the gunfranking department. Uses, I guess it's kind of up to him right now with the caps of fire to lead the charge for Falcons, and where are they going to execute and where will they be trying to go in from? League Effect's gonna expose themselves in the red stairs, defend your mind, but Adrian with an aggressive swing takes down, uses no fire, no capital. Now all of a sudden this round looks much more difficult for Falcons.
It's a very big risky play from Adrian, but it does work. Nice fadeaway from Noah as well. Shaiko up against 3. How can he clutch this? He knows where one position is, but Savage swings him, and Secret steals the round.
Finally seeing some more life in those player cams. Been looking behind me on the attacking side, and it was looking very tense for Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're laughing, now we're smiling.
Well, they have used their tactical timeout. Keep that in mind. Falcons still have theirs in pocket, and I believe that's what they've just done. They've taken it. Both of these teams now have their chance to talk to their coaches. And yeah, that is quite an early tactical timeout from Falcons at 4 rounds apiece.
I would definitely assume they would play one more round so they can, you know, factor into the final operator ban before going for it. Unless they want to discuss right now what the approach is going to be after the fact and just get ahead of the problem even earlier if they can. And, I mean, it's tertiary bombs at attack, so this is statistically where you should find your attack and victory, if anything.
Yeah. Look, these attacks have just been a little bit more lackluster than you'd expect from Falcons. Especially with that really well-cooked first strat in the first round, just being absolutely flopped by Adrian with that shotgun. Second round, it looked a bit undercooked. Like, what's the idea here? We're getting picked off here, we're getting picked off there. We have no way to force our boots in the building. We lose the late 3v3.
Despite the results being 0-2 in the attacks of Falcons, I will still rate them higher than Secret's attacks because they have shown us something different, something that's not just the default attacking approaches. So I do think the Falcons go into this, they've done the prep work, they've gotten their theory down. Now it just comes down to the specific executions or individual player decisions in the every single second of the round.
So what's things going to change up now for Falcons? Of course, keep in mind that Team Secret have also had the chance to take that tactical time out of their own, have a chance to talk to Twister. And we are going to go to that tertiary bomb site. Yeah, what's he... No, I don't.
Is Troy, I don't know the context, but Troy Canadian, he globs a bottle of water and goes, Twister! Like full-on yelling.
I need to ask Canadian what the hell that was for.
I have no idea. I don't know. Troy has so many legendary clips.
He does. My favorite being on the white stairs. No, actually, my favorite clip of Canadian was when he beat TSM at Six Invitational 2022.
The Geo clip or?
The Geo one is you're thinking of? No, actually, my favorite is when he beats Bolo and he's like, dude's a millionaire. He cannot buy a round. He cannot buy a round.
I do love that. It's funny because Troy is the calmest, nicest, respectful individual when you see him in the hallway.
He's very quietly
in
spoken.
the server. Oh my days.
No one talks more smack.
I love my boy Troy. I saw him earlier. He was locked in as always.
Yeah.
Didn't speak a word. He's like going. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get near this guy.
He's got that Roy Kent from Ted Lasso energy, doesn't he?
Sure.
You need to watch that TV show, dude.
Breedy on a few shields? Is this a yay or nay?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I love it. Let's see what pops up here on the blitz here for users. Yeah, get him on. Scare him away. Hang on a second.
Noah's here?
Oh, no!
What?
It's an utter devastation for Falcons. They didn't check their corners, and Noah rips around, takes down 2 of their shields, and the round could well be done if it wasn't for Shaiko finding his 10th kill, and Leakafak piling on, finally putting Noah to rest. It's now a 2v3 for Secret.
Yeah, they could learn a thing or two about that. Falcons playing Dragon Window, caught in the rotation and a half, and getting that pick off, now getting numbers advantage. That's what Secret weren't doing when they were the ones attacking. Such a good bait there from Mowgli, just running away, being, oh, I'm scared. Instantly turns around. Nope, Noah was there. He wasn't actually scared. He was baiting it perfectly. And now Secret, they gotta do this rat play. They gotta keep up the aggression, try and get one more kill back to a 2-on-2, then you can play the bomb side. But 3 versus 2, you can't.
Shaiko's still on this balcony behind him as well.
Ooh. He hears him.
Jump out. He needs to win this fight. Doesn't get the damage he needs. The shotgun on the re-peek doesn't get it. And Shaiko has all but dismantled Secret now. We talked about Doom, what a phenomenal player he has been, but always online. He can't seem to hack it at LAN, and now he's got a 1v3. Falcons edging closer to once again taking that lead back.
Falcons are beating him out right now. They're not pushing, they're not doing anything. They're just saying, okay, you're ramped up, you're ready. We're not going to give it to you. Nope. Nope.
Absolutely not, says Shaiko. Cold round from him, 3 kills. Falcons back in the lead. 2 more rounds to put this game to bed.
I respect Adrian for trying to go for the swing, doing the rat play, and then when he got found out, I feel like that's where you fall back. You say, okay, it didn't work, I'll play with Doom. He second swings with the shotgun, dies. Now Doom's in a really unwinnable 1 versus 3. I feel like a little bit more could have been done, but also I just want to see more individual play, or not individual, rather, duo plays from Team Secret. Yes, we saw Noah with the ratting around, mostly running away, good bait, but after that, it was every single person kind of fighting on their own. When you get numbers advantage, the best thing you can do is try and keep that count high and play 2v1, 2v1, 2v1 as often as possible.
You played a lot with Jim. He's such a talented player, but what has been going on recently at these events when he's actually playing on LAN? 2-6 at the moment. Not at all what we would expect from a player of his caliber. There's that cutoff angle that you were talking about from Shaiko.
Yep.
He does it with the hollow sight, by the way.
Classic Shaiko.
Yeah, well, I mean, right when ACOGs have come back into the meta as well, people are running a lot of DMRs, they're running a lot of those scopes, especially on the attacking side. They're forcing longer range engagements, tighter angles. Now, Shaiko doesn't care. Do you have any idea what his settings are? Does he run 4-3?
4-3-84. He's like the founder of that. He's he's like the GOAT of that.
Has he still been sticking with it, or is he one of those players that changes it up?
No, he's one of the guys that he's only changed his sense, as far as I know, once in the last like 6 years.
Wow.
Now it's when the sense system changed. So now you play like instead of 58 playing 1-2-1 with 1x scopes, it's like 35 or whatever.
Yeah.
He plays like 32, I think, or something like that, as I checked.
Yeah, gnarly player.
It's,
so accurate. He's overtaken Adrian now as well, 12 kills.
I think for the case of Doom, I don't recall seeing him often in the early duels. He's often like, it's 3v5, now it's kind of over, he's kind of just dead, right? I do want to see Doom a bit more in the early engagements, especially when they were attacking, because he often, in people's minds, he's an entry player. He hasn't been doing that kind of entry job here in Skyscraper. Granted, it's very difficult, it's not easy at all, but he hasn't been in that role a whole lot. Now he's on the mute, on the extension, in office, roaming around, bomb site is a T, so he might have an early confrontation, and we gotta see, again, Secret Roamers playing together.
And they are for now. Jim, Noah, even Mowgli coming to support.
I think they like intel, though. I don't think they have any idea where Falcons players are.
Yeah, and look at this, it's
That's
Lurky Leakafak again. He loves doing it. He's snuck all the way around.
Oh, they're rotating.
Might actually be about to meet a player. Who is that? Is that Savage, I believe, in the kitchen?
Yep.
Leakafak just walks around the stairs for a brief moment and gets caught out by Savage on his retreat back towards the site. And Falcons, well, they might have found 1 kill onto Doom, who, by the way, continues to struggle.
Oh, hello.
But with users falling as well, I don't think that Falcons have got what it takes. They'll find another kill, but Mowgli's holding down the fort, and Bride will fall. Shaiko up against the world, and this time he won't win it. Secret again fight back, and the scoreline is tied 5 rounds apiece.
Then the right plays at the exact right time. As Savage doesn't rotate from kitchen to bottom red stairs and finds Lurky Leakafak below, I think that round is cooked for them, because that right there was going to be the beginning of the end. If Leakafak gets the opening, it's going to force all the Romans to sprint back towards the bomb site, and that's where Falcons are ready to hold those angles. I think it's a good round for Falcons. I think they had a good read. They found the gap. They're in a really good spot. And then one thing doesn't go their way, it's just a snowball effect.
Yeah.
So again, despite Falcons losing these rounds, I do like the vision they're showing us.
It certainly had a lot more success with their lurking than Secret, in theory.
I mean, he got all over the staircase.
Yeah, I can't believe he got that close. It was just poor timing. Like you said, some nice ideas from Falcons, but it's really hard to get things right on Skyscraper attacks. Now, next round is match point. It's going to be Secret on that defensive side. All of the defense rounds that Secret have won have looked pretty sketchy. It's been a lot of these early engagements, fights back and forth, late round 3v3s, 2v2s. The Falcons, more often than not, do struggle when they're low on the numbers in the late rounds. Even when numbers are even, I want to see some explosivity. And you know what I'm excited about?
What?
The Rayora pick here from Solotov. this
Big
operator, yeah, I mean, whenever you see this Kiwi operator brought on out, you know that there's something very specific in mind.
That is a good point, to be fair. It's one of those operators where it's either going to work flawlessly or nothing's going to happen at all. Gonna see Solotov play a bit of a sheltered role, has to respect the clash right now, a double swing out. Often what we see from the Aurora, specifically on this bomb site, is you go by the bomb site window, you can close off the double door leading to the B bomb site, and that gives you a free entry point in towards the A bomb site, and it denies the crossfires that are so lethal on Skyscraper. So far right now for the attackers, of course, just scouting out, getting the walls opened up, the hard breaching, the soft destruction. There's the gate I spoke about earlier. Impact goes out. The thing is, you have more gates on Aurora than you have impacts on defense. So you can just keep going and burn it down. And you see Joom now having to respect this, retaking a bomb site, saying, hey guys, no one's in, don't worry.
Joom's gonna go and have a little peek outside. Nobody there. Player on upside down rappel just next to him. No one wants to expose themselves. The drones are coming out. This is very much a focus up on a direct take for Falcons. As they keep whittling away at this defense, putting more Rayora gates down. Another one has just been shot, I believe, by Solotov. Likely, again, cutting off that double door.
I think so. It's the only play. I mean, Falcons, Shaco goes down here. It's gonna give Secret numbers advantage.
He's got such a tight angle, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he's so good in his position. Mowgli, this shotgun bailiff, tight angle, it's not gonna work, my friend.
Nope, sees him.
Yeah. No one can help him either. I mean, no, they can try and go for a double swing, but imagine Shaco gets both kills, then you can't defend the round anymore.
Yeah, and there's no keeper barriers left from Savage to try and protect him as well. Here comes a potential flash from Pre-Day to stun out the Clash player. Is there a rotation from Falcons? No, it's, again, Lurky Leakafak, the other side of the map.
Yeah, so they're giving up the cut now, enabling Secret back to the bomb site, and then allowing Leakafak to then backstep, because if they are going to fall back to the bomb site, no one's roaming anymore. So they're selling the rotate, essentially. I think they know.
Good read there from Noah. We needed that opening here for Secret. Falcons desperately trying to find something back, but it's far too expensive. It costs too much to bear. Shaiko in a 1v4. Mowgli with a big run out.
Yep.
Team Secret not only take the lead, but they've got match point in their hands.
It's so good again. Their read is just perfect. So many rounds here from Secret. It's small things with the details. They keep catching Leakafak on the roam, on the backstab. And I mean, again, such a clear vision for Falcons. And yet, maybe it's too clear. Maybe it's too predictable at this point, honestly.
That's the problem. Falcons, yes, we know how they like to play. We know that Shaiko loves to cut off those rotations. We know that Leakafak like to go for those late round lurks. And we often have some kind of a direct push from your players like Pre-Day. It might have worked, but like you said, I think it's been read, especially the lurk from Leakafak here. I mean, this was the first domino to fall. And Noah, his patience not to get baited into that rotate was what sold it for Secret.
I do think that maybe the rotation from Leakafak was a bit too late in the round, perhaps, just because he was sprinting down the hallway with 40 seconds left. You can crouch walk, take your time, arrive at the bomb site with 30 seconds left on the clock. You got a backstep going. But when you're sprinting, you're making a damn lot of noise.
Yeah, you're never going to win that one. No. And of course, the Dokkaebi being banned as well would have been quite a different story if that had been a Dokkaebi pick, because Leakafak would have heard Noah on that roam as well. So good ban work from Secret. Twisters come in with that tactical timeout to get them back into it. I mean, keep in mind the first half as well, like Secret likely wouldn't have come away with 2 rounds if it wasn't for that tactical timeout, for that mental reset. You love talking about mental boom. You love talking about how these teams get in their own heads and struggle to find their way back. It's once again Falcons staring that down.
It's not about who gets comfortable first. It's about who gets the most comfortable. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Secret, they had me scared in the first half because I didn't think they had what it took mentally to get back into this game. But they very much knew, guys, we gotta survive the attacks and we just gotta get to defense. They've been a different team since then. And Falcons are having what every other team in the world has, attacking problems. No one can seemingly break this map apart on the attack effortlessly. It just doesn't work that way.
And Falcons have only won a single round of attack so far. They need a second to match what Secret did on their side and push us into overtime.
Can they do it, though? They got Breed on the Blitz again. Didn't work very well last time.
No,
James, he just kind of died.
Got a face full of buckshot from Adrian.
But when they do play the shields, it's a fast one. Shaiko gets the opening to Adrian, the top gunner in the server. Is there a follow-up, though? Not yet.
It's a big player to take on down. Hang on a second.
They're planting.
Is this a plant? I think the Goo Mine has put a stop to it. Somehow Brede survives just a little bit longer. Bit of damage done from Savage. What is this from Solotov? He's flipped the switch on Secret, and now just Doom and Noah. As that bomb is down in the side, but not yet planted. Falcons just need to find this final player. Doom has struggled to play to his full potential here in the server so far, and he struggles on land. Ooh. Can he get it done in the 1v4? Good flash, and it does blind him for a brief moment. In from the backstab, it's Users, and it's overtime for Falcons.
Doom again stuck in the corner, 1v4, doesn't get active. You see him, he's not even peeking. He's standing still by the chassis. Okay, who's gonna swing me first? He doesn't lash out. He's not getting aggressive. It feels like Secret, they got like two halves right now. One that's fighting back, one that's waiting for the next step to happen from Falcons. You gotta full commit. Either you're gonna wait for them or you're gonna full aggress into them. The middle ground doesn't work. And over time, scary territory, because now Falcons, they got that second round. They've somehow figured out what they can try and do on the attack. It's the fast pushes, not the lurking, not the rotating. It's saying 3, 2, 1, let's go, boys.
Get aggressive. And yeah, sometimes you want to get aggressive while you have some lurky backstab, but I don't think that's even the play here for Falcons, because Secret are actually slow to rotate back, because they're always expecting that late round lurk, that late round map presence from Falcons. So yeah, I think you might be onto something. Falcons have finally figured out what is the secret sauce on their attack, and guess what? They've got attack in overtime as well. They started on the favored side of defense. That means come overtime, Secret get the favored side. We could very well see this just be 3 more rounds won by the defensive side, and then Secret take it. Falcons are the ones that have to disprove that.
I do like when we get to the situation where the team that can win that third attacker round are the best team in the server, therefore they get the round victory. But when that doesn't happen, it's just defense, defense, defense. Like, okay, the starting side, no T1 was the game. Boring. So, my wish list now, because you shared a wish list earlier, I want to see an attacking round victory from either team in overtime to say, we are the better one.
All right, well, hold the phone for a second, Pengu, because we've got Glaz, Blackbeard, and Grim.
Okay.
Falcons are cooking.
And when they cooked earlier, they made a shotgun on the staircase, and then the cook was over. So I want to see them maybe slow down just 5 seconds more, drone if there's a shotgun player, and then say, can we go fast, or do we got to use our grenades this time?
We do have the nades on that Blackbeard.
Yeah, controversial. People go, oh, take the Blackbeard grenades away, please. It's not fun. It's not fun.
Give him to Blitz.
Now we're playing with fire, James. Imagine a Blitz with frag grenades. Jesus.
Give Blitz stun grenades.
He can long range flash you, sprint up and flash you close distance. You can't play the damn game against him.
What can I say? I'm a bit of a masochist.
Definitely. Pain will arrive here as well shortly because Blackbeard's approaching. Grim behind, 2 roamers. Do you fall back or do you stay? Because what if there's a player dragging window? We know it's clear, but they don't necessarily.
Good aim as well. He actually got a bit of damage onto the foot. League of FEARX now breached open the wall. A bit more damage onto the foot. Credit to Noah, but he's now going to be contested. League of FEARX. So close to that headshot, but guess what? Just around the corner, there's a player watching for him, opening up the wall.
That's tough.
Doom needs to find it. Wants to get aggressive, wants to take that fight again, but Users elsewhere has opened the equation for Falcons. Doom is now cornered, surrounded, and he's worrying about this Blackbeard. He's only got the SMG-11, not a large magazine. He spots the Blackbeard and takes him down regardless. Falcons on the back foot.
It's a huge pick. Now they can hold on. They got 2 people by the room, 2 people by the bomb site. They're strong on both ends of this one. Doom, the second, finally activated in the server. Falcons mostly locked out now, making their entry.
This is what we needed from Doom. At the 11th hour, he needed to come to life, and he does. Uses big kill, but a good trade from Secret. 1v3 for Shaiko. 13 kills to his name. He'll need to go absolutely nuclear here to save the round for Falcons. But look at the patience here from Secret. They don't care about giving him the bomb site because they've got the diffuser in their clutches. Adrian around the corner. The only player with as many kills as Shaiko, and he bests him. It is a second match point now for Team Secret.
It feels like the story of Doom is similar to the story of Shaiko on the attack. The entry players are often last alive in a 1vx, not getting to be a part of the entry duties on the map. Doom on defense finally showed up. He was lashing out, wasn't just stuck in that corner saying, okay, Blackbeard's to my right, somebody's behind me by the goo mine, I gotta make a play now on either of those 2 positions. He finally does it and it works out. He gets rewarded for his aggression, And most importantly, the crossfire were excellent. They had a triple crossfire on Solotov entering the single breach. He was dead, no matter what was going to happen there. Just a matter of how easy that kill was going to be for them. Right here. One player behind the wall, one boost spot, one by the dragon soft wall. Just bang, triple cross.
Triple cross is never going to work out for you. Don't care how good your aim is, don't care how fast you can flip. You can't win in a triple crossfire. And now we need Secret to do what you called upon, win that one attack round, prove that this isn't just about getting the defense started in overtime.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got to see. And if not, I mean, then it comes down to, can Falcons do it? It's just you flip it back and forth.
Look, I think I'd probably put more stake in Falcons winning attack round than Secret, because that first half was really rough for them.
Yeah, it really was. I will say, maybe the saving grace, they've gotten some confidence. Joom's now activated, and they just got to show us some aggression as well with that. Yeah. The lineup doesn't scream aggression, right? You got the Twitch last second attacker repick with the Capital, and with the Jackal.
I mean, dude, what's the Jackal doing?
I'm not gonna do. I think Jackal is the most blatantly troll pick operator at the highest level play because he got nerfed recently, and I need to talk to who is this? No, I gotta speak to Noah.
Have a look afterwards.
Yeah. Like, Noah, explain to me the train of thought of picking Jackal on 7-6 overtime on Skyscraper.
I'll tell you what it is. It's, oh man, well I really wanted to play Doka V or Deimos, but they were both banned.
But they banned it.
Jackal is like
it's a good gun.
It's like the thrift shop Deimos, the budget like Temu Doka V.
Sure. I would still play 7 other attacking operators before I arrive to Jackal, but that's just my point. Double Selma charge on the wall at the same time ensures a nice and good breach. No impact denied triggering available, so Geisha Wall now has a way in. I'm going to look at Shaiko here a bit, though. I feel like Shaiko, if he gets in the gunfights early and holds that front line, that could be the way for the Falcons, right? Get him actively early on, get that opening advantage, get the numbers advantage, and then just play from there. We have Oven League Effect playing very solo on both the attack and defense, and he's been mostly ineffective. Like, he's doing something, but he often dies early rather than getting the kill himself. This right here could be the same moment.
Oh no,
he jumps out. Might have heard a player goes on drone instead for information gathering. There it is.
He doesn't want a tango.
Yeah, you can't now. Once you're outside this building, you're not getting back in, buddy, because that window vault prompt makes a lot of noise. League Effect swing. He's kind of getting surrounded here, though.
Yeah, there's players entering from multiple situations, and Mowgli's actually going to fall. I don't know where that happened. Solotov snuck in. Now it's slow from Noah. Mate, you're a Jackal. You've got the
Oh my god.
Hello and goodbye. Perfectly read by Leakafact. It looks like the trend may well continue, Pengu.
Yep. Oh, defense. You are so great, but I'm an attack, so get me away. Don't want to be here anymore.
You're a poet. Never heard that one before.
I just cooked it right now.
Damn.
New poetry book.
All right, Secret, come on. Maybe this is possible. It's a 3v3 glorified here. Users getting confirmed.
Hold.
Leakafact, what are you doing? You might have just gifted Secret the advantage and way back into it. Solotov falls. Not just yet, actually. He's held onto his ground. Joom is the one on the floor. And just maybe Bride and Solotov have a way back into this. Adrian is inside with that diffuser. But his teammate Savage is too far away. He needs to come back and support. Oh, Solotov.
Saw him.
He saw him for a brief moment.
Fire.
He's going to have to move. Adrian, he's now made a 2v1.
Last babe.
Bride, we've called you the Clutch King before, and now you must deliver. Savage, he's called upon to cover as Adrian, the top fragger, must plant this diffuser. Bride wants to get himself into the position, but he jumps off the kids. Savage going to go for the kill. He gets it. Secret have done it. It's revenge against the reigning champs as Secret steal it at 8-6.
That's a statement. And on the attacking side, they did it. The round looked over. They were so locked out. They found a way back in. Do the double, the flick, the turnaround.
What the hell was the timer left?
0 point something, James. 0 point, maybe even 0 something.
I thought for sure we were going to a 15th.
I thought so too. I didn't think there was time for it. The back and forth. Bride sneaking up, buying every single millisecond that he could.
God damn.
Still, it wasn't enough.
And Adrian faked it. He got off the diffuser.
Still lost the gunfight to Bride, though. My clutch go almost.
I mean, Savage, thank God you won that. It was needed.
Oh, boy. Bit of a surprise. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, before going to this, I met the Shopify players in the bathroom. I was like, you know what? I think Secret's got this one. And then I was like, you know what? I looked like a fool. I'm not sure about it anymore.
Certainly didn't look like it for a lot of that map, but goddamn, these guys really came through. It was such a tight game, and it just came down to less than 1 second for Secret to get it over the line.
Beautiful. And I gotta say, Noah, I'm proud of him, man. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, great performance from Savage as well. Big smile for him. Very well warranted after that huge clutch, as we can have a look at some of the key moments from that round. Mate, this was pretty much just exemplifying what it felt like to watch that game.
Yeah.
So bloody confusing, players everywhere, and a bit of a throw from Falcons in that final round as well.
That one capital fire arrow left, that's what got the Goyo killed. The final piece of utility used perfectly to get it into a 2v1.
Yeah. Huge round from Savage there, not only to get that fire to enable Adrian to get that kill, but also to clutch up big in the 1v1.
What? I don't think anyone...
I'm going to be real, Ginny. I can't hear your beautiful voice. I can see you talking in front of me. I can see that mouth moving, but I cannot hear that beautiful voice. I can still hear the cheers of Secret ring in the back of my head, though. They were fired up like crazy.
I mean, we can still see them.
You're back!
Welcome back! You know who else is back? Secret. I mean, to be fair, they were back and then they weren't and they were back again. And I mean, this is one way to get your revenge over Falcons after that EML lower bracket, after being knocked out, after getting that third place. Now you're coming in, you're making a statement, because we said it. 2 best of ones, and you're in playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
And what a sick joke it would have been if Falcons dropped out here. But oh my gosh.
That's right, it's lower bracket for Falcons, and the trend seems to continue, the devilish matchup between these two teams. Falcons won in the group stage of EML, Secret won in the upper bracket of the playoffs, and in the lower bracket, Falcons won. So there's still very much a chance here, Ginny, that Falcons could make a lower bracket run just like they did in EML.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're out yet. This was that first game, and we had a lot of question marks when we were looking that they were going to be going on to Skyscraper. We're thinking, what are they doing? What are they cooking? Are they overcooking? Question is answered, because it did feel like a little bit of an overcook every now and then. And even getting caught on stairs with that shotgun, you already lose one player, and the second one goes in. What are we doing?
Some rounds were defined by very fast moments by individual players, most notably from Secret on defense, like shutting down the pushes. And I gotta say, Falcons in best of threes, I think they'll be an even stronger team, but going lower bracket to start off your tournament run is not where you want to be.
Or maybe it was all planned because they want to get a little bit more practice in as we're going to be heading into playoffs. But before we dissect this even further, we are ready with our interview. We have Lax standing by. Take it away.
And this is a completely different spot where you usually see me, but I am happy to be here with Adrian. You were an absolute beast during that game. I got to ask you, how does it feel to get that revenge, obviously losing to Falcons in that lower bracket during the regular EML stage?
It feels really good, especially since I also played very well. It's like...
very well. I think you played more than very well. You got yourself a little more credit.
Yeah, usually doesn't happen, so I'm very proud of that, as well as obviously the win. It puts us closer to qualifying against, and we got to play W7 SSG, I believe.
Well, going further ahead now with W7 SSG, who is an opponent that you would much rather go against if you get the choice? Well, obviously you aren't going to have the choice, but if you had the choice, who would that opponent be?
I think W7M, probably, I think a more rounded and a better team. So I'd like to see what we, like where we stand, you know, a little bit, like around the world, globally wise, a little bit more.
Absolutely. Well, I also still want to talk about Skyscraper. You guys went down 2-4 on that half. Were you guys pretty confident falling on that defensive half and being able to shut it out?
Oh yeah, with how the map plays, we know how it is. 2-4, 3-3. Very good halves. Like we're very confident on our defense. We're confident on attack. We just knew we had to get some rounds in, and then it would all be okay.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you heard it from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Adrian. He carried his team through that victory. Now he wants to play W7M if that's possible. But that's it for us here. I'm gonna send it back to the desk.
This is honestly such a nice way to start off here at EWC. I mean, sucks for Falcons, but for the entertainment purposes, like, we are spoiled. I think something also to really highlight is there are multiple games happening at the same time, and Shopify did win against Weibo, but it was also another very close match.
Really, was
so
it?
Everyone's here to play. Let me even bring out the round. It was 7-5, so I will call that close.
I mean, Shopify have had a lot of hype behind them, and I mean, Weibo's APAC, so everyone is expecting them to struggle. I'm impressed by my APAC boys, but yeah, of course, in this game, what a big performance here from Secret. Obviously, Falcons, I think it's better for the narrative if they go down there, struggle a little bit. They're winning the club championship right now. Like, make them work for it.
Yeah, I think as well, Secret should be very proud of themselves because we had a lot of questions when it comes to their experience on the international stage, when it comes to their experience on lands, and then you're hitting the ground running with that first best of one. So much pressure onto you. We said it, trial by fire. You're going against Falcons. They kept it cool, calm, and collected most of the time.
Most of it.
And they managed to go into that next round, which must feel incredible as well.
Yeah, I still have a bit of a question mark around Joom specifically. He showed at the later half of the game of Skyscraper, but the first half, he was kind of missing.
Yeah,
and I feel like him turning on the switch, I mean, it was the round-defining moment on the final round, right? He gets a double kill to Flick. That's it.
Yeah, I don't want to rag on him too much, and he did come through at the end. But yeah, it's seeming, unfortunately, to become a little bit of a pattern, something he'll have to shake if he's looking to be a serious contender at these international events.
The only reason why I bring it up is because he's such an important piece of the team. He's like that stable middle piece, right? It's not like, oh, Joom is so good, he can't play bad. It's more like his team is working so much around him. He needs to show up, if not in kills, at least in the position making that he's having.
I mean, this is the third best player in EML. He was higher rated than all of the Falcons players. Like, that's why we're putting so much hype behind this guy, and that's why we're putting so much expectation on his shoulders and saying, look, going negative in a game like this, not good enough.
But also to be like devil's advocate here, it was the first game that we're seeing them play here today, and I think it's also really important to take into consideration the schedule that we've seen from these players, because you finish EML, don't want to question too much how much scrims they've had in practice when it comes to the fact that they've been here in Riyadh since Sunday, midday on Monday, you're playing today. Like, yes, of course, we can see this as the warm-up match, which it's not, but
it's a hectic schedule. Like, the life of a player, you would have known from back in the day. We have a very different... I mean, it was a long time ago now. What were you telling me? Pretty soon you're going to be having been caster for longer than you were actually playing?
No, retired.
Oh, okay.
So come January next year, I have been retired for longer than I was a player.
So yes, back in the day, you would have known what it was like going from one event to the other. Back in the day, we did have, like, you know, the pro leagues and majors, so we had a very different schedule, but similar. Like, this is so hectic. That EU Grand Final feels like it was about, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
or something?
it wasn't very long at all.
Yeah. But a lot of takeaways for both of these teams, however, as we're going to be heading into the next games. I think this is where you shake off the nerves. This is where you came in, you've now sat on the LAN, you've gotten familiar with the setup, you've had your shot, you've been there. Secret came out on top. Falcons is going into that lower bracket, and it does give them a couple more games to play in terms of the fact that you're going to be now going into the BO3s. At least it's not a BO1. But for Secret, it's like, okay, we got to reel it in a little if we're going to be, especially if they're going to be going up against W7M, as Adrian said they wanted to.
I mean,
why are we laughing when I said W7M? Like,
it's just the interview for me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I liked it because I played well, right?
It was
he's dusting off his shoulders. He's like, oof, all in a day's work, mate.
No, he's really locked into that server, but he's got to have to stay locked in. They have a little bit of a break now. They're going to be going up against W7M most likely later today, if that is the odds that comes out on top. But looking at the MVP of the game, most likely the Sony match MVP for me, it would have been probably Adrian.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean, yeah,
got to be
did
Adrian.
pretty well, but Adrian just popped off.
Yeah, I think it's very simple. I mean, yeah, let's just go with Adrian. There it is. Wow.
Hey, there we go.
I also really think that this would have been an incredibly different match if Adrian hadn't found that 2K on the back stairs in their first round of defense. Falcons switched the sides, and immediately they're on the unfavored side, but they play it with so much fire. They got the Sands, the Blitz, they got the Ying, they got this cheeky strat, and it falls flat because of one guy, and he's on your screen right now. If he hadn't done that, I think this would have been a wash in favor of Falcons.
And it also brings the question when it comes to Falcons, the fact that they are so gifted individually and that they have been doing so well for such a long time, whether there may be a little too much confidence when it comes into that. Because I heard you mention it as well. It's like, you've already lost one player to that spot. Why are we sending in the second one? Where's the drones? Where's the waiting? Where's the
utility?
Take a breather and just, like, you know, see how it goes instead of just like...
It did seem like Falcons on their attack, they were very much like a one-track pony, right? They're going fast, never slow down. They brought double shield, and never see that from them. We saw Breedy on shield a couple times. That's quite rare for him as well. Nothing really worked in that department. Then they tried lurking before that with Leakyfac. Leakyfac. I love that nickname, by the way.
I mean, you just can't not say it because he's bloody
only
lurking
you say it, but it's
round.
so good, yeah.
It just keeps coming back. But yeah, look, Falcons have a lot of good things to talk about from that game. They had a lot more inspiration than Secret did on 100%. Most of their attack. I think Secret really wrestled their way through their attacks, whereas Falcons said, guys, this is the strat, we're going to do it, we're going to give it our all, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't, and I think that that will bode well for them if they can continue keeping up that confidence. They don't need to be rattled. Yes, they're potentially one game from elimination, they're in that lower bracket, but I wouldn't be stressing if I was the reigning champions.
And if I was Secret, To be fair, if I was Secret, I would still be stressing because SSG W7M. Which one of the other two do you want to touch upon? Because this was a regional matchup. This is Falcons that you've probably
Known
scrimped
territory.
multiple times. It's known territory. You've played them already in high-stake matches in that EML finals, lower bracket finals. It's like now it's either NA. I knew
Or it's Brazil, and then you're really sweaty.
Whoa.
You all heard laxing, right? It's like, is that NA Slander right here? There's like the faint background of the microphone. Yeah, NA Slander.
No, I mean, we can actually see already these guys are setting up behind us at the moment.
true, they're quick.
W7M and SSG. Quick turnaround for the next game. But yeah, I can't wait to see who takes it.
And we're going to be coming back with the second game of today, which is going to be SSG against W7M. Getting ready behind us, as we already touched upon after the break, so stick around. the second game of today. W7M against SSG with the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. As players are here, loading up behind us, ready to get into the game, and honestly, so are we. Did you just say he said he's excited to watch his GOAT Paolo?
My GOAT Paolo, dude. Come on, there it is.
Your GOAT Paolo, but not your GOAT Benja, who's literally
I was
from
gonna
Denmark.
Get there. Okay, you know, him and I spoke Danish in the airport when we arrived here. It was incredible.
That's not the flex you think it is. But okay.
No, because it's like there's like 5 people in Denmark that plays and knows this game, okay? The fact that 2 of them are here at the same time, phenomenal.
For very different reasons, because he's actually playing.
One is good enough to play.
I'm gonna dial it down a little bit. SSG against W7M. NA #1 seed, which by the way, I don't know how that happened. And I asked them the same question. They were
don't know
we
either.
also don't know how that happened. So either way, they are still the #1 seed. They beating DZ and Shopify. I think a lot of people, including
They beat
myself.
everyone.
Yeah, okay, well.
Literally.
Lower
fair.
bracket run,
Lower
baby.
bracket run.
A lot of people, including myself, was like, oh yeah, DZ, it's gonna be DZ, it's gonna be DZ, but
100%.
no, it's gonna be SSG, and they're going up against W7M. Mind you, this is a different roster than the W7M, who has won back-to-back international titles.
Back to back to back to back.
They are still... Did I miss one? I did miss one. That's
can't
hard.
remember. I didn't
But
miss.
they are still a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And they are major champions, of course, from Montreal last year as well.
Sure.
And these teams actually met in that event as well. The W7M knocked out Space Station from the tournament.
Yep.
We actually have seen these teams play quite a couple of times in the last couple of years. Bit of a grudge match we can delve into a little bit deeper later. But I've no doubt that SSG are going to give it everything they got.
They're going to have to. Let's start off with the roster specifically and the players that we're going to be looking at when it comes to this competition. W7M is stacked. I mean, both of these rosters are stacked, to be completely honest. But W7M, I mean, we've seen what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And again, this is another one of those rosters where you can't necessarily find an individual that you can put at fault where you're like, okay, they are maybe the weak link.
No, not at all. I mean, the big talking point has been that Paolo and Nesk on Liquid, they've now separated. Nesk staying back, of course, and Paolo joining W7M. And it seems like it's been a glow up. I don't want to say for both teams, but, you know, I think it's sometimes, after many years of failure, it's time to break up that duo and see if you can get new heights without each other.
Definitely a big upgrade for Paolo, that's for sure. Of course, Team Liquid didn't even qualify for this event in Rainbow Six, but he's here, of course, with W7M, major champions, technically the reigning major champions, as we haven't had a Rainbow Six major since November last year. Now they're looking for a different kind of title, an EWC title, and honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. These guys are extremely talented. They're a very well-rounded roster. We know they're capable of playing that really hyper-aggressive Brazilian type of siege, but they're also very smart, as is very common in the Brazilian siege scene as well.
You kind of have to be, and you have to be like able to approach the game from different angles if you want to be successful. And yes, you know, the journey starts here. And going up against SSG, I think from the perspective of how both of these teams have been performing in both of the regions, I would be more worried as an NA fan because it is NA. And yo, by the way,
you're worried as an NA fan because you're... Sorry, I'm just worried because I'm just watching it in North America. Like, that's the reason I'm worried.
Don't get me wrong, but the problem that we have in NA, I feel like, is a little bit of the lack of consistency.
She said we. She thinks she's on the team because she did
You're
one
on the
stage.
team?
She did one
You're on the
stage
team
of
now?
hosting.
Yeah, listen, I'm trying to save myself here, guys. Stop throwing me under the bus. But the little bit of the lack of consistency, because we've seen it with DZ, we've seen it with Shopify, we've seen it with SSG, and it's like one day they can wake up and be the absolute best team in the world, and then the next you're like, what's going on here? So this one really comes down to which version of SSG is going to show up today.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah, the thing that I see about SSG is out of all the North American teams, they're the most Brazilian in their essence, in their character, because they've got that raging passion.
They do.
That is so common to come by in Brazil, and the consistency that can bring you is a bit harder to find in North America. But SSG, of course, like you said, they like being those underdogs. They were in the NAL stage. They came out ahead, but man, this is a very stacked roster. You've got so much talent. New is the latest addition as well.
Yeah.
You add him to a roster where you've already got players like Janino, Benja, Ashen, who are just frag machines. These guys are very dangerous.
A lot of questions that we have when it came to SSG specifically was how are they going to fit their systems against around Newers, and it felt like it was a little bit of a back and forth in the first couple of weeks of the NL. Eventually they did find their footing, so I just hope that they stick to that, because one thing that we've also noticed from the side of SSG during the NAL was that they like to mix things up, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Spoke to Benj in the airport, and I was like, how did you guys go from like group stage that was like kind of mediocre, kind of good, to like really good playoffs? He said, there were some small issues that were holding us back, and we changed those small things and had major impact in a positive way. And then I did some stat checking. They played 14 out of 15 possible maps in lower bracket. They played almost every single game in 3 maps. They've been grinding Siege 14 maps over 4 days.
That is a lot of reps
It's a
that they
lot of
got in.
Siege.
But that's a lot of Siege, and that's perfect for this event because that's exactly what you need to do. Obviously, that's been a while ago, but it does mean that they got the reps in, they got that experience, and now you get to show it for your day 1 on the international stage against a Brazilian team, which is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, and SSG also, the area that I'm always watching them on is those entries. Like,
Yeah.
man, you've got so many good
efficient.
entry players. It's funny because we list off all these like crazy fraggers. Faults, who's not the one that these days we would say is like one of the core fraggers. He's actually the highest entry player in NAL.
Really?
Yeah, that plus 12 on entry, 29 and 17. You look down, you got players like Janino who are plus 8. He's in the top 10. Ashen's also in
Where's
the top
Newers
10.
in this? Just
Newers,
curious.
for entries specifically, he's down on rank 24. He's 27 kills to 26 deaths. So he gets into a hell of a lot of those opening engagements, but he's just above 50-50, which to be fair for his role, that's okay. A player like Fault, he's in those entry engagements far less, but he is so consistent.
Yeah.
That's a scary thing to be dealing with, but W7M is also a bit of a roster that we have to touch upon here because, I mean, we've already said it, right? It is W7M. They have that title. They now have Palu. Liquid is back home, but he's here. So at least, I guess there is maybe not an improvement from the Liquid side of things, but there is an improvement from the Palu individual side of things.
Yeah, they had one of the few 7-0s this stage as well. They 7-0'd in a P back home in Brazil. They also, of course, will beat FaZe 7-3. So they got some pretty big expectations going into this.
If you can beat FaZe in regulation, I'm impressed. If you can beat them 7-3, like, holy crap, that's the reigning world champions.
And it's like the loss of Furia, but I think it was like a close loss. So even their loss against one of the Titans was also a good match for them.
Yeah.
Like they're looking super hot statistically.
Yeah, but again, they have come over all the way from Brazil. How many scrims did they realistically have?
Jet
No,
lag?
I am not saying that word, actually. I wasn't going to go there. Don't worry about that. But realistically, how much have you had the opportunity to scrim so far? This is also, again, best of 1. And I think as we've literally just seen with Secret Falcons, it is a best of 1. It's most likely going to come down to the wire. It's going to be some rounds that you unfortunately just give up for free as like a little bit of a gift to make things a little bit more interesting for us, the viewers, not because they are, slacking. But it's, again, you don't have that opportunity to go, all right, let's forget about this map. Let's go to the next one, because let's forget about this map. We're in that lower bracket.
Yeah.
And Falcons being there too.
Yeah, holy
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't want to be there. I wouldn't want to be there, honestly.
It's insane to think that one of either these teams or Falcons will be eliminated by the end of the day. It goes to show how much depth there is in this bracket as we see the map veto roll on out.
Labs.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like Labs have really gotten liked by the pro scene since it came out about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's often the deciding match in the best of 3. It's like very neutral ground for most teams. I like that we're going here because it shows good set of fundamentals. Yeah, everyone likes it. And it shows it's actually better on that map, not crouching defense on Skyscraper or something like that. Because Nighthaven is statistically very 50-50 on attack and defense.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at the moment at SSG's record on Labs, and I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen them really keen to play it very much. They banned it almost all of the times in the last 90 days, 11 times, and only banned against 3 times. But they did play it 2 weeks ago against DZ, and they won it. So they're clearly pretty good at it. For some reason, they just...
great on it, so.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And if you can beat a team that's already so phenomenal on this map, that really says a lot. It's not W7M's favorite map either. It's kind of mid-pack. Yeah. But yeah, I really think that SSG might have actually won this veto. It was such a just convincing recent win. It was such a big hit over DZ.
No, I mean, the thing is, yes, it was a win over DZ, but again, brings into question the lack of consistency. It also brings into question the fact that DZ is an NA home ground team. That is something that you're used to, you're familiar with their way. You play Siege very similarly. W7M,
Different ballgame.
absolutely different ballgame.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, I don't think it's going to be that one-sided games because this map, it's a fighting ground, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Not even Labs. I almost want to say like old school Oregon. You can just go crazy and go for gunfights and fast gap finding. That middle of the building gets so hectic. You can just get in there and get active. I think this is going to favor W7's playstyle, but I don't think SSG are too far off.
I mean, to be honest, the one thing I know for certain about this game is it's going to be a barn burner because you look at the last time these two teams played, it was at Six Invitational in Boston, and man, man, it was a close one. It went the distance, 3 maps. SSG edged out the win, the first time that SSG had beaten this W7M roster since we had the change, the other roster going of Furia. And before that, W7M knocked SSG out of the Montreal Major. The last time that they played before that was actually here in Saudi at EWC last year. It was their first match of the tournament against each other. So what an exciting chance to rematch their opening game of EWC in 2025.
Well, sometimes history repeats itself. Sometimes it doesn't. And I think today, so far, everything has been a little bit of an unexpected or maybe even an upset, dare I say. Secret winning over against Falcons. Yes, Shopify won against Weibo. But again, it was a 7-5. It was a close game. Not sure if there's been an update yet on the G2 game, but we'll get to that at some point. But it just puts into perspective how volatile these best of ones are, and with everything taken into consideration when it comes to the travel, when it comes to the media day, when it comes to the schedule, when it comes to what these players have been doing over the last couple of 24 hours, let's be completely realistic, it is up for grabs for anybody.
It's been a grind, but if there's 2 teams that can go get through that grind, I think it is these 2 teams. SSG, they're known for the discipline in North America, how they all have this very same way of viewing life, their work ethic, their lifestyle, working out, long work days,
Pre-match meditation.
Pre-match meditation. They have a lot of different fundamentals in real life that they work upon. And in Brazil, they just play more season than any other region. So these are 2 teams that can grind it out, and they're in grind season.
I mean, it's quite a contrast, really. SSG, on the one hand, they operate like a sports team. They believe in high performance mindsets. And then on the flip side, you've got Brazil and the players on W7M. Right now, they're just in their team huddle. They're laughing. They're playing off the passion and the love for the game and the love for competition that we know Brazil does better than anyone.
Oh, yeah.
And they're ready to get into that server.
They got Norris.
They are ready to get into that server, but not just yet. We do have a little bit of a delay, so you're going to be stuck with our voices for a little longer. But I think something that you guys never truly answered was, who is most likely to bomb out on first day? I would love to hear that. Now that Falcons is in that lower bracket, right? I feel like Weibo's in the lower bracket already, Falcons is in the lower bracket, but 8 teams are going home today. We started off with 16, but only 8 will advance to tomorrow. That is a 50% chance of just like not making it. 50% of our teams are out. Like, that is ridiculous. So who's most likely to bomb out first?
I mean, APAC, baby. Isn't that?
I was going to say, do you want my edgy answer or do you want my boring answer?
Listen, I'm not trying to be complicated here, but Falcons is in this bracket.
Yeah, it makes it
the
tough.
only APAC team that we have in Group B is Enterprise. So,
and I think it's Enterprise NIP. I actually could see Enterprise possibly win that.
As much as I hate to
Furia,
I know that's the issue. You don't win. There's no winning.
As much as I hate to admit it, Jenny, that there is a little bit of stacking the bracket at play here. Like, Falcons have lost, right, to Team Secret, really good team.
Yes.
They're going to be playing the loser of SSG W7M, so we know it's going to be one of those 3 teams that is going to go home. My hot take of who's going to bomb out early, I'm going to say Falcons.
Ooh, I like it.
Okay, so not the loser of this, but rather Falcons themselves.
I mean, if you think
they won,
they were so okay. Listen, the players are behind us.
Not my duo. No.
I mean, to be fair, I do think to an extent James could have a point because Falcons, after that loss, did look a little tilted. Just a tiny
a little bit tilted.
Just a little bit tilted. So that's, again, the mental game coming off it because you're playing Secret, a team that you've beat before, a team that is your local team. Whereas either W7M or SSG can have that comfort, so to say, of saying, actually, this was an international matchup. Who was the first time we're going up against each other? Oh, we're NA going up against Brazil. Oh, it's Brazil going up against NA. So that gives you a bit more comfort. Whereas Falcons, they should have won that. Dang.
I didn't hear you, Genie.
I'm going to call it right now. If SSG beats W7M here, W7M are knocking Falcons out of the tournament.
Like, with boxing gloves? Or because that's crazy.
That is wild.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I like how you're just smiling at it because they did the exact same chant, or similar chant rather, just like 2 seconds ago.
I feel like you guys should have your chant too.
What's our chant?
We should just have like a cool handshake. We don't have that yet.
We have the big dog.
I feel like,
I thought you had a big dog just before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's our thing, why are you doing it with other people? Like, that's kind of weird.
A little protective over your duo.
Yeah, he's like, our thing's the big dog, and then like, right before we went live, you're big dogging up Genie.
I mean, like, I can big dog whoever I want, bro. You don't know me like that.
Okay, back onto the topic of the conversation. because both of these teams have now big dogged each other, however you want to say it.
They have?
They're gonna have to go onto the server and replicate that. The predictions here that I would really like to hear from both of your perspectives is, I mean, we've kind of debated back and forth who we think is going to be able to take it, but when it comes to a solid prediction, I want you guys to lock in and tell me who.
Who do we have starting sides? Can I just ask that? Because I don't
do
know.
we
the
have
starting
It is
sides.
not Haven Labs
That's a really
though,
good
which like
I think it matters.
tends to skew attack.
I think it matters.
Okay, bro.
Oh, this is
You
a hard one.
don't think it matters?
I do think it matters. But
Okay,
Jay-
so
Certainly doesn't matter as
defending
much as
side
Gus
for
would.
W7M starting side, and SSG is starting on
Attack.
attack.
Yeah, well, if they're not on defense, that's where I assume they
Yeah,
would start.
I was like, brain lag? Hello?
I mean, that does favor W7M, you'd think, attacking
I do think
on
so.
Nighthaven. I want to say SSG are favored on this one, and the reason for that is I want to see W7M knock Falcons out later today.
I'll write the story with you. Actually.
You're
Yeah?
just hate watching.
So normally I'm hate watching NA, but I also will say this: I have been giving them a good lot of praise here. I think Dark Zero, Shopify, M80, SSG are all really solid, legit teams that can do good internationally. OHG is here instead of M80, which has kind of made it a bit more tough to predict how NA will do, of course, because I don't think OHG is as good internationally speaking. But for SSG, I think they have what it takes. I'm gonna say a 7-5 or 7-4. I'll give it 2 rounds there. Like, not a full blowout, but a convincing victory.
I reckon we're going overtime, but I want to back in the lower bracket kings of SSG. I know Action, I know these guys, they are going to have so much passion and they're going to be so keen.
Ah, fun.
And man, if they get the win over W7M right after W7M did that warm-up chant, mate, they're going to be laughing.
They did their own warm-up chant too.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, but let's be real, the Brazilians were a lot louder.
They were a lot louder. I also think in general to be able to add that as a badge to, or a key as well to your totem where you're like, I beat W7M on day 1, game 1. How does that feel? I knocked them into the lower bracket. Hell, at one point they could be like, I was the reason they went home.
Also, it's revenge for SSG. You know, W7M beat them at EWC last year, knocked them down in the lower bracket, also knocked them out of the Montreal Major. SSG might have had a little bit of revenge at Boston, but they're definitely hungry for a bit more. This is a real grudge match. It's an international grudge match. Battle of the Americas. These guys have seen each other at so many events in the past. I don't know who's going to take it. I'll back in SSG, but W7M are not to be trifled with.
Yeah,
I'm doubling
we're
down.
still waiting on these technical issues, and once those are fixed, we're gonna be heading into game. But again, we're gonna walk you guys through it, and we'll let you know once we are ready to do so. I mean, we can sit here and talk about the international grudge match, SSG, W7M, but all I really want to know is if whoever wins is gonna go up against Secret, and that's another best of 1 that you have to play, and then you're qualified.
That's a shame it's
Like,
best of 1, because that could be a banger best of 3.
That could be.
All of these teams, oh, here's a nice camera angle, I like this one. All of these teams, like these 4 teams in this part of the bracket, Falcons, Secret, SSG, W7M, they are like neck and neck.
Yeah.
For me,
very
like
close.
Yeah, none of them, maybe except for Falcons, are like my tournament favorites, but they're all like just outside tournament favorites. Wouldn't be surprised if they win the event. And so the fact that we have to send one of them home today is absolutely criminal.
Actually, 2.
Wait, what?
Well,
Well, 8 teams are going home, so
yeah,
they
but we
are.
have 2.
Is it 2
Quick
of
maths.
these?
Quick maths.
Is it not?
Uh,
There's 2 sides of the bracket, right?
there
so
is
it
2
not
sides of the bracket,
one
yeah.
this, one that, isn't it? And then we have 2 groups, and then I'm trying to map it in my head. I feel like it's not 2 of these, but it's 2
No,
of the
it's,
groups. So we have
it's,
two
two,
A groups.
it's only
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of these 4.
Yeah.
So who would you send home?
Okay.
he wants you- he wants
you to- okay.
I already said that.
He's hard set on a hard
Put
set.
the hate aside. Lock in for a second.
It's a bad start if the
Honestly-
reigning champions go out first. Right?
Honestly, if we hadn't had the match earlier today, I would have said Secret is probably
Yeah.
the weakest of the 4 teams, which is crazy to think. They're the one
That's
that's already
it
won.
was-
It's not. They lost in the lower bracket final to Falcons.
Yeah, but you're looking apart from the entire stage of of stage 1, right? That's
I mean, yeah,
So what
they
is your
looked pretty
counter
good.
argument then?
my kind of make that Secret, they had a really poor performance when they mattered the most, right?
Yeah.
But the entire stage,
For
the
example-
month and a half, was solid from them. And the only team that bested them truly was G2 in an 8-6 victory. And then Gen G, but that's a weird one.
But also Falcons.
Yeah, but Falcons
knock
are
them
Falcons.
out when it matters
But
most.
Falcons are Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons
And when
weren't
they
Falcons
needed
today.
them the
No.
most.
So, yeah.
When they need it the most
Okay,
is
well, then they
here.
go home, because when it matters the most, they lose, right? So I guess Secret should have gone home. But they won today, James.
But they didn't, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. There's something in the
And it
water
was
here.
a really close
There's
game,
something in the
too.
water.
I think that
It was.
further highlights how competitive the roster actually is.
It is
Oh, yeah.
true. And I will say, I think Secret today, that's one part of the roster, but look at them with the same roster in 6 months from now with international experience. I think it's a very different conversation we'll have about Secret in 6 months.
Dude, honestly, once June figures out how to shoot people, they're going to be unstoppable.
Oh, that's... All right, all right.
You did not just go for June because
poor
I know
man.
Pengu is like the biggest fanboy.
Yeah, we actually flew here from the same airport because I was at Combine
Were you
Finals.
speaking Danish to him at the airport as well?
No, he
This
doesn't.
guy keeps talking about people he met at the
Yeah,
airport.
he does,
Like,
'cause
what
that's
is
like-
it with you and airports?
That's my turf. I
You're
fly
not
a
even
lot.
from NA.
The thing is, June's a nice guy. Okay,
I
that's my
believe
point.
it.
And
Alright.
generally, he's such a nice guy. You can't hate the guy, and it's hard to be critical of him because he's so nice to people. But you are not wrong. He has to show a bit more today.
Yeah.
Maybe he's so nice that that's why he purposely doesn't shoot them.
He's a pacifist.
Kill him with kindness.
Shaggy, you're so good. Please don't kill him. You know?
If you're listening, we are just joking and filling time, nothing personal.
No,
I
absolutely.
think you're
You
an awesome
wouldn't take it
person.
personal.
You're nice in the interviews yesterday. I appreciate your time for that as well.
Oh,
And
hang
we're
on a
heading to
second.
game. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna
Alright.
leave you guys to it. W7MSSG.
Thank you very much, Genie. Well, we have really warmed up for this one, Pengu. It's time to get into the Battle of the Americas, this international grudge match. The best NA has to offer against the reigning major champions from down in Brazil. Over on Nighthaven Labs, let's kick it off.
Oh, a good classic operator band here. Double Heartbreach Deniers and Ben and Kaid, and the double Heartbreach and an Ace and the Thermite. This is, of course, something that we started seeing a lot more commonly in SiegeX new operator band system. People have realized that by banning these specific kinds of operators, you can make it very difficult to get through the heart-breaching destruction, even if you were to ban both the Bandit and the Kai, because now the attackers, they're left with Maverick, Hibana, and the secondary can openers, all which are not less than ideal, but more difficult to work with. They can be tricked by the mirror windows, they can be impact grenaded, they can just be kind of difficult to get the right kind of rotate that you want on an exterior wall. So what this does mean, though, it's a very default layout. Both SSG and WCM are well versed with these operators being banned because they are so common, nothing out of the norm. Both teams saying, let's just play a default game of laps.
Default these days includes the Hibana trick,
Yeah, that's true.
which yeah, I haven't seen
gonna
SSG
be
do it. I haven't been
watching
watching. You have become like the resident Hibana trick watch.
Yeah, and that's funny because when we were casting the entire stage, I'm watching every Hibana trick player and going, it can't be that hard. And then I had to play Combine Finals out of nowhere, and I started scrimming, and I did it first try.
Yeah.
And I accidentally said, damn, pro players these days must be washed. And I was like, wait, oh, I was streaming, I was like, oh, hold up, that's not what I meant, okay? It looked much harder than it really was.
But, okay, you did it once. Was it consistent? Were you
Yes.
able to do it
So I
consistently?
think I did it maybe sort of like 11 times over the course of 3 days, and I messed it up once or twice without practicing it. I just saw other people do it, and I was like, I
All
can
right,
do it.
so I guess you are just the goat then.
No, I think players need to do it. This right here from Falls, great. He jumps off the roof to go down. This is perfect, by the way. This is gonna work. I'm gonna call it right now. This is gonna work. Top, middle, top, bottom. Some pro players do it from the roof. It's angled and it gets messed up. Falls is the goat Hibana. Look, it worked.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it. I don't think it's that difficult to do. I just think people did mess it up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we saw a lot of teams in the APL really struggle. Ironically, it was a lot of the Brazilian teams in the APL that
That's true, actually.
we watched really
Elevate
struggling
had a
with it.
stinker on
Yeah,
that one.
Elevate was quite embarrassing. Potentially the worst use of siege utility I've ever seen in my life.
That clip made turns on social media as well.
Yeah, dude, you went in on them.
You went in on them as well.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't do any better.
That was a joint effort on that one. We were hate watching. And I think it's obviously all good fun and memes, but when pro players are messing up these new tricks that they've been around for a long time but haven't been necessarily needed until recently, it just goes to show who's been that extra effort and cost in games of trying out those tricks.
Oh, here we go. This is a nice trick. Darts to gas up the connector, and Newers is forced outside. Where's Benja gone down? I believe he was trying to play vert with the Bark, and Loban's found him. Awkward start now for SSG, and they haven't found the kills that they've been looking for on these long lines of sight. A second missed opportunity for Ashen. Oh my God, Ashen! Get absolutely deleted by Dodes! There is a sweet revenge, though, as Newers nade does eventually find that Brazilian. Still, SSG are struggling to find their way into this one. Newers is very low on HP. He's being hunted down by the Clash, and now he's more or less left alone. There's literally nothing that he can do. He is completely stun-locked. Loman's going to look to swing him. Jenono bunting for the pick. He does. Oh no, he doesn't find him. Gets out the shotgun. He's got no ammo. And he's completely obliterated by W7M.
What am I watching? Oh my, they Newers, man. So you and I, team, had to talk about this during the previous game of Falcons Secret. If you're up against the Clash as a shield player, you cannot play the game. This
Literally,
was a perfect example.
Hang up the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, honestly, so you cannot put the shield away if you're a shield player and you won't get stunned that way. Newers, because you get stunned the first time, you're stuck in the animation.
So you can't even put the shield away?
No. As long as Clash is spamming it against you, you literally cannot play the game.
So
you gotta try and get behind the wall for just half a second to then stop the animation of it. But Clash was just being so aggressive and like forcing Newers into a corner and couldn't escape. SSG tried to help him, a second player showed up and was forcing Hibana, but the round was already lost at that point. Players died early. Ashen missed, what, 2 or 3 opportunities of getting a free kill on Catwalk Rafters. Gets obliterated across the map.
If you play shield against the Clash, you're not gonna have a good time.
You're really not. I will say, before it went sideways, I did like what SG were doing because a lot of teams, at least in Europe and APL, they don't tend to do a lot of verticality with the block downstairs. It's either Deimos or no vert at all. I did like Benji going below, even though it didn't work out because it showed us a vision of what they wanted to accomplish. The fact that they lost some of the gunfights and misplayed in other areas, of course, deemed them the loser of the round.
Well, yet to see any Deimos on the A stream today, which is a big surprise to me. One of the most popular operators in recent history. I know one that you're not so familiar with yourself. You've never really played much Deimos, you said.
No, I haven't. It was my least played operator the entire game, even less than Aura, who's newer, up until the PC bundle came out. And then, of course, I had to do some content and it changed. But before that, it was my least played operator. Oh. Now it's my second least played operator.
Can I also point out, we've seen a lot of Hibana trick and a lot of hubbub about that, but here's the Maverick, the old school Maverick trick, but evidenced by Ashen. You actually don't have to do the entire wall, you can just do the middle portion. Newers has now gotten in there with his Ash. They're so tempted to as well. They've got the Glaz and the Monty to get it done.
So Warden above is my only concern. If they don't know about that, they might just plant the smoke and die.
Surely the Glaz has to contest the Warden. Sees him for a brief second. Goes for a quick peek, knows that he's playing against an operator with an automatic weapon while he's just stuck with the DMR.
Expensive though. I mean, these smokes don't last forever, but they have 6 of them. They can keep faking it out. If Glaz can watch the Warden on the vert, a Planet Sim could be possible here. They can bait it out.
Well, this is so tempting, but Dots on the vert, and this is a complete miscommunication. We needed J90 to swing at the same time as Faults went for that plant, and now this round may well be dead in the water here. Once again, Dots to go from above. J90 is contesting it, but no damage dealt as of yet. Upstairs, there's a temptation from Benji to go for a kill. This has not been good enough from SSG.
I don't see the vision right now. They're gonna drop the extra stairs for... No, he's back outside the breach.
What the hell is this?
I mean, the diffuser's lost. Getting it is risky. They're not in the building, really. Just Newers fishing bottom garage here on the door. I'm not sure what the plan is now. I saw the vision with the Monty plant, didn't work out. Fultz actually walked in without the shield on his back. It was in front of him, so he could just get shot immediately. Small misplay from him, but massive consequence. The plan B here is not looking too convincing to me.
Yeah, and you can see the way W7M are really supporting Dots on the vert with other roamers as well. They've got a lot of map control. It's pretty much just desperation from SSG. Benja has snuck in down below. They can't even look for a plan in Exo, though. Or rather in Animus, because they don't have that diffuser.
Yeah, they don't.
And J90 is again trying to take that fight. He can toss another smoke out, but he's still going to be contested by Dots. Look at this, though. SSG have flooded the site. All of a sudden, the attackers are now the defenders. And look at J90. He finds his big kill. He finds the opening, but SSG cannot hold on to the ground that they have taken. Benja in an awkward spot. It's a 2v3 here for SSG. Nice shot, though, from Benja. It's a 1v1. Newers doesn't have that diffuser. And he's got to get back onto site. He's got to come in to support.
It doesn't work.
Oh, no, he's not going to have time to get to it, is he? Volps doesn't have to do anything. Caught on camera. Newers has no time to get to that diffuser. And in the 1v1, it's an easy clutch up for W7M.
Great attempt there for SSG to just go for the bomb set play. And if they had diffuser available, they could have changed how they approached it by trying to get it down instead. They had to go for kills. Doesn't work out. I want to go back to the early death of Fultz. It's a very, very small mistake, but it lost them possibly the entire round with it. when you're playing a shield operator, by default, the shield is in front of your face. That's how it goes. When you stop planting, there's then a small animation where you take the shield on your back and then you stop planting down the diffuser. You can also weapon swap so that you have your pistol out as the multiplayer. Now the shield's on your back from the very beginning. Had Fultz done that from the get-go, he wouldn't have died immediately to a headshot because the shield kind of blocks the angle. Maybe Glass could have gotten the kill. Maybe the bomb goes down. Who knows? So SSG for 2 rounds now, what they've been doing on paper looks solid. Just a very small fault in the individual execution of players that has them cost them the round. But massive praise to W7M. They played the positions perfectly, they understood the win condition, they utilized the verticality, they played around the Warden, they countered the Glass, and they held the crossfires. Yes, it was a 1v1, but for the majority of that, W7M, they very much thought that they were the team in the driver's seat without any shadow of doubt.
5 seconds to go.
And now they're playing Kitchen.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening
Which is like one of the worst bomb sites in Siege history for defenders.
We've seen it won a few times, though, especially in the APL.
Yeah.
I was just going to say one last little tagline on that previous round. Yes, we could have seen Fultz put the shield in his back already, but also Janino wasn't even peeking. He needed to be contesting the Warden when that play was going down. That's a miscomm. That's a costly mistake for SSG. Oh, hello. What are you doing, buddy?
He's droning. He's watching Cam. He's being a good guy.
He's being a good guy. He's now a dead guy. Ashen's found an opening as well. W7M has essentially already lost this round. Ashen is putting a question mark in the chat. What the hell was going on for Loban?
Could have been an impact run-up maybe or something, but the thing about this bomb site, that's why it's so weak, is that strategically, if the attackers get top 4 control, do the verticality and execute, there's not much you can do as a defender to stop them. That's like the main problem. Kind of like Kitchen on Cafe. So often teams, they don't go for this bomb site, but they go for the control one instead, the other tertiary. WCM might have opted for aggression on Loban, try and get a kill and put numbers in their favor. Now they're 2 players down. SG, they hit the reset button. They're holding angles, they're droning, they got a shotgun on the staircase. They're happy to say there's 2 minutes left. We don't gotta make the play, you do.
Yeah, and they're going to find a kill as well. The only way that SSG lose this is by letting kills go slip 1 by 1, because as you said, this bomb site is not very good. Not a very good bomb site at all. SSG should be able to just hold on to the top floor, start opening up the vert, start positioning from reception. You don't really need to take much map control at all.
The thing is, they have Deimos downstairs. That's one vert operator, shotgun, and of course the Vendetta pistol. Ash, has already spent all of his self-destruction himself. There's a shotgun swing from Ninja.
I reckon what we should do here is get the opening 2 kills and then just throw bodies and forfeit our entire advantage. What do you think about that, Pengu?
And not do vert and not hit the bomb set, not use the Ying, not drone, not push to get up with on the staircase with Benja. I'm in a bit of a loss now because the round was so good for SSG. Like it was
literally unlosable.
It was strategically won a long time ago.
I mean, 5v3 on the worst bomb site on the map?
Yeah. And now they're in a very losable spot. 1 player in kitchen window. Frost Trap can't really just jump in that easily, even if the mat has been cleared. I'm not entirely sure. And the other players are Fultz and Jane. I'm not sure where they're going to be entering from. Right now they're up above in the vert with no soft destruction, mind you. They got 2 ass breaching charges, still in pocket, of course. But look at this. The entire floor is soft, unbroken.
Yeah. 3 breaching charges already used by Jane. No idea where he put those down. Dots is still holding on to reception or lobby as well. So, yeah, what's going on here for SSG? The flashbang comes out, but Warden doesn't give a damn. He's got that shotgun. Out it comes. Spots the oh my god. A second one, surely not. Fultz, you're low HP. And he gets the last kill as well. What is that? 3 versus 5 from W7M. Volp says bye-bye, and Callout says it's time for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, that T formation with his hands indicates we gotta talk, boys, because that is a embarrassing round to lose, to be honest with you. Again, strategically, numbers advantagely, map control-wise, soft destruction capabilities, SSG had everything they needed to win that round, flawlessly, I might even add. And WCM, they just sit in their corners. They didn't really make a lot of plays. It was just SSG weren't making any themselves.
I mean, SSG, the plays that they were making was lurking from down below. Oh, it's actually not a tactical. Oh, here we go. Tactical timeout is called after
the ban first.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those cheeky bans. Did you see what was banned in the end?
I want to say Clash and something, but don't take me up on it.
All right, I won't. I think the Clash is a good move, though. I remember what happened in that first round on that top floor. Definitely don't want to see that happen again.
Yeah, and it's just kind of been locked out, right? Like, in every single round so far, they have a goal of their own, but they never break past the first point. They always get step 1, let's get the vert, let's get the player here. Okay, we lost the player, now it's time for plan B. Basement, let's do the Munch plant. Munch is dead, okay, plan B. That round, get 2 opening kills. That wasn't the plan B.
Yeah. Yeah, bit of a yikes round from SSG. They're 0-3 down at the moment on what we were talking about as being an attacker-sided map as well.
Yeah.
Norris is looking chill. This guy is like the Santa Claus of Rainbow Six Siege. He always has a few gifts for us, for our viewers. He's so much fun, and man, he's clearly such a good coach for these guys as well. Call out, quite the flip side. I mean, this is like the stern Giga Chat expression from him. He's like, look, I know that wasn't good enough. Time to talk some sense to the boys.
Yeah, of course. The saving grace for Space Station is that they have a very clearly defined system and a very shared belief in how you gotta approach the game. So once they can get reeled back on that same page, I think they'll be fine. The question is one tactical talent enough? Because if SG don't win this upcoming round and they start 0-4, then we're talking about a mental boom situation where, okay, we tried ourselves, couldn't do it. Our coach tried to step in, that didn't work either. Who's gonna save us now?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, no tactical timeout, you're down 0-4.
Then it's Fultz time. The Fultz, you gotta lead the boys now. He's like the veteran in this roster, if anything.
I mean, even a 2-4 split here is not ideal for SSG. You want to be gunning for 3-3 on Nighthaven attacks. W7M have kept things very pacey. They know when to play aggressively. They know when to chill out. And it's funny because last round, W7M did lose 2 opening picks to, being caught with their pants down, being caught in awkward spots. SSG, they were putting question marks in the chat saying, what are you doing, W7M?
And then they lose.
And then they absolutely flop.
Of course, like, ever since Ashen joined Space Station, it's always been a matter of the guy laughing, screaming, typing out in chat, and often they start losing the game afterwards.
He's the passion player, but it has its price.
And I think Reddit has 2 minds. Half of Reddit loves the guy. Other half is like, why is he talking on the smack when he's won 0 tournaments, right? And it is one of those cases where he does it for the mental warfare. I get that. And it works against some players, not against WCM, not against Brazil. They don't give a damn.
No, not at all. The only time that you see Brazil get tilted is when they themselves start making the mistakes. They themselves start fighting between their players, but they're certainly not going to get tilted just because Ashen is question marking them in the chat. This round, though, over a minute has passed by, Pengu, and SSG, I mean, yeah, we've got a little breach here, a little breach there. We got our Blackbeard on, we got that Clash band out. We've got the Hibana band, by the way, triple hard breach.
Good point.
So the tin can openers have come into effect, and hello! In goes the Blackbeard, and in go the kills from SSG. They look to go deep, but it's a little bit of confusion there for Fultz, and he falls. The back stab here from the Buck, but Dots finds the kill.
Oh, no.
Newers has also fallen. It's all up to J9O. Half the round is all that's needed for W7M to clean house. SSG wanted to bring the pace, but they didn't realize they were dealing with the Raging Bull.
Bit of miscommunication and mistiming there. Next, again, good vision from Space Station. I saw what they wanted to do, but the person flanking Aqua Stairs with newest Blackbeard and Catwalk Rafters had a bit of a 1 or 2 second gap between them. Couldn't get a 2v1 gunfight, and therefore both lost to 50-50, 1 versus 1. Again, WCM so adaptable in Sura, knowing when to get aggressive, when to play the passive, establish those crossfires. And that was even with Spacing getting an uncontested opening pick, playing in 5 versus 4 because they cleared the Calgrafters first and then hit the side afterwards. Again, very small things that have massive consequences are stopping SSG from winning these rounds.
And now it's 4-0 in favor of the Brazilians, and SSG have just about nothing on their side so far. No tactical timeout remaining. How the hell do they get themselves back into this? This is a pretty dismal performance from SSG, and guess what their reward will be if they fall here to W7M?
Oh, no.
It's a date with Falcons in the lower bracket, having to defeat the reigning champions in order to keep their tournament alive.
In a best of 3, no less. You can't just one-map cheese them in a best of 1.
No, you can't. At the moment, there's no cheese on the one map or in a BO1 or a BO3 for SSG. They can't even find one bloody round.
So let's set the tone that SSG are not gonna win this, right? Just talk about the consequences. If they start winning rounds and get comfortable on the server, they are now ready for a second match later. If they get demolished like they have been so far,
there's no coming back.
That's the worst case scenario, because you're going in maybe a 1-7 or 2-7, not having any really good rounds, and now you play Falcons in best of 3. And all you have is like an hour and a half break, maybe 2-hour break, maybe at most, in between series.
Yeah. J9O is the top-rated player on the team. He's currently 1-4 as well. It's not a good look here for SSG. As they get themselves back into it, Newers is upstairs. A lot of map control taken as we go to the control. Oh no, so this is basement bomb site. This is a very ambitious map take, looking to take the whole map control before they execute onto site. Quite the contrast to the Glaz site execute of last time.
So we're fishing a little bit now from SSG. I think that's fine. Again, last time was very slow, then it got very fast. And I think slow and steady is good here with Ashen on HP. Benji gets the kill. Harpy's destruction going out. Now we say they're going slow, then they're gonna go fast. Now they're gonna reset again, stabilize. C4 goes out, takes down yours while breaching the wall and Catwalk Rafters. The Ram Boogie drones, I think 1 or 2 were spent. What could have been a good pick, doesn't find the way of faults.
Oh, hello!
Okay.
Good spread on the Loben though, and Volps is caught off guard. Palu still at large upstairs. He takes a bit of damage, but he deals it as well. Faults has to retreat and reload, but that gives Palu the time to make his way back downstairs. This is the basement bomb site, and almost all this action has gone down on that top floor. I think Palu is almost trapped as well now as Genino has opened an angle onto him. Faults is now going to target Dots. There's going to be a lot of info here. Can Palu bait this out?
They can't track Paolo. They haven't red spotted him yet, so he's gone unnoticed in that corner. Dots down a mute jammer, stops his tracker as well. They're making the demos useless in this 2v2, which is perfect for W7M to not give any free intel to SSG.
The patience here from Palu could be rewarded, and they have found him now. They've spotted him, and they've got the Deimos track. Dots tries to come and support. J9O now has the call out from Faults on where the mute is upstairs, and SSG decides, okay, let's focus up on site. It's a 2v1. If we rush the Izami, we've got to worry about the retreat from Palu as he makes his way back to site, and so they change their mind again. They flip the switch and they look to hunt him down, but Palu's read it, and he decides, okay, well, I'm going to play my game. Let's play a shotgun battle on the staircase. He's holding it. He's got the shotgun, but he doesn't win the fight. It's a 2v1 for SSG. As they have no time, they need to hunt Dots on the side. 5 seconds left as Faults is forcing that plant down. But there's no util to speak of. He makes it a 1v1. Dots can clean house. W7M 5-0.
Both teams playing it so well in the 2v2. The Deimos mark comes out, Paolo falls away. They rush the bomb site, forcing a 2v1, but then they realize, now Paolo's flanking us again. Let's go back up the staircase, isolate him. Paolo's shotgun in hand. I thought he was gonna get a collateral because they're both so low from SSG. They rush the bomb site after taking down Paolo, but there's not enough time to get a stable, safe plant established.
A few taunts across the server as well.
Yeah.
I'm surely everyone back home would have heard that through our microphones as well. The Brazilians are yelling across the room at their opponents. 5-0, Pengu, on the defense of Nighthaven.
That's not what I expected.
I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but it feels like this game might already be written.
It feels like it. It feels like it's SSG falling flat, and I've said it a couple times now, but it is really, truly the small things right now that are defining the outcomes of these rounds. One bad decision, one bad gunfight. W7M, of course, again, they're playing incredibly well throughout this entire journey of these 5 rounds, but SSG could do more themselves to get them into a winning position, and they've just been unable to. I want to see the side swap and see if SSG on the defense can change things up, but the issue is when you're down 0-5, and let's be honest, 0-6 isn't too far away in my predictions.
No.
Do they have enough leeway on side swap to make a comeback? It just seems so impossible.
You look back at the rounds that SSG has fumbled so far. It's been a Glaz execute where they look like they cooked up a good strat. It's a round where they're attacking the worst bomb site on the map in a 5 versus 3, and it's even a 2 versus 1 at the end round where they could have just taken down Volps and clutched up. SSG are on the ropes right now.
Oh boy.
Benji needs to win this fight. Out comes a shotgun. It's the perfect weapon for the engagement, but he loses. Oh, Palu is absolutely laughing. And Loben has got his kill too. It's now a 5v3 on the kitchen bomb site, this time in favor of the Brazilians.
And guess what? They're not going to throw it. We've seen the 5v3, but this time I think they're going to hold on strong and not give up any freebies. J9O, he's droning on the Twitch, being like, guys, the hallway is clear. Great. If only he had more players alive in the damn server. Bit of a horizontal take right now from Space Station. They're going to fight the verticality, the bomb site, the crossfires. It's just going to be tough here all the way through.
To think that this is the lower bracket kings of SSG, champions of NAL, against W7M, who weren't first, weren't second. They were down in 4th place, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, 4th place. They lost to NIP and
place.
then... Yep.
They even lost to NIP all the way down in SAL. They were not the Kings. They were just the Dukes. They were in the fight, but never on top of it. SSG are meant to be the Kings of NA. What do they got to show for it here at EWC? Ashen needs to find an entry, but he gets shot through the smoke by Palu. Is it going to be a flawless end to a flawless half for W7M? A consolation prize for Folds, but a kill means nothing when he's got 5 angry Brazilians hunting him down.
6-0.
It is 6-0 for W7M, and North America are yet to enter the server.
It's moments like these that make us go, NA, by the way, because they're not supposed to be like this.
Why are they called NA again? What does that stand for?
I think it's like near airport. Is that why? They're near the, yeah. Well, they might go there only a few hours from this point forward, because the problem is, the biggest issue is normally in lower bracket you're facing weaker competition, right? You might make a comeback.
Like maybe they were playing Weibo,
yeah,
right?
maybe,
Maybe
right.
they were
Enterprise,
playing...
if they're lucky. No, Falcons are waiting for them.
Dude.
Like, and they're
the event's reigning champions and the runners-up of EML await SSG in the lower bracket for a best of 3. And I can tell you right now, Falcons will be laughing watching this match, knowing that in just a couple hours, they're going to be playing this, whatever you call this.
Double shield ban from Space Station. I'm not going to lie to you. By my account, by W7, they're not like a shield team. They're respecting it. They're banning it out. But now you got Dokkaebi open, you got Deimos, you got Grim, you got Capitao, you got all the heart-breaching operators as well. Like, I feel like W7, they got a lot of scary tools right now just to kind of run over SSG, which has been what they did on defense as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very much so. And maybe the story will change a little bit with the coming of the side swap, but I don't
They gotta
have
just get some rounds.
a lot of confidence here for SSG. I mean, at this point, the game feels like it's pretty much been written, and at the moment, SSG are fighting, battling, just dragging their nails through the sand to try and find some confidence for their match later today against Falcons. Losing here is not the end of the world if they are able to win against Falcons, but they need a few rounds on the board. They haven't won a single round in an official match in Saudi Arabia this year. How about that?
Yeah. Individually, I mean, I don't even think scoreline matters, because like you're down 0-6. Like Force is even on 6-6 scoreline, but like half of those are exit frags.
Dude, he got 2 last round in the 1v5.
Exactly.
Who cares?
So the best you can do right now for your Space Station, realistically, of course there's a comeback possible, but realistically speaking, get 1, 2, 3 rounds, get some kills, get the voice comms going, go back, have a hard conversation, and then you just gotta meet Falcons with your head held high. That's the realistic situation that they're in right now. They gotta show us that they can get a couple of rounds off W7 to show us that they have something in them.
All right, W7M, a lot of hype behind you guys right now. After a flawless defensive half, what do you got cooking on the attack? We got the Blackbeard. How are you going to breach this wall? Are they going to breach this wall? Overcomes the ace. Loben starts deploying some of that, but
Look at this.
Dots has actually already jumped into electrical and taken a hell of a lot of damage, but found his kill regardless. It's a complete eruption here from W7M, but SSG are finding the kills. They are controlling the round. They have the advantage, but Benja is taking a hell of a lot. He does escape for a brief moment.
Oh, they know.
But SSG, you can see them shaking in their boots.
You want to set the pace, control them, shut them down. The time, the
hello?
crash flying out of nowhere. Hello, they're all here. All 4 defenders forcing Palu off the angle to make sure that everyone can get back towards the bomb site safely, but Loben strikes on the backstep again.
It's a big kill for Loben. SSG forced to fall on back. They no longer have such a dominant advantage. It's a 3v3. And the bomb site is down in the basement, so they can retreat. But guess what, Dota's, he still has plenty of the Rams boogie drones left remaining to open up vertical.
They got time. I mean, half the round is still available, James.
3v3 with the amount of util W7M still have to play with, not the end of the world for an attack.
Only winning thing here for SG, they got Clash available with the shield still intact, with no real soft destruction available for W7M. FaZe has to be the hero right now. They have to play around him and make sure that he stays alive for as long as possible and doesn't have an oopsie on the staircase all by himself.
That said, W7M do have 1 EMP on Palu, and if SSG aren't careful, W7M may be able to isolate and take down that Clash.
And they face for a kill, get that much advantage. That would be the easiest way forward, but Space Station doing a good job right now playing beneath the vert.
There's a play on the
shelter
Animus.
positions, but they don't know. So if they drop the hatch, that could be a problem. Double cancelled, by the way.
Okay,
You're not
that's
going to
be
go down the
awkward.
hatch.
Yeah, there's no way to breach those with this amount of time left. Janino is in a great position. He knows those castle barricades protect him. He knows he's not going to be vulnerable to the vert in this position. With 25 seconds left, W7M have made their rotation. They spot the player. Loben so deadly, so keen. A few little taps, and he jumps on through. The flashbang goes out, almost the damage done, but Newers finds him. Dotas will trade. Where is the diffuser? It's picked up again, but Dotas is the last
7
one
seconds.
standing. It's a 1 versus 2, and he has to go hunting. He's worrying about faults on the clash, but he's not going to be able to take him down. Almost gets the angle, but the first round on the board for the Americans is found. SSG need a hell of a lot more of those to bring any form of confidence into their match against Falcons if they are to lose this later today.
Saw the thing from bench out. 1 round, guys. 1 round at a time. 1 by 1 by 1. 5 more times is what they would have to do. It wasn't the most convincing, but I will say they did play well together. Most notably, when it was that 4v4 and everyone showed up to escort the defenders back down the cargo stairs by Clash backstabbing, beautiful. Because Space Station said, guys, we gotta get back to the bottom side. We can't fight the Romans any longer. And they all committed. Nobody was scared. That's a really good sign for Space Station. The only issue is, again, if W7 they have 1 clutch, or you just need to follow through 1 round, it doesn't matter how good they can play, because going flawless, not making any mistakes in 5 rounds straight,
Yeah, it's a big ask.
very big ask.
Very tall order. So SSG finally have a little bit of confidence, as you said, Ben just saying, just 1 round. 1 round at a time.
round,
guys.
1 round.
That's all we need. W7M on the flip side, they're like, oh, well, that didn't work. We've got 5 more
They're
guys.
not gonna worry.
We don't
I mean,
really care.
the reason why they made that aggressive play in the first place is because why wouldn't you, right? Get this over with as fast as possible, get a small rest, and
Just
then
send
play
it.
again later.
Bit of a YOLO.
Yeah.
Who gives a damn?
The thing about Brazilians, Genie kind of said earlier, is that they're so adaptable because they play so many different styles of Siege.
Yeah.
I feel like WCM, this version of the roster is still relatively new, but they have shown us different adaptations already in United Heaven Labs.
Yeah.
The fast, the slow, the waiting for your enemy to make the right play. Understanding when you gotta be the one to lash out, when you just gotta sit back and wait for them to happen.
You got a mix of the old and the new as well on this roster. I mean, Palu, obviously, old guard in Brazil, old guard in Rainbow Six in general. Dots and Loben, the original core of this roster, very much like the new era. They played for Lowe's for quite some time.
Yeah.
Volps as well, he's kind of a mix between the two, and he played for that old W7M roster,
True.
of course, before they became Furia, right? Before they entered their era of dominance.
Yeah. Had a short stint on Liquid, if I recall correctly.
That
right?
did not pan out well for him.
They did not know. It was, what was it? Was it the good old meme with Laxing on Cloud9 plus Laxing or minus Laxing plus Laxing? When they
Yeah.
kicked him, picked him back up like back to back.
Yes.
Yeah.
we have seen
Loba didn't
that.
get picked back up on Liquid,
That
but
actually happened by NIP. Wizard got kicked and then
Oh,
joined
right.
not long later. I was updating my database of all the players, and I was like, oh, Wizard's still on the database. Didn't he get kicked? And I looked at the roster, I was like, oh, but they picked it back up, so I guess I'll leave him on my database.
yeah. Sometimes it's hard, like scouting for new players and making a new team or getting like 1 or 2 people. It's a very tricky process, and I think fans love to be like, this is good, this is bad. A lot of things go into it, so yeah, you don't want to be in that position. Of course, kicking a long-term teammate is difficult emotionally as well because you have a tight bond. Everybody in the server, they've been playing together for quite some time now for the majority of the squad. And even if not with each other, then against each other.
Oh,
Is timing that staircase?
timing, brother. Look down, Faults.
Oh, you
The
didn't see.
Blackbeard marching towards you. Dots almost finds a freebie. Out comes a nade, forces him back. There is a player outside. Player rounds the corner. Benj is also there to support as well. Faults is managed
Great.
to successfully be escorted out. And Benj has found his kill. Loben trapped.
Reloading.
Caught off guard. Well played. Good start here for SSG.
Again, fighting back together. Wait, they're planting. Wait, hold up.
What?
Dots is planting. He's
Hold the
halfway.
phone for a second. Because they don't care if your clash is active elsewhere. We've got a very surprising turn
Not
of
good.
events for W7M. The Blackbeard is right on aggressive in there. Dotas is trying to hunt him down with the sledgehammer as well, but Volps has fallen. Dots, I can't believe he got into a plant position. There's info though. Ashen comes back to take his head off. A 2v2 now. Recomposure for SSG, thanks to Ashen on the vert. And he looks for a drop. Janono has found Dotas. Palu with the Hibana shotgun in a 1 versus 2. No flashbangs to speak of. And he commits to the supernova here. Is he going to take the 1v1 with J9? No, the shotgun rings true. And now, Does he bring out that shotgun? Does he bring out the bearing 9? Ticking away is the timer as he starts to force that plant down. Ashen tries to bait him.
He sticks it.
But Palu's going to stick him. Close range now at the bearing 9. 4 bullets remain. Shotgun comes out. One shell left. Is this the best that North America has to offer? W7M absolutely obliterate SSG in their opening game.
Palu is so cold for that. Not the most common setup on the Ibana. Makes it work perfectly. Sticks the diffuser. Has 8 seconds. Says, you know what? I'm not going to get faked out. I'm going to take the gunfight after. I'm going to win it with confidence. We spoke about it earlier. Palu leaving Liquid, leaving Nesk, finding some personal success, and of course strengthening an already good W7M roster. It's such a good fit on such a short notice.
Oh, and what a dominant match. Palu to
Very
clutch it in the 1v1 as well, with a single shot left in the Supernova.
And a single shot left. Oh,
Jaw
okay.
is on the floor. 7-1. What a statement from W7M here for their first game at Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup. And SSG, I mean, one round. One is all they got.
Barely one.
And they barely even had that as
You
well.
know-
I mean, this could have very well been a 7-0. It certainly
Felt
felt
like
like
a
a 7-0.
Yeah.
It's just, there was a lot of expectations on the side of SSG. They were that first seed coming through from the NAL, and this you have to go back to the drawing board, but you don't have much time. But
No.
W7M, oh my gosh.
They showed there's levels to this game.
They really did.
Oh yeah.
Man. So much fire behind the W7M guys, and they will be absolutely reeling after such a dominant performance. On the flip side of that, we would have thought there'd be a little bit of fire underneath SSG's
Yeah,
asses after that
absolutely.
lower bracket run in the NAL. Here they turn up, and they don't turn up.
Yeah, I
Whoa, you tell me you're an NA hater without telling me you're an NA hater. Dang, Dev.
make some notes whenever a team is playing. I have F, and F is like a really big flop of a round.
Yeah.
Okay.
there
How
are
many Fs do we have?
I only have 3, but I will say 3 for me is more than I ever put down, I think, in my entire casting career. Like, it's at least for North American, European, like Brazilian teams like Tier 1 Siege. APL is a different story, James. But having 3 Fs in only playing 8 rounds is abysmal. And what I mean, like an F round, is like you had like a 2v1 that went wrong. You had the 5 versus 3 in kitchen tertiary attack, like stuff like that goes the complete wrong way.
I mean, if you want to put it bluntly, the whole entire game went wrong. Game's gone. Like,
Game's
that's all
gone.
we can say. Game is gone. But at the end of the day, you just gotta focus onto that next game. That you now in that lower bracket, you're joining Falcons over there too. Like it's. Did we expect W7M to win this? Probably yes. But to hear from the winners themselves, we're going to be heading over to interview with Lax, who's standing by with Palu. So take it away.
Guys, and thank you guys. I want to say, one, congratulations, Palu, on that win. But I won't talk about that last round in particular. That clutch from you. What I saw, I mean, that was a huge play to go for the shotgun onto mute. You get that post plant down. You just gave up on the SMG and you immediately resorted to the shotgun.
Yeah, like I knew he was garage, but when he went close combat, you know, the shotgun, you can lose the fight.
In that moment, I mean, if you want to just tell the audience, I mean, what's kind of going through your head, especially when you're in that 1v2, you have to make the decision whether you go for those kills, whether you go for that plant, kind of what's going through your head all the way up until you got to that last point.
Well, I knew the Azami was upstairs, he was garage, so I knew that plan would be better. So I stand with the SMG because I thought it was going to be a long fight. But as soon as he got close, like I was just, the shotgun is the best way here. And yeah, that was it. It was like a great match. We were like feeling really confident. That's it.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, I know the stage didn't pan out as much as you guys wanted it to, and now here getting the win, getting off to a good start. Your next opponent will be Team Secret. I did speak to Adrian before this match. He said he wanted to verse you guys in particular. Is there anything that you want to say to him going into that matchup tomorrow?
Not really. We are just like playing our games, focus on what we can get better at. And yeah, I think we had a great preparation to here. We improved a lot of things that we were struggling a little bit at the playoffs on our region. So yeah, just feeling it really well, feeling good.
All right, well, sounds good. Well, you heard it from the man here that got it done. We're going to send it right back to the desk.
Feeling good, playing good. Sony match MVP. Palu has done it all today. What a statement really to be making as your first game on the international stage here at EWC. And you're like, you know what, 7-1. Could have been a 7-0, but I'm going to make it 7-1. And yeah, it just made sense. Like,
we just played our
Right.
game. We're feeling confident. Like, very simple words, but I also think it was just a simple matchup from W7M. And I did check the replay file. Last shotgun bullet, by the way. He had 2 left when he got the first kill in the 1v2, and then he pre-fired the first one, and the final bullet in the magazine got the round victory.
He whiffs that, or it doesn't do enough damage, and that's over. Like, he was fully out of ammo with the bearing as well. So yeah,
he had the confidence, he had the trust, and he knew he could do it. But also, it's that at the end of the day, like, you are at that point, what, 6-1? You know that you can, like, maybe go for something a little bit spicy. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And you go to the next. But they close it out. And this is really scary because SSG, #1 seed, coming through from NA. DZ is playing FaZe right now. I do hope that that is a little bit closer of a matchup. Not entirely sure how that's going. But for W7M, the confidence boost you're going to get from this, like, you're unstoppable.
Yeah. I do think that you got to be careful, though, because is this you playing the best Siege imaginable, or is SSG just not that good in this specific best of one, right? And I think they're humble players, they're experienced. I don't think they're going to have that struggle, but some teams will have this kind of victory and go, oh my god, we're so much better than we thought we were.
Yeah.
These guys will not underestimate any future opponents.
That said, you did see him in that interview, even in, like, what we were talking about with that clutch scenario. I was like, oh my god, if I miss this one shot, then I don't have ammo in my primary. He didn't care. He was walking us through in that clutch what was going through his head.
Very simple.
It was completely simple. There was no doubt. He was like, oh yeah, like, I know you can't lose it. When
he said it was unlosable.
It was unlosable. I'm like, dude, if you miss that shot, you have lost. He never even saw it that way. That's pure confidence.
And that's the lock-in that you need from these teams. That's the lock-in that you need from every single player on your team because, again, you have a best of one. That's your shot. After that, you're into that lower bracket, which now both Falcons as well as SSG find themselves. When I'm looking at Group A, Weibo, Genji are currently in the lower bracket with FEARX. So I don't think that is unexpected. I think Group A here is playing out pretty... Group B for us is playing out pretty interesting. But Group A, let's have a look. G2 playing against SR. Oh, I want to see that. That game is a banger. FaZe, DZ still going on. Winner goes up against VP. I mean, likelihood it's probably going to be FaZe Clan. What are we thinking?
I think this one's really hard to call because I really rate.
You say that about every single one.
No, but this one's like for real, right?
For real.
Because they're both so good. I think DC fit the meta almost better than any other team in the world, having both Spirits and Citizen that gel so well in this.
Still second.
Sure, still second in North America, but look at the first place team. They didn't do very well.
Whoa.
Well, if SSG flopping tells you anything about DZ, then I'd be a little bit worried for them, but I have a little bit more hope for DZ. They have been very consistent across the stage.
Currently, it is 4-3. As I'm looking at the stream right now, it is 4-3 in favor of Dark Zero.
Okay.
So there is a world where NA second seed is going to be heading up against Virtus Pro. So there is a world where they beat FaZe Clan. But here back at the Group B, we had Secret go up against Falcons. Falcons knocked out into that lower bracket already. They're going to be going up against Space Station Gaming. And Team Secret will be playing W7M for a spot in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I'm super keen for that. Both those teams likely deserve to be in the playoffs in my mind, especially with how W7M were just so dominant in that match. Secret also, you got to give a massive credit taking down a team like Falcons, obviously in really solid form in stage 1, despite a few mishaps. It's revenge for Secret as well. It's also the reigning champions of EWC last year, Team Falcons, in both the club championship and, of course, the roster that was formerly under BDS. They won the Rainbow Six portion. But for the rest of this bracket, I'm really keen to see what Furia are going to be like against OXG. I think OXG, obviously, we don't have a lot of expectations on their shoulders.
Enterprise.
And
that's my big one.
That's my last one. Like, the Aussie boys.
Playing?
Well, Enterprise versus NIP. NIP haven't played an international stage for 18 months.
But it's still NIP, and it's still a Brazil team against Enterprise.
Don't underestimate Fisher guy. He's a slippery little fish.
Player is the GOAT, honestly. That's what I'm going to say. That guy is lethal. He just came to playoffs and just carried his team, basically. If Enterprise can hit the ground confident and not have like a slow 4 or 5 rounds like SSG, they could totally beat NIP.
Okay, we're getting into the theory crafting.
Yes.
But the truth of the matter is, SSG and Falcons, lower bracket.
That's so wild.
I mean, the SSG one, not really.
Well, before the game started, it was surprising that they lost. But after seeing how they played, I'm like, yeah, okay. My only fear now is that lower bracket game going to be really good or not? Because the way SSG played against WCNM, doesn't indicate.
I mean, at this point, if I was Falcons and SSG, both these teams, I would be a little mentally tilted right now.
Yeah.
A little mental boom would have happened there. But again, you have a little bit of time to sit there. And the best of threes are not happening just yet. We still have one more best of one to go.
Yeah.
And I think that gives you enough time to just like sit there and reset. And I think something that you said, Dev, was super interesting, and I fully agree with it, is the fact that SSG approaches it more as a sports team rather than an esports angle. So I think they have the facilities and the resources to be able to do that mental reset and take place and play that best of three. But for us, we're going to be heading over to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the third best of one of today, Furia, going up against OXG. Make sure you stick around because this has the potential of being just as one-sided.
With little hope left of ever lifting another trophy, comes a group of players that never gives in and never gives up.
No C4 either. It's all on him as the Grimmin Pillar with the Bailiff out looks to finish him off. Just sit back and watch SSG in perfect silence become the best team in North America in one of the craziest and most bizarre runs I've ever seen.
Yeah, make sure you need us. And we're here to take other teams' keys. Whoever's in our way, and we're there to crush them.
Will answer back from the same position. That repel mechanic that was changed over in Siege Hex will pay off so well for him. 80, but Benja is unstoppable in this position.
The rowdiest team in North America is about to get a whole lot rowdier in Riyadh.
Welcome back to the third best of one of today. We have Furia going up against OXG for a spot in the playoffs. The road to EWC for both these teams start here as the Jamil Motorsport arrivals occur. But these are not the only new talent that we have today that we're going to be having a look at, because on the desk, we did a little bit of a rotation. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Stokes. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on? How you been, Jenny?
Good. A lot better than the players that are walking in the heat right now, because I've been in this air-conditioned studio for the whole day.
Listen, it's been hot outside, Ginny, but it's been even hotter sometimes in the arena with how close the games have been. I mean, we've had some ridiculous series so far. Some games that have been less close. Yes. But even still, so far the event has been so fun to watch.
Yes, and we're getting a lot of Siege as well. Quite a bit of a treat. But for those of you who are only tuning into this A stream and weren't looking at DZ against Furia, DZ won. Okay, an NA team is locked in, at least for now. They still have to play another best of one, but that is a good start. After what we've just seen SSG go through, or being put through, rather, by W7M, this is another Brazil NA. Wait, this is the third Brazil NA matchup of the day, and it is OXG.
It is OXG. It is OXG. OXG with a little bit of a different lineup from the last time that I saw them. But, you know, I think there's still a lot of fun to have with this roster, especially with Grixer. Grixer has not lost any of his ability. He's looked so fantastic so far, so I'm expecting a lot out of him today. But, Jesse, when you're going up against Furia, things get a little rough pretty quick.
It's going to be really tough going up against a team like Furia. I think if OXG want to win today, they're going to have to play the best Siege that they have played since they formed this roster at the start of the year.
They're just going to have to play the best Siege, period, because we've just seen what W7M is capable of. And I mean, Furia is also a whole other beast. I mean, they're a beast in their own right, so is W7M. I'm not going to compare these two rosters just yet, because this roster has had so many titles under their belt, back to back to back to back, and they are hungry for more, because it's been a while.
Yeah, absolutely. The craziest thing about this Furia roster and what I want you guys to know at home is that you're genuinely watching history whenever you watch this team. This is one of our dynasty teams and one of only two we've ever had. No, you get to say that with this team. They won every event over a calendar year. Major hammer lifter. That's how that math works. Furia, absolutely fantastic. I expect nothing but dominance out of them when it comes to this tournament.
Yeah, on a hot streak, too, I would say. They've yet to lose a tournament since Siege X release. They won Reload down in Brazil, and then they won the South America League Stage 1 as well. So this team is looking on fire at the moment.
I mean, they've looked on fire for quite a while, and the heat here in Riyadh is only going to make that turn up and worse, because this roster is one of those very lovely rosters that we have here in Siege, where every single individual piece comes together perfectly, but every single individual piece in its own right is damn near perfect too.
100%. This is one of our most cohesive units, and their capability and what they bring to the table, Jesse, is the fact that they can change gears on a dime. Round to round, you really don't know what Furia is going to do, what they'll be bringing to the table, and how they're going to try and deliver, especially when they have the keys to the castle. They're playing that offensive side, and they really get to control that pace goes. Man, it's a terrifying thing.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really, really tough against Furia because you never know what you're going to get. If they don't respect you as a team, they're going to let you know. They're going to play extremely aggressive against you, but they really do switch it up on a dime. Every player here looks like they could be a menace.
Yeah, I know XG is the roster that they're going to be going up against, and this is the 4th team from NA. This is, to be completely honest, once the NA stage started, I did not have these players in my top 4. I was like, oh, it's got to be M80, but, you know, sometimes they talk a big game, and then, you know, if you're a fan, that's a little disappointing. But OXG is here, and they've made it, and they were able to secure their slot in Riyadh, and the SI points on top of that too. But this is, on the other hand, when we're looking at OXG compared to Furia, not necessarily a roster that has played out as well as potentially it could have.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, especially with the addition of Forest. I think that people were, you know, really expecting Oxygen to just come in with a lot of kind of quirky things going on, as usually pertains to Forest gameplay, especially with him being the shot caller for this team. But on a lot of these different fronts, they haven't been able to deliver the way that they've wanted to. And you can specifically say this about Forest. He just really hasn't been showing up in the way that he's really been, you know, hoping for. And it's just been kind of rough so far, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the biggest change that we've seen out of Oxygen in years, right? For so long, they were led by that Fox A Laxing core that was existing for so long in Siege. Now they've really swapped things up. They've left Newers over to SSG. They've made a huge number of moves in the offseason, and they're still just trying to get their stuff figured out, right? It's their first big event as a team, and so this will be a real test for them in terms of how they end up looking.
And what a better way to test your roster on the international stage, not in Reload, but at EWC, Trial by Fire going up against no other than Furia. This is really a test of how well OXG does, not just in the server, but also the mental resilience, because you're coming into this, you are very obviously the underdog. Furia is the favorite. So if anything, regardless of how this matchup is going to be playing out, OXG just has to stay locked in and be like, whatever the result, we can bounce back. Because if it's a win, oh my goodness, that's a great upset. But if it's a loss, I don't think anyone is going to hold that against them, and that puts them in quite a lot of a better position than, say, Falcons or SSG, because SSG, you were first seed, and Falcons, I mean, like, you were Falcons.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And exactly what you were referencing, Jenny, it's one of these positions where the expectations are Furia through and through. So you are in a power position as that team that there's no expectation on top of your head. You're like, okay, either we play fantastic, we end up knocking these guys down to the lower side of the bracket, or we just end up taking an L and trying to figure it out post. I mean, either way, I think it's really, really good, especially with what you were talking about in the sense of Oxygen is still trying to figure themselves out. And you might as well practice against the best in the world, right? I think that's the best thing you can do. So
yeah, I really do think that this is going to be a good opportunity for them to get some things worked out, test yourself a little bit. If you get the win against Furia, that is massive. That's a statement, I would say, at this phase. If you don't, that lower bracket, I think, is still a real good opportunity for them. You know, this is a team that can learn as they go. They get a little bit more of those entry frags that they maybe didn't see so much in stage 1. I really do think that we can see that growth, and we can start seeing them improve in North America and the world.
Yeah, and that's also the importance of like getting these reps in, because like, yes, this first match is going to be a best of 1, and I think that does add a little bit more of a peculiar situation situation for both of these teams because you need to hit the ground running. You got to start off really strong. But knowing that if you do drop into that lower bracket, you do have a best of 3 where you can play around with map picks, where you can move around with strats, where you can take things and, you know, brush things off and approach it. It's a very different approach when you go to a best of 1 than a best of 3. So this one, what I just want to see, what I would love to see from both of these rosters, but specifically OXG, is that they are just locked in from the first round. Because I feel like OXG has sometimes a tendency of starting like very slow and you're like, okay, and then they manage to get it back. But at this point, deficit might have already been too big. They can't crawl it back. So I just want to see an NA team locked in from day one.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, the thing is with this, Jesse, is the fact that going up against Furia, they're, like you said earlier, there's one of these teams where if they don't have any respect for you, they're going to be at your neck the entire game. So I really think this is one of those things where Jenny's 100% correct. They have to hit the ground running. Otherwise, it might be tragic, guys. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, I think a lot of eyes are going to be focused on the entry players on OXG. That duo of Adam and Gomez haven't had a lot of success, which means that OXG have had a lot of rounds of this stage where they've been a little bit slow. They haven't been able to get that early advantage. They've lost the entry battle, and then it ends up being things that just spiral out of control. They have the worst entry stats of any team coming into this event from the year as a whole. So that's really going to be something that you want to see them be lifting themselves up a little bit for. It's not easy against Furia. You know, you're going up against Herds and KZ. That's one of the deadliest entry duos in the game, but it's a tall task and they're going to have to meet it.
Yeah, and I do feel like we've talked a lot about OXG so far this desk, but that is not because we don't want to talk about Furia, because there is literally, what is there to nitpick when you're talking about Furia? That makes everything a lot more difficult to make this a little bit more of a balanced argument, because they are the heavy favorites coming into this. They have individually brilliant players. They work together brilliantly as well. So if there is potentially anything to nitpick from Furia, what would that be?
Oh, man. I mean, the biggest thing that I'll say about Furia is sometimes what we were talking about earlier, where that respect thing comes into play. Sometimes that can come back to bite them and it puts them into some bad situations. So I really just want to make sure that they come out, you know, hitting the ground running as well. I want to see Furia be that dominant Furia that's giving that respect over to their opponent and using those strategies against them. Because just like what Jesse said, I mean, the writing's on the wall. The entry stats are not there for Oxygen. You can do things, play patiently, just trying to abuse some of these softer points of Oxygen just to make your life easier.
Yeah, I think for Furia, I remember an interview they did earlier on in stage 1 where they talked about their slow start to the stage. They lost a couple of games in the group stage in South America. A lot of that was kind of coming down to them not really being locked in for game day because they were online. Here on LAN, here in Saudi too, you've got to imagine that they're feeling really confident.
Yeah, Clubby as well. I mean, Clubhouse, that is where we're going to be heading to. I mean, Sam, you saw that and you went, oh.
Jesse?
Listen, this is a good map for both teams. You look at Oxygen, for example, right? They are undefeated on Clubhouse. Now they've played Team Cruelty and Envy, so not exactly the best stat line you see in Furia.
Cruelty had some okay games.
No, they didn't. Furia are a 4-game winning streak on Clubhouse. They're 5-1 this season, only losing to Dark Zero back at Reload. So I think for Oxygen, you wanted to get a map you were comfortable with. You wanted to get a place that you knew how to play. I think this counts for them, but it's a BO1. You're against Furia. You end up on a comfortable map for them too, and Furia are very good at Club.
I mean, it is that middle ground, but also it's like you would want OXG to get a map that they are by numbers or default or technicality more comfortable with than Furia, but does that map exist to begin with is the real question. So I do think like going to Club, I mean, yes, they might have lost it, but also it is the fact that they have had a couple of reps on this map to begin with, and they've had the opportunity to see how Furia plays this map as well. So that does put them in a position where they can have some specific strats for Furia cooked up heading into this map.
Yeah, you'd really hope so. I mean, they've had a very long time, both of these teams have had a very long time to think through how this first best of one's going to go. On a sidebar, that's why I was so surprised with the SSG W7M results. The fact that that was a 7-1 just boggled my mind. I was like, guys, you had weeks to think about this. At least get a couple more rounds out of this.
Thinking sometimes really difficult.
Yeah, sometimes things are very, very hard. And, you know, I'm pretty sure Jesse was saying, you said you bumped into Call at the bathroom right before the map went in, right? And you're like, oh, Night Haven Labs. And he was like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem like he was the most confident about it, but OXG I think will be a little bit more confident in this. It did feel like they were in control of that map veto to an extent. Didn't seem like they got surprised in this veto to any extent, so they should be ready. They should have some good plans.
Also, so far, you know, the W7M huddle was the loudest and they got the most one-sided result. So depending on how this is gonna go, never mind. All right. The Brazilian teams are beating the NA teams at the huddles too. Like, they're so loud. Okay.
Woo. That's what you want to hear. That's the
what
energy you need in a LAN event
But that's the
like
energy
this.
that they have both on and off the server. So they're coming into this hot. That's all I'm saying.
I'm ready. I'm ready. This is about to be a pretty solid bout, I think. It's really just up to Oxygen. Again, I know we've said that a couple times on the desk, but if Oxygen can actually show up here on Clubhouse and get some rounds going, I just want to see Furia just put to the fire just a little bit, you know what I mean? Just to get him to worry. I think that'd be a great, start to this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think it just falls back on the expectations that we have for both of these rosters being very difficult, and with that, the expectations that they have for themselves. Furia, anything but a win here, a convincing win, could be considered a failure. Whereas when you're looking at OXG, managing to get a couple of rounds off of Furia, even if it is a loss, that is considered success because you are playing Furia. I think coming into this with, which is the complete opposite of SSG, who came in with a lot of expectations because you are the NA first seed, it hopefully will be a different approach for OXG. Hopefully a better storyline for NA as well. But Furia here, I mean, they look locked in and loaded. Like, I'm scared.
Jenny, I'm just going to tell you, there's a reason why Brazil is the #1 region in the world, okay? And it's one of those benches sitting right there. It's Furia and FaZe. Those are the two tides that are raising all the ships down there.
Won against FaZe, though.
That's true.
That's true.
And there's also a good reason why OXG are here. Okay, they've shown some great improvement throughout stage 1. I think Grixer is an absolutely ridiculous player.
100%.
Deserves to be at these top-level events, and he's been putting in the work for Oxygen. So it's not like they're a complete bunch of nobodies. They will have a good chance here, but they've got to play some of the best Siege that they've played. They're capable of it. We've seen it from them on different teams, on different pieces. Again, this roster, pretty new together, but they've got the pieces. They've just got to find a way to put them together.
Yeah, it's time to lock in for every single one of the players and for both of these rosters, really, because, again, it is a best of one. Loser drops to that lower bracket, and I don't want to be in that lower bracket right now with SSG already there, with Falcons already there. Your chances of actually making it to that main event once you drop, of course, mathematic, but just the teams that are already down there, like, it's scary. It's crocodiles.
Yeah, sharks in the water. They're just waiting for anybody to come down just so they can get a bite. And yeah, I mean, either way that this gets cut up, I mean, imagine a world where Oxygen ends up taking this and we have Furia and Falcons in a lower bracket.
Oh boy.
Stop.
I know, right?
Stop.
That's a terrifying prospect.
Those are BO3 games, too.
Yeah, Jesse, don't get me salivating. And, oh man. I hope we cross that bridge, but we'll see. We'll see. We got a lot of Siege still to come before we get to that point, but I mean, man, I'll just tell you guys, I'm very, very excited for this series right here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what Oxygen's idea is coming into this.
Yes.
They've talked kind of at the end of stage 1 about how they can play a couple different styles. They played fast for a lot of the stage, but they kind of slowed things down against SSG, and that's a big reason why they were able to kind of make it to this point by slowing things down against Wildcard, I should say, in their qualification match by bringing more of that Monty. So we'll see if they lean into that. Obviously, operator bans will make a big difference. Furia want to remove some of those shields. That might limit the options that OXG have, but I'll be looking to see what their game plan is at the start of this game, because that should tell us a lot.
And we're ready to head into Furia OXG. So, guys, I'm going to let you take off the mic as NA takes on, once again, another Brazil roster.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Jesse, let's jump right into things, shall we? It's Oxygen versus Furia. It's time to dust off the mic, man. It's been a little bit.
It certainly has, Sam, and I mean, yours and my first time casting a game together, but I'm really excited. I think this is going to be one of the best matches that we could have started off with because there's two teams that we're both so familiar with. Furia being at the top of the ladder, OXG being that North American squad. Going to be really exciting to see what they can pull off up against this team. Ultimately, I do think that, as we've said, should be favorites for Furia. We'll just have to wait and find out. Operator bans coming through. The Kaid ban, super expected on a map like Clubhouse. Could follow that up with a Bandit very potentially. There we will see it coming through from Furia. Then Maverick and Capitao, both being removed by OXG. That Capitao is going to make clearing rafters really tough now.
I love that. I love that. We switch over. We already see them attacking the utility because they know how important those spots are to hold. Holding that rafters portion of garage is just such a big deal for your CCTV setup, guys. If that goes away, the plant is practically guaranteed on the far side of that server bank unless there's some utility that can get poured over. But 9 times out of 10, that plat wall's already popped. People are more than willing to shoot those nitros out of the sky.
Wow, we're going to have to see how that one goes. We'll start down in the basement. I kind of thought we might start gym bedroom because it's actually been one that Fury have struggled with a little bit on their offensive side, but I've got no doubt it'll show up unless we see some bar stage shenanigans, but shouldn't end up happening. OXG, looking at this lineup, I think very likely we'll see a full anchor strat coming out from them. Could go for a bit of a roam, I guess, with Adam on the top floor, playing on that mute. It tricks her as well if he wants to. Gomez could be up there too, and just based on their positioning, they might stick around for a little bit, shoot some drones, but I don't know if we'll see them take any actual gunfights on the top floor. They're not super set up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to Oxygen here, they're going to want to try and delay a little bit of time, as Jesse said. Try and do some damage to that drone game, because that's one of the things that Furia is fantastic about, capitalizing off of information, processing the map. And you can see from their lineup, this is pretty execute heavy. You have that Ying in there, you have that Sense in there. They're looking to lean things towards the site later on and just explode into that area, blinding everybody, making it to where those angles are just unforeseen.
Well, wasting no time getting into the map. Top floor being cleared very quickly. Main floor being gonna be cleared up next. It's only really Adam that's extending out of the basement, but I mean, he's playing Secret Stairs. This is not really a place where he's gonna fight somebody. He's aiming at level, but it should be a drone that comes through first. Here it comes. Now we retreat right back, because if anybody gets on that window, it's going to be bad news. Gomez, though, inside a church, maybe through a vert hatch, or maybe just through the floorboards, will strike first, taking down Hertz.
That's exactly what you want in a situation like this. They get the first pick, they've got all this delay utility, and let alone that fact, you still have Force on a zombie. So a lot of this verticality you can deal with in a certain way, kind of block up those angles and make your life a little bit easier.
Well, good usage of the Havana, starting to open up some of these hatches. We've got all three of them, I believe, at this point. I'm not 100% sure on the blue hatch, but unlikely it's going to be much of a problem. Looks like JV's going to go get it now, so no issues coming out from the secondary support player on Furia. We're going to slow things down now, Sam. This is going to be an interesting XU with Sens. I've seen this quite a lot. This won't be the push, I don't believe, as the fire is still going to cause a bit of a problem. It'll be interesting to see if they fake with that Sens wall and suppose that they might be going Moto, where it's actually going to be a push either main stairs into Armory, or if they're going to maybe move over towards Kitchen, drop the Sense wall in through there, and start to push that direction instead.
And that's the beauty of what they've done so far with the map. They get all those hatches open, they have that entire mid-floor to themselves, so they can really pick and choose at any moment where they want to go. Oxygen just have to be ready and willing, and as well as open to any of these different solutions that Furia try and provide.
Nade's on the sledge. I think he wants to go down main straight into Armory. That's why he's on this operator. The wall is soft. It's not currently open, but with that sledgehammer, he can very quickly go down the main stairs into Armory, get a good plant.
Nice shot. Ad will take out KZ. Still have one over here inside of Moto. That's going to be JV92. Very minimal rounds right now, but oh, what a shot out of Adam. He'll find him with the M590. And so far, Furia looking worse for wear. Oxygen, they've got a winning strategy for round one. Nade, I love you, but I doubt it. It's a flawless round.
Wow, talk about a statement, right? To start things off on Clubhouse. Sure, it's a basement defense. Maybe you're expected to win that, but with all 5 players alive, that's a really big starting point. And obviously, you're going to look at Adam, right? Getting the 3K, playing close in the Moto door. That's a huge play to be made by him. But even still, for that first pick coming through on the initial frag, taking down, I believe it was Hertz, that was a hugely important kill because it really stopped the momentum from Furia. They then didn't have the man advantage. They couldn't work a pick. They had no pressure they could apply onto Adam after that pick. So really nice stuff coming out from Oxygen, showing they're not afraid of Furia. They're not going to stray away from those early in gunfights, and then they can also step up late round. Big first round from Adam.
Yeah, absolutely love that from Oxygen. And the big thing is there for me is the fact that, you know, Furia, that pick ends up going off, right? And that just leans into the fact that, like you said, Jesse, there's just not enough man advantage for Furia that's kind of lacking at that moment in time. Yeah. And really, why that's so punishing is it kind of starts to pigeonhole you into how you take the site. You don't have nearly as many players to play verticality, and especially when you looked at that original lineup, you got Ying, you got Sense, you're trying to dislodge things, right? You're trying to force them back into different positions, and you don't really have anybody upstairs to assist with that whenever it does happen. So they end up going for that ragtag strategy over there in Moto, and it just doesn't work out, man.
Can't say I expect to see a lot.
KZ!
All right, there we go, I guess. Starting things off by stopping the spawn peek from Grixer. Is that what that was? Massive entry to be able to take down that player. OXG can play aggressive, but Furia will be ready for it for the second round, so good to see them answering back. I was about to talk about Adam's positioning. It was weird to see him on site on the smoke, not his traditional role. Now playing on that more extended position, playing the Jaeger over towards Master, hoping to go for an early gunfight. Might go for another peek as well outside the building, but given how the first one went, I don't really expect it.
Smoke's in here for Furia, but don't expect them to just swing on in just yet. A lot of process still has to get worked through. lot of castles downstairs here over towards the bar connector area. Herd's actually going to be on the Blackbeard for this one as well, which has grown to be quite an impactful operator since his change. Been seeing him time and time again, and as you can see, not a single shield ban coming through, so Furia is going to have this for the remainder.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big point, right? Furia have historically not really been a big shield team when everybody else was running them. Furia haven't run a ton, but this season, I feel like Nade's been playing more and more, so we might actually see that coming over Furia more this half. Depends on what they end up wanting to do for the other bomb site, but Birds is starting to make his way in on the master side. Now, it was Adam that was roaming on this position earlier. Now he's down in bar. Gomez lounge as well, so 2 players on this mid floor for OXG. Leaves the bombs like kind of exposed. Obviously, Gomez can go up those red stairs, but that's what Herds is smelling, and he wants the pick.
Oh, Adam's going to get a shot instead, and Gomez delivers with the ump. Herds down, Gomez once again for the double kill. And so far, so damn good for Oxygen. I'm genuinely surprised, but I have to just chalk it up to their patience right now. They are playing stellar Siege, taking their time, forcing Furia into these situations, and forcing them to problem solve, Jesse.
And now you're seeing the effects of the Capitao ban. Fleetbox trying to make it happen with the Nomad being pushed at the same time. He's fully blind. This is a really awkward spot. He should not survive this.
What a swing. Swing in from the rafters, swing in down low. It's all Oxygen all the time as they suffocate Furia. The Beasts from Brazil have not been able to find anything on offense just yet. A flawless round last round for Oxygen, practically a flawless round this round as Grixer got taken out in the first seconds of the round. So we'll give it to him, we'll be nice. Gomez, that's a triple for him on the round with the ump. Never hate the man, never do it. He's always got it, man. He's got that sauce.
Furia, I mean, I'm a little surprised by the way they're playing this game so far. You usually expect to see Furia consistent with the trades, right? When one person dies, somebody's there to answer right away. We're not seeing that so much coming out from Furia. Feels like one player dies and then there's nobody there. Maybe there is 2 or 3 seconds later, but the trade's coming really, really late. And it gives just that little bit of time for OXG to maybe reposition a little bit inside the site and catch that last player off guard as well. Also, it feels like they're maybe struggling with utility a little bit.
Yeah.
You saw in that wall, in that one, the con wall was never able to get opened. And they maybe tried to make that space happen with the Blackbeard instead. But when you're playing the Blackbeard and you're just swinging with the shield down, you don't actually have any extra cover, right? I mean, it's Siege. We're aiming for the head, right? So if you're just swinging with the shield down anyways, when you have no extra information, you're almost not playing a shield at all. So, interesting initial swing coming out from Herds. Didn't really find what he was looking for, and it does feel like OXG are incredibly dialed in on these late round bomb sites.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they've been putting in some work over these last couple of weeks because they have came into this with a proper game plan up against Furia. And yeah, I definitely think that Furia is kind of lacking in a certain term right now. And it really just goes up to them trying to pull things back across the line. That perfect example was that situation with Blackbeard right there. That's a lot of face checking for little value. And especially with Grixer just waiting in the wings there. He wanted Adam so bad on that Jaeger. He overswings, gets taken out from the other angle. We've seen it time and time again. This time, it happens to one of the best teams in the world.
Nice to see some, I mean, obviously they didn't get it, I guess, that second round, but the entries have been a little bit better from OXG as well. 1-1 to start things off, and again, they were getting aggressive to try to get that spawn peak in the second round as well when they got punished. I'll mention it again, OXG, just a 46% entry rate through the season so far. That's the lowest of any team this tournament. Now, it should be said that OXG have had tougher opponents than some of the other teams in this tournament, so it's not exactly apples to apples, but I still think it makes solid arguments that when you're looking at a team like OXG, you were maybe a bit worried about how that early rounds might go for them. Now we're kind of seeing that the answer being shown, right? OXG are being able to consistently engage in that early rounds, and I'm looking forward to see how that develops for the rest of this match as well.
Yeah, 100%. And really, I just want to see what the changeup's going to be for Furia, because they get that initial pick in this last round, but it doesn't actually mean anything. They don't get the proper map control they want. They never able to secure garage. Construction's basically a farce. It just is falling apart at the seams for them on that take. And now it's one of these things where you got to bring things back to bear. You need to be able to reach back into that bag and pull out the Furia that we all know so very well and start bringing things to Oxygen. Because the one thing about Clubhouse, you do not want things to roll downhill when it comes to that offensive side, man. You need some rounds. You need at least one. Give me one.
Well, as we're in a little bit of a technical pause right now, Sam, I'd like to ask you a bit of a fun fact question.
Okay.
Do you know the last time that these two rosters met?
Man, oh, well, this is, so I'll think openly here with you guys at home. Oxygen has not been at an event in at least 2 years.
Other than SI.
Yes, true. Yes. So let's think here. They probably didn't play against each other at SI, though. I'm going to say 2.5 years.
Very close.
What was it?
2 years almost exactly. They met in Riyadh at Gamers 8 2 years ago.
Oh.
That was the lower bracket finals of the group stage. So that was an elimination game, and that was the match where Furia, then of course called W7M, knocked OXG out of the tournament, sent them home after OXG got a free invite to that event, I should mention as well, for how well they did at SI that year. So OXG, they might not have faced this Furia team in a while, and Oxygen, to be frank, only have one of the same players they had back then. But even still, this is a team that maybe wants a bit of that revenge and have some memories, some flashbacks of what happened 2 years ago at this very tournament. And they want to make sure that doesn't happen again. These guys sent them home 2 years ago, and now they're finally back at an international event. It looks like OXG are ready to be another top 4 team in NA like they used to be way back in the day. They need to make sure that it's not cut short by a team like Furia again.
It's exciting. It's really exciting. And especially, you know, it's a very small sample size right now. We have 2 offensive rounds of Clubhouse. So please, guys, take this with a grain of salt when I say it, okay? But I'm very happy with what we've seen so far, especially with the fact that Forrest is looking like he's got a very good hold as to how Furia are going to try and operate on this map.
Yeah.
The shot calling has been so stellar.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really nice. I mean, OXG, obviously, they swapped up their IGL coming into this stage. It used to be Gomez last season, and I think he struggled quite a bit because Gomez is kind of a player that wants to be in those fragging positions. He wants to be able to make impact in the game, but he was kind of struggling to do that a little bit as the IGL. Once they added Force to the roster, that really opened things up for Gomez to get a little bit more active in the round, allows Gomez to be a little bit more proactive in the server, and now it's able to be shifted that responsibility so that Forrest can do more of the calling, can do more of the IGLing. And Forrest, you know, maybe his stats aren't the highest in the world, but even still, he's adding that impact as an IGL, being able to call for his team. And he hasn't been an IGL for a while because he was on that SSG squad with Faltz, who was the captain of that team. But him working in with this squad, growing over the course of the stage, getting more comfortable as an IGL, more comfortable in calling. I think you've really been able to see that steady improvement over the last couple of months, and it's been a really big story, I think, in the North America League to see how far this team has come.
I honestly really think that Forrest kind of needs that as well, just for his play style, because it forces him to slow things down a bit.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest thing for me with him with SSG. I've always loved Forrest, and I love what he brings to the game, but sometimes he is his own worst enemy.
Yeah.
And with Oxygen, especially from what we've seen, at least right now, he's starting to be a little bit more reserved, which I think will be very rewarding with a position like what he's doing now. So, fortunately enough, tech pause over, guys. I mean, we're just so good, I'm sure you didn't even notice. Round 3 will now be on the docket as Furia looks to try and take a hold of the top floor.
Gym Bedroom, I mentioned, I thought we might see this a little bit earlier on, but once again, Furia have struggled to attack this bomb site so far this season. Just a 27% win rate through 11 rounds, both at reload and during stage 1, so maybe one that they will be a little bit less experienced on, something that they've struggled on in the past. We'll start with the Ard Breach, obviously. KZ on the Thermite, getting everything open that he needs to, and while there is a mute on the board, I don't think that's going to cause too many issues, and everything is going pretty smooth at the moment for Furia. Finally, a mute jammer catches one of those ace charges, and that slows things down a little bit, but look at this. Felipox from down below on the 0 might be able to find answers for that.
Checking things out upstairs in logistics. Won't be able to find too much inside of the office, but that's okay. Furia is doing a bang-up job of working their way through this top floor so far. No picks either way, but the big thing is right now is how long can Oxygen persist? Furia's got the walls open. They're starting to work their way in towards this bathroom area. What a find with the 0. You don't get to see him used all that often anymore, but he's practically a Twitch right now as he's just taking away everything from OXG.
And Herds has really been able to lurk his way up the main stairs. I'm not sure if they know he's here. Holding a really tight angle all the way over to the con door. Nobody's swinging at the moment. They might know it's a possibility. And with some free fires, they seem to have some information that he's here.
He flashes out. Now this is a really, really risky hallway. You choose right, somebody shoots you from the left. You choose left, well, vice versa. Furia, though, they're gonna pop off. They'll get two. This swing's so important. Does he get the kill from the office? Forrest will get another one. It's a 3 versus 3. Yaga now on the Jaeger, and he finds Felipox. KZ down. It's only Nade with an AK-12 by his side. He'll get one, but can he follow through on these other two? Gomez is on such low HP. Nade has been tagged up, and it's done. It's dusted. Oxygen complete a perfect sight triangle up against one of the best squads in the world.
And that was not an easy round to win, Sam. I mean, 3v5 disadvantage. They lost double entry. It didn't seem like it was going to be possible, but the Jaeger coming in from Cash completely caught them by surprise. It was really a distracting force that was able to stall out at least part of that push that ended up coming through from Furia. And then in that site as well, you saw the plays coming out from Gomez, hitting some massive kills late in that round. That was really cool stuff coming out from Oxygen, and part of it comes back to the fact that Furia chose not to clear CC and Cash.
Yep.
They decided they didn't need it. They went instead for, you know, focus over on the jacuzzi wall, right? They had pressure over towards Logi as well. Mainstay was a big point of that push, but really did feel like they were doing a great job of using the ground that they still had on OXG to make sure that that round was possible.
Yeah, I especially love that push out of Yaga on the back end over towards Cash, because what that created was just an air of chaos. There was so much going on that not a single Furia player was really able to assist with another situation because there was just so much happening across the board. And Oxygen, I mean, they're firing on all cylinders right now, man. They are just finding their way through this game, and they're getting these big moment frags. And really, sometimes, that's the brass tacks, buddy. Like, you gotta hit those shots, and I mean, damn it, especially Yogg with that pistol there. That was just very, very impressive. So let's see what they can do with this latter half now of this defensive side. We have some extra bans come in, Jesse. It's Mira for the offense, and it's Ying for the defense.
Yeah, interesting bans to come through. We haven't seen a ton of impact from these operators so far in this game, but Mira, one of the strongest operators on Clubhouse, so it does make sense there. And then Ying, just consistently one of the highest banned operators in CJX. So not hugely shocking to see that. It took 4 rounds for the Clash to come through. Part of that might be that they were hiding it for the first 3 so that it didn't get banned for the next 3. That is something that teams have been doing so far throughout this stage. When we see a lot of that play coming out, when you have an operator that you want to hide a little bit, you can then really change up your game plan, change up the pacing of your game right after you make that move. This is a basement defense, by the way, and Yaga's top red on the Clash, so I'm really interested to see what he wants to do with it. Gomez is the Azami playing Rafters, so he's got somebody by his side to try to make this aggression happen over on the top floor, but this is still really risky. Adam up there too.
Oxygen, similar idea to the last round that we saw in Basement. This is all about time sync, but they're trying to accomplish it in a completely different way, Jesse. Last time we saw them try and work that mid floor, shoot a couple of drones, and just backtrack down, hold the stairwell. It's a very common way to deal with Clubhouse. This time, it's the extension all the way up top to try and do the same thing.
And you remember how fast Furia were in the building back in round 1? Well, that's the complete opposite now, because they have a situation. That's a really smart barricade and a really smart Goyo. Hertz could have caused a massive problem if that was not set up that way. But OXG, they're thinking of every possibility. They know that they could get roam cleared, so they're playing all those players up on the top floor. They know they could just get ignored and hit the site. They've got that utility to slow down Furia so they can't go for a fast rush. And now everybody on OXG will get back to site alive. That's a really good early round from them.
That's amazing. This is exactly what you want out of Oxygen. They'll give up the mid floor to Furia. Now we'll get back into the processing plant, see exactly what they can do. Yaga, he saw the gun leave his hands, and he chooses to take the swing. That's exactly what you want, because you're going to lose that shield. When those nades bounce in, you don't have the time. It's going to destroy that. So instead, he'll choose to destroy Hertz's life instead, as he goes 0-4.
That's a good trade. I mean, you're shutting down the primary entry of Furia extremely well so far today. 0-4, as you mentioned. Now Furia have less than 60 seconds. They've got a man disadvantage. They don't have arguably the most talented fragger, maybe alongside KZ. This is just not going to be a pretty push. JV starts to drop inside of Memo, so they've got a start of a push coming through. Fleetbox on the main stairs, so it looks like it's going to be a very similar push to last time. Previously, we saw Adam on the smoke having a huge impact here. Now it's kind of Gomez that's playing that same position. Let's see if he can have the same impact, as there's still a lot of pressure from Furia. Moto and the church wall. What was that?
Let's see it, Gomez. I'm ready. Are you ready, Jesse?
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Oh, some nice shots. Gomez will go down. That'll be his first death, but I mean, I think he's done his due diligence for this round. It's down to Furia to try and get this done. It's obviously a plant in behind the bar. We'll see if this will go off without a hitch, but Nade's already down. Philly Pucks drops with the case. It's all up to KZ, and he's got no face as Yago will remove that for him. And it is 4-0 Oxygen. Can you pinch me real quick? Can you? This is, I don't know what's happening right now. Yeah, no, this is just otherworldly.
I mean, it's a masterclass. Obviously, it is clubhouse defense. Like, this is going to be the favorable side, but even still, the way they're winning these rounds, Sam, so many of them have been flawless or close to flawless, and even in that round, right? Not a flawless, but they were in control the whole time.
Yeah.
In the early round, they slowed things down so Furia couldn't take map control. Then in the mid-round, they rotated back to site and got an early pick onto Herds. That was a huge man advantage they secured for themselves. And then in the late round, well, they're hitting ridiculous shots. That one from Gomez was absolutely uncalled for, but he hits it anyways. And then they're aware of the plans. They're aware of all possibilities that could be coming out from Furia. They're aware of the positions that they're coming down from main stairs, where the bulk of that push ends up coming from. And I think it's just really well prepared from OXG. You know, any push that Furia could go for, it feels like Oxygen have thought about it, they're ready for it, they're expecting it, and they're always able to counter it. It's been a really solid game from OXG.
Just from the games that I watched from stage 1 in comparison to the Oxygen that we're seeing right now, it's night and day, Jesse.
Yeah.
It's night and day. And again, it goes back to what I talked about earlier. I'm so impressed, especially with Forrest calling. He's so reserved, man. It's like he's not the same human.
And do you know what's the craziest part of all of this, Sam? Their best player has 0 kills.
Yeah.
Grixer's not found one.
He's 0-2. He's chilling.
Yeah, and that's no shade to Grixer. He's not been called upon just yet. He doesn't need to make the plays so far. His teammates are stepping up and doing it for him. So, not a single player in OXG has died more than twice. Only Grixer has died twice. Everybody else with 0 or 1 death so far. I mean, that again speaks to not just how strong these rounds are, but how dominant they are. Now, look at that. Herds on the board, finally gets his opening pick. It seems like that might be the answer they were looking for. It's come kind of late, but that's a huge one.
Well, at least for Oxygen's side, you don't have to worry too much, as the castle utility will still persist, so life will still be somewhat easy, breezy, beautiful. Big thing is now for Furia is exactly how do you want to try and work your way into this bomb site. They have a shield in with Nade over on the far side, as they'll work their way in through Jacuzzi. This is going to be Adam, and he has been tumultuous to deal with thus far. We'll see if he's able to find any more impact here from Logistics as they'll continue to line things up. Do still have a couple players over towards that gym side, just not trying to look for too much motion out of that shield just yet, as they know that there's still a couple players rotating around this construction area.
And Yaga finds the pick, and then Adam finds the shield player. Nade goes down. Grixer's just been causing such a distraction too. Everybody's looking at Grixer, and it ends up being 2 other players that get those big picks. Adam's all still inside of Logistics, so likely to go down here as they will get a trade out, presumably. They've got flashes and smoke, so they want to try to clear him. But man, I mean, this has been a disaster from Furia. They know his position. This should be oh no.
They didn't drone him.
Sam.
Jesse?
Sam.
Adam. Please?
He's got kids.
Stun in. He's playing this so perfectly. This is exactly what you want. Just waste so much time. You already know it's over, Adam. There's no real point in this. That air jab's gonna knock him down. He'll get aggressive, but does he have the time? He's still got shots out of that. They're both so weak already. Philippe Hux is below half. Herds damn near on the doorstep.
Dude, that can't take you 2 flashes and an air jab, though. Like, you don't have time, you don't have numbers, you need to get that trade back immediately. That guy's already stole 2 kills from you when you knew his position the whole time. They would have to waste so much time and util just on one guy. This push should be impossible.
It's so rough right now for Furia. Even when they do right by themselves, it somehow still turns out to be the wrong answer. They're not able to make any headway properly on this side of the map. Now they're stuck in construction. Every gun of Oxygen pointed this way, and now they just don't have to risk it too much. That's it. Force with a double, a smoke on the door, and that's all she wrote. That's 5 rounds in a row for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, when you're pushing from construction and you have no way to get the wall open, you've got to funnel through that doorway. I mean, it doesn't even really matter what the numbers are. Unless you have a huge advantage, I mean, it's just not going to be a push that works out for you. And OXG stare at the doorway. It's a very simple way to close that out. But I really just need to give credit to Adam, because it feels like all game long, he has been just stomping on these guys on Furia. I thought that this would be his biggest test, right? Adam has not had the greatest of years so far. He had a 104 KDR coming through in the North America League. He's the primary entry on this team. And as I'll repeat myself, OXG have the worst entry stats of anyone in this tournament. So you look at Adam as a guy who's probably going to be tasked with stepping it up this event. And what is he doing today? Stepping it up massively. We saw it in round 1 when he was playing on that smoke. Not really an entry position, but it was a 5-man anchor, so he does what he needs to in an aggressive position. And then that round, completely solo, by himself in logistics, somehow finds a kill onto Nade, who's playing Monty. No clue how he made that work. And then works another pick, and so much time in neutral after that. It's crazy the impact that he is having for this team.
Yeah.
Everybody's playing well on OXG, but Adam, for me, has been the real standout.
And that's what I was just about to say. The beauty of Oxygen's playstyle right now is, Jesse, is that it's not an individual show.
Yes,
the perfect example is that situation that we saw happen right there. The reason that Monty's headspace got so out of whack is because of Yaga over in construction just being a damn nuisance. He's taking shots with the guy in gym. He's trying to swing for main stairs. And the Monty, just in that moment, turns his head just enough to where Adam can slip a bullet past that shield, finds him, and now we're at 5-0. And for Furia, I mean, they are one of the best teams in the world, man, but even Furia, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we're in desperation mode right now for Furia. You cannot let this be a 6-0 half. You did at least one, please. They're going to be going for a cache clear, so this is not very similar to the push they went for last time. Typically, you kind of have 2 choices when you clear this, right? You can go for the cache clear, or you can just focus on Jacuzzi and push into hatches and windows. You're going to try the second approach, and they will find that opening pick. Hurts, for the second time this game, gets an entry.
Didn't have the air jab loaded up. Main rifle wasn't on either, so won't be able to tag up the clash at all as Forrest backs out. That pick onto Yogg will definitely be very important here for Furia as KZ starts to bully his way through a beautiful shot out of the revolver onto Grixer.
Yeah, really nice shot coming from the Demos. Obviously, that pistol is sometimes not the easiest to hit the head with, but I mean, you can do some real work with it. 3v5 advantage now. I mean, this should be winnable, but we're jumping out if we're Forrest. He wants to make a play.
Oh, Philly Pucks! The brain on this man, it knows no bounds. Double kill. What else do you want out of that situation? He knows to watch the rotation. It's down to Gomez, but it's a 1 versus 5. This would be absolutely insane if he was capable of it. Runs back across the nade, somehow doesn't take any damage from that. He'll take down Herds. SMG out. You gotta be kidding me, right? There's absolutely no way. I'll start to believe if he gets a follow-up, but Gomez down to low HP now. These angles so difficult to work up against. The bulletproof constantly spamming. KZ will finally shut it down. But what a half from Oxygen.
Nice to see some adaptation from Furia, right? They change up their game plan on the push. They don't go for the Jacuzzi push instead. Go for the cache clear. Get those early couple of picks. And then the shenanigans with the clash jump out. I mean, I was excited to see OXG try something because they were in the 3v5. They knew if they just sat on their hands, they were going to lose that round. So you try to make a play with the clash, but full epoch's just ridiculous. IGL, this team, of course, captain of this squad. You call him the brain of Furia, and he is incredibly smart as a player. So really nice to see him able to pull things back in for Furia, and hopefully that gets them back on track.
Yeah.
You know, they're moving to the defender side now, so this should be a little bit better for them. They should be able to get a little bit more comfortable on the defensive side of Clubhouse. And the fact they at least got 1 round, I think is absolutely huge.
Yeah.
We do see attack timeout being called right now. I'm not 100% sure which team that was, but I would have to guess it was probably going to be Furia. Really big start from OXG regardless, though. They are never going to be sad about a 5-1.5.
No, and even if the entire thing falls apart at this moment in time, you know, we go to OT or something crazy and Furia ends up taking the dub. I mean, Oxygen have looked so stellar thus far. And this is really what I wanted from them this tournament. And the fact that we got it so early on, Jesse, I mean, my heart is just so full for them.
No, it's really nice to see this coming out of OXG. I think a lot of people were wondering if we would see it, more so even than when we would see it.
Yeah.
The fact that we're seeing it not only at all, but so early in the tournament, I think means really good things for both OXG and any NA fans going forward as well. You see a very similar setup from Nade on that main stairs doorway where he put the Goyo canister on the soft barricade. So that'll stop any rushes as they strike down to the basement. And looking at this OXG lineup, I'm seeing a Finka, I'm seeing a Blitz. I'm thinking they might be looking to go for a rush here, Sam.
You know, you're probably right. I would assume that as well, but they do have to worry about Furia upstairs a little bit, Jesse. Although they are going to fly down the stairwell, they're about to meet a very unfortunate situation. He might just go through it. I think he is. He's going to rush right through, go right for Moto. Barely any damage done on Forest. Grixer, can't say the same. Gomez, roughly the same as well. This is going to be definitely one of those moments where Furia's utility will hold things up for a little while, but great positioning right now for Oxygen. Now I'm just worried about the flank coming in from Furia.
Force making a way in. There's another Goyo there. That's a disaster. Nade's getting 3 kills, 2 from the utility, feeling insane about that play. This is all falling apart for OXG.
Yeah. You introduce one Goyo into this game, man, and all of a sudden everything changes. Nade accomplishes so much with that utility and the Vector to boot. It's all down to Yogg and Grixer. What a find to still be able to at least get one. It's a 2 versus 3. Manageable, winnable, especially if they're able to get another pick. The beauty of a rush, especially when it comes down to a situation like this, Jesse, is the fact that you still have so much damn time.
Yeah, that they do, and they can start to set up for a plant now with that air jab. Going to be looking really, really good. They got pings on the blue player too, but too many angles to look for Yaga.
Down to Grixer now. 1 versus 3. He'll find one, but the Nitro's already been delivered. The air mail will explode right next to our remaining Oxygen player, and the rush strat lands on deaf ears.
And I think that kind of comes back to the tack timeout that was called right before the round. That kind of gives both teams a moment to stop and think, what do we want to do? And as a team that's up 5-1, going into your first attacking half, I think it's a very natural response to say, let's go for a rush. Let's catch them off guard. Let's make an aggressive play. That's something that we see a lot of teams go for after a big tack timeout. It's a very common thing that teams will be doing in the first round of a half. So I think credit not only to OXG to think of that, but more so credit to Furia to think they're going to think that.
Yeah.
Right? Furia were able to think to themselves, if we were OXG in this position, what would we do? Well, we'd probably try to keep the tempo up, knock them off for the very first round on their defense, and go for a big rush strat. So what did Furia say? They said, just in case they do try that, let's throw up Goyo canisters absolutely everywhere where you'd be rushing, which is main stairs. Let's put castle barricades on the Moto door so that rush gets even more stalled out. And by the time OXG hit the site, it was already like 45 seconds of the round. Furia were very much aware of what was going on, and that rush never accomplished what it wanted to do.
No.
So really strong foresight from Furia. OXG decided to go for that play very likely before they saw the site setup, and that kind of ends up being what happens when you go for a risk play like that. OXG shouldn't be feeling too bad, because when you go for a risk strategy like that, I mean, you're doing it because you know you have a lot of wiggle room in this game, but still 2 more rounds to get the job done, and sometimes those can be the hardest.
Yeah, I always love a good gamble as well, you know what I mean? Always something you want to kind of toss in there every once in a while, because, you know, truly, it's always 50-50, right? It either works or it doesn't. So this time around, definitely not the case. But as for Oxygen, though, we'll come back to Bear with a different selection of operators. The one that's obviously going to stand out the most to us will be Sense, and then Zofia, because Clash is on the board. We don't really have to talk about Blackbeard too much, because I feel like everybody knows nowadays. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure over towards the Master side, too. We've got some players from Furia that are trying to extend their herds is inside of Logi, sitting on a mute jammer, trying to do his best impression of Adam, who had such a ridiculous play coming through just a couple of rounds ago in that exact same position. Clash will start to get that information on the players that are here on the main breach. JV's sitting pretty inside of Rafters as he's not placed any pressure. They need to understand that there's a player in Logi. There shouldn't be a mute jammer there if there's not a player, so they have to sniff that out and go for a big clear.
Hopefully Adam is somewhat aware. Puts one of the B canisters in. I'm getting so scared he's going to drop this, Jesse. And behind the desk, this is very similar circumstances to what we saw when we saw Adam inside of this logistics position, except now it's really just down to the crosshair. It's a 2-man, but Herds will catch them both as Oxygen just donates some bodies to the logistics office.
Yeah, not paying any respect to that position. They knew that there could be somebody there, but they just assumed that it would be clear. Sometimes you take those risks in Siege when you don't have time, and I fully understand that, but that time it bit them really hard, and now this 3v5 push, again, very little hard breach too, just the can openers to work with. It's going to be a nightmare.
Already worse for wear, and it's just so crazy what Furia is able to accomplish. I mean, guys, they got battered and bruised for their entire offensive half, and now they're just looking like they bought a brand new pair of shoes. That's a quad for Herds. It's a flawless over on this side of the fence, too.
Herd says, okay, Adam, I see you. I know what you can do inside of logistics. Why don't I do the exact same thing, but even more stylish? Really good stuff coming from that same position, coming out from Herds. Obviously known as one of the most talented players in the world for Furia. And a guy that had a bit of a slow start this game. 0-4 to start off on Clubhouse with the defense. He was trying to make some aggressive plays, as he very often does. Was getting hard punished for a lot of those plays. This time, though, his position does not get read out. And with some really good team play coming in from FleetPox too. FleetPox being that distraction, making sure that nobody could focus their energy on that player inside of Logi onto Herds. I think that made all the difference and really allowed Herds to step up and get those big kills.
100%. And that was the big difference maker in between the strategy for Oxygen there and the strategy for Furia. Furia, they put those eggs over in the logistics basket. That's exactly what they did. For Oxygen, they kept things a little bit more open. You have that player over in the construction door swinging things, just trying to be a distraction, and it works out for Oxygen in that circumstance as well. But for Furia, I really like what we saw there, especially with the smoke coming in. It forces you to make a decision as soon as you step into that. You either have to try and rush in and get that frag, or everything's going to fall apart. My biggest gripe with that entire situation that we saw right there is, where's the B canister for the guy in red?
Yeah.
Where is it?
With the mute jammer there, it's tough to know if you could even get it off, but regardless.
True, those walls are a little annoying down there, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you see a mute jammer there, you got to assume that there might be somebody, right? So you've got to make some kind of a play. Unfortunately, it just wasn't a position they were able to clear. But now if you're OXG, you're starting to maybe get a little bit fearful. This game, once upon a time, fully in your control, is starting to slip, and Furia won't stop with the aggression, but they actually eat the Claymore. JV92 tries to get a little cheeky on the breach, but the drone hole Claymore ends up being his demise. That is the most JV92 way to die I've ever seen.
Yeah. That's just one of those ones that you don't see every day.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate for JV92. But for Oxygen, I mean, they are probably just so elated that they were able to get a practically free pick just by some proper utility usage. Now Oxygen, the world in their hands for the most part for this portion of the map as they can start processing things over on this side. We'll see what they can do with this hard breach as they start to open up construction.
Yeah, I would say like 4v5 is not the worst case scenario if you are Furia. You're going to have to give up that cache side of the map, so you're giving up a lot of map control to OXG too. They can kind of push from any angle they want to at this point. As long as they know that there's nobody kind of inside a cache they have to worry about, that means that they can push the site windows, they can push Logi Hatch, they can push main stairs, they can push Jacuzzi. They really do have a world of options available to them on the side of OXG. Then it kind of comes down to what can you do with your utility, right? Are you going to be rushing in with all 5 players and that stim coming in from Adam? Are you going to try to be working some picks from below on Yaga? These are kind of the decisions they're going to have to make, and I think they've got a good minute and a half, minute 20 seconds now to figure that out.
Got some solid utility to deal with the clash as well. You got 4 grenades in here. You also got the air jabs from Gomez as well. So they have the solution. Now it's just the follow through. Are they going to be capable of trying to dissect this top floor and find a safe spot to put this case down? Obviously, the biggest detractor from this is going to be Nate, but also KZ as well with those Yokais waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I like this top-down view. You see how spread out OXG are. They've got players on almost every single angle. They're all going to be working from different parts of the map. Coordinating this is not going to be easy, but if they do it successfully, it's going to be a monster push.
100%. It's going to be all down to Forrest, making sure his soldiers are lined up where they need to be. Grixer delivers. Yet another one will fall for Furia. This might be the round for Oxygen on this offensive side to start to get a grasp of what's been happening here on Clubhouse. It's a 5 versus 1, down to the clash. Not a place you want to be if you're Nade. He's trying to dance and bob and weave back and forth to find something. He'll get one. Adam will fall, but they know exactly where his positioning is now. Nade holding the angle, waiting to see if somebody will give him yet another swing here, but Oxygen, they're taking their time. Some nice shots out of Gomez. The Deimos rolling up behind. Yag will be the man to deliver, and Oxygen find the round on the top floor.
Nade's had some beautiful clutches in his career, but the 1v5 on Clash while being Deimos tracked is maybe a little bit too out of even his league. Going to be a really awkward round, and it does feel like if OXG can get set up and can have the game plan that they want actually get executed, there's no stopping them. You really do need to stop OXG before they get into position to go for that push. Everything Oxygen are doing feels like they're doing it perfectly.
Yeah.
If you're letting them get set up and you're letting them execute their game plan, man, there is nothing that Furia can do to disrupt them.
It feels like the value in that first pick is just skyrocketing right now. It is so crazy. So for Oxygen, I mean, do you have it in the tank? Is this going to be where we see somebody like, you know, Adam, somebody like Gomez step up to the plate and knock this thing out of the park? For this position and what we're seeing right now, oh man. A little bit of a change up there at the very tail end. I don't know if we're going to confirm it. We'll see if there's any attack or repick, but Guy's Force is back on his blitz.
Yeah, one of his favorite operators, of course. They only banned out the Monty for him. Next couple of bans will be the Clash coming out from OXG. Again, one of Nade's favorites. I do think he's a super strong ban coming through. And then the Ace ban from Furia. That's a double hard breach now being removed. Both the Ace and the Thermite. Gonna make some of those top floor bomb sites really tough. You only have the Habana and the Maverick, so you're gonna have to get a little bit fancy with the walls. Thankfully, in today's game, almost every team is 100% proficient when it comes to opening walls fully with the Habana and, of course, with the Maverick as well. But we'll have to end up seeing how that does go for OXG. It'll be Grixer's task to do just that as he's playing on the Hib. We've got Herds coming in through with the Ella, excuse me, as well coming out and playing top floor, potentially going for a bit of a run out, but has some options on where he wants to move. He is not alone. He's got KZ on the top floor as
There's
well.
no way. I think they predicted it again with the Goyos.
Yeah, they should have the same Goyo setup to stop this rush, although it's not the exact same setup coming up from Furia, obviously. They've got more of a roam game this time, and not Nade anymore who's playing the Goyo, so I don't know if that might suggest they're going for a bit of a different push. It certainly does look like OXG don't want to push this site unless they're rushing, so we'll see a very similar strat coming through. As I say that, maybe Yogg is deciding against it. They're debating right now, Sam.
Scary prospect either way. Furia more than willing to risk it on this last round is, I mean, why not? Some of the best players you could ask to be in this position, and 9 times out of 10 they do deliver. Yaga knows that player's inside of Rafters, but isn't able to find even a point of damage just yet. Herds is going to peel off. Grishmat goes off upstairs as he will dash down Secret, but actually chooses to hold for just a split second.
You should find Forrest or Yaga if he finds anybody. You should find a shield, so you shouldn't work a pick. There's still a couple of roamers top floor. It's KZ and FeARX that are hiding up here, and I don't think they realize there's two. This could be a disaster for OXG.
Oh, FeARX?
This is what I'm saying. They didn't know there was another one up here.
Oh man, this is so bad, Jesse. He doesn't help him on main stairs. He'll bully him all the way back down. Are they aware that there's still a player upstairs? That's the thing for me now. I don't think that they know, but the Blitz is coming back upstairs, and he's gonna find him! FeARX, do you live? No, you don't. You die. 5 versus 3, minute and 15 seconds left. Jesse, what does Oxygen got to do?
This is just going to be very simple for them to come through the push. You saw the frustration from FeARX. There'll be a 3-man push down main stairs. Grexer on the Moto hatch, and then another player coming in anywhere that they choose. Could be blue, could be kitchen. Lots of opportunities. Still over a minute to work with for your OXG, so you don't have to rush this. You start to see the smokes come out, which will stall the initial push we saw main, and Herds aggressive to try to make a play.
Oh, and he gets planted right on his ass. Adam destroys Herds. Nades knows that he has to follow up. It's do or die. It's now or never. And Forrest will bully his way in. JB92 with a nice shot through Kool-Aid will find him. And now it's down to the 3 versus 2. This is a moment in time where Furia can really pull the wool over the eyes of Oxygen if they take this round. This could be otherworldly for them and how things have been going thus far. Could be, you know, a chance for overtime if you're able to turn something like this, but with 20 seconds remaining, JV92 and Nade waiting in the wings downstairs. It's up to Oxygen and their decision-making to make the most out of this situation. The finger boost comes in. Proximity alarm going off for the man in Moto. Gomez will find his mark, and he'll find it twice! Oxygen from North America takes out one of the best teams in the world, sending Furia to the lower bracket, a team that just beat the SI champions last week in a best of 3.
And a genuine, ridiculous performance from them. They looked so dominant in so many of those rounds. OXG came in with a game plan. They knew how they wanted to play that, and they executed it to perfection. Not a completely flawless game, but pretty damn close. We saw such good performances coming out from every player on OXG. You saw Gomez at the end there really stepping up. That was not a free round. In the 3v2 with very low time, that was super winnable from the support duo on Furia. JV92 and Nade could have made that clutch happen, but Gomez said, nah, you won't.
Not today.
NA is so back.
Welcome back,
Thanks.
Jenny. How are you feeling? Hey, I might have spoken into existence. Furia's in the lower bracket.
Somehow.
Wow.
FaZe in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
G2 is in the lower bracket.
Space Station's in the... Dude.
We don't talk about that one. That one was like a fever dream. It didn't actually happen.
Well, NA got their get back.
How? Okay. Walk me through this, Jesse, because coming into this, obviously Furia, heavy favorites. Everybody thinks they're the ones that are going to be just 2 best of 1s away from qualifying to playoffs. Now they have to go through that lower bracket. OXG somehow managed to get 4th in the NAL. What's going on?
I mean, I really think it comes down to extremely good preparation, ridiculous practice over the last couple of weeks when they haven't been shown on camera, when they haven't been playing their game. You mentioned it, they got 4th in the NAL, so they didn't play many playoff games inside of North America. They had a lot of time to just sit and practice and grind, and it really looks like they are a completely different team. They were so ready for this best of 1. They knew for a fact they were going to Clubhouse, and Ginny, you actually mentioned this on the desk. Whilst they had a 5-1 record coming into this, Furia did. That's 6 VODs that you were able to look back and understand how Furia like to play Clubhouse. So I think it's very obvious OXG did their research. They played fantastic today. They didn't play fearful of Furia, which a lot of teams do make that mistake. OXG had no fear. They came out swinging right off the bat, and they looked beautiful for it.
Yeah, coming into this, we were like, oh, it's going to be really difficult for OXG to do, but they did it, and I think that says a lot about what we can expect from this roster. Also, however, I am going to play, once again, Devil's Advocate. It is a best of 1 to take into consideration. This is the first competitive game that we're seeing from both of these rosters here on the stage. Furia is going to have that opportunity to get a couple more reps in, but for OXG, this is huge. The confidence boost they're going to have off of this, incredible.
Oh, man. The high that they're riding right now, I mean, they could probably float it to next week. It's just so crazy. And, I mean, the one thing, and I'll play devil's advocate with you, because here's the thing. When SI 2023 was won by Furia, okay, what happened? They went to the lower bracket and they just taught everybody a lesson, or rather SI 2024, my bad. They went into the lower bracket and taught everybody a lesson as to who Furia is really about, you know? And so this might be another situation where we see Furia just run amok of everything in that lower side. And I mean, time and time again, things just continue to level up here.
Yeah, but we're also standing by, well, ready actually to head over to Lax, who is standing by with the winner. So Lax, take it away.
I am standing with the winner, Grixer here. Grixer, obviously, congratulations on a 7-3. You guys fought hard against a very aggressive team that, you know, honestly, I wasn't even sure, but clearly you guys had a game plan.
Yeah, no, we did. I mean, we had a game plan, we did our prep, and we executed perfectly. I think they underestimated us, and I think it costed, so.
Definitely. I kind of want to highlight you in particular. Throughout the entire NAL stage, we highlighted you, how much you stepped up each and every single game. Then this game, we didn't see that huge step up, but it wasn't off of a backing you having necessarily a bad performance by any means. It was just everyone just was firing on all cylinders. So I really want to ask you, how's it feel to just kind of kick back, sit back, and watch your team find success?
I mean, it feels great, you know. I'm confident in each and every single one of the boys. You know, there's not a single call that I doubt from them, a single play that I doubt from them. I know they're all nasty, and I mean, they were just taking gunfights and winning them. So, you know, sometimes you don't got to do much and the result comes. So, you know, happy.
Love to hear that. Well, your next opponent, you guys move forward ahead. Your next opponent is either Enterprise or NIP. Is there any one of those two that you'd rather go up against?
No, you know, we honestly don't have a preference. At the end of the day, best of 1, you know, anything can happen. We just got to have fun. We got to crank and, yeah.
Oh, you're cranking. Forrest is bringing that on. Well, all right, Oxygen is now cranking. Well, they got it done. They win 7-3 against the big heads of Furia. You got to tune in next time. We're going to send it to the break.
Hi, break here. No, I'm Ginny, and welcome everyone to the desk where we have a special guest joining us, Spoit from Shopify. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Congratulations on your win against G2.
Thank you. Thank you.
It means you are qualified for playoffs. How does that feel?
Correct. It feels great. Honestly, it feels great. I mean, G2 and this game in particular with, you know, Stomp and Hype, and it's just a great game altogether. So I'm happy, yeah.
I would love to hear about your day so far today, because you did have to play 2 best of 1s. How it was in general when it came to the preparation of coming here, being in Saudi, hitting the ground running, because BO1s are very much a different beast than BO3s.
Well, like I said to, you know, the people down there as well, it's just we try and focus on ourselves. We had a little boot camp right before as well, and it was all good. A little 6-day, like I said, focusing on ourselves. Nothing crazy, just taking game by game, the usual. So yeah, that's it. Nothing too crazy.
Sounds pretty easy when you say it like that. Coming into playoffs though, expectations that you have for the roster?
Best of 3s, I believe it is. So
correct.
Best of 3 is always better. The issues with best of 1s that we've been having before, I feel like, especially in practice as well, like map 1 would start off a little slow, and then would heat up in map 2, map 3, etc., etc. So that's also good going into the best of 3 games in playoffs. So yeah.
How do you tackle that then as a roster when you know that that is your weakness?
It's gotta come off hot.
How do you do that? How do you lock in from the start?
I'm probably the worst guy to ask when it comes to these kind of things, because I just, do my thing and just play. Me and Ambi, we do kind of just whatever. And then you have Surf and Troy, thinking more. And of course, our coach, Seth, they think a little bit more, and we just, I don't know, we just shoot. Same with Richie.
Exist?
Yeah, we just exist, yeah.
So what does tomorrow then look like for Shopify?
Tomorrow, decompress. I gotta, get some rest as well. I didn't sleep too well last night, so gotta rest up. I gotta hit the gym and the spa. I've heard they give out massages there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
They give out massages. I've heard they have a psychologist as well. So, they got everything here. Shout out to EWC.
Do you think after that game, maybe G2 could benefit from a psychologist? Because it was pretty close.
Oh, no.
It's a genuine question. Come on.
Definitely. They need to, They need to focus on not getting too hyped, because they were standing up and shit.
Yes.
The game is not over. Lock in. Dame was screaming a little bit. Surf and our team was screaming a bit. Troy had to bring him down a little bit. So, yeah. Just, you never want to be too sad, too happy. You just want to be in between.
In between. Just a chill guy.
Just a chill guy. That's right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We
Thank you
appreciate
very much.
it.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a look at the bracket to see where exactly we are currently placed for the rest of the day. Group B specifically, that's the one that we are covering. Secret W7M winner is qualified for playoffs. We have Enterprise against NIP, Furia, OXG. And with Furia just losing, that means they also dropped to that lower bracket. OXG, if I believe this correctly, I just seen an interview with Pino from the side of NIP, so that means that they won against Enterprise as well. So technically, it's either NIP or OXG that are going to be heading into the playoffs.
That's kind of a huge game, too, because that's two legacy orgs that have been around in Siege for so long, but haven't been so great in recent years. Now both of them have a chance to step up, show what they're made of at EWC, and secure that top 8 spot that they've both been hunting for.
Yeah, the first qualified team already is going to be Shopify Rebellion. A great day to be an NA fan. VP going up against DZ. Do we want to throw in maybe a little bit of an expected... Guys, do not look at the lower bracket. That is supposed to be G2, not Shopify. But Virtus Pro, DZ, expectations. And why is NA winning that one?
Oh, man. Really, I mean, the big thing about Virtus Pro for me, and also, hi guys, I'm back. The biggest thing for me with Virtus Pro is that they have had the same story for years now. They're going to do the same thing, they're going to do it extremely well, and they're probably going to win with it. So everybody knows what VP is trying to accomplish in a map. Now it's just, can you affect that, Jenny? Is there any way for you to try and peel these rounds away from them? And what we've seen so far from Dark Zero, man, they got that in spades, Jesse.
Yeah, no, DZ are an extremely smart team. The way that they break down other teams and really go into that counter strategy, I think, could be absolutely massive. So that'll be a huge battle. Two legacy orgs, once again, who have been going together so many times throughout the history books of Siege. And so that should be a really close game. I can't say who would win.
Yeah, I mean, as well with Shopify going through, that means we already have one team that's going to be heading over to that playoffs. G2 in that lower bracket, they're going to have to play the best of 3s tomorrow. We have a couple of best of 3s happening today. Falcons, one of them, they're going to be going up against SSG.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Yes, and that is so crazy, because that means that one of them is actually going to go home.
Today.
That's
today.
Crazy.
Yeah. Space Station's either getting on the rocket ship or the Falcons are going to fly home.
Furia could also... Okay, well, Furia against
Are you okay?
Enterprise.
Are you stable?
No, I am stable. I don't know what reality we're currently living in, so like I'm doing the math in my head, but Furia's going up against Enterprise. There is a world where they could also go home. But if you want to know exactly which teams are going to be sticking around for the playoffs, make sure that you don't go anywhere, because we have FEARX against FaZe Clan going up next. Loser goes home. See you in a bit.
Watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger. This come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter. Build strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter. 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out. Day back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now. They ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Bitches got a ring and think they're safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground. Telling me mine, I don't play about. I getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on, new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, don't wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on, new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on, new ones better.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup. First day of the competition and teams are already gonna be sent home. We have the first best of 3 of today here on the A stream. The first one where the winner advances and the loser is gonna say bye-bye, going to the airport. FEARX against FaZe. Now, if you told me earlier today that FaZe was going to be in this lower bracket, I would have laughed in your face. But here we are, and that's exactly what is happening. I'm Ginny. Another switcheroo occurred. Panger, Dev, welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
Did you expect to be casting FaZe in the lower bracket?
Well,
no.
I was actually expecting to be casting SSG versus
Falcons.
Falcons, but yeah, nice little plot twist there.
Yep.
FaZe, the reigning world champions, in the lower bracket on the verge of elimination with a decently tough match before them against arguably the best team from APL.
Yeah.
Certainly not on my bingo card.
It's a shame because I really want to see FEARX go further, and now they're up against FaZe, and it feels like, are they going to make it further?
You know, I actually love that we're doing this because so far, every single time that we have quote-unquote downplayed a team, they won. So I see where this strategy is going. I see you guys trying to throw around the curse, but instead, I want to focus on the fact that FaZe lost 3-7.
Yeah.
3-7 to DZ.
Not surprised. Because I said earlier that with Citizen and Spirits joining, they have the best meta-fit roster of any team here, and they showed just why.
Yeah, but how about going up against the reigning world champions who are also the runner-up at SI the year prior?
Citizen doesn't matter.
Okay, sure, whatever you say.
I think, you know, both of you have some very solid arguments, but FEARX lost 2-7 to VP, and I think that was maybe a little bit more expected. Like, both of these teams combined have won 5 rounds. It's just like literally less than you need to actually win a map. Exactly. So it's like, this is their chance to actually warm up. Actually, no. The warm-up has been done. This is their chance to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a best of 3, so you can go a little bit easy in the first map if you need to warm up further, but you gotta really figure out what your struggles are and sort them here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams got walloped. They got absolutely handed to them in their opening games. No, there wasn't a lot of respect in those games. Did you watch those games?
I did. And I heard the shouting, and it was really cool. But we also have a championship update, so let's have a look at that and see what's going on. All right. Falcons, 3,500 points.
Ooh.
Now, Liquid, 3,200.
Right behind.
I mean, they don't really have anyone competing here. I mean, you know, Palu carries on the banner for that, but
Doesn't count, yeah.
VP, I mean, VP has a chance if they do win this, you know. I mean, they are in the lower bracket. I mean, no, they're not. They're going up against DZ, but Falcons, yeah. Falcons is really the team that stands out here in terms of the team that they have competing here. The history that this roster had, they have won 3 times back-to-back-to-back in Riyadh, and they are now sitting in that lower bracket, which make things a little bit more peculiar for the organization. But still, they are pretty much very far ahead in the lead. I don't do maths that well, but quick maths, even I can tell that they're pretty far ahead.
Yeah, we do have Gen G and VP also in Rainbow Six, and they're in the top 5 at the moment. Gen G, let's be honest, like they're gonna get first rounder probably here in Rainbow Six.
Whoa.
No
No
toxic.
respect.
They're just not quite on the same level as, especially a lot of the European teams.
They qualified dead last with their 5th place deciding. If there was only 4 spots like there should have been, so to speak, they wouldn't even be here.
Exactly.
Wow, okay, we're getting into a lot of technicalities. How about we get into the rankings, the Aramco rankings instead, to see which teams we are expecting to make. This was at the start of the day, okay? Crazy, because every single one of these favorite teams are now in the lower bracket. You cannot tell me that whoever wrote the script, okay, this is a silly, goofy joke. Because what do you mean? The favorites are now all in the lower bracket, and some of them are actually going home.
Yeah, this is not a good look from expectations right now, but I also think it makes for an exciting tournament that you don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah,
I
very
love that
much so.
here.
I mean, the only team of our favorites that isn't currently in the lower bracket is G2, and even teams like Space Station, who were classified as our contenders, are also in the lower bracket as well. Dark Horse, like, to be honest, when we were chatting about this morning, we were kind of like, to be honest, all of the teams, all the rest of the teams are Dark Horses.
Yeah. Let's do some hot takes here, because I would really like to hear out of the teams that are in the Dark Horses who's most likely to make it. I was almost going to curse, but after what I've seen from OXG,
yeah,
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I want to see more from them because I didn't see the entire matchup, but I looked up and went, okay, they're up 5-0 against Furia on Clubhouse. Never saw that coming. And then I was like, okay, it's going to be a masterclass Furia defense. They're not going to, you know, win. They did 7-3 or whatever. So OXG might be the real deal.
Well, the thing to remember about OXG that I think we didn't give enough credit to is, yes, they've made some roster changes, but before they did make those roster changes, which are arguably upgrades, they actually did get top 8 at the Six Invitational in Boston this year.
That kind of on the radar.
Exactly.
Okay, but you cannot go and piggyback off of my hot take. You guys have to think critically and use your own brain cells, rub them together, and come up with a plan.
All right, I'll give you my hot take, and I've already told it to you. It's okay.
We're rubbing our brain cells together.
Yeah,
Let's go.
okay.
Go,
Rub those brain cells together and listen here, right? What we're going to do, we're going to say, so Team Falcons, the reigning champions, currently leading the club championship, they're going to get first rounded. That's my hot take. I'm going to ride this all the way home.
All right, well, your turn, Nick.
All right, hot takes. I'm gonna go FEARX are beating FaZe.
Yes.
That's my hot take. And because
Spicy.
they do it, they're gonna get fired up in the server for the rest of the tournament. They're gonna go top 4 as well.
Sheesh.
Yeah, all the way.
Okay.
FEARX.
I mean,
I like that.
Dude, like FEARX, you remember what they did in Rio? Top 8 performance. They only fell to the eventual runner-up of that tournament in CAG Osaka. And FEARX, yeah, they have struggled over the years. They're always the top of Korea, but never making a splash at international events. And guess what? They built this super team, if you will. They brought on Coded and Wookie Man from the old D+ roster. Now they've got 3 out of 5 core of the team that actually almost knocked FaZe out of the eventual championship roster. One versus one out of taking FaZe down in the Yavle Major many years ago.
And we got the map feed already, Consulate Chalet and Club to decide it all. When it comes to how both of these teams have been performing, of course, different regions, different play styles. First time we're seeing them against each other in a hot minute to add to that as well. What are we thinking? Because, I see you're like deep in thought.
I kind of like this in FEARX teams. Not looking at statistics, I don't have them, but just like the vibe check of Consulate Chalet Clubhouse in a given matchup, knowing that Dark, the coach of FEARX, loves the counter strat, I think they got a really good chance here at going 3rd map and actually win on Clubhouse here.
Yeah, the only downside I think from Clubhouse for me is that was what FEARX just played, like an hour ago, and they did get dumpstered by Virtus Pro on it, but it is a good map for them in general.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, going off it, I would say Consulate, FEARX win, Chalet, FaZe win, Decider is going to be the defining factor.
All the way to 3
I think we are. I
maps.
genuinely think we are.
Yeah, I like Consulate here for FEARX though, because it is one that they've hidden. They haven't played it recently, even though it's been, it's not one that they ban very much. It gets banned against them, but they haven't played it. So they've just left that in the back pocket. And if they can deal with FaZe's Brazilian passion and energy like we saw from them just then I wouldn't put it past the Koreans to make a splash here.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to how this is going to play out. I would love this to go to 3 maps. I think both of these teams, this is, you know, the knockout game. This is the game where you want to show us what you're capable of, show us why you're here, why you deserve this slot, why you deserve to head into tomorrow and live another day. But I mean, FEARX FaZe, I would also love to hear your guys' predictions, because winner does go up against G2.
It just keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse. Like, you're winning, here's another good team you gotta beat.
Well, that's unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, from a viewer's perspective,
it's great,
beautiful situation to be in.
I think there's 2 things. Well, there's one main, the biggest one for FEARX, it's Rin.
Yeah.
It's gotta be Rin. Rin is a very coin flip player. Either he goes 0-10 or 10-0. There is no in between.
Yeah.
If Rin drops a 0-10 today, they're not making it.
It's crazy because like the way that FEARX tends to operate, they kind of do have the 4+1. Like the 4 of them, everyone except Rin, tends to work really well together to some sort of a goal. And Rin is just always lurking, always looking for a one-off play. And man, he bottles it so much of the time. And we really went in on him during the APL stage. And then guess what? Come the grand final, he absolutely farms and gets the series MVP. So which Rin is going to show up today? That's a big question for FEARX.
And the beauty of this as well is the fact that you are going to have those 3 maps. It's not a best of 1. The first one doesn't go your way. You're able to make adaptations. You're, especially if it's FaZe, because the second one is their pick, you're able to, you know, be like, okay, well, that's done and dusted. It wasn't our map pick. We're going next. So that also is a different beast that both of these teams are going to have to tackle. And it makes things a lot more exciting because you have a longer opportunity of getting into your opponent's head.
The thing for FaZe is that they cannot be mentally shaken by any opponent, I feel like. They're so mentally strong.
Yeah.
They never give up. They always keep playing. So if you were to get tilted by an APL team, FaZe wouldn't be the team to fall for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if FEARX start doing things a little bit unconventional,
which
I don't
they will
think
eventually.
They will. I mean, like, particularly Woogie, man. Like, he's been the clutch king of APL. He also is so good with the shields, particularly that Blackbeard. He's really good as an anchor clutch operator for the team, for FEARX. So I wouldn't be surprised to him to start pulling things out. But even if we see, like, a 1v3 in favor of FEARX, like Vidaking, Cybert, these guys aren't going to be rattled. No, but if they start to find momentum, FaZe will dominate.
Yeah.
So that's the key here for FEARX. They have to make sure that they keep pace, because FaZe, if you let them get ahead of the ball, then it's GG.
I mean, for FEARX side of things, then when we're looking at this, we've kind of noted the fact that they are, to an extent, the underdogs coming into this.
Yeah.
It is FaZe. It's a huge name, an incredible roster. They've had so many incredible feats themselves. So for FEARX's side of things, besides not giving FaZe the momentum, or at least try to stop it, I think I would like some proactivity from their side too.
I would like proactivity. I would like them to play not predictable. We know from back in Korea, they love a triple shield strat. They do it on Lair, they do it on Consulate. They haven't done it in a while, but way back last year in Stage 2, they were playing triple shield and Consulate. Nobody could stop them. You gotta play a little bit unconventional in my mind against FaZe Clan, because they know default cheats the best of any teams here.
Absolutely. And you know, one thing I'd really love to see from FEARX here is a Warden ban, because we actually have Glaz being Mephi's most played operator. We've also seen a lot of Ying from these teams as well.
And we're ready to head into the game, so I'm gonna leave it to you guys.
Thank
Take it
you.
away, FaZe FEARX.
And we're already into it, Pengu.
It's flying in.
Don't worry about the ban phase. That's already gone by.
Yeah, we did see some shield bans though. Monty from FaZe Clan and Clash, of course, from FEARX. This very condensed map of Consulate. Demo is not getting almost any play in our broadcast today. Either banned or just not played when open. This does leave shields open on the other side though. Of course, FaZe Clan, we know Monty is like usually what they play the most. FaZe is starting on defense. I was confused about the operator bans actually.
Yeah.
I really do. But no. So, Monty is gone from FEARX, that's how it's gonna go. They love to play the Fuse Shield, the Blitz Shield, the Glass in the first round, James. Not a Warden ban, but still the Glass presence.
Yeah, and the Warden isn't actually picked as of yet. Now, we do have some kind of a Glass counter in the terms of the smoke pick, but no Tachanka, which I know that you particularly love on this bomb side. No Goya as well. So that's kind of the triple threat of operators that would be really good at countering a Glaz Ying push, which we have both of. We also have the Amaru, and we have Woogie Man with a shotgun. Talk about unconventional.
God damn it. Noise from G11, of course. Mind you, that's still gone in the game, in case you have not been here for a while. Also flashbangs to again further take that gunfight top yellow drone. Bit of a missed toss. Pick it up, go again. The thing about the Tachanka that's so good for this bombs is that you can just keep using that Shurima launcher to keep denying the default plan and CEO by the window. With the smoke, you only get 3 goes at that. We know Amaru can go in, jump out, etc. The 4th time you plant. Very clear vision from FEARX. Again, they play a very strategical game of Siege despite being an APL team.
Yeah, very different to most APL teams are FEARX, and of course they have a Brazilian coach standing behind them right now, up against a Brazilian roster. Out go the smokes. Woogieman is caught off guard though. He loses his fight on the yellow stairs, but Rin wins his, and then looks to try and push up through the Tuberell's canister. The smokes go out, but so does the gas from the defense, and it does put this push to a stop.
Injured trade. They actually flew in the connector window and meeting with Diffuser, so they went for a bit of a split take. Again, good entry there from the glass, but falls down. Coded 1v2 as Vidiking's injured still.
Well, they do know where he is thanks to that spiral camera. Vidiking is back on his feet now as well. Coded does have a way in the building thanks to that secondary shotgun, but guess what? Vidiking's waiting for him. It's a fiery start for FaZe. FEARX, they had an idea, but it did not quite land.
I'm going to go back to your point you made earlier about when you're playing these kinds of rounds, you can either play to lose fast or play to lose slow. I love that FEARX are going in first round, Armor, Glass, Sledge Shotgun up the yellow staircase. They're quickly in the game. They're quickly in the map. This is just going to mean, yes, it's a best of 3, but they're not going to go in with a slow start and get warmed up and find their footing. No, they're going to show, hey, this might be FaZe Clan. We can match them 1-to-1. We have the confidence to go for these kind of plays.
Yeah. Which is what you need. I mean, there's no reason that FEARX needs to fear FaZe. Yeah, they might be a good team, but you just treat them like every other team. Play with respect, but bring out the strats. Bring out everything that you've got in your deck. Whether it's the Glaz, whether it's a Blackbeard play, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that later. Of course, like we said, it was the Deimos Monty ban here from FaZe, which does leave open Glaz, Ying, and 2 shields, both the Blitz and the Blackbeard, not to mention Fuse if you wanted to bring it, which I guess you could try and bring for a basement attack.
Sure. Definitely a possibility. I think just making these kinds of fast plays once or twice, if it just works one of them, you're going to have FaZe be worried about that in the back of their mind, right? Oh, you know, they can play the glass, they can play the armor, they can go fast, guys. Don't roam too far away from the bomb site. But if you're not roaming enough around the map itself, you're giving up a lot of roaming presence. And then the roam clear is easy for the attackers. So yeah. FEARX definitely playing the mind game of, hey, we're fast, hey, we're slow, FaZe. They want to know what's going to hit them.
I want to know what happened on the yellow stairs. Woogieman, he's kind of in an unlosable position there with the shotgun.
I think it was shotgun v shotgun because the smoke was like 20
He died
health.
to SMG-11 though.
Oh. In that case, it wasn't a shotgun. Unless he got injured by the shotgun and
then finished off with SMG-11,
yeah.
maybe.
I don't recall exactly what happened, actually. I just saw Armor when they didn't connect the window, died, and Woogieman was dead shortly after.
Yeah.
But good point, actually.
Yeah, unusual, a little bit mysterious. We've got a technical pause here. It looks like we're just working through something between these players, but we've already had one round pass us by, and like you said, the precedent has been set. FEARX are not going to play with fear. They're going to bring out all their little pocket strats. They're going to play a pacey game. That's what we want to see. It's better to go hard and lose fast or win fast than it is to peter out. We really saw that exemplified in the EML Grand Final from G2.
Yeah.
They were absolutely curb stomping Falcons, and then every now and then they would go for a rush and it would fall flat and it would look terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, here's something that we talked a lot about on the APL broadcast. Look at the way Woogieman on the end of the team roster actually tilts his monitor towards so the rest of his team can actually look at his perspective as one of the main support players.
It's ridiculous. I know some people at home are asking, like, is that allowed? Is that cheating? No, it's not. On LAN, one of the big things that you can screen peek your teammates and they can drone for you.
Yep.
If you go back to like 2017 when Brazil first joined the international circuit, you would see people point at their own screens when they're entry droning for the entry fragger and get kills off that way. It's but doing it this way for Woogieman, that's like one of a kind.
And so typically you'll have your IGL and your main callers sit in the middle, right? So that he can really be close to as many of his teammates as possible. It's usually your fraggers and your quiet players that sit on the edge of the table. But no, it's Woogieman, who's one of the primary support players for this roster, and he's doing a lot of the calling. He's on the end, and like we said, it's just for the pure reason of being able to show the entire team his screen if it's needed in the late round, or if it's like to set up for a play or something on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing. It's funny because being a former player, like, you all have your different ways to deal with playing on LAN environments. I'm the type of player where I don't want to look at anything but the screen that I'm playing from because I want to stay locked in on that. but then you're not really fist bumping and connecting with your teammates as much. Like even when I fist bump, I'm like half looking at my screen still, because I don't want to lose track of the focus.
I feel like that when I'm casting. I just sit here and my eyes are glued to the screen.
Yeah.
I want to be looking at you and looking at your screen and what you're doing, but no, I'm just like so locked in. It's hard not to be focused, and it'd be even more so if you're playing.
But then there are some players who's the opposite, where they want to feel that player connection, and maybe they can't stay focused for a very long time. So if they keep looking at the screen, they kind of get zoned out negatively. So they gotta get a little swap. Oh, look left, look right, look at the crowd maybe. I would never look at the crowd when I was a player. Just because I need to focus on the game, I'm gonna not be able to focus back into it.
Like we said before, we have 3 streams going on right now for Rainbow Six at the Esports World Cup, and they're all in the same room. We're in what's kind of like a big warehouse right now, and it's been built out with this beautiful stage, 3 stages next to each other, all the casting booths in front of each stage. There's no doubt that you would be able to feel the energy as a player of not 100%. Just your own match, but every match going on in the building.
When one team is playing, you can hear them literally through the entire room.
And if it's a Brazilian team winning, then you're going to be able to hear it.
Oh, definitely. Woogman flies into admin, chasing down Cyber here top floor. Teammate coming as well. Missed timing, doesn't get the catch, but Coded finds Handy elsewhere instead, so a good entry there from FEARX. Very successful.
Cyber's trying to run away, but top floor looks to be mostly taken now for FEARX. I don't think there's anyone left on the top floor for FaZe, and yep, that's indeed true.
Although
KDS has made his way up there. Ooh, this is cheeky. Oh, he's just dodged that drone as well.
Oh, wait, he's got this.
There's no
my God.
way.
He's caught the perfect timing, didn't make a lot of sound. Now, do you go for the backspin or you just stay away and hide? He's got to get at least 1, but he could maybe get 2.
I don't think anyone was watching that drone as well. Oh. He finds Rin, and that's the buck gone down. Now looking for a reply. It is, I believe, Mephi coming from the other side. Oh. KDS just needs to try and deal as much damage and waste as much time as he possibly can, as Coded looks to hunt him, but doesn't want to do it alone for fear of losing another body to this Roma.
That's a bait flashbang.
Oh, there's no way. Still doesn't find the kill. A lot of damage done. Mephi eventually puts a bullet in his brain pan, and FEARX have the advantage again.
It took a lot of time though and effort. That could be called. They wanted that for execute later on. This flashbangs as well now gone from Mephi. Thankfully, they have 4 more available from Coded and Good Boy combined. FaZe now forced to be 3v4 on the bombs, but 45 seconds left in mirror windows. It's not too bad of a position for them. It's completely winnable. The only thing is there is no C4, no easy way to deal with Blackbeard, so Woogieman really has to lead the charge for this one.
All right, Woogie, what have you got for us? This is the Blackbeard that we know you love so much. Well-placed nade does force the player off the angle. A flash bomb will follow up as well, but Viking still finds a kill. No, the timing was awful there from Woogieman, and Coded is completely obliterated as well. FEARX dominated as they try to execute onto the basement. FaZe in control.
Not a bad attempt there from FEARX at all, but you see just how good FaZe they are at the basic fundamentals of the game, the crossfires. Nobody was left alone in a 1v1 or a 1v2 against them. Despite being down a player, they had more people playing it with each other than FEARX did. Beautiful lockdown, honestly. But it goes to show these rounds are not super one-sided. FEARX are fighting back despite small mishap, despite KDS finding that gap up top floor. They still find a way to the side. They still get to execute despite losing.
Yeah, well, FaZe, of course, forced off of that basement bomb site. It's locked for the next round, next 2 rounds. We're going to see what they can do here on Lobby Press Room. I think it's called Expo now, isn't it?
I think it's Expo
or Display
and Piano or Display or... I still call it Lobby Bomb site.
I'm still stuck in like 2019 when we had Lobby
Piano.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever I play the game, I think everyone in my ranks also call it Lobby Bomb site. It's just one of those.
Yeah.
Also, it's awkward because there's 2 lobby rooms now. There's like the main door entrance at the desk, and there's like the back lobby room as well.
Yeah.
The lounge, I don't know what you want to call it, but...
When you played the Combine, did you have to learn GK's specific callouts for all of those rooms?
Yeah, so we had a couple of incidents and scrims where they were called like Tarzan. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Tarzan.
And then they sent me their callout sheet, and I was like, yeah, this is going to take a while. So I just learned like the most common maps we expected to play.
Yeah.
And then, of course, after you play a map once or twice, like you can pick it up in context, like where things are. But it was hard to speak a different language like that, for sure. That's the big thing. Like when a player changes team, no one really
needs callouts.
Some teams have completely different callouts, and mind you, some teams they play in the same roster for like 5 years, then make a roster change. That's hard to unwire.
Yeah. I mean, let alone when you actually do a language change as well, like we saw from the Falcons roster when they were BDS and they moved from speaking French to speaking English. And what's this cook here from FEARX? In the building.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, watching out for the Warden. Logic Bomb has rung true, but now subsided. FaZe still holding on to this top floor, keeping in mind that this is just an extension, a roam game away from the bomb site. Oh, the timing, dude.
Bit of a split take. Admin, Spiral, missing yellow pressure. Shut down from Handy. I'm not sure what Wigman was thinking there, but gets shut down.
Oh, wow, what a play here from Cyber. He damages himself with his impact grenade to open up the angle and get aggressive, and he finds a kill as a result of it. Now Rin, who was not effective earlier at cutting off that position, has to try and make up for lost time and lost bodies here. FaZe are well and truly ahead. Rin and Mephi separated. And like, Rin is just hoping that someone's going to peek him. Like, dude, you don't have the time to do this.
This is FaZe Clan, baby. They're not going to do that. That's why they're so consistent. They don't take silly mistakes. They don't make silly mistakes. They don't take silly decisions. They play really consistent Siege.
You can't bait in the 2v4. Mephi struggling to land his shot through the bars. Souls barely takes any damage and deals a hell of a lot more. Rin, again, he's just like looking for a kill. He's essentially baiting at the moment.
Go fishing, as we say.
I mean, he's like, why would a FaZe Clan player stick their head in this window? You'd have to be like just throwing for Rin to find a kill here. We need to see a lot more proactivity from Rin.
Yeah.
Need to take some risks. He gets in the building, but Handy on top of the desk takes him down. All up to Mephi now, surrounded and stranded at the top of the yellow stairs.
Bad.
And he is swung by Souls. Finally gets the better of him. FaZe well and truly dominating 3 rounds straight over FEARX.
This is turning out to be a bit of a classic conch-led situational attack where getting in the building is very hard. It's similar to Skyscraper, getting that initial foothold in the building, like your room of operations, if you will. For a top floor attack, that'll often be, for example, taking admin control and break room control. Now you can breathe, you can drone, you can do whatever. No one's gonna like come back into your face. But if you don't get that foothold comfortably, because FaZe didn't allow you, for example, Cyber's impact grenade running in, taking down the player on copy door, all of a sudden you don't have that safe shelter position. And we saw Rin worrying about break door, the bomb site door, admin behind him, and you just don't have anywhere to work from. FEARX are not being allowed to execute. FaZe, they're playing a disruptive plan, trying to play for opening pick and then just leverage numbers advantage and not allowing FEARX to get to that bomb site comfortably. This right here, it's such a good play because it disrupts everything that FEARX wants to achieve.
And this is FEARX's map pick after all.
True. Very true. Yeah. Now, I do think they've had, in the first 2 rounds, pretty good showing from FEARX. Yes, it's 0-3, but I do think there is still hope left for them here. They just need 2 attacking rounds, then side swap and they'll be okay.
Constant's pretty hard to attack. Like you said, especially if the defense really locks you out of the building, doesn't let you get your boots inside, and forces you through those choke points.
Did you see what FEARX happened to ban on their third upper games?
They happened to ban the Warden. Didn't someone mention that?
I feel like
somebody mentioned
that. No, it was you. You
mentioned
wait, that was
me.
Oh my god.
Hang on a second.
It's almost like you know these guys.
The thing is, I mean, like, that's a nice idea, but FaZe kind of read it pretty well with their own Ying ban, right? So you don't have to worry about the Ying anymore with that Warden taken out. You could be playing the Glaz here.
Yeah.
But the benefit of banning that Warden, especially in the first veto, is it gives you flexibility. You're like, oh, are you going to ban the shields? Okay, if you ban the shields, we're going to play Ying and Glaz. You're going to ban the Ying and Glaz? Okay, we're going to play the shields.
That is true. We haven't really seen a full commitment now from a playstyle perspective. Like, they brought some shields, some Glaz, some Ying. Funny enough, in this round, as you said, there's no Glaz, but also there's no Blitz. There's no, wow, we banned the Warden, let's use this type of operator at all. Plus, Rin is dead early.
Yeah, which is a shame. I mean, Rin seems to be first to die or last to die at the moment.
Yeah, he's on the Twitch, so you lose a lot of active value, of course, in the Twitch drones, not getting to do the job. Good boy downstairs in Piano with little to no support, just waiting for a teammate's call, I think, or a drone for himself, I guess. Cyber kills Woogie. This round is really falling flat because they're all outside the building, or the one guy that's inside is droning for himself.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is not the FEARX that we saw in the APL. They are a shadow of themselves at the moment. I don't know whether it's going up against FaZe Clan. I don't know whether it's back in an international event and feeling the jitters. I don't know how Handy is allowed to just swing and take down Coded outside the building. How is everybody from FEARX dying before we have any players inside? And it's going to be another kill as well. Good boy just desperately sprinting towards the site. Mephi not in a position to try and convert that kill as well. Worried about the crossfires behind him. I mean, you could have cleared that position from upstairs, by the way, in the safety of the skylight.
True.
It's going to be a 4th round in a row from FaZe Clan and the most dominant one yet.
There's going to be one of those tactical timeouts. You can talk with the boys right now. They have a minute and 10 seconds to do so. I think you make a good point about the whole, this is not what we saw from them in APL, not what we expect from them. And I think a lot of this comes down to their opponent. FaZe Clan are so hard to play against because they don't make a lot of mistakes when they're playing on the defensive side. Mixture of FEARX not playing at 100%, but FaZe very much making them have to work for every single inch of the map. It's impressive from FaZe Clan how effortless they're making this look because they're watching every single angle perfectly every round, never having a backstep, never having a gap anywhere else. Whereas a lot of teams in the attack, they will find a gap somewhere, and that's going to be their way in.
Yeah.
FaZe haven't left anything open.
No, and they're not going to feed Mephi here either. Wow, how this round fell apart so quickly. I don't know where Rin died. I don't know where Woogie Man died. But we saw Coded and Good Boy fall, and it wasn't pretty. And now 20 seconds left. Mephi still just waiting this out. Pengu, I can see that you're actually turned around. You're looking at the players right now.
Yeah.
What do you see? Are they talking?
That's the thing. I mean, right now Wookieman is talking, but for a good while there, it was actually just looking like complete silence on the players of FEARX. I don't know if it was like a, guys, just take a second and breathe and then talk about it or what it is. Yeah. But towards the end, Wookieman started rap guarding it.
All right, well, I see the fist bumps coming out again. I saw Coded reading his notes as well, his strats. I see Woogie Man reapplying some lip balm. It's very dry here in Saudi Arabia.
Very dry. My lips are cracked.
Yeah, oh, well, hopefully he's cracked as well, because we need that for these guys to step up and get into this bloody game, because it's 0-4 at the moment in favor of FaZe Clan. The Brazilians have bared no quarter here against the Korean roster.
There was one thing that I noticed every time we go to the LAN event, and that's the energy from the Brazilian teams. Like the chant before the game, the energy when they're winning or losing a round. And this could, of course, massively be a cultural difference, but a lot of people in APL, Korean teams especially, very low energy, very almost shy to be big and be loud. And I think right now, looking at the players, it just looks really dead, energy-wise.
I've not personally been to Korea, but my understanding of the culture is, I mean, compared to the passion of the Latinas and compared to Brazil, like, yeah, very different. But yeah, I mean, you look at these guys right now, they're down 0-4, and Dark is trying to hype them up. He's, you know, grabbing their shoulders.
He's from Brazil.
Yeah, exactly, right? He's trying to pump them up. We see a couple of very meek fist pumps coming out. Good boy sitting in the middle of them. He looks pretty well locked in. But it's Coded and Woogie Man who tend to be that backbone of this roster, doing a lot of that calling, whereas the rest of the team tends to be more so the young gunners and the key fraggers. We need that backbone to follow through. We need some conviction in the calls so that they've got some gusto, some air beneath their wings.
That's exactly it. Now, we know FEARX. All they need is one cheeky round that works out the way they envision, and they get that momentum. And when they get the momentum, they believe in themselves, they can get really scary to deal with. They just haven't broken that yet. I mean, look at 0-4 Wookie, 1-4 Coded, 0-4 Good Boy. Like, no one's really doing a whole lot in the server. FaZe have barely died this game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Cyber, he's 5-0 right now. Vidiking, 4-0. You know, we got 5 deaths in 4 rounds on the whole of the FaZe Clan roster. Not a good look from FEARX to not even be finding kills in these rounds. But this time, something is different. We've got the double hard breach, we've got the shield in Blackbeard, and we've got the Glaz. Also, iron sights on the Blackbeard just to allow him to aim down sights even quicker. We need to see some serious firepower here from FEARX, but what's step one? It's breaching out that main wall, and we saw the Kaid ban, we didn't see the Bandit ban. And that allows, need to be careful. So we unsuccessful in destroying the Bandit patches. Where are they?
There we go.
Finally taken on down.
They can pop the mirror.
Yeah, popping that mirror.
Now they have C4s and they have impact grenades. This is why it's tricky when you bring the Thermite. But even if you brought the Ace here...
Hibana trick this, come on.
Yeah, Hibana tricking is probably the simplest way forward. That's what most teams opt for. But not really on Consulate, because like the wall is so big. It actually works surprisingly well. Now they got a player stock red car.
No impact.
No nades either from Woogie Man. That could be a nice way to force the position.
If we see a big swing here from Souls, I wouldn't be surprised. How on earth?
Visa?
How How on earth is Good Boy dying outside of lobby to a run out like that? That took him about 10 years to go for the run out. And that's your Hibana dead. It's Good Boy, one of the best players on this roster, the top fragger from APL. He's 0-5.
Not having his best game right now, that's for certain. And again, FEARX not able to get that foothold I mentioned earlier. No one's really in the building. Mephi still stuck on glass, outside the breach, looking for something. Asami is still in the corner by red car. Like they're planting. He's
down.
On the red car next to you.
Do they have Vert? Do they have the Vert angle? He has to fall off thanks to that C4 ring on out. But yeah, how have you still not killed this bloody Asami? Trapped in the corner, but it doesn't matter because he's got those keyword barriers to try and make himself a fortress in the garage. FEARX do not have the map control. They haven't taken Vert, they haven't taken out the mirror windows, and they certainly haven't displaced that player in the corner of garage. This has been a pitiful showing from the Koreans in the first half of this BO3. And on their map pick, we need to see a resurgence from them. Otherwise, it will simply run away from them. Rin again left last alive, but he's sprayed on through the wall. No amount of cheese will get him a freebie there. FaZe flawless and 5-0 on the first map in Consulate.
I feel like for now for FEARX, it's tag timeout time and go, guys, let's go back to basics, okay? We're skipping steps. You said it. They're not taking Vert, not taking map control. They're kind of going for a direct attack without actually going for a direct attack because they're not really committing to it. They just had the glass with 2 smoke grenades and then Asami's still in the corner the entire round. Either you're going to go directly, push it, rush it, get that plant down or attempt to get it down, or you got to go for map control. You can't play the in-betweener. Then Good Boy was solo on Visa's side, down to a run out. Either help the guy or don't put the guy there to die.
Yeah. Wow. What a disappointing game this has been so far. I mean, yes, we expected FaZe to be the favorites, but I wanted a match, Pengu. I wanted a competition, and that's not what this is at all.
It's not. It's giving SSG vibes right now.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately.
Oh, it's even giving Furia versus Oxygen vibes, which also started off with an 0-5 lead in favor of Oxygen of all teams.
That was, I thought they had stats wrong when I looked up. I was like, that's gotta be
I was
error.
so confused. But look, we talked about the Aramco power rankings before this match, right?
Yeah.
And of all the teams that you would be naming as dark horses, you know the one team that I would put on that list?
FEARX.
It would have been FEARX.
Yeah, 100%.
This roster change, bringing in Woogie and Coded, reuniting that OG trio from D+ that almost stole the championship game from FaZe 4 years ago in Sweden.
Yeah.
They're back, right? But they're looking like absolute chumps in this game.
Yeah, and mind you, in APL, they have been looking pretty much unbeatable the entire stage, and the expectations they were, if they go international, when they go international, they can put up a good fight against majority of teams. Now, granted, they played, what, VP into FaZe clan, so not easy opponents by any means, but you're not going to have easy matches internationally.
You're at EWC, like, you don't have any free games.
That's it.
Even the games that you think might be easier, like Oxygen, for example, well, they're performing pretty damn well. Even W7M, 4th seed out of South America, they're going to be pretty damn good. Here comes the entry from BNK FEARX, and finally, a kill goes their way in favor of Coded. No confirmation as of yet. Finally finished off his souls. KDS on the ground, also taken down. But FEARX, they can't find the footing enough to solidify their position. That was just the top floor. The bomb side is down in press room, and still FaZe are holding on.
Coded's in closet now, right next to
Good swing.
and the shotgun. This is an attacker, by the way. It looks like a defender.
Coded.
Shotgun.
He's right around the corner from you, Coded.
Hey, what?
Spot on the vert and taken down. All up to Mephi now with the shotgun on Sledge. No rifle, no SMG-11 to speak of. And that diffuser is caught out on the ground. He'll find his first, but through the smoke, he blindly fires and is taken down. It's a 6-0 lead and a flawless run of defenses for FaZe.
They make it look so goddamn easy. I mean, FaZe clan, they're so quick. They play top floor, they're fighting back 3-on-3. Okay, FEARX, they leave top floor control, they go back downstairs. Guess what? FaZe, once again, they have the perfect recognition of what's happening on the server. They retake the vert, use it against FEARX to shut down the entry and the plant, and they just steal the round again. It was awkward because I think it was Coded on Grim top floor. He had the diffuser case. Ideally, you stick a guy in CEO top floor to control the verticality, then you can hit the bomb set downstairs because they had piano control. Mephi was in there. But then the other issue is, well, if the guy in CEO is the guy with the diffuser, he can't stick around. So they had to either get the diffuser rotated somewhere else or just have a player replace the Grim upstairs. But
like you said, it was such a good read, though, from FaZe. They're like, holy crap, they've just ripped the rug out from underneath us on the top floor with this explosive execute. We've lost our top floor hold.
Yeah.
What do we do about it? We retake it, right? But they actually had no players on the
They always know. It's not like they're playing Valkyrie Echo every round. They just know these things. Because they deduct player position. Okay, if the shotgun, sledge, or whatever is in yellow hallway, and the Grim dropped out the window, top floor is probably clear. They are right. It completely was.
Yeah. I mean, Souls here is the first one to die on the top floor. KDS, to his credit, like, that wasn't a top floor player that died. I think FaZe never completely lost control of that top floor.
Not entirely. They had meeting, they had like top spiral, but they lost CEO yellow side.
Yeah, and they were happy to retake it, though. They were cool and calm and collected in the 3 versus 3. And FEARX, I think, overcooked it a little bit. They're like, oh, we've cleared top floor. We can go downstairs and play. Hang on a second, they're at top floor again. What? Oh, yeah, we didn't
Wait,
leave
they have
anyone
legs? They're retaking?
That's my favorite thing when you're playing and someone calls like, oh, there's one meeting. And then you're like, no, he killed me from CEO. I'm like, dude's got legs, brother. He's got legs.
Such a passive guy. I get so tilted when people tell me that. I tell people that myself all the time.
Of course you do.
And I always smirk because I'm like, I know I would get pissed off, and I feel like other people will too.
Some things don't change, Nick. I don't know. How old are you now? 20?
Turning 28 in October.
Turning 28, and underneath it all, you're still that toxic little 19-year-old that you were
I'm
on
just
Penta.
suppressing it better these days, that's all. Trust me, after a few too many bad games in a rank stack, it comes out. It actually comes out.
Oh, well, it's certainly coming out from FaZe right now. They have absolutely handed FEARX's backsides to them. And it's only one more round before they take the map as well. It's FEARX's map. Next up, Chalet.
You know, there's actually a nice trick I would love to see last round, which is when you go to a hatch with diffuser, and you just kind of like etch it, like slowly step towards it. You can drop down the diffuser, it falls down the hatch.
Sure.
You could, instead of jumping out the window with diffuser, just drop it down the hatch as Grim, and then the shotgun sledge player picks up instead.
Yeah.
Small tricks like that goes a long way sometimes, in that particular instance. But yeah, like, same like if you're on the cafe roof and you have diffuser, you don't want to drop down the hatch necessarily. Just like etch it, spam the drop button, and it falls down the hatch. Beautiful.
I'd love to know how Good Boy has died, but by the way, it's 007 for the Warden, no less. Good Boy not having the greatest time of his life, and neither are FEARX, as Handy's found a second one for FaZe. 5v3, and it's just going from bad to worse here for the Koreans. It's a 5 versus 1. Coded up against the world, and all he finds is a single kill. FaZe have utterly destroyed FEARX on the opening map of the BO3.
Maybe it's the curse, James. Op says we want them, we praise a certain team, they get stunned shortly after. We're gonna start cursing FaZe Clan here because FEARX, they need some help. We want a competitive series. We wanna go third map. We don't wanna send the team home this quickly, this easily on the first day. Like 7-0, James.
Oh, it feels like we barely started, but if I'm not wrong, that is the first 7-0 here at EWC, and FaZe Clan have really put themselves in prime position to make this a very swift series and a redemption for the disappointing map earlier today.
I mean, honestly, it's a best of 3. You know, what's next? Reset, go again on Chalet, but the issue is, when you're going up against a FaZe Clan that's not giving you an inch on the map on Consulate, they're going to do the exact same thing on Chalet. The issue of FEARX is that their fundamentals that aren't there to break FaZe Clan at any point in this first map.
Not a good showing from FEARX. They are capable of so much more than that. But FaZe certainly earned it. They, from the get-go, had this aggression. They had the confidence. And this was a telling moment when Cyber is confident to just impact himself, cop the like 30-40 damage that requires, and then goes through the wall and takes out that kill. I mean, it was just an absolute domination from the Brazilians.
That celebration is pretty chill. Like, again, for FaZe Clan, they know they should be winning this game. They know they should be in the driver's seat. And I think for them, this is maybe just a statement. They're saying, hey, we're lower bracket, but we're not out. We're not bad. We can actually show up.
I mean, going from a 7-3 loss to Dark Zero in the opening game, sent down to the lower bracket, how do you redeem yourself and put you back on track to be one of the favorites for the tournament that everyone expects you to be? Well, how about a 7-0 over FEARX on their own bloody map pick? FaZe now move to Chalet next up to look to make it a very swift 2-0. And of course, that's just on the other side of this quick break. Don't go anywhere. FaZe Clan, one more map, and they take the series 2-0.
This land is calling.
Seconds ago, do they have information on where the diffuser is? He's going to wrap all the way around toward Garage. He finds one and he should be able to clean up, and he does! KDS with a triple kill!
World champions FaZe kicked off their SAL stage with dominant wins. But for high highs came a low middle, with back-to-back upset losses against Black Dragons and Loud. Never satisfied with defeat though, they flew back to the top and into playoffs, where they finally ran out of gas in the grand final versus Furia, losing 0-2. Nevertheless, they remain one of the scariest teams in Siege. Is it finally time for the world champions to finally secure the only trophy they've never been able to achieve? We think so.
Kind of outs. Has to deal with long-range fuse. My God, Cons gets fed to the wood chipper. So does Fantasy.
5 seconds, Makina's on the plant. Tucked in the middle, they're trying to cross over. They have the pings. That's 2 players down.
How do you beat this team?
How can you beat this team? That was what the announcer said about FaZe. Well, if there's an answer, I'm sure that FEARX would love to hear it right now, because they just got absolutely obliterated. A 7-0 showing from the Brazilians, from the reigning world champions on FEARX's own map pick is one hell of a way to kick off this series. Next up, though, it is Chalet.
I have a question for you, James.
Please.
Do you dislike Desetu? The announcer said.
Was it Des?
It was Derry. Okay, I mean, in my ears, to my sound there, that was Derry.
Well, I was confused because I heard Emmy's voice before that.
Maybe. Oh my God! Now I'm questioning.
I think I'd be able to tell the difference between Emmy and Des.
But now I'm worried that I can't.
No, I think you're right. Maybe it was Des, but see, I was kind of on the fence. That's why I said the announcer, and now you've drawn attention to it, and now we both look like idiots.
Damn.
So nice job there,
Nicholas.
Nice job.
At first I was like, that's Milosh. You know Milosh's voice. He was.
See, Milosh was doing most of it.
Voiceover, yeah.
But the cast anyway.
I want to point out great editing, by the way. But how do you stop them or whatever? And it's like cutting like kill feed. It was beautifully edited.
Yeah, nice save there, mate. Nice save. Okay. But still, I'm still looking for that answer. How the hell do you take the fight to FaZe? I'm sure that Dark will be quite frustrated having to sit back and watch that game pan out round by round. It went from bad to worse to utterly devastating for FEARX. And FaZe Clan, I mean, look at Vidaking. Dude is chill as ever. They don't give a damn. They're like, look, we might have lost to DZ earlier today. Bit of an embarrassment, but we'll get straight back on that horse.
I'm going to hold you there. I would not say embarrassment. Maybe if you're literally a FaZe player, you might be like, that's not good enough.
I mean, 7-3.
But I know, but I feel like we need to also pay respect to... I'm going to be a DC Glazer, which is crazy.
Go for it, man.
I'm not an inning.
Get right around it.
But it's like, I genuinely believe with the roster changes, I'm not going to keep saying this, with Citizen and Spirits joining, they have by far the best 5-man roster for the current given meta of the Shield, the Cheese, Strats, etc., because they have the right picks for it. Losing to DC is nothing to be ashamed of, even if you're FaZe Clan in a best of 1 as well, right? If that was a best of 3 against DC, that might have been a FaZe victory for all we know.
Yeah, good question. Well, this is a best of 3 right now, but against FEARX, and FaZe Clan are currently 7 rounds in a row and only 7 away from knocking the Koreans out of the tournament and sending them home. Here we are on Chalet, FaZe's map pick. They start on the attacking side. FEARX elected to go defense. And we have the clash being brought on now. FEARX decided to ban out the Ying and the Monty, FaZe, the Kaid, and the Castle of all operators.
Yeah, I mean, Castle's ban rate on maps like Border, Bang, Cafe, and Chalet, that's kind of where it has some presence. I wouldn't really think that Castle on other maps gets banned all that often. And I think for FaZe Clan right now, I wouldn't even be surprised if the third operator ban will be like Clash or Asami or Mira. And And the reason for that is you just want to limit the safe areas for FEARX and enable as many long lines of sight as possible with the superior attacking guns, of course, unless you two to clear as well. Rin on the Clash, it's one of those, I like it for the reason that Rin is going to be less of a wild card, but at the same time, I think they could benefit from Rin being a wild card on Chile, because you need to hit FaZe with something they're not going to see coming. Because if you want to match them in one-to-one fundamentals, FaZe Clan will beat you.
Yeah. We saw Rin playing Glaz last map. Now we see him playing Clash. This is usually your player that you see, you know, ratting around on the Vigils.
Or running in with Ash.
Running in with Ash or lurking on the Dokkaebi. He's not usually a player that you put on a role like this. And historically, he has struggled on roles like this. So FEARX, you know, we've been critical of them before. We say Rin is a hot and cold player, and the team sometimes looks a little bit uninspired without his heroics.
Bit of a setup here for FaZe. Big window, bathroom window, opening the window for his teammate. They swing the hallway. They're fishing for FEARX to make a rotation and get a freebie just by playing on the cutoff. Solarium, big window, bathroom. With the Grim Bees, they can also know, hey, all of this is clear. We can actually go in.
This is a lot of free control. Good boy. Hello. That's a blitz. And surely the blitz will take him down. It's a free kill. No, it's not. Never mind that. Good boy. His life may have been forfeited, but in exchange, FEARX has gained so much. KDS can be picked up here by Handy, but with the blitz and Vidiking on the Nomad down, it's certainly not the start that FaZe were hoping for.
It's an awkward one, because if Blitz just had a regular gun, you get the freebie from Office, don't gotta go in deep, instead it gets traded. Now with Blitz dead, your way into the building is now much more limited. We see Handy on the library side, can maybe take that in control. Yep, there he is, inside library he goes. Still got half the round to work with, so there is time on the side of FaZe, but again, with the Diffuser down, middle of piano, a Bosch Vigil just waiting for you, and a Clash still alive, this should be, you know, the first round of FEARX here.
First round of the series.
Yeah.
KDS and Handy both low. The Vigil is now going to activate the Deceptor. Ooh. Clash put down the shield as well. Rin's got the situation down on lock. FaZe are just fishing, hoping that someone's going to peek them. Ooh. Effie was tempted. Out comes that Boss G for a brief moment. KDS, meanwhile, opening up with the secondary shotgun, a breach onto the site. And there's a kill for Coded. 2 players left up for FaZe, and this gas will make short work of them.
Good discipline. Just watch the cam, call the walk-in, toxic best come out. Yep, done and dusted. Boss G gets the final kill. FaZe will not win 8 rounds in a row.
No, they will not.
Just be the 7.
Finally around on the board for the Koreans. Unfazed though, Vidiking. Not too worried about that one. You got to lose a round eventually. We need to see a bit more energy out of the FEARX guys though. You can't just expect to win a round because there's a botched Blitz push.
I might be misremembering, but I don't recall FEARX calling a tactical timeout on Consulate.
That's right.
They took the on the roof call out, but there was no coach involvement, right?
That's right. Yeah. I would love to know what Dark has been saying to them between maps, because 7-0 on your own map pick is a very red flag. I want to know what the hell went on from his perspective.
Yeah, I think it's a case of either you have a lot to talk about or nothing at all. Because either it's everything we got to discuss right now, it's just like, guys, don't even worry about Consulate, we're just going to play Chalet. Yeah. Like, forget about that map, that was the warm-up.
I mean, I genuinely don't know, were they out-stratted? Because it just looked like they were so uninspired, like they didn't play their normal game. It's not like, oh yeah, FEARX, you know, you just got bested by, you know, the better team. No, it's just like, were you even like, oh,
they weren't doing a lot. No,
yeah. Did you sleep last night? Did you forget to turn the monitor on today?
So how valid do you think, as a non-player, the like jet lag problem is? Because like, I feel like I'm such a 50-50 on it, where I don't recall jet lag being a problem when I was a player, but now I'm 28 almost. I feel it now.
All right, yeah. So that's what I was going to say. Like, I used to not feel it.
Okay, so same as me.
And now, I'm 27. Now I definitely feel the jet lag. Like, I've been struggling to stay asleep for the full night here. And it's definitely, like, affects me from casting. Like, even the fact that, like, it's pretty warm right now in the studio, that's affecting me. Like, you know, it's harder to concentrate. It'd be exemplified even more if you're a player. But on the flip side, the more that you think about it, the more that you whine about it, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
And that's the big problem that I see a lot of teams saying, oh, we didn't have this, or we didn't have
excuses.
Like, dude, the more that you focus on excuses, the more you're psyching yourself out. Meanwhile, there has been some action going down. Coded looks like he runs out of the bomb site for a brief moment.
A 1-for-1 trade IQ for the Fenrir. I'm going to say somewhat even. Of course, the good thing of shutting down the entries on the attack is that you're slowing them down further, but a re-aggression now from FEARX, a proactive play. Looking for a second, but looking the wrong direction. Go towards Library, not quite keen.
I see a lot of players do what Good Boy just did there, where they look down. Do you think that actually makes a difference?
It doesn't in Siege. The play, but in another
it comes
game,
from Counter-Strike.
Yeah, player models, they change, not in this game. But it's a fun little thing, because, like, you know, you really feel it.
Yeah, if it helps the mental, then sure, go for it.
This feels right. I do it myself as well. Or in Siege, like, if you're leaning in game and you're really focused, you lean in real life. I see pro players do that.
Dude, I do that. It's so bad.
It's funny.
It's embarrassing when someone points it out and you can't stop thinking about it. All right, here we go. We've got the bomb site. Opened wide and Good Boy wall banged. Good angle there. I mean, there's a lot of bounce on the AK there, so credit to Handy for landing that headshot through the wall.
Double AK, Deimos and the Nomad. Unified in the weaponry. 1 minute to go. No smoke grenades though from FaZe, so getting into the default plant by the chassis will be tough, but a nade can go out. Very good nade.
Oh, flushes him out. Takes a bit of damage, but Coded still has not fallen. The bulletproof camera is also still active and giving so much info to FEARX. The Legion, though, going to be spotted now by that Deimos. No more AK available. Rin, though, does go for a long swing. Diffuser is on the floor. Handy also shut down below in Wine Cellar. Mephi still has his C4 available. And Rin's also found one on the site. Rin, don't go peeking this. It's a 1v2 for Cyber. With the death mark available, he sets his sight on the Malusi and brings out that Vendetta. 5 bullets, but guess what? Mephi's coming as a board, but he's taken down. 1 HP for Rin as Cyber goes hunting. 3 bullets! And that's why he is the goddamn GOAT!
I was gonna praise FEARX all the way. The proactivity, the dynamics of playing all the floors, the swinging out, the re-aggression is so good. Cyber, though, if you don't take care of him first, he will take care of you eventually.
Dude, I mean, they don't even give a damn. That was insane clutch, and he's just chilling, having a little bit of a laugh. But Cyber, a 1v2 like that? How on earth did FEARX let that one slip?
Oh.
That's utterly devastating. You just got 7-0, guys. You finally broke the streak. You got your first round on the board. You're about to get a second because Rin pops off on the side, and Coded does his job down below. Now what the hell? Cyber just clutches up.
It's an odd one because, like, Cyber has been such a high-level player for such a long time, and yet I feel like we don't talk about him individually. With FaZe, it's a team effort. Almost always we talk about it.
Yeah.
And I guess Furia to a degree is similar because all the players are so damn good, right, on both of those two teams.
It's not that surprising though to see Herds or KZ or JV on like a 20 bomb and the rest of the team trailing behind. But FaZe doesn't really operate like that.
No, it's very much more of like a 5-man unit where everyone is doing their job. And if Cyber has to be the hero and clutch up, he will. But it's not their win condition. They don't rely on Cyber to pop off. He just kind of does it.
Yeah.
But there was a time, I forget what year it was, like 2020 or 21 or whatever, but he was like by far the best player in the world for a good 6 months period.
Solid Ash main.
No one was challenging this guy. It was ridiculous. And I mean, FaZe as an org, as a core roster, they've been around for a very long time. And they've always made internationals. They often make quarters, semis, grand finals. They don't win every single time. They don't win enough, one could argue. But their longevity is ridiculous.
Reloading out. Cyber has been on this roster for a hell of a long time, and the fact that he is still kicking it is an absolute testament to how damn good he is. Souls goes down to Woogie. That's a very important kill. FEARX need it. I like the FEARX setup here. EMP tossed out, but does get caught by the Wamai's magnets. The Grim goes out. What's going on here, though? We've got that aggressive play inside of Office. I think that's Rin. He's still holding his position. He's got that DMR in hand, but he loses his head to guess who? It's Cyber again.
No Heartbreed, so FaZeland say, hey Cyber, it's your turn again to show up. Take care of this Office player for us so we can progress the map. No can openers, just the Hibana who died early on, so a very worthy kill trade there for FEARX as there's no heart destruction in the server. Although I will say for this bomb site, once you cleared Office, you don't need a ton of heart destruction any longer, because now the next step, top mezzanine, top blue stairs, if you can clear that, then you get library control, and beneath that is the bomb site. So one more big challenge up ahead of them. Bees coming out, 2 more target flashbangs. The Warden here has to go huge.
All right, Murphy, you are the player in the prime position, but guess what? There's too many angles to worry about, and he doesn't check his corners. King finds him, and FaZe execute onto the site. Onto the top floor, they've now dominated. Coded, hiding on that bomb site, but he's going to be spotted by the Grimm's Bees. And he's now in a really awkward spot, isn't he? No C4 to speak of, and he's cut down all up to Good Boy, who's in a very awkward position, but does find 2 nice headshots. He's now effectively trapped. He'll have to land 2 more gnarly shots, and in the post plant, he's not going to be favored. There's air jabs and flashbangs to speak of, but FaZe don't need it, because guess what? They've got Cyber, and this guy is always the hero for FaZe. What a game from him so far, and another big kill puts FaZe deeper.
I think this is a very good display of what these two teams are very good at from the opposite. So when we saw FaZe defend on Consulate, they left no gaps anywhere. No easy kills were obtained by FEARX. If you replay that particular round and look at what happened, you had the Warden upstairs, Mephi, I believe, who was in effectively a 1v3 or 1v4. Nobody from FEARX was holding anything. FaZeland, they jumped in the double window in library, the single window in library, and pushed, of course, the piano hallway that we call Ivy. If that was FaZe Clan defending, they'll be watching the piano hallway from blue stairs, there'll be a guy below the hatch watching double window, and another guy in bar watching single window jump in, and you're baiting these kills, and they're free. But FEARX aren't covering the quote-unquote correct angles, and then Warden gets into a 1v4, which you're gonna lose every single time. You lose top floor control, and then they can attack the bomb site because the hatches are open. So it feels like FEARX, again, they fall short on things that are easy to do, but then they excel in some areas that are very hard to achieve at times.
Yeah, and you really need to bring it back to basics, don't you? I mean, it's great if you can hit some gnarly clutch or whatever, but what we really need is just nail the basics and you're going to win like 80% of your games.
Crossfires, drones, communication, efficiency.
Coordination.
Yeah,
if you're going to go for an aggressive play, do it at the same time as someone else. That's what we saw from FaZe that round. Like,
it was very well timed.
If you're Mephi, you're sitting on the mezzanine, you have the perfect operator for it as well, but what are you going to do when the entire team coordinates at the same time, a 4-man execute on your position?
Note here that FEARX, they're going for the pocket strat of ban the Brava, play the Maestro, as the Brava is the only real hard counter to the Evil Eyes. Maybe a Flores or Dokkaebi can do a similar kind of damage, but a lot more effort is required, of course. FaZe Clan, they answered with reply. I was saying earlier, Clash, Asami, and Miro make a lot of sense. They opted for the Clash. They want to simplify, again, the attacking approach, free up their lineup, and they can use the utility for other things.
But Souls is still bringing that Dokkaebi, which is good against the Maestro, but in a different way. Like, you have to save those calls for the late round. You have to make sure that you're timing them with when you want to disable those Evil Eyes.
Or hack the cameras would be massive, which means FEARX now cannot die early in isolated positions where a phone can get hacked, and as I speak it into existence, that happens once and twice.
Okay, this is not good at all for FEARX. Surely a third one, it is, but Rin does trade Cyber. It's still not worth it. Not worth it at all here for FEARX. A 2 versus 4. As they slink back to site with tail between their legs.
It's a struggle, right? Because top-down perspective that we're watching, they have Bandit, Maestro, Warden, Goyo, Asami. They're bunkering down by the bomb site, you would think. And 3 people die on the roam. A 4th almost dies on the roam. And now the Maestro is going to be completely ineffective. There's Dokkaebi phone call left. They're going to hack the camera. So now all that intel that you've gained from playing the Maestro is going to get used against you. And the Bravo ban is completely insignificant.
And also, like, what are you going to do when you're in a 2 versus 4? Sit on your Evil Eyes? Absolutely not. So Mephi's got the right read here by playing aggressive. But the thing is, like, this is not more like a smart play. This is like a necessary play. And FaZe, all they need to do here is sit down and lock in these avenues where FEARX might be looking to get aggressive, slowly but surely start to put pressure on the side.
And again, FaZe are taking more time than they need. They're over-respecting FEARX just because FaZe, they're that kind of team. They're not going to lose this 4 versus 2. They know it's free. They just go nice and easy, nice and slow. They got the breach, they got the Dokkaebi hack, they have used the last phone call, they got smoke and fire from the Capital. Like, they got more tools they could possibly ever want for this.
All they got to do now is drone out the last players and start to isolate them. Oh, wow. Okay, absolutely destroying that keeper barrier. Woogie Man is forced out of his position. FaZe Clan, they pitch him apart. And FEARX continue to struggle to find anything against the Brazilians here. FaZe are utterly dominating them. Again, it's hard to watch.
It comes down to pace, I think, this entire best of 3 on both Consulate now and Chalet. FaZe, they set the pace, and FEARX, they either cannot keep up or they match them incorrectly, right? If you want to go really fast against FaZe Clan, which I think is fine if you want to go for it, play trap operators. Play intel operators like a Valkyrie or a Pulse or a
Doesn't matter if you die.
Yeah. Now they're playing Maestro on the side and they're hard roaming with a Bandit, and now I don't see the Bandit mattering, the Maestro doesn't matter, but they don't have any tools to help the roamers because they're playing Bandit on the roam. You might as well play the Legion or the Fenrir or the Melusi or the Valkyrie or anything else. Help yourself with the right operators.
So we see the tactical timeout from Dark for FEARX. I actually noticed he was putting his hand over his mouth before so that people can't read his lips and figure out what he was saying. He spoke for a solid 30 or 40 seconds just then, and then he just put his microphone back up again. The rest of FEARX, the players, now it's all up to them. And man, it's not been a good start. 3-1 lead for FaZe.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
On the attacking side, FEARX chose to start defense, and they have not found any home whatsoever.
I think it was a very simple yet effective direction there from Dark saying, guys, I mean, you have two choices, right? Either you fight them or you don't fight them. Not that in-betweener. They're playing Doc, Legion, Melusi, Oryx.
Here's the traps that you were looking for, right?
Exactly. This is, again, you're strengthening yourself by playing stuff like traps and Doc, and you're weakening your opponent as well. I think it's time for FEARX to just play APL. Just fight them. Don't worry about them being FaZe Clan. Don't worry that they're from Brazil. Don't worry about what they want to do. You just worry about what you want to do.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is maybe an act of desperation, but I think it's the right act of desperation. Because they clearly cannot match them fundamentally, and they shouldn't be able to.
The one thing I'm a little bit confused about here is the Oryx pick. Like, we haven't seen
Shields.
a lot of shield. We haven't seen much.
It counteracts the Monty, or the Monty's band actually. It counteracts the shields in general, I guess.
I mean, you've got Blackbeard here from Handy.
Yeah.
Wiggyman's actually gone shotgun here on the Oryx as well, which is very unusual.
Oh, that is incredibly unusual.
Because you have a pretty good primary on the Oryx as well.
And you have secondary shotgun on your Bailiff, so...
Exactly, so why would you be running the primary shotgun and then presumably the secondary pistol?
There is a world where he didn't set up the operator on the offline build, the LAN build. I'm not saying that's the case, but that can happen.
Cool. But these days it defaults to pretty solid setups.
I believe it does too, yeah.
Like, I don't know what the default setup is on Oryx, but yeah, like I played recently the game on like a fresh account when I was doing some testing stuff, and it sets you up with like a pretty solid lineup loadout by default.
When I played Combine Finals, I only changed very few things because it was like Flash Hider and the correct weapon on almost every single operator.
Yeah.
So I don't, again, I do think it's intentional, but there is that small chance.
I want to know what pistol he's got, because surely he
Bailiff.
doesn't have the Bailiff. Does he actually have the Bailiff?
Yeah,
oh god, why is he running double shotgun?
Oh.
Doesn't matter, I guess, if Rin's able to peek his head through a window and take down the striker of KDS. It's a good start here for FEARX. It's what we wanted from them. We want this APL playstyle. We want this aggression.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh, a second one as well. Stuck on the rappel. See, now they can't overheat, though. Now they got the 5v3. They got the advantage they wanted. Yes, there's a Blackbeard. Yes, there's a Grim available. But now they gotta play numbers. It's time to play smart aggressive and not crazy aggressive. Crossfires.
Yeah, and in comes the Blackbeard. Making a hell of a lot of noise. Surely Coded would have heard that. Proxy alarm goes off as well. It's top floor for FaZe as they execute onto Solar. FEARX, like you said, they've taken the ground. They've taken the wins, these little wins, getting these 2 picks, and they're just falling on back now. As a nade will take down that mute jammer and enable that Selma to breach onto the site. That is cheap.
He reinforced it. Oh, that's Wookie, man.
I don't mind that from Woogie at all. Oh, that Elamine, though.
Oh.
Makes Handy exposed for a brief
canister.
second. Oh, it was a smoke. It wasn't Elamine.
You get concussed if you're near it.
That is cheeky. There is no Ella as well. Here we go. Nice shot. Almost. Coded loses his life, but he takes down Vidaking with him. Or Handy, I should say, with him. And no more Blackbeard to speak of. And now FEARX, they really have put their foot down in this round.
I like this from them. Again, now we see the discipline. Nobody's overswinging. Goodbye might on the staircase, but overall, this is a very good approach from FEARX. Again, they know they're in numbers advantage. They just gotta hold on.
So they just sit back. Good swing from Goodboy. He finds it. Rin joins the fray.
Good.
FEARX on the back of that tactical timeout finally look like a team.
Much, much better. And again, they show us the early aggression, then the fallback, the reinforcing mid-round. I love that they double reinforce the walls from kitchen into trophy towards the window. Most teams wouldn't because now you're giving them a free jump in. But when they're only playing one guy on the bomb site and 4 roamers up top floor, you can't afford that guy dying to a silly jump in. So they just fortify bomb site, go aggressive upstairs, and they know the win condition is we got to get kills. That's where Rin is the perfect conflict player because he found those kills with the help of Good Boy. And with that, they can just kind of ease themselves way into the end game of that round.
Yeah, so that round mostly hinged off of just 2 early picks from FearX.
Entirely.
So sticking your head in windows. That's not something that you expect to happen a lot, but at least it's a little bit of a parachute here for FearX, which is exactly what they needed. One more round on the board, and they've tied things, moving into their attack half. I mean, their attacks didn't look great on Consulate, granted, but I would I'd give them a shot.
Map, right?
It is, and I'd give them a shot in a 3-3 half.
Yeah.
I'd give them a shot.
Get some confidence going. They're hitting their shots now as well.
Yeah. But we've got to pivot in terms of the operator lineup and the interpretation of the round, their playstyle, right? We've got Valkyrie now. We're expecting to maybe have a little bit of early aggression, maybe lose a player, maybe trade things, and then we sit on those cameras. And you make it so if you've got 3 or 4 players left, they are bolstered with so much extra info.
Yeah, we say that, but Mephi has 2 camps in pocket as he goes to default camp and checks spawns.
Oh, I love that, dude.
So Mephi's got to get active here in the seconds to come and make sure that those Valk camps get placed down. Whenever a round starts in Pro League, it's very common that one player on defense always hops on default camps because when you check which exterior camps get shot, you know, guys, they're spawning south side and west side. They're not going to come Solarium, for example. So it's very important that someone checks that as often as they can. Mephi now put down the second Valk camp, still 1 in pocket. He's playing by the bomb side, or actually playing bar, sorry, on the extension, rather. And he's looking for this drone, which is tricky. He's being drifted around.
Speaking of drones, KDS on the Twitch has already done a lot of work as well, taking out at least 2 dread mines.
Oh.
Where? Where the hell has this happened?
Off screen.
How has Cyber and Handy died so early? And how has Souls also lost his life to Coded? Rin might even be salvageable here. What the hell is going on here for FaZe? Every single player dies at the drop of a hat. Bombsite is master, by the way. I did not see a single player get within 5 seconds of that bomb site. FaZe obliterated.
Some people might say this is silly, that how FEARX are playing the game. I say it's damn effective, and it's about recognizing what your opponent's weakness is going to be. FEARX are finally fighting back, not being afraid to roam, not being afraid to overcommit to their sticking out in the roaming game itself, and they're helping each other. It was a player on the Verdant office helping the Legion and Dining Hallway fighting 2v1. That's beautiful. That's vertical 2v1 support.
That's what we need. It's what we want. It's what we expect from a top-tier team. And now, immediately after, FearX have taken their tactical timeout, FaZe have taken theirs. Timeout, FaZe have taken theirs. Ooh. And Dark is back talking to FearX again.
That's dangerous. Giving Dark another shot at the microphone without even playing around on side swap, I think for FaZe might be a mistake, actually. Because I generally believe that Dark has some highly effective tactical timeouts. In APL, whenever he calls it, they get like 2-3 rounds clean afterwards.
He's not a coach that just calls them willy-nilly, right? Like, he's calling them only when they're absolutely needed. We didn't see him called in the first map at all, right? On Consulate.
I don't think he could solve that in 60 seconds.
I think he saw that. I think he was like, look, I'll let them play this one out. And here, he's taken it. It was impactful. And now FaZe have taken theirs. And Dark's had a chance to talk back to FearX. My question is, what have the FaZe guys had a chance to talk about?
I'm curious too.
Because they got to be thinking, okay, guys, well, FearX are starting to disrespect us a little bit. They're starting to swing us, and we're losing our ones. We need to reel it in. We need to be careful.
Yeah, it might be a matter of, are we going to play super turtly? Are we going to play super, like, extending a library and hard-holding that? Or are they going to talk, hey, if they ban these operators, we got to ban those operators. They might play this, so we got to play that. It might just be preparing for the rounds to come. And by calling tactical timeout this early in the game, you can get ahead of any sort of issues before they happen and not go down like 3-5 or whatever.
And you know what I like here from FearX is the bans that they've gone with. That Clash it's a given because it just allows you to play shields.
Yeah.
But aside from that, that Azami, it was so good on Consulate for FaZe. And damn, like good players, good Azami players, ones that can play dynamically, not just for anchoring and setting up these really hard to clear spots, but the ones that are good at getting aggressive retaking with Azami, they are so devilish, and Azami is so powerful here on Chalet. So I think this is excellent work from FearX. Although they have had one of the shields taken away from them, it's their favorite shield, it is the Blackbeard. But they've got that Monty, and guess who's on it? It's Rin, of all people.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. Wolfman wants to get active on the Twitch instead. Now, we said earlier, Rin can be a conflict player, but when we put him on a Clash or on a Monty, he's going to be more reeled in, and he's going to be droning first. Playing an actually surprisingly passive Monty, if anything. Gets the goo mine for himself.
Doing drone work as well, supporting his team. Saying, okay, guys, here's where they're pushing from. There's a lot of measure twice, cut once mentality here from FEARX.
This is very much the guys, we can't lose the round early by just dying to silly stuff. Let's like make sure everything works, then go for it, play together, play for execute. Baseline, I will say, good prep here in the Echo, very low pick rate in pro play, but for this particular round against the Monty, against the slow plant setup from FEARX, this is the perfect counter operator to have. It's a nice angle, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. I mean, you won't be able to get a lot of damage off. Here we go. Coded gets obliterated by that C4. It's a good kill for FaZe. However, Cyber is immediately chased on down by Woogie Man. Wow. Good Boy also cut him off. So this is very cheeky. I like what FEARX are cooking here. I'm still trying to figure out what their eventual plan is, though.
I want to see the Monty get more active, because like they're dealing with roamers in basement, and they need to keep re-droning these areas. Rin is on the rappel and trophy window.
He's a human drone with that Monty.
Yeah, outside the building, James.
Yeah,
he's gotta get in there.
Active.
He's in now.
I still haven't cleared vertically below the bomb site, though, but this is what we need Rin to do, right? Go and start taking that fight to Souls. Oh my god, that's so dangerous to be jumping in and out like that. Every time you jump, you take your chances that someone's going to peek you.
Surely you don't need it. Okay.
This is Rin for you, by the way. Oh, this is why he's being careful, because of the yokai drones.
Yeah.
It can make him a very vulnerable target if they hit him with the sonic boom.
It's a lot of indecisiveness, though. In and out the window 3-4 times, and they're rotating now to main door, maybe? Yeah, he's going main door with 35 seconds left.
I mean, look at Handy, though. He's he's rotated his yokai. He knows where this is coming
Full
from.
intel. I mean, guys, there's 30 seconds. They've done 3 minutes. You gotta sprint all the way up, insta breach the wall, walk in.
Oh, but this could be a free kill if Woogie Man is careful. There's a player aggressively on the wall here for FaZe. In office, it's Vidaking. I don't think they know about it, do they? Rin is about to expose himself to him. Vidaking is still in that corner, and he finds a kill on a Good Boy. There is a trade, but it comes too late. And there's no diffuser to speak of. It's outside, and there's no way to get to it in time for FEARX. FaZe is going to win the rounds, unless if FEARX can find all of the kills. Mephi finds one, 2 more to find, but he's not going to have time to get that diffuser down. And so FaZe find the first round on their defensive half.
I guess I gotta say, valiant effort, but again, the Echo had the full read, and Vidaking with the perfect lurk play in office default, just waiting for that double kill, gets it, and with that, there's not enough time. There's so much chaos in the server. Had Rin, had FEARX been a little bit quicker to make that rotation, they have time to make a mistake somewhere, get punished by FaZe Clan, that could have gone much better for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just time was ticking down, and again,
indecisiveness.
Didn't see the Monty really come into play. He got a kill, he got the bomb set eventually, but spending that much time outside trophy window, not helping his team roam clearing, ultimately was the problem.
A little bit overthinking from FEARX about that player downstairs, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it is just a Legion.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a Valkyrie with a C4. It's not like it's a Pulse who's going to be calling every position. It's a player that realistically you might be able to afford to leave down there and try and flood the side aggressively. And what's he going to do? Yeah, he's got a shotgun for Vert, but he's going to be pretty exposed if he gets that thing out. You can even send a player downstairs late round to try and hunt him down while you're getting that plant down, but you need to focus up on the bomb site first here with FEARX. That said, Pengu, like, not a lot of terrible stuff there from FEARX. I feel like they a lot better attack than we saw from on console.
100%. They've been much more proactive here on Chalet in general. The only thing is, I'm not a huge... It's awkward. Okay, I feel like I'm contradicting myself. I like when teams are very flexible. I am not a huge fan of when you have 3 different people play the Monty, because you all play differently. And I think Monty's an operator that you have to play around as a full roster. All 5 players have to understand what kind of Monty we're playing. When you keep changing from Woogie Man to Mephi to Rin, they play very different Monty.
True, but I mean, like, that's how it worked back in 2019, 2018 when you were playing it. But these days, people use Monty for very different things.
That is true, but last round, Rin didn't do a lot of things with the Monty. And maybe Woogie and Mephi would have done that.
Maybe that was just his interpretation.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take this opera and I'm going to do nothing with it. Just because I'm reinventing things here. It's innovation.
Hey, had it worked, I would have praised it, right? So.
No, you're not wrong.
It's... as I said, it's contradicting because I also love when teams are flexible, and the best way to flex is when you get different people to play the sim operator in a different way.
In a different way.
Yeah.
It is funny though, because it tends to be 2 of the key fraggers for FEARX putting on the Monty here, Rin and Mephi. No Woogie Man or Coded on that operator.
I think Woogie wants to lead from the front, which is easier on a gun on Chalet because you can cut off rotations as well. Monty's that kind of walk around. C4 goes out. Here comes the Monty.
Here we go, Mephi.
It's a hard one. Again, there's a shield melee prio from the defenders. Oh.
He's worried, and here comes the Monty, but no! Mephi shot over the top of the shield! What? FaZe have dismantled FEARX! It was a nice idea, but it was undercooked. And just one player on these solar stairs has picked it to pieces. FEARX, oh, it's just Rin. Forget about the team, it's just this one guy. Every single one of his teammates has fallen, and barely a kill has been found. And now he needs to try and fight on back all alone. Bomb site's over on Bar, by the way, the direct opposite side of the map to where Handy is, up in Solarium. Rin's now forgetting about him, forgetting about that Mozzie, who's above him, by the way, making some vert. Rin needs to find this kill just around the corner from him. But King swipes him, takes his head clean off, and it's a second defense round for FaZe as they start to further their lead.
Oh boy. What could have been? I don't know if it was the hipfire bullet or the ADS bullet that actually got the kill on Monty, but there was like a pixel of the top of his head due to the elevation on the solar platform that literally got him the kill. I do feel like there was a bit more that could be invested from FEARX. That 2 grenades on Rin in that 1 versus 4, but then again, if you're a FEARX player, you're probably thinking this should be an easy clear, and then this happens.
Dude, hipfire, by the way.
Hipfire, yeah. What could have been, because if you clear out Handy for free and then you take Souls down after like Wookieman got the kill right before he dies here, you're playing 5v3 with a Monty, and don't get me like, you're so happy.
And what felt like the thing missing there for FEARX was a player on the solar windows, right? Even if they just had a nade.
I think there was a guy there, but a guy without any util. Like, they didn't have a nade or capital fire or even a Grim, I think, on the window. They had a guy earlier because the C4 was tossed out.
I also wonder why the hell the Monty didn't have his shield extended.
Yeah.
Because if you've got a player on the solar windows, all you need to do is have Mephi be fully extended, walk up. It's going to force the Mozzie into the line of sight of the player on the window.
Yeah, I fully agree. I wasn't going to question it because, again, we all play Monty differently, but I definitely will argue that extending there means you don't die.
I mean, like, you can question the methods if you don't see the results.
Yeah, that's entirely fair.
We certainly didn't see it in that round.
No. And that's kind of like, I think Wookieman, when he was playing the shields in the past, was typically very effective. Because he's a smart player, like that's his whole thing.
I think that FaZe have really hit the nail on the head by banning out this Blackbeard, because for a lot of APL, Woogie just played that Blackbeard and the rest of the team didn't have to worry about shields.
That's true.
And yeah, it's strange to see the shields being tossed around between the entry fraggers and not Woogieman, because yeah, it's nice to have an aggressive shield player, but you can't afford to just lose because you weren't fully extended like what happened there from Mephi. And a player like Woogieman, I think, is going to have more attention to detail and play more defensively.
100%.
Less risky. You can't afford to play risky when you play a Monty.
I mean, if you put your entry on Monty, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to an ADS kill. Like, he just zooms in.
Exactly what Rim was doing 2 rounds ago.
True, yeah. It's about the player role mentality, and for FaZe Clan right now, everyone is playing the correct role, and they don't swap things up a whole lot. You're gonna see King on anchor support almost every single round. This is how it's gonna be. FEARX again, they're trying to back and forth what's gonna work against FaZe Clan. They're still figuring it out. Now they got the Aurora pocket shots coming into play instead. Which for top 4 roam clear, I'm not sure what the vision is for this. I mean, you can close off piano maybe and just push the mirror window, but then you gotta shatter it first. There's no Ash.
I mean, this is an unusual setup from Handy here.
There's no jammer on it as well. Is it just free?
Yeah.
Can you just swing it again? Okay, not again.
Bit dangerous there. I mean, that mute jammer almost completely solidified that defense on the top floor, but it doesn't really matter. I think he's happy to just fall on back. Is Handy on the Fenrir. That's a bit of control gained here by FEARX.
They got the steps. They can play Master Bedroom now, long angles. They can play piano retake if they want to. They still got a very solid bomb site below. Mute jammer on the wall. No heart breaching done just yet. And I mean, timer is taken away. There's 60 seconds left. And a gunfight downstairs.
Oh, okay, Rin. That's gnarly. Doesn't matter if you don't have a flashbang. The EMPs will seemingly do the job anyway. It's a good entry kill here for FEARX. What's going on for Mephi? He gets baited by Cyber. Rin is looking to try and punish him as well. Good Boy is coming to support, but Rin is in a very awkward spot, walking into a crossfire.
He's leaving Good Boy 1v1 here. It's risky.
Yeah, I don't know if Good Boy knows he's in this corner, and you can't afford to be losing that fight here. Good Boy abandoned by his teammate of Rin, and it leads to his demise, and FaZe Clan taking the lead again.
I'm not a fan of this. They could have helped each other, 2v1 him, bait him on the staircase, anything, and now he will die alone as well. Sell your teammates, get sold after. 20 seconds left, 2v4.
It's a 3K for Cyber. King finishing off Coded. Woogieman against the world. with no diffuser and just about no hope. Reload, you're gonna need every last one of these bullets to make this work. Handy goes down, 3 to find, 8 seconds on the clock as he needs to drop down, but he's not afforded the opportunity because KDS has come for him. And FaZe Clan now have match point on the docket, on the verge of eliminating the Koreans.
It's such an awkward thing to watch. It feels like FEARX are nowhere in the map. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they're everywhere. They start top 4 library, they peel back, then they play office, they peel back, they play master, then they're in basement with 2 different defenders, then they're going back top 4 to retake the verticality just like on Consulate. Meanwhile, FEARX never saw the bomb site. That was a kitchen dining defense. They were so quick to breach the office wall, so quick to clear the mirror window, then nothing happened. And I gotta say it just one more final time. I don't understand the train of thought downstairs between Good Boy and Rin.
Think this through. Like, okay, why don't we take the top floor, right? And we're gonna do it really well. We're gonna do it really efficiently. And then what I was thinking is, why don't we just all chase one guy downstairs
in the basement?
In the basement, and then I'm gonna sell my teammate by running away because I'm worried about a crossfire.
Yeah.
And then my teammate is going to swing for no reason.
And die.
And then I'm going to go and try and refrag him by going into the same crossfire that I was already scared of. The only difference being I no longer have a teammate.
Yeah.
Just hear me out.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So, you know, if you hit your shots, it could work.
Yeah, but I mean,
if you don't hit your shots, it's kind of bad.
I mean, I don't even think Coded should have. It was no Mephi, I think it was.
Good boy was raw downstairs.
Nice one from me for getting both of the play names.
I mean,
anyway,
you're almost there.
If I went through 2 more, I would have gotten it actually.
It wasn't Wookie, that much we knew.
Yeah. A Good Boy. I mean, him losing that fight. I mean, I kind of feel like when Rin ran away, Good Boy had to be like, okay, we're leaving this.
Yeah, and also, like, this is very nitpicky, but if Rin runs away to bait the fact that Cyber is safe, because they don't know the Good Boy's there necessarily.
Good Boy needs to stop moving.
He starts wall banging blindly, and it's like, okay, now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
So
if Good Boy had just sat there,
yeah,
gun up, and just waited. He knew he'd cross into that corner, right? Just wait for him. He's going to move eventually.
That's what I thought they were going to do. And then Good Boy starts sprinting and shooting and just
would have actually been potentially a good play.
Yeah. And this is kind of like, when we speak about APL in general, it's those kind of small things that they will mess up more often than not, but it's not a FEARX thing. Like, this is not common for FEARX to make that small mistake.
And let's not forget, I mean, FEARX were playing against D+, which is this all-Brazilian roster, and they made them look silly.
Yeah,
they made them
really
look
well.
bad. And those D+ players, even in Brazil, are pretty damn good.
Cyber's feeling it. I mean, he's 14-6. He's going to run out, 100%.
Dude, go for it.
Yep.
15 kills for Cyber in 10 rounds. Desperately looking for a refrag. Here it's Mephi, and it will land. Thank you, Good Boy, for hacking that Banshee. It afforded him the ability to get that kill on the rotation, and numbers are even again.
It's a 4+1 strat. It's Cyber feeling himself going crazy, and the other FaZe players, they're playing library. They're holding, they're passive positions, they're waiting for FEARX to make the first move, so the pace will change now. FEARX, they gotta strike first, they gotta pick this top floor, hold apart, and there is so much util. Bulletproof cameras, cancel barricades, crossfires. KDS, he finds one.
Yeah, where did Mephi fall? Rin is just waiting for a player to cross his line of sight, but FaZe Clan, they're not silly. They know where they are and are not safe. Another impact goes through. Wookie dodges it.
I don't like this.
There's no one here to support him. How did Handy get the angle? How's Rin falling like that? It's Good Boy against the world as he accidentally falls down the hatch. 1v4 and FaZe Clan, they are very hungry. GG. The early GG's called by Vida King. And if you're a FEARX fan, you may as well say your prayers and say goodbye as the Koreans are about to be sent home by the world champions. FaZe Clan survive another round of the lower bracket and say goodbye to FEARX.
And it's a very big statement from them as well, right? Yes, they fall to Darkseer, but then they show, hey, FaZe Clan, best of 3s against a weaker opponent. We can look like the best team in the goddamn world. I mean, the first 7-0, FEARX had no way to problem solve any of their attacking rounds. They're an attacking team. We've been praising them all stage long. They're so excellent at this particular problem solving part. Yet today, they could not figure it out.
And if there's any way to dispel any doubts about FaZe after losing the DZ 7-3, what do? You take down the best team from APL North in a 2-0, and the first map of that is a flawless 7-0. FaZe Clan are back, and they live to fight another day.
If I'm correct, that probably is the first 7-0 of the tournament so far. What a statement to start things off, especially because it was also FEARX's map pick, which does put them on the back foot. And with that, FaZe Clan is going to be advancing to the lower bracket finals, semifinals, because they're going to be going up against G2. Not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but oh my, they put a statement forward. They're warmed up and ready to go, and the best of threes from FaZe Clan are looking scary.
Yeah, wow, I can't believe that you just said it, but I've just looked at the bracket. It's FaZe Clan versus G2 up next. So, look, FaZe, I know you've done pretty well, but, you know, 2-0ing FEARX is quite different to coming up against the best team from Europe.
I would still like to touch upon FEARX because, of course, you know, they are the #1 seed coming out of APL North, and we've not necessarily seen too much from them when it comes to this tournament, but again, the fact that they are here, the fact that they are continuously taking these steps to be at internationals, to go up against the better teams, to get that experience, to get those learnings, that is a good start. And I think this is, again, a nice opportunity for them. They've been able to take some lessons, takeaways from this, go back and dominate their region, and we'll see them again.
It's true, but we also expected more from them. Like, we used the word super team a lot, and I feel like often it's kind of like, it falls kind of flat. But when you look at the region they're coming from in Korea, now merged with Japan, they are a super team of the region. Yeah, and they are way ahead of anybody else by miles. Yeah. We expect them to go further. I will say they had tough opponents this tournament. They didn't have like an easy matchup, but you look at the teams, there's no freebies, only other APL teams, and that's not where FEARX they want to be. They're above that in their own minds. Yeah,
I do think that, you know, for the longest time, FEARX has been making these international events, and we haven't had a lot of expectation on them. We're like, yeah, we know the routine, right? They're going to top Korea, and then they're going to go international, and they're going to get first or second rounded, right? Yeah. But not this roster. Not when you get Woogie encoded on there. We got this big S word, the super team, and yet they fall flat again, like you said, going down to VP, who's now made it already to the top 8, and now to FaZe Clan, who are the reigning world champions. It's a respectable defeat, but not when you're going down 7-0. FaZe Clan on the flip side of that, like we said, they've dispelled the doubts that may have elucidated our thoughts after that first map earlier today when they lost to FaZe, but it doesn't get any easier from here on out, especially not when G2 are their next opponent.
You mean after FaZe lost to DZ?
Is that not what I said?
After they lost to FaZe. Sorry. After they
had to throw me under the bus there, Ginny. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Hello.
Next time, Ginny, I'm going to be standing next to you, and people are going to finally realize how short you are.
No, let's not do that. Please, absolutely do not do that, because instead we're going to be heading over to the interview with Lax, who is standing by with one of the FaZe players. I can't see which one, but take it away.
Well, he's not their player. He's actually their analyst. JP, I've obviously had the pleasure talking to you throughout the SAL stage. You guys get it done here in a 2-0. That first map, it was a 7-0. You guys are the first 7-0 that we've seen throughout the stage so far.
I mean, we know that they should pick Consulate, were their best map. They were 4-0. But I think they weren't expecting getting 7-0 on their pick, so yeah.
For sure. Going into Chalet, were you kind of expecting, watching everyone play, how does FaZe or how does Vidiking kind of understand that unorthodox playstyle and being able to just tame that aggression and kind of control the pacing of the game?
I mean, we knew what most everything they would do, like we studied them, so it wasn't that hard to read them. We have a game plan, so it was basically following the game plan, honestly.
Absolutely. And going back to the game versus Dark Zero, best of 1, you guys lose 7-3. I'm sure you guys are probably going to look back on that. Look what happened, went wrong, especially going into now your matchup against G2 going into tomorrow. Is there anything that you're going to take from that G2 match and then kind of implement going into that G2 game?
Sure, I mean, against DZ, we were too passive defending. We're not like the kind of team that are too passive in a map that you have to be like aggressive on defense. So it was basically like we are two pussies on defense. We shouldn't do that again, so let's see tomorrow.
Okay. Well, is there anything that you want to say to G2 before this?
Alemão, my friend, it's time to send you home.
Well, you heard it from JP, and Alemão, you heard it as well. You're getting sent home, apparently, but I'm going to send it back to the desk.
Oh, everyone has it out for Alemão this time around. It was yesterday, Hertz and the media day. Earlier today, it was Canadian. Now it's
He's the villain, and he loves to play that role so well. And I mean, sometimes it's gonna hurt because they're gonna talk smack back.
Absolutely. No, Alemão deserves every bit of smack.
Oh, whoa!
It's Alemão. I mean, he's been the punching bag ever since he moved. Actually, even before he moved to G2.
Yeah. Always been that case.
Either way, I really loved how very eloquently he put into perspective what they did wrong when it came to DZ. I'm not going to repeat that, but I mean, would you like to?
I would like for you to do it.
Absolutely not. There's a time and place, and that is not right now. But that's the thing, right? It was a best of one, and you don't have that chance where you play that best of one, you see what you did wrong, and then you go, oh, let's make the adaptation. Here they did have that. Here we've even seen to an extent FEARX be able to do that adaptation. So going into that best of one against G2, now that they're warmed up, they're aware of their mistakes. I'm excited.
And FaZe ain't going to give it up in a BO3. Yeah, you can take him down in a BO1. It's a whole different kettle of fish once we get into the big boy games. Can I just say, how nice is it that we get a chance to talk to JP? I don't think we've ever had an interview with him before. It's very rare that we get not just support staff, but actually just analysts as well.
Yeah, shout out to Lax as well, who's been doing a killer job when it comes to these interviews. But a 7-3, I mean, we're bringing this up, I guess, just to rub it in the FEARX fans' faces.
I mean, look at Cyber. 15-7. Unbelievable.
We said it on the cast, but like he flies under the radar because FaZe as a team always gets brought up as a 5-man roster, whereas Cyber individually can just shine in these kind of moments. I mean, he was running around to the final round just like going for kills.
Yeah, I noticed he actually doesn't even have any assists because he was busy killing everyone.
Yeah, like killed or
he
got
wasn't
killed.
helping. Exactly, he wasn't helping anyone out. No, insane game from Cyber. Love to see that every once in a while, and it's above a 2.0 KD as well, which is unbelievable. You very rarely see that. Not to mention the 7-0 in the first map. Cyber absolutely farming the stats today, by far and away MVP of the map.
Yeah, it is absolutely great to see that they were able to reel things back. I think that mental edge that we've talked about earlier today, where it's like, oh, you lose a game that you are technically supposed to win. You need to hit that reset immediately. You need to come back into this lower bracket on the same day and make it work. Now they have the rest of the evening off. They're going to be playing G2 tomorrow. G2 also, after that loss, the scenes, it did not look good. But we have our Sony MVP of the match as well, and it's going to be, of course,
you leaked it, James. Come on.
Sorry, guys. I mean, was anybody surprised?
No.
Tell me now. Was anybody surprised?
Hey, Vidiking, he's the good ideal as well, okay?
Yeah.
Let's shout out to Vidiking. He had some good moments.
Yeah, okay. But did he get 15 kills?
No, but he calls the shots. You know, JP said it. Vidiking had a game plan. He followed it, and that was it.
Fine. I can hear a little bit of salt coming from the inner support player inside of you.
I just feel like we need to praise the people that don't shine on the scoreboard.
I respect that. You know what? I want to praise JP. He wasn't on the scoreboard either, but he stepped up to the interview, which I'm sure would have been pretty nerve-wracking for him. And I've no doubt that a lot of the strats, a lot of the counter prep as well, was thanks to him and the support staff. But yeah, it doesn't get any easier from here on out for FaZe.
No, absolutely not. You got to lock in. You got to prepare for G2. And if you win against G2, then you're qualified. And if you don't, you're going home. Imagine G2, who is the #1 seed of Europe, is now going to have to go up against FaZe and has a genuine possibility of being knocked out on the second day. They're not even heading into playoffs. G2 not being into playoffs? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a beautiful story for G2 in email, right? Because they got Stompin, the King, the new guy, the young kid, and he had a phenomenal stage one. G2 looked the best they've been in like 2 years since winning a sign in 2023, and now they have a rough start to the tournament with the possibility of going home very soon.
Yeah, and remember what they said as well. This is the third era of G2. The first era back when
said that.
You were on it. Yeah, Alamau did say that. Second era was when they had that resurgence. They won 6 Invitational in 2023. This is meant to be the third era. Can they do it? Well, they got to get rid of FaZe first.
Well, for the two of you as well, that's it for today. I know you guys are done and dusted, and you'll be back tomorrow. I still have a little bit more time to put into the shift, and you guys also have a little bit more time because we have another best of one coming your way, followed by a best of 3. The next matchup is going to be W7M against Team Secret. It is also in this upper bracket of Group A, so make sure you stick around to find out which other team qualifies to the playoffs.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Who's going through the top 8? I don't know.
It was supposed to cut after that. You were supposed to be quiet after that, but we're going to be going to a break and we'll be back.
Nice.
Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. tries to heal. Why do I feel like I can live for hours? Pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time
Welcome back to the upper bracket semifinal, where the winner is going to qualify and be heading into playoffs, granting themselves a little off day tomorrow, and the losers is going to drop down to that lower bracket and will have to play a best of 3. I'm your host, Ginny, and once again, we did a little switcheroo. We have Stokes and Jesse this time around to walk us through it. Secret going up against W7M. I thought it was going to be Falcons, but Secret it is. Let's go.
Hey, it's bound to be a good time, isn't that right, Jesse? I'm pretty pumped about this one, especially with how Secret has shown up at this tournament. That's always the worrisome thing for me with Secret. They always do great when it comes to national competition, but what's going to happen when we get to that international stage?
They had a really tough first-round opponent in the Falcons. They managed to get that upset.
Yes.
They got a tough second-round opponent, too, though. They're going up against W7M, who are no easy feats. One of those Brazilian giants that we talk about in Siege. So they're going to put up a good game today as well.
For sure. And when we're looking at the bracket as a reminder as well of how exactly we got here today, because we did have quite a few games played. The thing is, when we're looking at Group A specifically, which is not the group that we are covering here right now, Shopify has already qualified. Virtus Pro has already qualified. DZ and G2 are going to be waiting in that lower bracket tomorrow. They're going to be playing the winners of Genji Weibo or FEARX FaZe, and considering FaZe just won, G2 is going to be going up against FaZe. It does not get easier because you have DZ, G2, and FaZe, and only 2 can make it.
That's going to be spicy.
That is going to be spicy. But Group B is where we are currently at. Secret against W7M. That will be our first team that qualifies here in Group B to head into the playoffs. I mean, we're talked about Secret specifically and how they do well nationally. Yes, they played Team Falcons, and it was their first quote-unquote international game, but it's Falcons. It's a team you've played before. It's a team you've scrimmed before. It's a team you've seen time and time again in the EML. You had your time to prep for it. Now it's W7M. This is probably when they saw the bracket, most likely what they were expecting anyway, because 7-1 was maybe the unexpected part, but they most likely already prepped for this to an extent, because W7M hit the server running, and they're going to do that just once more.
Yeah, and I mean, they hit this entire stage running, didn't they? They add in Palu. Palu does what Palu does best. He just kills people over and over and over again. Second highest rating on the team, right behind Dodez, which also kind of a high expectation for that guy in this tournament as well. But overall, I'm really, really happy with this W7M roster. I mean, they pick up the Montreal Major last year. They choose to go, hey, you know what? We didn't exactly get the results after that we wanted to, so they go back to the drawing board, guys. We don't see that all that often. I'm happy with this squad and the fact that they chose to try and, shake some things up.
Yeah, but instead, let's start off with looking specifically at the Team Secret roster. I know you both are the NA, and I'm the honorary NA host, but we've seen what they were capable of in that first match. We had Adrian absolutely step up. We had Joom in that final round step up. And something that we said on the desk at the time was that if Team Secrets wants to continue finding success here at EWC, Joom's got to do what he did in that last round every single round.
100%. The one thing I will say about Team Secret when you're looking at Europe overall is that they're in really good company. I mean, they're very, very close to that upper echelon of talent. You're talking about G2, you're talking about Team Falcons.
They're both in the lower bracket, though.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. But when it comes down to the talents that you see and how close-knit the whole roster is, that's the point that we're trying to make here. G2 and Team Falcons, it's a full team ball game. And you can say the same thing about Secret here.
Yeah, and I've really enjoyed seeing a big performance from Adrian in that first opening game against Falcons. He's got a bit of a reputation for being an online player. He hasn't had the best events. He had a 0.62 KDR in Montreal, a 0.73 in Boston, a 0.72 in Rio. But then he starts today going 16-7. A ridiculous stat line to start turning the trend on a player who has struggled at international events in the past, but now is looking better than ever, and maybe we'll be turning that story around in Riyadh.
Yeah, just the hopes here really is going to be that what we've seen in Game 1 against Falcons wasn't a flash in the pan, and that is something that they can replicate time and time again, because you're going up against a roster like W7M, an incredible roster in their own right, and if you want to take them down, you want to head into playoffs unscathed, you want to go there and not be knocked into that lower bracket, you got to play the best Siege you can play.
100%. And the big thing is, I think stylistically, it's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams dissect each other. Because you look at Secret and you look at what they were really trying to channel in Europe. A little bit of a slower play style. They could pop off at certain moments in time, but you look over at W7M, Jesse, and I mean, that's just a dynamite stick waiting to get lit.
No, W7M are a ridiculously explosive team. They looked so good throughout the stage. Palu seems to slit in so easily to this team. And I remember one thing that Loven said earlier in the stage is like, they've really got a superstar in every position since adding on Palu. It feels like every single role, this team has got somebody who can pop off and absolutely demolish their opponents.
But they're going to be going up against W7M, and that's already what we touched upon here is the roster, when we're looking at it, individually incredibly talented. They've made the roster changes we already touched upon earlier today, and it looks like when they're going up against SSG at least, that this team is unstoppable on the international stage. So when I'm looking at W7M, I'm going, who's going to stop them?
I mean, it's a really hard prospect to even try and consider because W7M, I mean, they're just playing very clean Siege right now. Their capability to deal with situations, their capability to pull things back across the line when they start to get out of reach. I mean, it just looks so good in that SSG game, and let alone that fact, it's the same thing with what we were talking about with Team Secret and Falcon and G2. W7M, they're amongst fantastic company in Brazil. This is the region that you want to be in if you want to be one of the best teams in the world right now.
They won a major last year for a reason. That Montreal major, a huge turning point for this team, a legacy moment. Why not do it again? That Montreal major came right after a second place finish at EWC. Why not one-up yourselves just one time here and get that first place finish?
I mean, W7M is absolutely pumped and ready to go. I pretty much very sure that our microphones were able to pick that up. I felt the shake in the ground as they were stomping during their team huddle. If anything, this could be pretty scary. I mean, if I'm Secret, I'm a little scared right now. I'll be a little intimidated, I'll be honest.
Yeah, the atmosphere is honestly just electric between these two. And if you guys haven't noticed at home just yet, but for the first time in a long time, we actually have the benches facing against each other for these players. So sometimes when you guys see them looking across the room and pointing, they're actually talking mess to that other team. And it's a beautiful sight to see. Expect that here with W7M versus Secret. Keep an eye out on those player cameras.
We've seen quite a lot of trash talking across the different streams today. And I think that is the beauty of the atmosphere of being on a LAN, but also to an extent when you're looking at a team that is maybe a little less experienced in when we're looking at Secret, when it comes to LANs, when it comes to international LANs, it can be worrisome because eventually someone could potentially get in their head. I think Falcons, when it came to the trash talking, did not do any at all. I don't think any of their players actually stood out of their chairs and started pointing. But W7M, they will do it.
Oh, yeah. They're going to bring that special sauce, Jesse, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, that's the style that W7M love to play. They're the Brazilians. They're used to it, right? I mean, they historically have played their whole seasons on LAN, facing their opponents, yelling across the stage.
I would love to see what he's showing them on the screen, though, because that has to be some... No, never mind.
That's our DMs. You don't want to see those.
Okay. I didn't know you guys were tight like that, but the map veto is coming through, and it looks like we're going to Cafe.
Ooh, what you got to say about that, Mr. Chick?
Listen, not a super popular map for either of these teams. W7M, they've only played it once this season. That was a 7-4 loss to Furia back at Reload, so a long time ago. They've not been playing this map much. They might be pulling it out now for the first time, trying to surprise Team Secret. Secret, their only play in Tier 1 at least, was in their qualification game to get to EWC. They played it against Falcons. They won it against Falcons 7-5. So both these teams, bit of a short history, not going to be a lot of odds. I think we're going to see some surprises on this Cafe.
I think that's the beauty of it as well, because, I mean, when we were looking at the Furia matchup against OXG, OXG definitely had done a lot of prep when it came to that matchup. They were really ready, and right now you're just being thrown in. You've just played one best of one that went your way. You've gotten a chance to see one best of one of the other team, and now you have to go hit the ground running, figure out how exactly you're going to dissect this one.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. This is what we love about tournaments like this. And we're going to get another matchup just like that here on full display. And what a you couldn't really ask for better teams at the tournament right now to be playing this. I mean, Secret and what we saw them channel earlier was just something special. And then W7M just battering and bruising Space Station Gaming, especially after their just absolutely electric run in the lower bracket in North America. I mean, both of these teams, I couldn't be more giddy to catch this, I'm telling you.
No, and I'm hoping that we'll see W7M be given a bit more of a challenge than their last game. They kind of had a bit of a cakewalk to start off this tournament, but just given what Secret have already shown at this event, I do think this is going to be a much tougher game for W7M. They're still going to be the favorites in my mind because they have that legacy behind them. They've got so much more experience, but even still, this Team Secret team is dangerous, okay? And W7M need to be looking really strong in this game.
Yeah, I think as well when it comes to Secret, potentially like the underdogs coming into this, maybe even being underestimated. I do think, however, after the game against Falcons, W7M is not a roster that's going to underestimate any of their opponents, regardless who it is that they're going up against. So it does maybe make things a little bit more difficult because to an extent, Secret has kind of like shown their hand. They've shown what they're capable of, and they've earned some respect with that win against Falcons. So W7M are gonna look to take this one pretty seriously.
I will say, you do have to watch yourself, though, when it comes to Twister. That guy, there's a lot of secrets in that brain, I'm telling you. A lot of different strategies. That's why he had to shave his head. It was getting too warm up there, okay?
Okay.
Needs some extra airflow.
So you're saying that the more hair you have, the less airflow you have, the less ideas you have?
No, it's just that, you know, sometimes the brain just needs a little extra airflow. You know what I mean? You're already too smart for your own britches, so you probably shouldn't go the bald route.
Wait, you're being nice to me?
Of course.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, now I can.
For the first time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a new one. That really caught me off guard, Sam. Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Never let him know your next move.
Indeed. I think the next move, though, for whichever team wins is qualification, and whoever loses is dropping into that lower bracket. And it's either going to be Falcons or SSG, most likely, that you're going to be going up against. Pick your poison. Pick your poison.
I'd rather have Space Station every day of the week, I'll be honest.
Wow.
You got Shaiko and Riyadh. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
So far, Shaiko and Riyadh hasn't necessarily paid off. So maybe you do?
Yeah, but there's just this, I don't know what it is about this roster, but they, for some reason, can never win their first game at a tournament. So I feel like there might be some air around that to work around, but hey, I mean, we've been blindsided before, haven't we, Jesse?
Yeah, and we're heading into the game. Secret against W7M for the qualification match. Guys, take it away.
All right, thank you, Ginny. Early op bands already taken care of here on Cafe, so we don't have to worry about getting through that. It's going to be a 1 shield plus Grim combination. Super common for Cafe. You often see 1 shield plus then one of those kind of disruption operators, either the Grim or the Ying being removed from the field. And then on the defense side, we see Azami, we see Castle, making sure that those windows are all available for the attackers to use the brand new repel mechanics to move around, cause chaos, have huge impact on those top 2 floors. Might not have the biggest impact on the bottom floor here because this is not a huge bomb site for those ops, but even still, we're going to see Secret really try to abuse that in the later rounds, try to make some stuff happen out on repel.
Yeah, and Cafe, probably one of the maps that was affected the most by that change is because it's one big old block. You can just continue to run circles around the whole thing for the most part, which is very useful, as Jesse's saying, especially when you think about things like Christmas, just running back across the windows, being able to switch to the other side and all that. Just a beautiful thing and something that I'm sure we'll see Secret implementing in this round. We're going to have a full attacker swap here as we're dropping some ops and picking up some new ones. A little shield play coming in here for Savage. W7M will be downstairs, as Mr. Chick had said. The big things popping out to me, obviously going to be a lot of delay utility, and then you have Palu on that Clash, which has been kind of a Swiss Army knife for a lot of these teams. You're able to delay, deny things out early on, and as soon as things start to get pressing, you plant that shield down and take a gunfight.
Oh, and we're looking to get aggressive forward, though, as the entry player runs out, but loses the first fight to Joom. Couldn't quite find the target that he was looking for at the very start and gave Joom that time to react. Almost had the moment, but Joom really nice to be able to spot that and clean it up before any danger could occur. So good to stop that early tempo from W7M. We've seen throughout this tournament how strong those early aggressions can really be in setting the pace for your team and getting the ball rolling. So not really going to be a roam game coming out. Paulo on the Clash, as you mentioned, for only the 5th time this season. Not a common operator for him, but he will play it when it's required. Other than that first little run out, I don't think we're going to see any crazy aggression coming out from W7M. Should be a relatively slow round as we see Secret work through the top 2 floors.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff to deal with the verticality here, folks. You've got the Ram coming in, you've got the Buck. You know, Secret would just be doing themselves a disservice at this point if they didn't take that mid floor and start ripping away at those floorboards. So we'll see Secret start working their way towards that. As for W7M, what's the answer? Do you guys want to wait downstairs and have them try and deliver into the site? Do you want to try and force a rotate up? Honestly, it feels like it's the former. It feels like W7M is probably going to want to wait in the wings and see what they can get. It's going to be Joom here initially.
Yeah, that's not a bad answer at all. Using the one and only Nitro Cell being brought by Logan to be able to work one of those picks, make it a 4-on-4. If you were considering getting aggressive, going for a flank up one of the stairs before, you are not now. You're happy to sit here in the 4v4, play the bomb site. There's a lot of destruction happening above you, but W7M so far doing a good job of dodging that. Haven't lost anybody yet from the verticality. Paulo's taking a bit of damage, but he is still alive. So I think W7M broadly still in control of this round.
Most definitely, Jesse, especially when you start looking at the true control downstairs and the positioning here from W7M. You know, you see the Echo over inside of VIP. You see these players still strung along over here in Small Bake as well as the bomb site, avoiding all of this verticality. Volps is going to come up with 2 big frags here. It's down to Adrian. He's worked his way in through Freezer. Knows potentially somebody's over in prep, but does he know about that. The Rice player seems like he knows Palu's there, but that shield's in the way. It'll soak up those 417 rounds as they're looking to find any frag at all. It'll be Mowgli that finally delivers on that player that we were talking about just prior. Mowgli will get yet another one here. The double kill now as they've brought this back into reality. W7M, are things going to come crashing down here in the last moments of this round? They know that Dodds has been isolated here inside of VIP. They have to help each other. They'll get it as Adrian will follow through. It's down to Volps, the man that I saw on my plane, and hopefully he's looking to fly high here inside of this round. It's a 1 versus 2 with minimal time left. No case, no face.
Wow.
No problem for Secret.
And that was ridiculous teamwork, Sam. You saw how well they played together in that 2vx situation. The 2v4 managed to work picks on isolated players. They didn't get too out of hand. They didn't get too crazy. They managed to work out more of those frags before things really got too chaotic. They lost the defuse kit over in Bakery.
Yeah.
The initial plan for that push was we're going to take top floor control, then we're going to go Bakery. We're probably going to use the Capitao to smoke off some angles that we don't like. The long angles from Bake can be kind of scary, so we'll smoke those off. Then we'll go for the plants. Unfortunately, Volps was playing Bakery, and he really threw a wrench into that plan. He said, no, you're not. I'm going to stop this in its tracks. But what an adaptation from Team Secret. Mowgli stepping up so big in that 2v2 coming up with Adrian. I mean, really impressive stuff to be able to work those last couple of players, isolate them around the map. And then you saw Volps not moving. He had the defuse kit, but it didn't matter. They isolated where he was, and they still got that pinch in the kill.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, for that round for W7M and their point of view, I mean, that is a complete misfire. I mean, you have everything in spades to be able to take that round, and let alone that fact. But Mowgli is off on an island, actually, when he pushes into that bomb site. You get the call out from Palu, and still nobody shows up to help my man on the clash, Jesse. Yeah. It's just so unfortunate. But for W7M, they're going to double down on the aggression. Volps is going to pick up the MP5. We'll see if he can deliver some magic.
All right, Reading's going to be our next site then as we come into round number 2. Some real aggression, as you mentioned, not only just with the Doc, but also going through with Loban on that Mozzie as well, hoping to deny some of that information. Won't stop Joom, who's of course playing on that Doke beat to try to help clear out some of those players likely on the top floor. Every single player in W7M playing up above with the sole exception of Loban, who is currently bottom white, might be looking for a play as well on one of those players outside on Repel. So keep an eye on him and where he might end up roaming around. But, of course, the focus is top floor. Every other player in W7M is playing up here. They've got a really strong setup with the clash being held by Dots instead of Cigar. Because that's one of those problems that Secret will need to solve.
Absolutely. And you can already see that Secret, they've been targeting this room in particular, guys. Christmas, it's so beneficial. It benefits so much from Castle and a zombie and being able to just close up all of these angles. Because now, look, Volps has to take a true heads-up gunfight from Pixel. Everybody knows this angle if you've played this map, and he'll end up losing it out to Noah. The Clash will attempt to put the shield down. A little bit of a fake, just try and get some motion out, it seems. Loban, though, will be the next one to find a frag.
Yeah, and that's Loban bottom white, by the way, so he did manage to find that pick on another player on Repel. Really nice from Loban to be heads up, away from his teammates, but still supporting them. This top floor is not being given up at all. We're at the minute-and-a-half mark, which is usually when teams would fall off, but W7M are saying, this is our house. We're not going anywhere.
And why wouldn't you? Trying to hold things down, but Mowgli will deliver. Dodez to die. And Secret doing a pretty decent job of clearing out this top floor. Not exactly in the perfect timing that you would want, but given the circumstances of W7M's setup, and especially that clash being there, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They have got one in deep freeze. Dots delivers with a kill from behind. Actually, no, it's Dots on the shield this time around, as Secret will clean up shop and take 2 rounds in a row.
Another big round from Mowgli. Of course, one of the new pickups on Team Secret, an aggressive French entry fragger who was previously on that old Vitality squad for so long, now coming over to Team Secret and having a ridiculous impact for this squad has really helped elevate them and be able to set a little bit of a faster pace. I've always thought that Mowgli is one of the fastest players in Siege, and how quickly he gets in and starts getting into gunfights. Sometimes that doesn't really reflect positively on his stats. He's got one of the worst survival ratings, but when he hits those heads, and he so often does, you're seeing how beautiful the aim is in that replay. Man, he is a force to be reckoned with and so threatening in the server.
Absolutely. He's got a hell of a shot on him, and that's the main thing about Mowgli you've always noticed, right? And especially with how Cafe is asking them to play the game. You know, you're bringing that gridlock in to try and deny those rotations. You give it to somebody like Mowgli who can have, you know, kind of a cadence that can get him in trouble sometimes, just like you said.
Yeah.
You put him on a position like this where he has to take a little bit more time sometimes, and he'll find those big kills. That's the beauty of a situation like that. You hold him just by the collar for about the first minute of that round while he gets those track stingers down, and you go, all right, go kill people, Mowgli. And he finds frags inside of Cocktail and everything else on that top floor. Secret are looking dastardly so far on this Cafe offense.
Well, we'll go top floor for the first time coming out in this matchup, W7M versus Secret. W7M on the top floor have not played it too often. Of course, they only played this map once. They played it twice on the top floor when they last played this matchup up against Furia, and they won it once, lost it once, so not a huge sample size on that. No spawn peaks or anything aggressive this time. I think maybe after their very first run out didn't really pan out. They've reined things in a little bit, Sam, and they're thinking to themselves, we got to respect Secret. They're a good team. They're here for a reason. Let's just play our default game and not go for anything too cheesy.
I don't think you really want to risk it up against Secret. Yeah. They've so far proven that they're very good at working Cafe. The biggest thing about Cafe that becomes a very difficult point for a lot of teams on offense is that they just can't start. They can't get in the building successfully. And Secret has time and time again, even with W7M bearing down on them, have been capable of working through those weeds and getting some big frags. Now W7M, as Jesse said, they're going to slow things down a little bit, folks. We're still going to have the clash. We're still going to have Volps over here on the dock, but they're not more than likely going to go for any super aggressive swings early on into the round. That will come much later when they'll be much more impactful.
Team Secret not moving too much either. They've actually found the clash in Cigar.
Where's the help?
Mowgli is solo fighting this player, and he will get the free kill. Nobody plays with the clash dots all by himself. A weird play to have him so solo here in Cigar, but Mowgli keeps pushing.
That is a wondrous situation that we just saw between those two. Volps will take down Mowgli, Loban with one as well, won't be able to follow through, and all of a sudden, wow! Secret, they turn heads, they turn nails! Dodez, dead as a doornail right now, speaking of which, 1v3, but he's dead too! Secret, all across the board, pound for pound, ounce for ounce, the demons in the server.
Yeah, Savage, a huge part of making that turnaround happen. He had 0 kills coming into that round. He goes for the rappel in on the new attack timeout coming in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it gives me more time to yap about how good Savage is, because he makes that rappel into heaven, in through the first window just next to Cocktail, and he makes his way and barely dodges the shots from Loban. Rare miss coming out from Loban as he doesn't manage to hit the shots with the carbine, and then he goes on a tear. Of course, getting that first kill onto Loban, getting second one onto Dodez, and then really making that turning point, I think, happen. Go from a 3v4 into a dominant victory at the end there in the 3v1. So really nice play coming out from Savage. I think got a little lucky that Loban didn't blow his head off as he repelled him through the window.
Yeah.
But you take those, right? In a high-pressure situation like this, you've stolen the pace of the game in the first 2 rounds. You've put that doubt into the minds of Loban and W7M. Now you're exploiting it and reaping the rewards.
Oh, yeah. And if anything, you look at that round, you go, oh, that's a backbreaker after what you just witnessed. Those 2 first rounds, you're like, okay, we were kind of trying to do some other stuff. It just didn't exactly work out. Let's try to bring it back to bear in round 3. And then you just get decimated after picking up that big man advantage. It's just very unfortunate for W7M, but as you said, not able to deliver in those big moments, especially that window swing from heaven. That was the moment right there for W7M to capture that round.
So we actually got to talk to Paulo at the end of the SAL, and he talked a little bit about what Norris tends to focus on in these attack timeouts. And generally when Norris is calling attack timeout, he's doing it because he wants to relay to the team how the enemies are playing. Right, so he wants to get really into specifics about what Team Secret are doing, what their style is, and what W7M then needs to do to counter it. Will be really interesting to see if Secret can have some of that adaptations. I think the Clash ban makes a lot of sense because it was brought so consistently from W7M. Wasn't the most useful, I would say, in rounds 1 and 3, but in round 2 it did get them some values. It got them a kill at the very least, so Secret maybe banning out a comfortable operator for them. W7M banned the Brava, and a lot of teams have been doing this since the release of Siege Action. I think it's so fun because you play the first 3 rounds without really operators that Brava cares about, right? You're playing it, you know, without Maestros, without Echoes, without Kaids, for example, but then you ban it, and now you go all in on those operators. We're already seeing Dots jump to this. Dota's over on the Valkyrie as well. They're going to start heavily leaning into these operators that can get hacked by Brava, but since it's no longer in the pool, you can't play it if you're Secret.
It's just so smart, and honestly, just a tip of the cap to Ubi and the fact that they thought this through with this
really cool.
Yeah, with this new ban, man. It's just so fantastic. I love how dynamic things have gotten. As speaking of which, Savage, it's going to be a pretty quick round here, folks. This is all pointing towards just dastardly deeds across the board. Looks like they want to try and work their way through the bake wall before they push forward. Do have to worry about a little bit of fire, but June will be the first one to fire off as he'll take down Loban there at the mid-floor of blue. And what the hell is going on this mid-floor? Everybody is donating their bodies to Joom in this R4C.
Wow, Joom, really big impact so far. His teammate Savage cleans up 1 1/3 through the wall. Joom's got to be absolutely hitting at this point. It's just 0-3. Palu to clutch the 1v4, and well, he kills the monster. Joom goes down, but there's still so much more to find.
All one inside a small bake, but the bars, they won't give. Palu, do you have anything left in the tank? A 1 versus 3 would be an absolute spectacle for this man. Will be a second coming, as we've seen him do these things time and time again with Liquid, but it'll get shut down. The patience out of Secret, they deliver.
The German does it with the utmost efficiency. Sam managed to find the opening pick with a really great angle onto the one roaming player up above, and then what does he do? He realizes, if I'm with W7M, they're going to try to refrag me. And if they're going to try to refrag me, they're probably going to push me up red stairs. So he goes and he looks at red stairs, and he kills the player trying to refrag him. So smart from Joom. And then walks down the stairs and finds another kill just because why not? Because he's Joom, because he's nasty like that. Really solid stuff coming out from Joom in that round. Cracked it wide open. I was a little worried for Secret because they went for the bakery rush, and they saw the wall was electrified. Because the Kaid was hiding all prep phase, I don't know if they knew there was a Kaid on the board, so that might have given them a bit of pause in the rush. But when Joom gets a 3K, who cares, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the wall could stay electrified. That's really not going to be a problem.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, the saving grace of that round, given those circumstances.
Yeah.
Because the only reason that happened is because Joom was on an angle on the second floor. If he's not there, if he's over just like holding white or something like that at the bottom, you don't have the same round. You just don't. So, for Secret, bang up job through and through on all 4 of these rounds. For W7M, I mean, they just can't find a single marker in any of these things to try and pull it across the line. Their biggest round that we saw was most definitely round 3. That big moment that we saw with that swing up round stairs, but no dice for W7M. And now the tack timeout already burned.
We're spiraling if we're W7M. I mean, down 0-4 on Cafe defense of all places to be down on. I mean, this is not what you wanted to see. They go top floor. They played this back in round 3, so they're switching up their bomb site rotation a little bit. That kind of says to me they might be panicking a little bit more. Go to that clash, of course, that was being played by Dots and Cigar previously, so now Volp will take up the Cigar position playing on that dock, and Dots kind of falls back a little bit farther playing inside of bar, so maybe trying to play this a little bit more passive with your support player. Let the players who are actually doing well, Volps and Loban in this case, kind of find that impact and be the ones to take the aggression to the enemy team.
Oh, Loban, are you going for the early swing? He's feeling it. He'll find Mowgli. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Mowgli not paying attention, and it's kind of difficult to hear those little footsteps when that track stinger's going off. It's decently loud, usually ends up masking something, and Loban knows that, so he uses that to its fullest advantage.
Yeah, one of the downsides of this operator and why sometimes teams do choose to go for Nomad. Here comes the play, though. All the Ying utility being used right now.
Is he going to fly in? More than likely going to be the rest of the team. The biggest person here is going to be Palu, as obviously he's the one that can see through smokes. He's got to use those special goggles. Adrian, you got to find it, and he doesn't. That's going to be a big moment here, as that could have been a game changer. Volps making the most out of this situation. Everybody trying to fight this man, but W7M across the whole roster delivering here in round 5. Finally, they're probably saying to themselves, Savage on the roof, nobody's going to give this guy the time of day. They might check it one time, he might get 1 kill, but past that, everybody's going to force him into this bomb site.
Yeah, this is pretty much unwinnable if you're Savage. You might try to bait for some kills and almost gets 1. Volp's on the dock. He's out of stim, so he can't exactly heal back up. Could just definitely take this as a pseudo tack timeout. Give his team a bit of chance to talk. Not that I think there's a lot to talk about. You're still up 4-1 when this round ends, so could definitely go for it, but you're not going to get 5 kills baiting on the skylight. I can tell you that, Sam. I think for that push, it was a bit weirdly timed as they came in with the Candelas. It all got thrown through the skylight, but then it wasn't a vault through the skylight. Jum actually went over towards the new hatch and dropped there instead into Cigar, and he immediately got flattened by Volts when he did that. So all the util came in, and then there's kind of nothing for a few seconds there. Nobody actually made a move on Team Secret. W7M were able to back up successfully, play their lives as those Yin Candelas ran out, and then once they were all over, then W7M steps back up, takes the fight to Secret, and get around on the board.
Yeah, it was a very solid response from W7M, and I think it really goes into what you were talking about. The fact that Secret didn't automatically deliver and try and take that space off of that utility actually came back to hinder their progress on the bomb site. Because once the dust settles, it's just W7M across the entire top floor. What the hell are you supposed to do with that?
For sure. I mean, that's a nightmare situation to deal with if you're Team Secret, but even if they lose these next 2 rounds, I think they're feeling good about a 4-2 half coming through, and they still got, of course, the potential for a 5-1 attacking half on Cafe. We'll remind you guys, too, this is a best-of-1 to qualify for playoffs. So this is a very important map. Every single round matters a ton for these 2 teams, and Secret are more than halfway done already at getting to that goalpost, at getting to those 7 rounds that they're looking for. 8 if it goes OT, but still, they've got to be feeling absolutely fantastic. They're going to run this final attack with Savage on the Nook, which is a bit of an interesting operator to be pulling through. Probably going to enter in through that bottom floor, either going in through the Whitehall or maybe in through Bake, but
we don't see her all that often anymore, do we?
No, she's really fallen off in both pick rate and win rate in the last couple of months, so be interesting to see what Savage does. He will go Bakery with this play.
So we'll keep an eye on Savage. We see that leaderboard starting to light up with him, then we know exactly what's happened. His big find here, at least in my eyes, Jesse, has got to be dots. If you can take away that pulse, if you can take away that cardiac sensor, constantly reading away at your teammates, that could be a huge game changer. Adrian's going to be the one to go down, and I mean, earlier today, hitting his mark. Right now, not so much.
How are we already going down? That's a tough one to lose so early. Coming out from Dodez, who I guess was just playing on the cocktail balcony, got a nice little frag out onto that. So good opening pick from W7M. Now they can start to work with a little bit more momentum. Here comes Savage up the red stairs. Dots has an army around him protecting him with so many players there on the second floor.
Yeah, I love this strategy from W7M. Instead of putting Dots all the way downstairs, they put him on the mid floor to read out the take on the top floor. And I mean, that's just stellar, Jesse. That's exactly what you want. You can try and coordinate everything on that top floor. We're Americans. We've seen Canadian do it for absolutely ever. Or North Americans. I apologize, my Canadian friend. Palu will pick up a nice kill onto Noah. And W7M finally finding their mark on this defensive side.
Yeah, it seems like we've finally seen them come to life. Mowgli hasn't gotten a kill in a couple of rounds, and he's hunting for one now. Logic Bomb flies through, and he should be able to hear that there's a player right on the other side of this corner, and yes, he does. Out with a nade, but loses the fight. Beautiful kill from Dodez.
Yeah, that's not one of those ones that you want to mess with. Dodez, man, what a demon. Takes him out. That's Case down upstairs in Cocktail as well with that little picture-in-picture we just got, guys. Is it back-to-back flawless? We'll give it to him. I don't even count that for Jim. That did not matter at all. That's back-to-back flawless rounds for W7M in my book.
Well, it's still not the half they wanted, Sam, but it is the momentum shift they wanted, okay? You get the last 2 at the end. You give yourself a bit of confidence that, hey, you're still W7M. You're still major champions. Well, most of them, Palu. But you're
poor guy. Why'd you have to do him like that, dude?
I couldn't not, Sam. I couldn't not. You're still going to be in a good spot, though, if you're W7M, right? I think you're feeling a lot better than you were just 10 minutes ago. If you're Secret, this is another test for them, right? They're still a young team. They're still kind of newly put together, and so this is going to really see how are they in the mental. They were really in control of this game. They lost it a little bit. Now you're moving on to the defensive side of Cafe, which I think in theory should be a little bit easier, but you never know. For some teams, they have a lot tougher time on the defensive side than the attack. So
all I was going to say is I really think W7M had a really big ban there coming in. I think that Brava ban really changed up their entire trajectory for that half. The fact that they were able to bring more utility to try and deny, delay, and just do all of these things to their overall setup, that's what was affecting Secret. You want to know the difference between those first set of rounds and the last set of rounds, Jesse?
What?
Information.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. They also didn't play on the Clash.
No.
Which usually wasn't really going well for them.
Yeah.
So maybe a nice ban for Secret.
They might have actually just given like a little bit of a, little positive boon there for W7M.
Perhaps. We'll see the IQ ban being removed by Team Secret.
What?
they're going to be playing a ton of Valkyrie, Sam.
yeah.
That's exactly what that says, and it's going to be probably a Valk ban after round 9, but they've now got 3 rounds where they can abuse this Valkyrie, and it's going to be really tough, especially on a big map like Cafe. Loads of spots to hide those Valk cams. There's one that we're seeing being placed down by June right now. This is going to be a real big problem from W7M to solve, and it's notable as well that ban came second. So they banned IQ first, W7M could have responded with a ban of the Valkyrie, but because it was Monty then IQ, you don't get that response.
Huge, huge brain. All these little details, guys. That's the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege. Always got to be considering what the heck could happen. In Secret, they deliver with these bans. We'll see if they can follow through here with this IQ. And that was the very first thing that I thought of as well. Hey, Valkyrie's going to get used, and also more than likely might see some yokai sneak in.
Yes.
Echo, that could be a little bit of fun. We've seen a lot of impact from him over the years. Doesn't have that invisibility anymore as he once did, but does have 2 of those yokai, which I've grown to really love. As you can be really aggressive with one, keep that other one in your back pocket just in case.
Well, Sam, I think we're going right in for another aggressive play to start off this half. W7M in with the blitz and the Ying.
And Doss is going to be putting this plant down right now. Adrian will get a nice frag with the MK. There's going to be Loban going down, but this plant, it's secure. And that's a blitz in sight. Now out, he's going to go down, and wow, basically a picture frame right there. Somebody snap a photo of that. As Dots is going to be holding up the window with his corpse. A 3 versus 5. Assuming a little verticality is going to be working into this as well, but it's going to be a trade on the stairs. Dodes, it's a hell of a shot. The last 2 remaining players over here on Blacktop. It's going to have to be an aggressive swing. Oh man, Secret. They pull the wool over W7M's eyes as they fly out the top floor. That pick that we saw earlier on Red Stairs comes back to bear.
So Sam, when I saw that we were going to be in a post plant on Mining Dining, and we saw those last 2 players of Palu and Volps outside, one question immediately popped in my head. I was thinking, okay, who's going to jump outside to kill these players and make sure that they can't stop the plants? Is it going to be Adrian? Is it going to be June? Might it be Noah? How about everyone? How about every single player except for Savage, who stuck the disable, jumping out those windows, using their bodies, throwing risk out the window, throwing care out the window, understanding that it's okay if they die, they just need to stop these players from swinging and killing Savage. That was a very well put together play from Team Secret. They all committed at the exact same time, which really made the difference.
Oh, that was a 3-2-1 count for sure.
And it completely caught W7M off. They couldn't do anything about that play.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And I love that you pointed that out too, Jesse, because that was their only way to get back into that round. I'm sorry, guys, even if you throw 2 people out that window, it's probably not going to go the way that you want. So you got to put all chips on the deck and just hope that it works out in your favor. It doesn't work out all that often, but there have been some hallmark moments in Rainbow Six history that have boiled down to things like this, and this will be yet another one.
Well, Sam, you called for the Echo, and it will be delivered in round number 8 alongside the Valkyrie, so getting as much use out of that IQ ban as they possibly can inside of Team Secret. I said after round 9, we would get that Valkyrie ban coming through, but Team Secret, they might not let the game get to round 10. If they win round 8 and 9, the game's going to be over.
Oh, yeah. And especially if you really want to consider Twister and just how damn good of a coach he is, that was probably his exact thought process with that. He was like, if we do good enough on this defensive side, we don't even have to worry about that 3rd ban.
So if you're W7M now, how do you answer this? I mean, you get to the top floor, you've got Loban on that blitz. You're hoping that Secret aren't playing anything too crazy aggro, and they're not. Everybody's down on that bottom floor. They're happy to allow W7M to take that ground because, well, we're going to know if you're up there. We're going to have cameras up on those top 2 floors. We're going to know exactly where you're at. And Mowgli's the only one who's brought a Nitro Cell, but with 4 impact as well. I mean, they're going to be very aware of where this push is coming, and they'll have lots of answers for it.
Going to be all down to the decision-making of Secret now. Lots to do here for them is... main job is just going to be holding on to these stairwells, trying to make sure that W7M doesn't get down too quickly, but do note that there is quite a bit of verticality over a lot of these different areas. Specifically for Mowgli, that's why he's lit up right now, as he was taking that fight up the stairwell, as well as that verticality was just above his head. But this is what it's going to be down to. They need to try and slow down this take from W7M as much as possible. Every second that takes away from this clock just means that Savage and Adrian's utility gets more and more impactful.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sam. And I mean, they've got a lot of flashes on the side of W7M, both Volps and Dots bringing some, and good smoke from Loban and Dodes too, but they're going to have to get past these Y magnets from June, so the utility they'll have will be a little bit maybe less impactful than they might expect. might think that they're going to have a lot of util to work through, but without that IQ, again, you're not going to be able to see where those magnets are, how many are being placed in a certain spot. So it just adds more and more uncertainty to this push, which has already been a huge problem for W7M in this game.
And that's why it's been so slow rolling. W7M don't exactly know what is the safe spot. Where is the gap, Jesse? Oh wait, there's 5 people downstairs. It doesn't exist. Lobin will go down. Palu will find something to try and pull this back across the line, but there's only 30 seconds remaining, and they don't truly have a bastion on this bottom floor. They need to get any progress at all, but Mowgli will quickly dust away Palu. Dots with the refrag. They're going to crawl their way into Freezer as they're trying to find any air to work with. It's down to Dots here, trying to get this case down. What a find from Savage. The Goyos will pop off. He knows that he has to try and work around this window. W7M, though, they find some big kills. It's down to Savage! My God!
No universe that he should be clutching that out. Sam, there was like a second left on the clock. He just had to live, but he didn't have any safe place to go. They knew his position. They were rushing him down, so Savage said, that's okay. I'll handle it. The captain of Team Secret, the Portuguese menace, stepping up in a huge moment to clutch out the 1v2. They were in control that round for much of it, but I think that wild style of W7M really started to throw things into question. Will they actually be able to swarm the site? Will they get that Effuse kit down? They got the man advantage. They had time to get the last kill. That's the scariest thing, but you still gotta get the kill. You still gotta win the fights. And they couldn't do it, not against Savage.
I think that's the man from Portugal, the man. Just put it out there.
That might be the man.
That might be the man. That might be him right there.
I've always heard them talk about the man, but we might have found him.
We finally found him. There he is. It's Savage with an M590 loaded for bear. It's ridiculous, dude.
God.
Oh, my days. And listen, especially after the results we saw from W7M earlier against SSG, I'm not trying to say SSG are like absolute world beaters and this was just such a spectacle or anything like that, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that this is just absurd.
No, it is.
This is just wild.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected this from Team Secret coming into this. They had maybe the hardest bracket of any team coming into this tournament, right? They had to play Falcons and W7M. I would argue 2 of the top 5 teams in the world. And I wouldn't include Secret on that list. Maybe I have to now, given the games I've just watched. But
man,
they've been absolutely crushing it despite having some of the toughest opponents they could go against. Job's not done, but I mean, you are in full control of this game. You got Piano covered in Kiba barriers. You've still got that IQ band that you're taking advantage of here. I mean, this is just so tough from W7, especially with full momentum on Secret.
I mean, honestly, you got to tip the cap over to Twister, don't you?
You do.
I mean, the strategy here has just been so successful, so beautiful, and what a find here from Noah.
Oh.
They're playing Christmas to a T. Yeah, it'll get traded out, but that's a Capitao. That's a huge deal for this top floor, swept away from W7M in the tide of Secret.
They need to be able to get something on.
What a find, Moog!
All right.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Yeah, Sam, it might be done.
Put the cog back on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They didn't need a Savage in the first place, Lobin. Gonna try and work his way up Brown Stairs, but this is starting to look like it's already done and dusted. W7M, they're getting asked to do a lot right now. Quite a bit of time left, though.
That's the thing, Sam. They gotta group up and use this clock to their advantage. They gotta make sure they're working as a unit. It's only one-man disadvantage. They're going against a lot of strong utility, but they've got drones of their own. They're getting that information. They're just opening some of the roof hatches now, so you can see kind of how chaotic this match has been. They've gotta be very smart about how they push this.
The only thing that scares me, Jesse, is that they're restarting from the beginning. They come back outside, they come back in on top red, you have the Christmas rappel here. This is honestly going to take a little bit of a messy play here from Secret. If they deliver on either one of these kills, it's more than likely done. Let's see how it goes down. Lobin's gonna take the first shots here with the SMG-12. Not a single one of those bullets is gonna hit its mark! Adrian, my God! Secret, they do it! All the way to playoffs already on day 1 here of the EWC.
You talk about a statement, Sam. You talk about us sending a message on the first day of EWC. Well, Team Secret just did that. W7M looks shocked. They look like they don't realize what just happened. I don't even know if I realize what just happened.
I don't think I realized what just happened because, like,
Oh.
what do you mean?
Oh, Jenny.
It's not just a win against W7M. It is a dominant one. And after what we've seen from them earlier today against Falcons, I thought this was going to go more of the distance. But no, Secret come out swinging on day one, and they lock themselves into playoffs after back-to-back best-of-1 wins.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's all up to that whole roster there, from top to bottom, staff included. Twister, great vision for the game, great understanding of what W7M want to accomplish. And then, my God, man, the fact that these players were able to imbue that into their play and follow through on what Twister needed out of them. I mean, just a round of applause for Secret overall.
You know, there were a lot of questions when this team picked up Mowgli and Noah at the start of the season. Some people thought that, while Secret have been a good team all year long, why make changes now? Why swap things up? I think it's clear that this is looking like the best iteration of Secret that we've ever seen. A really early qualification to top 8. They want more than that. They've had top 8 before many times. They need to get farther than that, but as far as first day goes, that's a clean one.
This is absolutely perfect. Think like their opponents as well, when we're looking at the group that they're in, it's a difficult group to crawl out of. And them, VP, Shopify, Rebellion have now all qualified. EU on top, I guess, in that regards. For now. But knocking W7M into that lower bracket, knocking Falcons out of all the teams into that lower bracket. These are teams that we had when it came to contenders to actually win it, but one of them is going to be going home. And that is even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, scary stuff. We talked about how difficult the run was from Team Secret, and it just makes it even more impressive seeing what they've been able to do. They'll be able to rest up tomorrow, which is really nice. Able to take that time and just study their opponents, do some practice if they want to, enjoy the sights here in Riyadh if they'd like.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have all the
they're going to be
choices.
locked in, and they're just going to like hammer it home and try to get as many scrims in as possible.
Oh, yeah. I bet the energy just flowing through their veins right now is just otherworldly. It'd power this whole city.
Yeah. I mean, you see in the face of June there, second guy from the right, how he's able to scream in those big moments. He's often done that. He's a loud player for Secret when things are going well. Had some big moments, including that 4K or 3K he got in that round. Really was one of those guys that had to step up big for this team. I think everybody did. Mowgli, Adrian. We've talked about every player on this squad having a big moment. Even Savage. Hard support IGL, doesn't matter. He can still get a 1v2 clutch. Why not? Every single player showed up for Secret today, and they get the result because of it.
It's absolutely incredible that they're able to do this. And I think, if anything now, if looking back at the Aramco power rankings that we had earlier today, I'm going to put them actually in all the way at the top, where they're most likely going to be able to win the event because they beat Falcons, they beat W7M. Who's going to stop them? But you know what? We can sit here and talk about it for as long as we want. Instead, we're going to be heading over to an interview with Lax, who's standing by with Noah.
Yes, I am with the young gun Noah here. Noah, congratulations. You guys make main stage. Now, I want to ask, what does it feel like beating a team like W7M?
I mean, on the stage in EUL, it felt incredible beating a team like Falcons. It was the first time, you know, breaking a wall of a team like them. And now I think after we beat them and after we had a really good reload, now it just feels like we can beat anyone. So today beating W7M felt great because we've never played them. But yeah, it felt doable from the beginning.
That's awesome. Now, I actually really want to focus on you. You have a very interesting story. This is your 4th ever LAN event that you've attended. This is now your first ever main stage appearance. You were on ITB. You went to Fnatic short-term Secret. I kind of just want you to talk to everyone of your journey and kind of how you're feeling just about everything as a whole in this moment.
Yeah. I'm getting emotional. I feel great, obviously, because, you know, this is my first time ever being in the playoffs and ever being, like, top 8. So, and having a team this good, you know, like a team I can really rely on, people that are really good individually at the game. I think in my journey, you know, I've came from being the bottom of the EUL, the worst player rated ever, to, you know, like where I am now and with the team now. So it just feels amazing. And I can't wait to keep going and see how much I can push this.
Oh, I love to hear that. And, you know, just to ask you one last question, if there's anything you want to say to your teammates, to your organization, to your fans that are watching, family at home?
I just want to say thank you guys so much for supporting me, and thank you guys so much for this team. You know, I'm so happy with these guys.
All right, well, you heard it from Noah. Obviously, a lot of work he's been putting in here, but I'm gonna send it right back to the desk.
All right. I mean, listen, Secret have done it. They should be very proud of themselves, and Noah should be very proud of himself as well, individually. And although he's had a good game and the whole team really showed up today, the MVP, the Sony MVP of the match, is going to be going over to Mowgli, who Yeah, you're like, yeah, nodding in agreement. I like that, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, biceps on, I mean, just W's, man. I mean, he's just winning across the board. It's crazy. Shout out to Mowgli and what he's been able to accomplish today. A lot of W's in his name and a W in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, started 6-0 in this game. Had an explosive start that really helped set the pace for Team Secret. I don't know if they go on to win this so dominantly if they don't have such a strong start in the series, right? This could have gotten really scrappy. It could have gone all the way to 15 rounds, but Mowgli stepped into the server as soon as it started and said, that's not how it's going to go today, guys. We're going to be ending this one fast.
However, W7M did get one more round that SSG got earlier today against them. So karma, sometimes, really, you know, revenge. I don't know. Would you say EU's taking revenge for NA? No.
No.
Nah.
There's no love there.
Nah, there's no love there at all. Secret just really did this for themselves, by themselves, and they should be very, very proud of the achievements they've had today. And with that, they have gained themselves an off day tomorrow, which is absolutely great. W7M, however, is done for today. They're going to have that best of 3 tomorrow as well to play, which, again, best of 3s, it's a different beast, a lot more time to prep, a lot more different approaches, and we've seen that when it came to FaZe Clan, that best of 1 was not really what they wanted, but the best of 3, very one-sided.
Yeah, that's the thing. Best of 3s when it comes to Siege and the difference, the variables.
Yeah.
Best of 1s. Best of 1s, I mean, you can just cheese your way through that game, can't you, Jesse? You can catch your opponent completely off guard with a lot of different strategies, and it can make the most out of it. But best of 3s, longer form, a lot more time to decipher what the opposing team is up to.
Yeah, more time to get into it too, right? I felt like today W7M really never loaded into this game against Secret.
No.
Felt like at the very start, they got kind of rolled over. The first moment of the game, we saw Godez running out the front door cafe, getting slammed and immediately shut down. And from that point forward, it never felt like they had any energy. In a BO3, you get more time to get that energy back. So I think W7M will be looking a lot better tomorrow.
They had a lot of energy when it came to that huddle before the game even started. But with that, our best of 1s for today are wrapped. We are done and dusted, but we have one more. Best of 3 Falcons going up against SSG, the defending champions, against the #1 NA seed. But one of them has to go home as only one spot is left. We're going to be heading over to a break. We'll be back with the last best of 3 of the day. welcome back to the first day of Rainbow Six Siege at EWC, where we have Falcons, the defending champions, going up against North America's #1 seed, Space Station Gaming. Both of these legends have found themselves in the lower bracket on day one, which is a scary position to be in because if you lose, you go home. I'm Ginny. Hi. And that was actually pretty intense. I don't know if that's how intense I wanted it to be, but that's how intense it turned out. And what a position for both of these teams to be in.
Yeah, that pause, you could have cut the air with a knife right there. I was
Showbiz or whatever they call it these days, right?
Something like that, right? Something like that. But speaking of showbiz, we've got quite the show to end the day here, don't we? Don't we, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tension is necessary and fitting when you look at these two teams because both of them expected to go a lot farther than day one in this tournament. SSG coming in as North America's #1 seed, as you said. They had to go through the lower bracket in the NA playoffs too, so maybe starting a little bit of the same path that they had in stage 1. I don't know if any opponents they played in the lower bracket, though, were as tough as Falcons.
I mean, both of these teams are no strangers to having a lower bracket run. Falcons as well, SSG too. So both of them know what it's like to be performing under pressure. But I do feel like having this pressure on day one is a whole different beast to deal with. But luckily for both of these teams, they're going to be looking at it from a best-of-3 perspective rather than a best-of-1. So you have, once again, Sam, that chance to adapt as you go along and see what else you can change to make things a little bit better for yourself.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, the biggest thing is here walking into this best-of-3 is it's going to be a completely different beast. Best-of-1s, like we talked about in the last game, they can get a little weird sometimes, but best-of-3s, that's truly where everybody's metals tested. And I'm down to see what Space Station and Falcons have in store for us.
You know, speaking of metals being tested, like you lose here, you're going to get your key crushed.
Yeah.
Because you are outie. And think about it, like you have a chance to either crush the key of the team that's defending their title here, which is Falcons, or the #1 NA seed. Pick your fighter.
Yeah, I mean, what a statement too if you're SSG crushing the key of Team Falcons. That would be ridiculous. This team has won every iteration of EWC. Back when it was Gamers 8 even, they were unstoppable at this event. They're 3 times champions here in Riyadh. And so if they don't manage to step up, and I would say if they don't win, it's a disappointment. If they don't make playoffs, it's a disaster. If they go on day 1, what are we even talking about at that point?
It just didn't happen.
I guess.
At that point, there's absolutely nothing to say because this is a roster that they've had weaker performances regionally, weaker performances internationally at different tournaments, but Riyadh is that one time a year where they just lock in to a whole different level and they are a complete different beast. And it feels like as of now, they are yet to find that fire within them. They've put up a good performance against Secret, of course, but it wasn't enough. And now this is their do or die.
It is. It's redemption time right now for Falcons. And might be a little bit less of a Falcon, more like a Phoenix this time around, as they'll have to rise from the ashes here of that best-of-1 and try and do what they do best up against Space Station Gaming. Now, here's a little caveat to that. I love that you touched on it a little bit earlier. That lower bracket run from Space Station, ladies and gentlemen, it was something special, let me tell you. Now, as Jesse said, Falcons are a different beast, but please do not count out the Space Station roster.
Yeah, SSG, you hear one word when it comes to this team over and over and over again. That's culture. This team do not buckle under pressure. That is their whole identity. When things get tough, they get tougher. And there's no tougher place to be than the lower bracket at EWC versus Falcons. I know they're going to be the underdogs coming into this, but if there is any team that should have the mental to push through a tough game like this, it's Space Station.
I don't know if I would agree with you on the statement that they are the underdogs coming into this. Yes, they had a pretty, I will put it bluntly, abysmal performance against W7M earlier today. But this is still a roster that, as you touched upon, had a formidable lower bracket run in the NAL. It's still a team that has that title. They're holding that #1 spot right now. It's a team that started off things slowly in the NAL, if anything, but they managed to find a way to click and fix their mistakes. Whereas when we're looking at Falcons, they didn't have that success domestically because it is G2 that got that #1 seed, which also is in the lower bracket now. So at this point, like, nothing actually makes sense. I do think this is a very equal matchup, and it is for either one of these teams to be able to take it away. However, one thing remains: whoever loses this matchup, that is a failure from their end when it comes to showing up at EWC, because the expectations for both of these rosters were incredibly high from the get-go.
Yeah, 100%. And the craziest thing about this tournament so far, folks, is the fact that the lower bracket legitimately looks like the upper bracket. It is actually just insane. The teams that we have right now that over the next 24 hours are going to get on a plane and go home. It's just absolutely absurd. I can't get my head wrapped around it.
Yeah, it's crazy to think one of these teams is already going to be going home. I mean, Space Station Gaming expected so much of themselves. They spent so much time and effort just getting here.
Yeah.
Now if they fall apart, I mean, even though they're coming in with a brand new player, they just picked up Newers, I still think they believe in themselves to get top 8, to push themselves all the way to get number 1, and they'll be disappointed if they don't.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket specifically just to know exactly what we are talking about and to really put it into perspective. W7M is already in that lower bracket awaiting the loser of NIP OXG, which the winner will continue into playoffs. That game is being played right now. We have Falcons in there, we have Space Station Gaming in there, and we have Furia in there as well. These were all teams that to an extent or other we were either putting them into favorites to win or at least very heavy contenders. Now they are very heavy contenders of going home. When we're looking at the A bracket, that is also something to highlight is DZ is in that lower bracket. G2 is in that lower bracket. FaZe is in that lower bracket, and so is Weibo Gaming. And that is another stacked lower bracket because, again, FaZe and G2, we and DZ, heavy contenders to be able to win. Favorites, if I dare say so. And now they're favorites of going home.
I don't know about y'all, but I will most definitely be sat for G2 versus FaZe Clan.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Popcorn in hand, I'm going to be feeling great. And honestly, I hope that's one for the history books. I really do, especially with Stompin coming into G2 and showing exactly what he's capable of over in Europe. I mean, I would want nothing less than to see an amazing series between these two teams.
If anything, especially after how G2 lost that game against SR, it went the distance, but that was such a great game. Just the way everything played out and the emotions from the side of G2 once they realized that it was game over is a whole nother level. But again, they do have that time to mentally reset and to play tomorrow, but still that is a lot of work to do because you're going up against...
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is going to be such a scary opponent coming in, right? They are the reigning world champions. They have so much more experience than G2 at a stage like this. So I definitely would have to favor FaZe Clan in that game. We'll see how it goes. You know, you never bet against the Brazilians, but it'll be a fun game regardless.
Speaking of favorites, considering we have Falcons, SSG, I know you touched upon a little bit saying that SSG could be the underdogs. I beg to differ where I think it's a lot more equal.
We've
Do we
NA
have
pilled
favorites?
her. We've NA pilled you, Jenny.
Yo, I'm just looking at the stats. Okay, they were #1 seed. Not that that matters anymore at this point. But if we do have favorites, if we want to throw in some predictions over there, SSG, Falcons, who, when, why, what?
Okay, listen. It's either going to be a Falcons 2-0 or an SSG 2-1.
I agree with that, actually. Because when things get really tight into the game, when it goes all the distance, I mean, think about how many 2-1s SSG had to win in that lower bracket. So many 8-7s as well.
And they look so happy.
Yeah. They look ready for it. They look relaxed. The big thing with SSG is outside the game, they're always going to be feeling themselves. They'll always be up and motivated and be really working on that mental. Falcons, as great as they are, have had a couple of games in the past year or so where their mental's kind of broken. And if that happens again today, they absolutely can lose this game.
We're going to Labs Border and finishing things off with Consulate if we do manage to go there. Jesse, you have this huge grin on your face. I don't know if that's because you're happy or worried.
I'm happy. I'm seeing Border in there, Jimmy. And SSG on Border is a scary team. They want to take Falcons to a map where they can run around and really focus on their gun skill. They truly believe that mechanically they are better than these guys. That's why they go to Border. And that's a tall task, right? Better than Falcons mechanically is not something that most teams can say, but SSG truly believe that. And so if they're picking a map like Border, I think that screams that, hey, we want to get messy with you. We want to crank. We want to get aggressive. And that's what we're going to see.
Well, the beauty of that map is that it gets through and it's usually banned 74% of the time against SSG, which is just insane. And that's at least from Reload up till now, right? So, I mean, when you're looking at it like that, things could get pretty dastardly pretty quickly. But, I mean, when you look at the full map pool overall between these two teams, I mean, guys, this is action-packed.
Absolutely. I think action-packed is a nice way of putting it. It is very energy-packed as well. A lot of stomping coming through from the side of SSG. Maybe something they picked up from the Brazilians after the huddle that we've seen earlier today. But the energy is there, and that's what matters, because this is it. This is your one chance to continue your path. This is your lifeline. This is your do or die moment. You fail here, you're going back on that plane. And you don't want to be the NA stereotype.
No.
You don't want to be the NA stereotype.
No.
What does NA stand for, guys?
Near airport. Why'd you make me say that?
I don't know.
Rude. Just rude.
Was I supposed to say? It just happens to be that the two American casters are on the well,
Stop.
Canadian. Oh my! I knew that was coming. It just so happens that the two North American casters are on the desk when this game is happening. But you know, again, who's most likely to bomb out on the first day? That was a very hard-hitting question that I asked earlier today to Nick and Dev, and it was a question that I asked yesterday to some of the players during Media Day. And now I throw it right back at the two of you. Who's most likely to bomb out?
You want to take it first?
If anybody's going to crash out, I think it's going to be SSG, just given what we saw at the start.
Yep.
Maybe crash out mentally is not the right word, but I mean, they got smashed in their opening game. Yep. Falcons are a very tough opponent. That could happen again. I agree with what Sam was saying earlier, though. Like, if they can find a footing in this game, they're going to be a really tough team to beat.
They just don't die, Jenny. And that's the thing about Space Station. When their life is on the line, this is one of those teams. They are just otherworldly, truly. So I'm very excited for this series, especially with the fact that we have Falcons with their backs against the wall. Space Station Gaming could prove, you know, everybody at home as to, you know, that lower bracket, it was just not a fluke. This is truly what we're about. We have trained for years to have this mental for situations like this. And now, I mean, Jesse, I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but this might be one of the biggest tests of mental in a long time for this roster.
No, it certainly will be, and I think we've already kind of gotten a little bit of a taste of how these teams handle the mental. You heard how loud SSG were before this game started. That's the style that they play, right? That's how they want to start the games to get into it. On the side of Falcons, you don't get that, right? They're not a team who want to be screaming and yelling. They're reading from their papers. They're reading the notes right before the game starts. I mean,
you love your notes.
Oh, I'm not dissing it, right? I'm reading from my notes just like they are, but it's two completely different mindsets on how you're going to approach an important game like this. Do you go full study? Do you make sure that everything is down to a T and you know exactly what you're going to execute on? Or do you just make sure that bond is strong, make sure the energy is up? Today we'll find out.
Pressure breaks pipes, but also makes diamonds. And one of these teams is going to be able to prove whether or not they are able to live up to the expectations that they've had set onto their shoulders as this event started on day one already. Coming into this is the title defenders for Falcons. A tough situation to be in. SSG, though, that #1 in AC, they have to prove here, as you said it, Jesse, that this is not a fluke. You got 1 best of 3 to prove it, 3 maps if you're lucky, 2 if you're on the unlucky side. But everything rides on this specific moment. Like the NAL, you've done that, you got the points, you got the qualification, now you got to prove that you deserve to be here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks when they added Newers too.
Yeah.
A lot of people on social media did not like that pickup, SSG pickup Newers, because they were already a top performing team. They dropped Forrest, to fit really, really well on this squad. A lot of people did not believe that Newers was going to fit onto this team. He so far has. I mean, he's looked really strong on Space Station. So to win here against Falcons, I think it would put out a big statement against those that were already doubting them.
Absolutely. And I think that goes just to show you how capable the staff is for SSG, let alone that fact. But that man right there, Fultz, incredible. It is so wild to me that he's been a part of Siege for so unbelievably long and still just playing at such a high level, let alone that fact with the same organization as well, Jesse.
Yeah, don't forget there's 2 world championships playing in this, or 2 world champions playing in this matchup. Both are on Space Station.
Fultz and Benjamaster.
Yes, sir.
Benjamaster, you know, for some of our younger audience, Benja was the MVP of SI23.
Yeah.
And it was by far and away one of the biggest spectacles I have seen in Siege history. Just on an absolute tear the entire tournament, and let alone that fact, but Grand Finals main stage, just putting everybody to work, man. I mean, absolutely incredible. Maybe Space Station can channel a little bit of these World Championship players here. I mean, I'll tell you guys, I'm elated about this game. I'm super excited.
We're ready to head into our last best of 3 for today. The do or die for Falcons going up against Space Station Gaming as they fight for a chance to survive in this lower bracket.
All right.
Jinx.
You owe me a Coke, buddy.
All right. We get free soda at this event, so
yeah, dude,
I'll
perks.
pay up. I'll pay up.
Perks. Yeah. I'm being really extra nice, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you actually owe me $100.
Hold on.
Oh man. Well, let's get into this ban phase, and Mr. Chick, I believe you have some words for us.
Yeah, we're going into Nighthaven Labs. The name of the game is Electricity. Kite already removed. Bandit of high chance to be removed as well, but it'll be Mira instead. Not actually that crazy to see Mira being taken off the board on a map like Nighthaven Labs, and usually you see the response from the defenders be to focus those hard breachers. We see again one of those slots being removed by hard breacher. That'll be Ace taken out first by SSG, and they go back for a Deimos, right? That op being removed next is going to be that really impactful operator that Shaiko loves to play. One of his signature operators that we see him on all the time. So to take that away from Shaiko, I think is a bit of a message saying, listen, we know you're great at this operator. We're going to respect you on the Deimos, and we're going to take it away.
That's the right man to respect when it comes to that operator. He is by far and away the best Deimos in the entire world. He has been so talented on this op for so long. It's like they made it specifically for him.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you think about the playstyle, you're like, oh, that's Shaiko through and through. That's exactly what he'd want to do.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Falcons can deliver in other ways now that that is not available to them. Do remember, we still have that ban after round 3, so they'll still be able to affect things down the line here. SSG just rummaging around on the mid floor, still setting things up before things get popped off. But Jesse, we're going downstairs. Tank, always a fun sight, especially when it comes to delaying and denying time.
Yeah, odd to see basement first on Nighthaven. Usually you start top floors. It's thought to be the best bomb site on the map, but nothing wrong with going basement first, and then we'll see that top floor either second or third. I'm quite confident of it. Just because SSG aren't defending the top floor doesn't mean they can't have players up there. Currently, it's Ashen all by himself, just playing inside of servers. He's got those impacts, so if he wants to do something cheeky, maybe jump out the IT wall or go for a bit of an aggressive play. I mean, he is now standing inside of IT, so we'll see if he wants to do anything too crazy. He will be the first target to be removed, and part of banning out that Deimos is to allow someone like Ashen to play these aggressive positions with a lot less fear.
Yep. It's all about forcing the respect here from Falcons. SSG's knows what it is. It's been the same story for Falcons time and time again. They are practically inevitable when it comes to a lot of different series. And SSG, they're going to try and force them to slow down, force them to respect what they are capable of here on Nighthaven Labs.
Interesting you see them hard pinging Newers, right? They're trying to scare him. They're trying to force him to run away because they don't really want to engage with him directly. They could have a cutoff being held, but looks like he was able to retreat kind of back to his teammate Fault on the ending stairs, make it out alive. Ashen as well successfully retreats back to Benja. So those aggressive players that we saw in SSG don't end up having too much of an impact. They maybe slow things down for Falcons a little bit, but I think Falcons are still feeling okay about where the clock is at. They've got Lickyfac, who's still got all of his hard breach to start dealing with these hatches. They've got Brede, who can then make a move out on the outside walls if he wants to, too, with the Maverick. 5 players in sight is not going to be fun to deal with, but they've got a couple of smokes, they've got a couple of ways to plant, and they've got good soft destruction, so they've got options on the side of Team Falcons.
Yes, they do. I will say this for Space Station, though. I'm really liking the hold that they went for here on Nighthaven. Holding things down over towards Cargo Stairs, have that hatch open, reinforce the walls in towards control. It's all very beautiful, especially because there's no verticality coming in on that stairwell. It's all hard top up above you, so you don't have to worry about things too much, but you still got to worry about things like that. Shaiko, big shocker here, first one to strike.
Yeah, takes down Ashen, but a really abysmal first game for SSG. Hoping to not see that get repeated in this next one versus Falcons. They need him to perform. They want a chance of winning this. Newers gets a trade back. He finds Salt Top, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 as they do probably get that vert pick onto the Ram. It's an important operator, but much of the Ram util has already been cleared out.
Yeah, this verticality set in stone now, which means SSG knows how they're going to have to play around it. Looking for the feet of Newers is that verticality, but EFAC will find the head instead as Newers puts his face where it doesn't belong. He'll be decapitated and sent to his grave. Falcons with 2 nice picks. Granted, they have lost Solotov. Very minimal time remaining now as well as Shaiko's trying to find yet another pick. Agumine in the foot of the Blitz. Practically useless right now, especially up against the Clash. So little time, uses panics. Almost ends up icing his teammate, but Benja with the flank. Falcons, they have to force the plant. It's all down to Benja. He'll take out Shaiko. They don't know where the plant is. It's on the other side of the damn site. No vision at all. Space Station, they had a snowball's chance in hell, but it's melted down to nothing. This post plan is going to be so difficult. Over by the box, he has to worry about this player outside. Benja, I don't think he'll stick it. He will stick it for quite some time, but won't be able to get too much from it. Might actually have the positioning now. There's no stuns on EFAC. He can't find this. He has to get down the hatch, but Benja doesn't stick it. Oh my days! What is this first round? Benja, you just have to stick it. Don't do anything else! Oh, we're in for a series, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my!
What a ridiculous first round, Sam. Holy, Benja almost threw that a couple of times, not being able to stick that defuse kit. He went so many times, jumped off of that. Was the right call at first, right? Clearing out Bride from the outside of the building, right? Managing to find that player on the main breach. Bride was working on that main wall the entire round. He didn't enter the building until there was like 10 seconds left in that round and finally started planting inside of Assembly. I was very concerned Falcons weren't going to get the defuse kit down because they had to open such a wide hole with just the Maverick, which is not a fast job to be accomplishing. But Falcons, they just had enough time to get the plant down. Unfortunately, the post plant wasn't good enough. Benja 3-0 starting things off. He says, I might not be the flashiest European in this server, but I am the best.
So impressive there. What a shot coming out. Game-changing moment for Space Station, and he comes in round 1. That's the kind of precedent that you want to set, let alone that fact, but just the thought processing there with the case, Jesse. The fact that he sticks it for a little while longer to bait that player over towards the rotate, it was just all so stellar. And SSG gifted a very special round there. We'll see if they can follow through on round 2.
Yeah, Benj is an extremely special player. You mentioned it. SI MVP back in 2023, so that kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it, and what type of player he is.
Yeah, he's like 22, by the way.
Yeah,
21, 22.
He's ridiculously young. 21, actually turning 22 later this month, I believe. So, very good guess, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously a player that's been on SSG for a while now, was initially on that G2 team back when they became world champions, and then moved over to the Space Station squad, jumped the pod after a very controversial move from G2 when they dropped them from the roster. Great start here at EWC. Good usage of the utility now as Ashen is getting forced off of that bandit trick by the Zofia.
Yeah, Alamau just had to go get another young gun to exploit. That's what he had to do.
He had to.
Robbed this one from North America as well, dude. Practically the cradle as well. I mean, freshly 18. He's like, come out of Texas. Come play over here in Europe. But, I mean, what a great group of guys to be a part of for that roster. But more on what the heck's happening here. They're going to open things up for the IT wall, and EFAC will just completely decimate Benja. They don't have to worry about that factor for the rest of this one.
Well, glad he wasn't being hyped up for the last 2 minutes. Great to see that.
That would never
Benja?
happen.
Weird positioning, but it is what it is, right? He's going to rely on his teammates to clutch this one out. 4v5 is not too bad for holding a top floor defense on Nighthaven Labs. This entry from Saltov is going to be really important, but the barbed wire gives away his position, so they should know approximately where he's at. Nobody's playing the rafters, so there won't be an initial engagement, but once he makes his way up to the top of this position, right, he's not going to have any breach himself. He'll need to pull over at one of his teammates if they want to get in through this wall. Falcons, just like last round, are going to have a pretty late push here, Sam. They've got the IT wall open, but they need a little bit more than that before they can go for their execute.
I think that this Deimos is affecting things a little bit more than we're initially giving it credit for, because a lot of times we'll see Falcons build things up in moments like this because they have that tracker. They're able to put a death mark on somebody and start communicating back and forth to try and work a pick or at least try to take some space. But now things starting to work out for Falcons. They'll find another pick onto Newers. EMP up against the Clash and feeling comfortable to put the shield down now. But I mean, this rests on a knife's edge. I know it's a 5 versus 3, but SSG, they're battling back at the gates, but Falcons, they slip in the back door as this entire fortress comes crumbling down.
All right, when things get a little scary, you go back to relying on the favorites. It's Lickyfact to show up, it's Saltov to show up, and Shaiko at the end. Who else to be able to close out that round coming through from Team Falcons? A nice, consistent round where throughout all of the round, they were getting picks. The first early one onto Benja, and they got a second one a little bit later in the round, then another, then another. It wasn't one big push at the end. Instead, it was just going to be one of those rounds where they bleed players over and over and over again, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Space Station never really having a dog in that fight. Very unfortunate for them, and man, I'll tell you this. We haven't seen a lot of typing from Falcons, and you really never do. It's almost like somebody's under their skin or something. Something must have happened to Falcons, Jesse. I don't know. What could it possibly be?
We'll see. If anybody's going to type back, it's SSG. So we're in for a treat this game. We'll leave it at that. 1-1 to start things off, and we end up on Kitchen Cafeteria, Sam.
Man.
This is not a popular bomb site for teams to head to. SSG will try it out. I remember they actually had one of the OG Kitchen Cafeteria holds back at Invite, where they played a really cool Mira strat top floor. They haven't run that as much so far, but they've played this bomb site 3 times this season, and they've got a 2-1 record on it.
Fair enough.
They have found success in here in the past, and maybe that's something they're trying to lean into a little bit more now.
You can definitely see that. Newers, beautiful find. He levels up. And that's the one thing about this player. This is what SSG wanted. They wanted somebody that provides that special spice, something a little bit different. And Newers is one of those players. He always has been. That's his play style. Newers does not shy away from a single person in the world. He doesn't care if your name's Shaiko. He doesn't care at all. And he'll deliver here as he'll take down Solotov and get things going for Space Station in round 3.
It's nice to have somebody on SSG like Newers who can step up when maybe Ashen's not having the greatest of tournaments, right?
Got a great batting average, let me tell you.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
Sam. I mean, he's been fantastic throughout his career on Oxygen, and of course coming to SSG now here as well. Once again, I am still focused on Ash in this game. He had an abysmal, I think it was 3-7 stat line in their previous loss where they got really walked by W7M, and now he's 0-2 to start things off. We're early, I'm not going to sweat about it just yet, but the storyline to keep an eye on through the rest of this round, through the rest of the match.
I'll tell you this, Space Station is doing a fantastic job of holding onto this top floor. This is exactly what you need for this Kitchen bomb site. The reason that when this map came out, we all kind of turned up our nose to Kitchen. It was like, what is this meeting room up here? You rip up the floorboards, you can't play the Kitchen site at all. Somebody just hops in the window and plants, right? Well, we saw that quite a few times, but as, you know, things do happen with time, people have started to develop more and more strategies, and these seem to be a little bit more potent than, oh, I don't know, bar on Clubhouse.
Well, without that ram from Solotov too, the floorboards are going to be looking a lot more secure this time around. They've started to make waves into the top floor, but they still haven't been able to find any of these players. And SSG, they're still lurking top floor.
Almost a find there from EFAG. Just waltzing his way through, and these players that are actually physically on site might start calling him out from these footsteps that they're hearing. And yeah, the gunfight's starting to go back and forth, so J9O will at least be able to calm that for the rest of the squad. And Falcons, they're starting to bleed time here. This is going to start to get really, really risky the farther we go into this, as they haven't even been able to find a pick. And Space Station, I mean, this thing is set up. The hatches are batted down, and I mean, this is just terrible for Falcons, honestly, to try and work through.
33 seconds, Sam. We're shooting at bulletproofs. This is not the pace that they expected to be at. The wall's still fully reinforced, and they don't have any hard breach other than the Maverick. So good luck with that.
Stuns in. Something's got to give, Jesse. Where are we going to swing this from? Because the patience right now, I mean, it's gorgeous. Benja's going to put another one up, might throw another one. They'll shoot those down, and I mean, the time sink right now, it is just so good from Space Station. Falcons, they got to go. Benja will fall. Shaiko gets one. There's 3 seconds remaining, and no case, as Falcons will go down to, and I'm not joking, one of the worst bomb sites that we have available, let alone this map, but kind of overall.
It's so odd to see the clock be a problem on Kitchen Cafeteria. I mean, there's literally a window outside straight into the bomb site. Right above the bomb site, there's 2 windows into the meeting room that you could easily jump in. They were in lobby so late, and when Greeday died, he was still maving the wall, Sam.
Yep.
He never got in the bomb site.
Well, that's what happens when you think, okay, let's take the entire top floor practically and clear the entire thing out, let alone that fact, but they walked a complete rotation around, I believe, Ashen over in the top floor and didn't even get a pick from that situation. They literally were like ships in the night. They never even noticed each other, and that was the biggest thing there. Falcons, although they went for that offense, they genuinely got nothing out of it.
SSG banned the Thermite afterwards, so they're still trying to apply pressure to that hard breach
That's
situation.
rough, man.
Greeday is going to keep on playing that Maverick unless he wants to repick off of it. It'll be a Clash ban from Falcons. Fair enough, can be a really annoying operator to deal with, and I think SSG are a great Clash team as well, so going to remove that from their arsenal, but Space Station looking comfy at this point. They're going to go down to the bottom floor. They were able to win this one, but it was really tight. Right, it had to be a 1v2 to come out from Benja Master. I think if you look back at this game. I mean, maybe if that first round goes another way, maybe if Bride can get that pick on a Benja, this ends up looking like a 2-1 for Falcons instead of a 2-1 for SSG. Or maybe it's thinking a different tune, but that previous round I just thought was so dominant for Space Station. Falcons need to make sure that that doesn't affect their head, that it doesn't affect their mental. They can come back into this round and just say, let's make it clean, let's clear up these top floors maybe a little bit faster, and let's make sure we don't choke the 2v1.
Yeah, well, the writing's on the wall for this op lineup that we have from Falcons. We both know basically exactly what's going to happen. You've got the Ram, Nomad, Blackbeard. It's going to be a lot of pressure coming in towards this mid floor as they try to clear out top and bottom here, and then they're going to want to work that Ram in and work all of this verticality, try and pull SSG away from these walls downstairs so that they can get those open and start looking for that plant.
An early pick on Ashen would be massive. Again, he's 0-2 to start things off. He last time on this bomb site was roaming quite aggressively, but then made it out safely back to the vending stairs. Everybody at SSG happy to move around the mid floor as Ashen does fall off the top floor. Looks very similar to the roam they had previously, of course, without the Clash playing vending. Now they've got the Jaeger instead.
Oh, Ashen, he'll seal it on up. Not able to find too much there. I think he was trying to cheese the situation just a little bit, but not able to do anything with it. He will, at a bare minimum, be able to help out Newers for some time before that gets destroyed yet again. They'll constantly go around this carousel for a while. As for Falcons, the big concern now is, Jesse, time sink. They've fallen for this trap a multitude of times thus far in this game, and finally, they'll bring something to bear. It'll be Fultz that goes down to Shaiko.
Yeah, that's a huge difference maker, right? You find Fultz. It's only the IGL, right? But he's still one of those players that was locking down the top floor, so you're happy to get a pick onto him. Now, Fultz is no longer going to be in this round, so you can focus more on these last couple of players. You feel a little bit safer as you start working the verticality, too, with this Ram of Bride, which should provide a whole lot of value coming out from them. One thing they can do if they choose to is they can go in through EXO, which is where Usus is currently positioned himself. They can get the plant down, and then Lickyfac from outside the building can just have a ridiculous coverage playing on that Maverick, watching from these ridiculous angles right here as he watches.
No!
Never mind. Nah, Lickyfac can't do anything.
EFAC! That was the most appropriate question mark. I swear, that is just not the way you want to be handling that. There's not a single person there to help EFAC, and he goes down. Now that Animus push is dead. Nobody can get them in that wall. Falcons, they've been pigeonholed into this take. Unfortunately enough, Shaiko, always good for a little shot, especially on those nitro cells. We've seen him do that twice so far in this game out of 4 rounds, which is quite impressive. But now SSG, like I was saying, they know exactly where this is coming from.
Usus got to make something happen on the Blackbeard. He's able to distract a little bit so Shaiko gets damage on a bench, but it's not quite a kill.
The verticality is going to be a big factor here as well, as Usus looking to find any angle that he can really work to find another big frag. J90 will be able to at least take down Solitov, but time and time again, their numbers will be called up. It's Shaiko up against New! And it's done. SSG, they flip a switch, and all of Falcons drop dead.
I don't know what it is about basement on Nighthaven, Sam, but the 1v1s don't stop coming for SSG, and they don't stop winning them either. Big play coming out from Newers. The newest edition of Space Station Gaming, the controversial pickup at the start of the year, the comeback kid. He wondered, he said in an interview after the lows that he hit on OXG, he wondered if he'd ever make it back to a high level again. And when he joined SSG, that really was the spark for him. You know, he got that motivation back. He got to be playing once again at a high level team. Now he's made it to an event like this, and I think he's really starting to feel himself on this SSG team, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Tac Pause is going to come in here. It's for Falcons. I know we don't have the logo up, but I'll just tell you right now, there's no way it's for Space Station at the end of the day. Might be, but hey, whatever. Yeah. We'll stick with this narrative for now. For Falcons, a lot to consider, a lot to think about. They have tried some different looks. They've tried some different takes, and for lack of a better term, none of them are really working. It's just not, going really well for Falcons right now. They're trying to work in through the weeds. They assumed walking into this, especially after SSG just got dusted in their best of one earlier, that they were going to have a pretty easy, kosher best of 3 rocking into this, and it just did not happen.
So the nice thing about SSG going to Kitchen Cafeteria and winning it is that now they don't have to play the one site they lost. So they played top floor. That was their worst bomb site by far that they didn't get a W on. So now they're saying, well, we can play 4 bomb sites on Nighthaven Labs. Let's go to the one that we haven't played yet. So it's round 5, and they're showing a brand new bomb site, something quite rare in Siege. Usually you show your first couple bomb sites through 1, 2, and 3, unless you're getting trampled on, in which case maybe you can reach a couple sites. But SSG both have a dominating lead now, 3-1, and also they're able to play a brand new site, which Falcons are not going to be ready for. So, or they'll be ready, but they won't have any footage, right? They won't know what SSG like to do necessarily.
Absolutely. Now, I will say, at least for this site, that Clash ban's definitely going to be brought back into the mix here. I mean, this top floor, it's an area that you just want to constantly deny. Clash is one of the best at that. So instead, they'll have to try and use some different utility. You see Ashen working his way in with the Azami. You see New here. I mean, there's just a lot of trap ops to try and delay things out. You got the Bandit and Mute as well, but those won't be as effective as you'd really want them to be since the Torch is on the field. But obviously, we all saw the risks that you take when you are the Torch wielder. So we'll see if Usus is able to make it out alive.
Well, it's good initial Mav work, right? He gets the wall soft, which is his goal, and so then he can kind of get away. And with the Thermite A spam, sometimes that could be a lot trickier, but he manages to make it look easy, so that's nice to come out from Usus. Brede on the Monty starting to find a bit of information as they walk into Rafters. There's a lot of players top floor from SSG. Once again, it's a main floor hold, but it's going to be Benja, Newers, and Ashen, the three-headed spear of SSG all on the top floor, and then the support duo, J9O and False locking down the main floor. Just because they're support doesn't mean they're passive. Look at J9O here.
Yeah. This is one of the most dynamic bomb sites that we have available on this map. The ways that you can play it, the verticality that you can use, there's a lot of soft destruction over the top of this, and that's what SSG is going to be using to try and take out Falcons. In all reality, they really want Falcons to think that that side is soft. They want them to think that's so bad, Jesse. We'll see if that comes to be a factor down the line.
It was a cool shot from our observers. We showed the air jab, and then immediately SSG were aware of it, and so Newers was able to go with the impact. Not because our observers showed it, obviously, but they had intel on it somewhere else, and so Newers impacts that away. Cool little bit of util before the push.
J9O will back up into the hallway, seeing if you could get an angle on Brede, but really nothing to find here. Folds? We're going fishing. Get the chair out. Fishing pole as well. He'll walk his way in. Hasn't seen any of them. The Monty spots him. This man is done and dusted. He won't get away from EFAC. And think we're starting to get some nerves here for Falcons. The emotions are starting to show a little bit, but they will still get that pick nonetheless. Just letting him know a little bit after.
Falt's getting a little old. He's got to check those eyes, right? 25 is just around the corner for him, but unfortunately he didn't see the one Capital player, Lukifac, in that corner. Now it's going to be a 30-second execute, Sam, without numbers.
Ashen? Newers? What numbers? What numbers were you talking about?
There
what
they go.
numbers
There
were
they
you
go.
talking about? Oh my God. It's down to Brede and Shaiko. And Shaiko he was all the way in Narnia. He doesn't exist. Oh my gosh, Falcons. Are we flying too close to the sun? Is Icarus wings burning up? I don't know. I don't know. This is something pretty crazy, though.
I think SSG have clearly done their homework coming into this game. They know exactly what type of team Falcons are. Falcons, they like to be a little bit slow sometimes. They're a very plant-focused team. Brede, 19 plants for the season so far. They like to be a very objective-focused squad. But SSG, they're a really good team when it comes to denying that playstyle. They're super solid when it comes to not allowing those plants. They've only allowed plants in 12% of their defending rounds so far. Oh boy, oh boy.
I knew it. You guys didn't get to see it yet, but the map, when they chose this again after what Falcons said earlier, oh, dude, I knew it was going to start. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now here we go. 4 versus 1, last round of this side. Space Station, a lot to say on this top floor if they end up taking it.
Shaiko does have a point. They are on attack here, and it's going to be a defender-sided map on Nighthaven Labs. Falcons, in specific, have a 36% attacking win rate on this map this season, 73% defensive win rate. So, arguably, they're in the lead if they can even get a 4-2 split here. If they get that same 75% win rate on the second half, well, they're going to be looking very, very confident going into that second one. But obviously, the game's not played on paper, and just because you've got a good win rate in the past doesn't mean it's going to line up in this game against Space Station. But I think it's good to keep the mental up if you're Falcons. Keep telling yourself that, like, listen, even if we go down in this first half, that's okay, because we know the stronger side is coming up next.
And hey, Space Station knows this as good as anybody because, I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about them working on their mental. It's all about the next round, guys. You cannot think about the past. Yes, you make adjustments off of that, but emotion-wise, no. Kick it to the curb. You don't need it. We have to focus up on what's going on.
Dangerous moment there for Brede as he almost eats a Nitro Cell from Faults, but thankfully he is able to back off. He heard the C4 get tossed out. That's that veteran experience that you only see from a guy like Brede, who's played so many years on support. knows when to run away from those nitro cells when they rip. It's a really important one to be able to dodge. Sometimes those nitros from the Bandit, they can be really, really deadly ever since they added the new arc.
100%. Able to slide those right out the bottom of the reinforcement. And if you're able to just get a couple pixels of that nitro past that, that's just enough damage to take out really anybody standing close. So Falcons will finally work the wall open here. It's taken a little bit of time, but honestly, they're still in pretty good timing for this top floor. IT's always been something that's kind of difficult to work with, so they'll get the job done.
Seems decently similar to the last time Team Falcons attacked this bomb site. That was quite successful, except that one opened with a pick onto Benja in IT. Benja's playing a lot safer this time, just playing close onto the electrical door. So I like that. He's playing SAS. That's going to be the spot that he wants to be playing in anyways. Kind of looks like he wants to drop, and I mean, if he does and he finds Leaky Fact, then it's certainly worth it. But I think with that Logic Bomb coming through, he'll probably start to think better of it. And Leaky Fact's just looking at this Aqua Hall and wants to push up in the fish stairs and find a frag himself. It's all going to be known, though. SSG are pretty aware of what Falcons want to do on this point.
Oh, some big moments here for J9, and he'll be able to deliver. They know the BB's here as well, but we're looking at EFAC. He has to come through and be able to assist, but he's not there in decent timing. Can't find the player through the smoke either, and he's stuck. He's not able to make any progress here on blue stairs. Ashen will be the one to take down Shaiko instead, and oh my, uses. He's not able to get that pick. It escapes his grasp, and it's just down to these two remaining Falcons players, as I don't think they're making it out of server alive. EFAC, you had all that stuff to say inside of that round you guys picked up, and it's radio silence after a 5-1 half.
Fish stairs looking like a massacre. Everyone on that side of the map coming in from Falcons, and they all just bled out to pieces. There was that flank that came in. We were staring at Benja as he stared at the hatch, deciding if he wants to drop Lounge or not. I didn't think he would do it after the Logic Bomb, but he eventually did decide to make his move once his teammates were calling that, hey, yes, there is a cap tower at the bottom of my stairs. Please come flank. So Benja said absolutely. And he was caught on a drone, which was really good preparation coming out from Falcons, right? They do the little things really, really well, but it didn't matter. When he's close range playing SAS, he's going to hit those shots. He's going to do what he does best. So Benja still is able to pull off a brilliant flank to come through to help out his teammates. Obviously, the top of those stairs, we saw some ridiculous shots come through from J9O as well. Jack was by far the MVP coming through in that lower bracket run for SSG. They won, I believe, 8 maps in that lower bracket run, so they had 8 map wins. J9O was the sole MVP in 4 of them. So the rest of his team only had to share the other half of the games to have an MVP slot. J9O was by far the most impactful player, and you see it here, right? When he's on the defense especially, he's just so good at positioning, so good at the crosshair placement, so good under pressure. There are very few players in the world like J9O.
It's just so mind-boggling to me that this is the SSG that we're seeing even some variant of from what we saw earlier in the day. It's truly incredible what these guys are capable of when their back is up against the wall. But now, here's the true test. We switch sides. Falcons have the power position. Everybody loves playing defense on Nighthaven Labs.
Yep.
We'll see what SSG is able to accomplish from this offensive side.
Yeah, do not count out Team Falcons.
No.
This is their map pick. They said it themselves that this is going to be a defender-sided map. Now it's time to live up for that. Operator bans came through, and they were fully focused on the walls. Double electricity ban coming through from SSG, double hard breach ban coming through from Falcons. A little interesting, they go for the Habana and the Thermite, means the Ace is still going to be available. Often you'll see maybe the Thermite and the Ace to get some of those larger hard breachers out of the pocket, but SSG have decided they don't like hard breachers anyways, and so they're just going to let Ashen be the only guy with hard breach. All faults is on Ace. I'm blind. Sorry. Well, they'll then use that operator that I was just mentioning not getting banned out, and should have real no problems dealing with these walls. There's not even mute jammers that got brought out by Falcons.
Yeah, I always love the redundancy that I see inside of SSG lineups. You know, it might look like they might be playing something a little bit more aggressive or whatever the situation is, but this is perfect here. You got good clearance, you got the EMPs here from Benja. If he goes down, you got J9O with the Twitch drones. There's just a lot of things that make it to where you're a little bit more free on your role, and that's what you want to see. If somebody's chained down and can't take a fight for half the round, your life really just sucks, Jesse. It's just not fun.
Mirror window getting popped on IT wall, but since the ace charge is so tall, and then they're going to throw one at the bottom too, they're just going to make the wall soft, as you often would with either a Habana or a Maverick. It's a little messy with the impact, but I think they're going to get the job done anyways. The mirror window might make it a little awkward, and certainly the Kibas, but I think you can still crouch through that if you need to.
You really want to look for that pick there in IT. And to be fair, Falcons constantly flirting with it. It's going to be EFAC right there as he's constantly reapplying those Kiba barriers. The 417, so good at clearing those out, though. He'll break it down yet another one. I think EFAC has his last Kiba in hand. So that'll be it.
Yep.
It's already halfway through the round as well. So for all intents and purposes, SSG, honestly, on pretty solid timing.
Yeah, they will need to find an answer to this clash. Use this inside connector at the moment. It's going to be a big problem for them. To be able to get a lot of information. They do lose the opening pick. Shaiko dies to J9O, the guy who was glazing at the end of the last round. So that's a nice start for them, and they've forced users back really well.
That was 3 people standing on top of that Rotero drone. That is just so terrifying. Solid double takedown J9O. The clash here is starting to do a little work as well, as it will hold back. It will impede this offense as they try and work their way in through the connector. Smoke's out now, and it's looking like it's the time for Space Station.
All right, they got good pings on the one Clash player inside.
Oh, no.
That's a team kill from Ashen. That might really throw a wrench into the plans, though, Sam.
That is terrible. That's exactly what you don't want to happen right here, is they're trying to shoot down the last Kiba barrier that EFAC had, and now they're in a terrible situation. 3-man up right now for Space Station, as Ashen will find one. Brede will put down Newers, though, and this is just looking so complicated, especially with Brede playing close with his shotgun. I mean, it's very problematic, and they'll split the vision of the offense, and Space Station have got to be feeling the pain after Ashen accidentally kills his teammate.
So I think you go back to that round, you start to get a little bit questionable about where the fights are happening for SSG. That push had 1 player going IT, and then it had 4 players pushing kind of a jungle electrical side of the map, right? The first player to die on Space Station was J9O in IT. And so once he goes down, that second dimension that you have to your push to cause pressure to those players that are holding the close angles on jungle or on electrical, well, you don't have that anymore. And nobody from Space Station made the rotate over. Falcons, especially with the clash, were able to really lock down that linear push. There were only so many angles SSG could flood through, and Falcons did a great job of locking those down. So strong start to this defensive half. They get their first round on the board, they avoid any disaster, and they can start to mount this comeback that I think we all know they're capable of.
Oh, yeah. Making some headway right now. They're going to bring things downstairs and see exactly what they're capable of. We saw SSG in their very first round downstairs just basically pull around out from under Falcons, the rug and all. As we saw, I believe, Benja be able to pull that off. So, see if Falcons are able to channel anything of the sort. I would highly doubt it is as crazy as a result as we saw previously, but hey, you never know what will happen in this game.
Falcons running a very similar setup to what they would often run. Shaiko, of course, playing on the Azami's favorite op on this site. Uses on the Mira. He loves to play down in the basement of this bomb site, too. So, relatively standard hold coming out. It is a roam game. LiquidFact upstairs in IT. Same position that we saw from Ashen on this bomb site. And then main floor, you've currently got Brede and Saltov just holding down staircases, right? Making sure that LiquidFact can rotate away if he needs to. Given LiquidFact, though, I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to go for a 1v1 and maybe take a frag before he goes too crazy. Noticing where SSG are at, they've got a lot of bodies over around cafeteria, over around lobby. They might just be looking to ignore the roamers on this map and just go straight down the vending stairs, which is risky, but can save them a lot of time.
Breach will be able to get at least the kitchen wall open. They'll have some vision in through that as they're looking to clear things out on this mid floor. I have a couple of Falcons players to worry about. Got Legion off on your left-hand side there. That's going to be Brede as another one peels off. Brede might be assigned to this position, especially as he's standing on top of a mute jammer. None of those calls working towards him right now. They will at least be able to drone him out. So, although Doke doesn't find him, he will at a bare minimum be able to do that. I think he just turned his phone off, actually, before everybody else did. And that was a situation that I was like, that was very fast. Just didn't exactly get to see the animation. But either way, Space Station making some decent headway. Second logic bomb will come out. We'll see if they're able to make anything out of it.
They kind of need to, right? The time's getting away from them, so they would love to get a pick to make sure they have the advantage. But I think, actually, with all the sound, the logic bomb and the ram, they're just sending it into sight.
Oh, Falcons, they'll be able to take down 1, take down 2. Uses, you are disgusting. That is, wow. SSG will be able to at least battle back a little bit, but Uses delivers yet again. That's 3 kills out of the Vector as he's looking for a 4th. Foltz goes for the fight. No, Shaiko's in behind this space here on the Kiba barrier, and what a shot out of him. It's down to a 1 versus 3, and that will be basically it, as Breede very quickly deals with the player working his way into barrels.
And that is ridiculously fundamental anchor play coming out from the Brit on Falcons. Usus really steps up there in the way that he needed to. SSG were doing something a little sneaky. Again, they used as much sound coverage as they possibly could, trying to make that rush down EXO as maybe as unsuspecting as possible, but Usus was always ready for it. He wasn't sleepy. He wasn't caught with anybody catching him off guard. Instead, he was the one who was getting ready, taking advantage of some of those teammates that were going down, trading them out when he could, doing a really good job of stopping that rush down EXO, as that was going to be kind of the main threat that SSG were presenting to them. So good from Usus to be able to answer that back and keep Falcons on this streak.
100%. The star of that round through and through, and showing up when it mattered most, especially the fact that he's taking those decently long-distance gunfights with a 1x on Mira, and he gets every single one of them. That's what the Falcons were expecting when they ended up switching sides. Get a little bit more comfortable when you are on that Night Haven defense, and then people start to warm up a little bit. We see that out of Usus in this previous round.
So this kind of ends up being the real test for SSG, right? You lost the primary bomb site. Okay, that's expected. You lost the secondary bomb site. All right, it's Night Haven. That's kind of expected too. This is the tertiary site. This is the one site that is an attacking team you are expected to be able to get a victory on. And that's broadly true for any map, but I think for Night Haven Labs that can be quite true too. Storage is one of those sites that if you get top floor control, it can be really, really tough for defenders to lock onto. Getting top floor is often much easier said than done. That's why Falcons have 4 players up at the top floor, but SSG, based on where Newers was looking, they might have been looking to rush, but a Goyo gets popped and they decide better of it.
Yeah, the Goyo's doing a very solid job of slowing down a lot of teams here today, it seems.
Yeah, we saw it earlier too, didn't we?
Man, yeah, that was a spectacle to behold, I can definitely tell you that. As for Fultz, though, he sees the mirror open. We've seen this time and time again when it comes to this IT wall, but I don't think we're going to get any deliverance when it comes to any special packages.
Could have also, I guess, been a Twitch drone. That seems a little bit more likely if they were able to pop that just at the start. Regardless of what ends up popping it, it's going to be util that's no longer around for the actual push when it comes through by SSG. They've started to open up IT wall. Often all you need for a push in storage is somebody covering the plant from any nitro cells outside the building and then control over the IT wall. You don't even need to enter IT. You just got to make sure you can hold it so nobody on the defense rushes up and denies that plant from up above. Basement can be a threat sometimes too if you've got like a pulse or something, but nothing like that being brought on Falcons, so I wouldn't worry so much about it if I was SSG. I say as Saltov runs down to the basement, so maybe he's got something cooking. I don't know.
Could be. Could be. Space Station are taking their time now, already halfway through the round, and Benj is going to go down to a pixel angle that Solotov is holding for the main hallway. That's a nice find as he will work his way back into sight and more than likely rotate back over to that cargo stairs area. Nitro cell out towards Newers, quite a bit of damage. Ashen will find a nice little frag up against Breede. But, I mean, Falcons, honestly, a bang-up job thus far as they've been able to slow down SSG. They will be able to at least take out one more as Solotov will deliver. Down to the 3 versus 3. Actually, down to the 1 versus 3 as the rest of SSG are able to find these Falcons players. Ashen goes down somehow, some way. Not able to make heads or tails of that from this camera angle here on Solotov, but he's down in the hallway. Might have been a goo mine or something of the sort, but either way, it's up to Solotov still, and J90 will find him. And that is map point in their hands.
They know that that's the one that they had to win. That was do or die on the tertiary side. I was explaining ahead of time. Ashen, really big player to step up there. Again, he's been a guy that has had some ridiculous tournaments in the past. We know how talented he is. But at the start of the year, he went to Reload, had his worst event ever. Back in, what was that? May, I believe. Yeah, back in May. Came into that tournament, really did not perform to his standards, talked about it a lot kind of on social media and in video interviews, and now to come into this game here at EWC, he started the day, again, 3-8 with an abysmal stat line. Took a little while to get going in this game too. That was the first round where he really was able to take over, as he so often does. If Ashen is starting to get excited, if Ashen is starting to talk back a little bit, well, that's going to make all the difference for SSG. it is that round where he goes positive for the first time this game. Starts really feeling good about it for SSG, getting them to match point.
I love how attentive Space Station has been, and same for Falcons. I mean, these teams really understand each other. And although Falcons have a little bit of a slip up there, it doesn't mean that they can't pull this back to overtime.
Yeah.
They've been very impressive time and time again, but the thing I will say about Space Station is that they are giving respect over to Falcons in spades right now. You see it inside of that round right there. Nobody's immediately assuming just because they vacated the top floor for a split second that they're not going to re-peak. And here comes Shaiko back through that hallway, and Ashen's able to take him down. So SSG doing their due diligence, man. That's what you need to do up against Falcons. Like you said earlier, Falcons are all about the little things. That means you have to be too.
Ace ban from Falcons, so we are just going to have can openers and the Maverick to try to open up the walls on Nighthaven. It's going to be really tough if you're SSG. Again, you banned out Kaid and Bandit, so it's not the end of the world, but especially against this mirror window on the IT wall. I mean, that is a scary thing to go against. Probably we'll see a can opener try to deal with that, maybe go up above, because just with the Maverick, I mean, that can be really awkward to deal with, but that'll be on SSG to try to solve, to get that problem and figure it out on their end. Looks like they're going for a similar style of push, Sam, where they are going to be focusing mostly on kind of connector, getting in through jungle, getting in through IT, and making that push happen.
Well, it always starts with IT. That's the thing about this bomb site. IT is so pivotal to your success. It sits right next door to that bomb site. They're practically neighbors. Blackbeard will pop his way through. Nothing happening with that mirror window at all. It gets punched. Nobody's home to really try and do anything with it. I mean, if SSG take this round, Jesse, this might be something we come back to talk about.
Yeah, weird not to see the window get popped. That would have added a lot of pressure to Faults. Newers' job is, of course, to make sure no shenanigans could occur. What is this angle coming out from J90? Gets a couple of shots off, but no damage dealt to Team Falcons. That was a bit of a sneaky one, but nothing comes of it. Benjamash is going to enter in from down below. There's nobody down here for him to find, but that's just good for him. He's going to be able to try to work some of that value in from down below. They banned the Clash, so that's not going to be something they have to worry about. But if you can start popping these mirror windows from down below, you can start making these guys dance so that they can't feel comfortable in the power positions, especially just outside electrical door, where Shaiko's currently playing. Well, that buck can have a huge impact on the round.
Dead silence in the server until the shots head towards Newer's way. They'll get lit up a little bit. They're in solid timing right now. As long as they can maintain this pace, this is a very, very good prospect for them. The Maverick will assist. The bullets will come through. Shaiko, he usually ends up winning those, but not a single bullet rings out from that SMG, and that will be the downfall of him. Now Brede trying to hold things down with the M590 yet again, and you can see EFAC trying to help with this utility as well. This will slow down the push from SSG if they try to work through that ice.
Last time, J90 was the first one to die, IT. If he dies again, that really eliminates the second dimension to this push and could cause big problems for Space Station.
Solitov, top brackets right now, looking to see if he can potentially do anything, hold down the flank. He knows that Space Station have to be adding another dynamic layer to this, but the timing's too bad! No information in Garage punishes Solitov. He was doing it all with just his own timing in his brain, and SSG, have they done it? Space Station to mission control! Mission accomplished on game one.
Yeah, that's, again, Falcons pick as well, Sam. Don't forget how important that is in the series, because now SSG are heading to their pick of border, 1-0 up in the series. Falcons were right. It was a defender-sided game, and they did start that comeback, but SSG had too much of a lead built up. They had too strong of an advantage in that first half, and then they still were able to lock down really good attacks as well to get some big rounds happening there on the top floor. Really impressive stuff from Space Station. They did not let that first game get to them. It was a disaster to start things off, but it didn't matter. They had a great response.
We're going to see the true colors of both of these teams right here.
Yeah.
You know, Space Station, we're going to test their mettle. We're going to test to see what they have in store for us. For Falcons, it's going to be, can you potentially imbue this game with something special? You have time and time again gotten away with murder, Jesse, up against teams just because of how mechanically talented you are.
For sure.
And now Space Station is putting your ass to the fire. We'll see what they're able to do on map 2.
Yeah, pressure's going to be building for Falcons. Of course, they know how important these next couple of games are. Being out on the first day at EWC, I mean, nobody predicted that from Team Falcons. They're not out yet, They've got 2 more maps to prove that they have what it takes to push it all the way. After suffering some tough losses here at the first day of EWC, they can bounce back and pull this, but it's still a long road.
There's a long road ahead of us, my friend, and a pretty short break coming up right now.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Falcons versus Space Station Gaming. And if you just missed it, Space Station just did a little skeet shooting as they took out the Falcons on their own map pick of Night Haven Labs. And man, do we have a special prospect for you guys from map 2 if you don't know the map pool. Jesse, we're going to Border.
Sam, I love Castle Border. It's a very explosive and fast map, and I think that's the playstyle that really does favor a team like SSG, excuse me. They've got a 3-1 record on it this season. They've played it 4 times through the North America League, beating Cloud9, Dark Zero, and OXG. But they lost to Dark Zero in the rematch, and that was a pretty brutal 7-2 back on the 20th of July. So, gonna be interesting to see if maybe that's a game that affects SSG in the long term. I expect they'll still be feeling quite confident on it, given they chose it against Team Falcons here, but this is certainly gonna be a place where SSG are comfortable on.
Yes, and you can see on the faces of these Falcons players how much this tournament means overall. I cannot underestimate, I cannot over-explain how much Falcons have accomplished at EWC across the years. It's actually truly unprecedented. Just the last 2 EWCs, they've won both of them. That is just insane. This man right here, you get him on sand, he just levels up. I mean, he should just have a tote underneath his desk wherever he plays. He needs to steal some from the desert out here and bring it home. But for 2025, it's been nothing but glass. They've been melted down to nothing. And now, with their backs truly against the wall, they have to win 2 maps in a row up against Space Station Gaming, a team that was forged in the fire of the under bracket in North America. I don't think it gets better than this.
Team Falcons yet to play Border all season long as well, Sam. I was just looking at the notes. I haven't played it since last season when they were under a different organization. So this is a big test, right? Do we see this team coming out with a bunch of stuff that they've had in the pocket? Have they been preparing it for an important moment just like this? Or are SSG going to be having just a grand old time playing aggressive on a map like Border, which really does allow you to speak with your guns, right? I mean, it's a map where the opening pick can be incredibly important. It can be insanely decisive. If you don't get that first frag, or if you don't at least trade it out back immediately, then the whole round can fall apart from that. So the early round is super critical on a map like this. We'll have to see how Falcons and SSG end up tackling it, but it's a tall task from Falcons. They're going to have to really dig deep to dig out of this hole.
100%. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know right now, this best of 3 that you are witnessing, this would be a semifinal, grand final kind of situation across this last year. Both of these teams, truly incredible.
SSG have not beaten this Team Falcons core since the Yongshiping Major back in 2022. That's the only time they've ever beaten this team, and that was a BO1 as well, I should mention, back when we had BO1s at Majors. So SSG, they've not historically done well against this core. I mean, historically, Falcons/BDS have really owned Space Station, and it's very similar players, almost the exact same teams on both sides. So for Space Station to be now putting up such a statement map 1, winning their opponent's pick, now they come into their own map pick at Border. I mean, again, the game is not written on paper. It is played in the server. We always say that. But you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable if you're Space Station in this spot.
100%. The Falcons are going to do the right thing. They'll choose defense here on Border. That's really the spot that you want to be when it comes to this map, because Border is so compact that you can truly play the full breadth of it. The people that really innovated this way back in the day was actually FaZe and Laxing on Oxygen, just letting those two run amok, specifically FaZe on that bottom floor, just an absolute demon with his pulse play. Maybe we can see a little bit of that channeled here today. We would definitely expect that just because of, well, the circumstances of Border.
SSG, again, a large sample size on this map. They've played it so far 4 times through this season, and they've got a much better defensive win rate than offensive. 61% defensive win rate, 42% attacking win rate. Sometimes Border can be a map that does lean towards the attackers. I've always found it's a very coin flip, kind of 50-50, but it's very team dependent too, right? And for a squad like SSG, they lean more into the defender side, and I think it makes sense for Falcons to kind of take that away to start the game. We can't really know if Falcons are better on attack or defense because they haven't played it so far this season, but I mean, we'll have to wait and find out. This game should give us that answer.
Oh, hoodie on now for Fultz. Things get a little bit more scary. Nah, I'm kidding. just imagine it's the same thing as the Pangu effect. He just drops 20 in this server. You never know, but I'll definitely tell you this. I'm excited to see what Falcons are capable of. This is the exact situation that I've wanted to see them in for so long. Very early on in the tournament, you are facing elimination up against a team like Space Station that their entire prerogative for over a calendar year has been to get the mental right for a situation like this. And so far, so good.
You can't play scared against SSG on border. You're gonna have to match them in the early game. I wanna see players on Falcons going for aggressive swings. That's gonna mean maybe running out the east stairs, maybe going for a quick peek coming out of the break room door, right? Wherever you can find that position to get a little bit aggressive, Falcons have got to find it. That's going to be on their entry players, right? That's going to be on Saltov, that's going to be on Shaiko, be on LickyFac as well a little bit as that flex IGL. If he dies early, he can focus more just on the calling, so it's not the end of the world if LickyFac does go down, but these are the players on Falcons that really need to step up in the early game and take it to SSG. Space Station have not been the best entry team so far this season, just a 43% attacking entry, or attacking win rate overall, I should say, on board overall. So that's a weakness the Falcons could maybe exploit, but they've got to get in and do that.
Yeah, 100%. And it seems to be that both of these teams respectively know exactly how this map ticks down to a T. Falcons, they're going to take the shield play away from border. Probably the most impactful genre of operators that you can bring on this map, because you don't really need hard breach all that much. Yeah, it's nice. You can get box wall open and that kind of stuff. But imagine if I had a Monty. Man, that'd be a lot more fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that would make a big difference. The Monty and the Blitz can certainly be strong bans. SSG taking out both a Zombie and Smoke. That's going to be a ban that really focuses the East Stairs. Those are the two strongest ops in the game for locking down East Stairs. That could be a real power position that certain teams really lean on for their top floor defenses, for their bathroom defenses as well. So to take both those operators away, you kind of force them to choose some other option. It looks like LickyFac has opted to play that position with the Tachanka, so I'll be really excited to see what he can do with that. It's not exactly the same as Smoke. You can certainly run through those with a little bit more ease, but hoping to do the same thing as stalling out those players before he gets cleared out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets now or forever hold your peace. Does Space Station Gaming knock it out in 2-0 fashion, or does Falcons force a third map? Want to hear you guys all in chat talking about that back and forth. Ones and twos, baby. Ones and twos. You know the drill. Bench is going to get rid of the camera here at the bottom of main. We already saw the buck work in from Newers. So we'll start to dissect this map. See what the Falcons exactly have going on.
Yeah, so Newers and Fault's both going to be entering in kind of through Passport now. And once again, the goal is going to be to apply a little bit of pressure onto LickyFac. He's moved up actually all the way to the hallway, so it's kind of playing a bit more passive on that East Stairs position. A lot of teams will be playing that spot from down below, even inside of waiting. Doesn't look like we're going to see that from Falcons, though. They're going to take it a little bit more traditional, a little bit more passive. Part of that probably does come from the operator bans on the Tachanka. If you get caught down inside of waiting, you could be in a really rough spot, but LickyFac will really be the sole focal point as he starts to fall back now, but even still, if they find a pick on him early, that'll be a big difference maker. Oh, damage.
Yeah, EFAC taking quite a bit of it. Newers working towards top east. He'll get rid of the barbed wire. Falcons very aware of the situation that lays in front of them right now. Have to worry about those crosses. That's why you don't see anybody really trying to challenge all that much over here in the office space. But Shaiko will find one here in the front area. Able to take down at least one around that balcony, and he'll skimper off now. The Blackbeard not able to do too much here for Ashen as he was not willing to risk that angle. Now Falcons will get away with that initial pick that they wanted so badly.
Yeah, and LickyFac down in the bathroom, he actually dropped the hatch. That's maybe not as safe as he's expecting with Newers being down there. The rest of SSG will take the space that was given for free, though, and they will start to move their way in through offices. Last nade from Ashen gets tossed out to clear out some positionings inside of Archives, and that goes just splendid for him. That early pick from Shaiko that got that man advantage onto Benjamaster, playing instead of break, and he gets back out too. Can they capitalize on that, though, Sam?
Yeah, they're worried about this fountain play, but there's a rotate there instead. And no, they don't see him in behind. He was prone. Shaiko will go down to Fultz. It's a 4 versus 3. Brede delivers with the M590, though. J90 will find one of his own, and that will be the first round going to Falcons as they keep them at bay.
And don't ever count out a guy like Brede. You know, he may be the second oldest player at this event, only after Rookie of the Year Canadian. But still, his ability to manage that clock, to be able to utilize that positioning that he has inside the bomb site, I think is second to none. Really confident SAS play, playing inside of Archives, was able to take advantage of the fact that so much time was wasted on that East clear. Once he's in the site, happy to lock it down. 2 big kills coming out there. Of course, Shaiko, a couple of big ones too. And as I mentioned, Lukifac on the Chichanka. Didn't get any kills in that round, but I thought was really important in distracting for Shaiko's first kill, and then also just wasting time from the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Falcons, a huge boon when it came to that round, specifically from Shaiko, as he's able to use those good graces and finally pull one back across the line here. And this is the very first time that Falcons has had the lead in this entire series.
That's true. They finally lead on a map here, 1-0 up against SSG. Starting defense on border, maybe you'd expect that, but even still, I think they're going to take the wins where they can get them after how map 1 really went for them. Started the comeback on defense, if you'll remember, but weren't really able to rope it back in. You know, they couldn't complete the comeback. You can set yourself up now where you don't need to complete a comeback. Well, that'll be a big difference maker. We see a cheeky Electric Claw actually below one of those top floor walls coming out from Brede. It will be interesting to see if that has any impact coming out from SSG. With Newers on the Brava, if they don't know where that Electric Claw actually is, that could end up being a huge problem for him.
Oh, Ashen with a huge find. He just bullies his way into security and kills EFAC.
He's just in.
He just decimated him on the bookshelves.
All right.
Oh, wow. That's disgusting. Yeah, you don't see that one every day. SSG gonna practically just get away with murder right there. EFAC, the Solus as well, somebody that's so good at dealing with info game in the middle of the round, will now be waiting in the wings for round 3.
Just Ashen things, because they chose to double reinforce that Locker's wall, and they've got the Electric Claw down below as well to support it, means that you can't play as aggressive to support your security player. So, I mean, these are the choices you make as a defending team, and these are the consequences of them. Most teams will play with that wall at least partially open so they can support Likifac from inside of lockers, but that didn't happen this time around. So nice little entry from Ashen. Still, 2 players up top. It's Uzus and Saltov who have buried themselves inside of offices, and as I say that, Sam, one of them hits the deck.
What a find. And Falcons, the big thing right now, constantly stepping up to the plate. That's what we're seeing right now, Jesse. Now, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. They did get some really good frags inside of that first round because of scenarios like that, but now they are falling flat on their face as SSG has completely broken down border to its very bare bones. Constantly able to find these picks. It's like SSG was a ghost in the system. Every decision made by Falcons, the wrong one.
And we're starting to hear the vocal cords of Ashen here in Riyadh as well, as he starts to yell over at the reigning EWC champions, having a big old time up against Falcons. That was a really clean round from Space Station. Again, I think a lot of it comes down to the way Falcons wanted to hold that. They were quite spread apart. They weren't really going to be in positions to trade each other as they ended up going down one after another after another. And then even in the site, you saw in the 1v5, a Nitro was thrown to the ceiling. Nobody was above him. He swings out the doorway, doesn't check the angle that's being held on him there. Just felt like Falcons really were never in control of that round, didn't know what SSG were trying to go for. And Space Station, I mean, every angle was being watched.
Yeah, Space Station are such a solid team at breaking down border, and I think that's what makes Falcons' life so hard on that downstairs bomb site, just with how they implemented things on that top floor. You said it yourself, when you try and play things out on the top floor like that, although very important and practically a necessity, it does have ramifications, and that's exactly what we saw. Space Station and, I mean, Ashen right off rip just flies in through the security window, gets that big pick, and starts to set the pace for the rest of the round. Falcons are constantly trying to battle back and find a big pick of their own, but every time they go to search for it, they die time and time again. And now it's a 1-1. Both of these teams neck and neck here on border.
Bathroom will be the third site chosen by Falcons, as you would come to expect. Currently a little bit of a run out from the top floor of Saltov. It's everybody up above except for the sole anchor of Brito, who's currently just inside a bathroom. Newer's on the Nook, hoping to make some kind of a cheeky play, but I mean, walking up metal, you got to imagine there's some kind of information on that. Maybe a goo mine on the staircase, maybe a Valcam that's watching, although that won't be so effective against the Nook that creeps their way up.
Indeed. We don't get to see her all that often anymore. Ever since Ubi decided to take away her silent step, or the little bit of quietness that you get when you do use that operator, hasn't exactly worked out too well for her, but she is able to still slip past those cameras, and that's a big, big factor here as EFAC falls into the waiting arms of a Nook below the hatch.
Yeah, there was barbed wire on the stairs, so he knew he couldn't walk up those steps, but found a different way to be impactful. That's really key. A lot of times you see Nooks run into barbed wire, and then they're just, well, I guess my round is over. I can't do anything. My whole operator is useless. But no, still finding good value for Newers. That's really, really creative.
Solotov now on his own island. Jesse, I'm so worried for this positioning here. Not because Solotov's doing something wrong, just SSG have so many bodies over here, and that's a huge moment. He's not able to follow through on action that could have irreparably changed the round, but instead, Space Station maintain 5 men on the board up against Brede and Shaiko.
Oh, and he didn't even kill Faults. He gets picked back up. So it's a 5v2, Sam, Shaiko, and Brede. The OG members of the squad need to lock it down.
Shaiko will be able to at least find one. Case is on Fultz, so do mark that. It's now down to Shaiko time. Somebody better clock in at the clutch factory, because they need it right now. Brede, I think he's working overtime. I mean, he's been doing that for years.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Down to the 2 versus 4, though. Things kind of slowing to a halt for just a split second as SSG continued to try and find ways to manipulate this site.
So Fault's got the fuse kit, but he's also really low on HP. If he gets tickled by a Nitro or even a Goo Mine, things could be a problem for him, but they dodged the Nitro cell from Brede, so that's not going to be an issue. We'll now have that opportunity to go for a drop. They could drop the workshop hatch and try to make their way into site, but I mean, the expectation here would be that they're dropping bathroom, and that is obviously laid with Goo Mines, and everybody on Falcons is paying attention to that.
This is getting really scary, especially because Space Station is actually taking a lot of time to get to this. So, you know, if things don't go off immediately without a hitch, then it's going to become extremely problematic. But SSG, they found Shaiko, and that was the big thing there that was holding up this bomb site. No cross angles for Brede. He now has to try and force things, but he knows that these angles exist, and he was able to at least find Ashen, but this case is down, and we know how unbelievably difficult this situation is whenever this case does reach the floor on this bomb site. Brede will go down. Space Station Gaming looking fantastic so far here on Border.
And just a small smile crosses the face of Captain Faults in the middle of his men. Ridiculous round coming out from him. First he gets the trade, right? He's not the first player to drop bathroom hatch because he knows that's a death sentence. Instead, somebody else approaches that hatch first. He gets the trade on his teammate to make it a 1v3, so now they've got that numbers advantage. As soon as he gets that kill, drops in, goes for the plants. He leads the world in the most number of plants so far this season in the North America League. 29 before this event. Not sure how many plants he got in his first game of the day, but regardless, having a huge impact now to get that second plant, and then kills the final player as well. I mean, doing all of it himself. Good round by Faults.
I mean, he's been in good company for so long. That's the thing about Fultz. He has always been around players that will continue to, I mean, just make you improve, man. And Fultz has always been that guy. He is looking for a new way to bring something into the fold to make him a better player. And he's just reached this amazing point in his esports career where he really is capable of doing it all. I mean, guys, do not be shocked by Fultz when he hits some shots. This was one of the demons of North America back in the day. And I mean, he's definitely earned that. But for Falcons, still a little bit of time in the tank here on this defense. Still some changes to be made.
Yeah, they'll go through the operator bans now. It's the Twitch and it's Mira. So one operator that counters another. That Twitch ban a little bit less impactful with the Mira being removed. I'm sure Falcons aren't thrilled to see that off getting taken off the board, but it also shouldn't be a surprise. It could be really powerful, especially on that top floor of Border. So good to see that being removed now from SSG, and then Falcons, of course, with that Twitch gone, will still be able to play some strong operators like the Goyo, who can get really annoyed by a Twitch, like the Mute, and certainly like that Valkyrie, who can all really suffer to those Twitch drones, which can be such a pest.
Absolutely. Space Station. We bring in a decently similar flavor to what we have been seeing. Won't have the Blackbeard inside of this lineup, although it wasn't banned, but you don't necessarily need it. They've got a lot of dislodgement inside of this lineup, especially with Benja working its way in. You know, you got the frag grenades as well on J90 and Ashen, so a lot of beneficial things here for Space Station Gaming, as I think we're going to see a similar pacing to what we saw earlier on, Jesse. They're going to pick apart the map, get these windows open, get these angles available to them, and see if they can get Falcons to make a misplay.
So now they've got a bit of a different setup over towards East. Previously it was LickyFax solo on the Tachanka. Now LickyFax is bottom East playing on that Solas, and Shaiko was playing at the top over here on the Valkyrie. Maybe a bit more of a tag team coming out from the most skilled players on Team Falcons. They don't end up engaging with anybody at the end of it. both of them kind of fall off in different ways. He's back downstairs in like workshop at the moment, so very separated from the rest of his team. SSG, I'm not 100% sure if they're aware of that play or not, but Shaiko's not done. Re-peeks east and gets the entry pick on Ashen.
Unbelievable find from him. And that's the thing about Shaiko. He is constantly able to find moments like this. I mean, he saw a couple pixels of Ashen's head, and he's immediately dead. It is just so unbelievably impressive what this man is capable of doing, especially with an MPX. Able to take out J90 as well. And oh man, I mean, the talking has been just crazy out of Falcons today.
He's mad. He's mad, and that's where he plays the best. I mean, ridiculous shots coming out from Shaiko. Now there's 60 seconds for SSG to claw together this 3v5 execute. Everybody's here over around East. Step one is stopping Shaiko. And
oh no!
Thank God they get the headshot on the rappel in there, because that would have been a perfect timed moment from Shaiko. But the monster is dead. Now you just got to find his 4 friends.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Falcons is more like a Hydra than anything. It's like, I finally killed Shaiko. There's 4 more heads. Yeah. Damn it. And only 30 seconds remaining. So hope you have your Slayer stat pretty high there, Foltz. He'll take down FEARX, stun in, but Benja, he cooks too much. He takes down Foltz through the wall. It's a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds remaining. He'll put fire over the top. Falcons, can you find this frag? This will change up everything here if he's able to follow through. Use this, will be able to get one, and Brede with the other. Falcons tie it up on the defensive side.
Yeah, big 2v2 coming out there. They really do lock things down. It comes down to the early game, I think, still from Shaiko. He gets traded out, and Benja, nearly the European on SSG, nearly brings that one back from the dead, but unfortunately, the headshot into his teammate, obviously completely accidental through the soft wall. That is a tough one to know when it's happening, but still really good from Falcons to pull that one back. You saw just how clean they were in that early round. Shaiko, when he's let off that leash, when he's not afraid of anybody, he can really make magic happen. So we saw that coming out from him. Good late round as well, of course, coming out from the whole team, but looking solid on this map.
Yeah, there's a reason that over the years, time and time again, as long as Shaiko has been in pro play, we have referenced him as one of the best players in the entire world. And he has time and time again taken the moniker of best player in the world. Sometimes it goes down to the tiny bit, maybe to like second, and then he bounces right back up to first. He's just so unbelievably consistent.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the thing. That's why we've sang his praises for so long.
Well, Sam, there's a very simple way to say all of this, right? 3-time MVP. Every time he's come to Saudi Arabia to play in one of these big events, whether it's Gamers 8 or Esports World Cup, he has been the MVP, the receiver of that massive cash prize for the best individual at the tournament. Shaiko has consistently been the only Rainbow Six player who's been able to accept that prize, and so for Shaiko, he's got a bit of a legacy to uphold, and he is certainly proving that now. Just 4 rounds into Borders, 6 kills.
I mean, I know we're only 4 rounds in, Jesse, but you can feel the energy in between these two right now. You can feel the angst building and just how much this game means. Please remember, folks, for those that have not been watching this game today, hi, welcome. My name's Stokes. That's Jesse J. Chick. This is a lower bracket game where Ashen and the rest of SSG are looking to go fast into the top floor. They get 2 kills. They will completely eviscerate this top floor hold. There's one more player here, Solotov, to try and save the team, but Volts knows of his existence, and he makes sure that it ceases to persist. Ashen will knock it down to the 1 versus 4. It's Brede, the support clutch king across the history of Siege. Down to do it again, Brede? I don't really know. No Nitro Cell for you. Death Mark might be the death rattle here, as Falcons are looking to try and at least equalize on this half and guarantee it. But it doesn't happen. Space Station are looking so damn good on this offensive side, Jesse.
It's been a tough game from FEARX so far. We didn't see him really shine so much in map number 1, and now yet to find a kill here in map 2. Some of these early deaths are really impactful too. He's playing a lot of the Solus, which is a really weird pick on Border, Sam.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's a weird pick on any map. You just don't see a lot of Solus in 2025. It's really not an operator that's been in the meta for a couple of years at this point. So, I don't know, we keep seeing FEARX try to make it work. He's not finding too much success on it. 0-4 now. One of the players that was caught off guard by that fast, aggressive rush from the top floor. Really well put together with, of course, the smokes coming out, the glass coming out as well from Ashen to get one of those big picks. It's a really nice, kind of cheesy, but nice push to the top floor, and it gives SSG that third round that they were looking for on the attack. Even if they lose this, I think they're happy 3-3 attacking half.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you could try and, wipe the grin off their face, really, Jesse, with a 3-3 half here on border offense. But the big thing is, after that, if that does end up going down, you still have to deliver. These defenses have been so difficult for Falcons, and the big thing about them getting offense under their reign is, in my personal opinion, that's where Shaiko's best guns lie, the offensive side of the field. So we'll see what they're capable of. Is Shaiko able to be a world beater and practically put Falcons across the line by himself, like he's been doing for the majority of this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, right? The two original members of this team, Shaiko and Bride, have 11 kills for the first 5 rounds. 11. The rest of the team combined have 2. 2 kills. I mean, it's really been the Shaiko show with Bride in the late rounds, collecting a couple of kills here and there that have been impactful, but even still, Shaiko has been the defining member of Falcons in the first half of this map on border, and somebody else needs to step up. Saltov's playing here inside of security. He's got that opportunity. Lickifak is nearby by break room too. So this trio of Shaiko, Lickifak, and Saltov are looking to work together on the aggressive part of border. They need to put in some work. They need to work together so that they can secure some kills on these aggressive SSG players.
Yeah, this isn't a, oh, maybe we get this. This is a requirement for you to win this round. You have to deal with Space Station taking in through break right here, right now. SSG continue to try and work their way through the map. Shaiko holding things down over on East. Now, this is going to be the biggest adaptation here because he's got a lot of different opportunities. He's got that soft wall. You've got the rotation over towards the top balcony. And hey, you can always just shove your way right up the hallway as well. Oh my days. Solotov, he can't deliver. We've seen that twice now in this same balcony where the player in security is not capable of taking down the 2 outside. And SSG get yet another pick here on the offense.
Newer's just dropped in front of the vending or the vents window and got a big pick too. Then jumps right on in and says, why don't I start finding more and more players to shoot at? Now it's a 5v3 to get the 4-2 split. Another opportunity for Newers, and he hits the shot. Of course he does. Lickifak 0-5 for the first half.
He looks so comfortable, man. He looks so good with this SSG roster. It's looking like early days oxygen, especially with his positioning. He's so confident. He almost gets out of that as well, but Falcons finally bring things back to bear. But hey, guess what? You guys aren't on the bomb site, and the bomb is being planted. Fultz will get that down. Benja finds one. Shaiko's in the dirt. It's up to Uzis to try and win practically one of the hardest bomb sites to retake in Siege. And Fultz will take not only that round for Space Station, but the moniker of most kills on the offensive half, playing support operators.
Sam, I said it before the match started, right? Opening kills are so important on a map like Border. That's the one thing where it's like, consistently, teams on border that get the entry frags are able to convert that. And SSG dominated in that first half, always able to work that pick, whether it was them themselves that were making the swing happen and were finding that early aggression, or whether it was somebody like Saltov going for a swing break room, Uzis going for a swing, Lickifak going for a swing. It was always SSG that were able to win those gunfights. Shaiko was really the only player on Falcons that was swinging and finding success. Everybody else from Falcons looked like they were swinging so timidly. They were swinging, but they were fearful on those swings. You saw it even when, in that last round, Lickifak was swinging out from Workshop, and he's just crouch walking through the doorway, hoping to catch somebody off guard, but no, it's a flick down from Newers. SSG are not a team you can play scared against, and it just feels like Falcons are playing a little bit scared in this oh-so-important game.
Yeah. I mean, in all reality, Jesse, name a time where they've been in a situation like this.
That's true.
I don't think I've ever seen them in a situation like this. Even if they do end up making a lower bracket, they usually end up making a good run. They're usually in the power position for the vast majority of these series.
Yeah.
And right now, the limit, I mean, they've been surpassed, really. Yeah. They are past their limit at this current moment in time, and this is where that pressure has to make diamonds. Falcons, how bad do you want this? That's the reality of the situation.
SSG all throughout that lower bracket run in North America talked non-stop about the no-quit culture, something that Callout is known for. His main thing about this team has been setting a culture that does not crumble under pressure. SSG may have gotten absolutely trashed in the first game of their EWC run, but it doesn't matter when they can answer back against one of the best teams in the world. It's not done just yet. They still need to get 3 defenses before Falcons can get 4 of their own to force that overtime, 4 attacks. They're certainly looking up for the task. Falcons have brought a really interesting lineup here, Sam. We've got the Glass coming out. We've got the Amaru coming out. Interested to see what they'll be cooking.
All signs point towards Archives, don't they? They won't have the Monty to really assist with that. That's usually who you see try and sit in front of that planter just because you have so much extra space with that mountain standing in front of you. But they'll have to try and accomplish that in other ways. And it seems like they're going to have an explosive attack coming in from EFAC to try and pull some of that vision away from the defense and then try and deliver on this bomb site. What a nitro cell. SSG is all over Falcons. Falcons are forced to try and fly into the map, but it's no dice. Falcons have nothing. They can't even hold a candle to the light of Space Station as Newers has a triple kill. It's down to the man, the myth, the legend, Shaiko in a 1 versus 5. And wow, a lot to do and no place to deliver. Ashen will take him down and Space Station Gaming barreling towards success.
It's ridiculous how easy it looks, Sam. It looks like SSG know exactly what's going to happen and they can hold every correct angle. And that really comes down to 2 factors. Number 1, they've just played a ton of Border. Falcons have not played very much of this map. They're far less experienced to play on a map like Border. SSG have done this so many times. They know the angles to watch and they know what certain things mean. In that round, they're playing top floor defense on Border and they don't hear anything, see anything for 60 seconds. What does that mean? Well, it probably means there's somebody getting ready for an explosive push onto your bomb site. So they had LickyFat going down below with the Amaru, right? That's supposed to be the key player that can, in the chaos of the execute, jump up a hatch, slam everybody, get a ton of kills, and win the round for your team. But Newers was inside of lockers, holding a vert angle on the front door, and the first person to die in that push ended up being LickyFat on the Amaru. Immediately he went down before he even got close to a hatch that he was trying to jump up. That was read super well by SSG. They knew exactly what was going to come when that push came forward, and they weren't afraid of it. They challenged it head on. They engaged with it before it could really get going, and that made all the difference. Made it look so simple on the side of Space Station Gaming. Ended up forcing attack timeout from Falcons.
It really brings you back to the map bans, and you just go, why would you want them to have Border? This is a map that they've been so confident on for so long, and yeah, they've suffered a couple battle scars, but it's nothing that stops them from being confident on this map. And the one thing that you don't want is this roster right here feeling like they can beat the world. You see that on Newer's face right now. You see that in his play, Jesse. I know you do because we've seen it before. Those early days of Oxygen when he felt like there was not a single person, let alone in America, in the world that could deal with him. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back.
Yeah, it feels like Newers is right at home on the SSG roster. Top frag in the lobby at the moment. 9 kills in just 7 rounds. It's been looking really good on this SSG team. The thing about Space Station, man, is they're just so talented in every single position. There's not one player that you look on this team and think, yeah, I mean, they're going to struggle in a couple of gunfights. No, every single player on that roster is so talented now.
The fact that Fultz is the hard support, just paint that mental picture real quick. Like, it's it's just otherworldly, brother. It really is. Uses will find 1, and already a little pop-off from Falcons. They're trying to get some energy back into the squad.
No, that's important, right? You get this really important pick onto this player of Newers who's been so hot so far today. You shut him down. Now you can start playing some more of these long angles. Ashen's going to be a little bit more secure inside of security, but he's got some really tight angles he's playing with. If he starts getting pushed from either that window that he's just turned his attention to or the doorway behind him, that starts adding an extra dimension, an extra angle he's got to look at. No real help inside of security, so it's all on him to be able to do something or at least waste time by himself.
They know they've got Ashen over here inside of security, so they'll have to deal with that at some point. Solitop will take him down, so there's going to be quite a bit of control going their way, but J9 knows is going to quickly reinforce this. He knows that they'll probably be a little bit more lax about this positioning now as we continue to try and hold things down. Frag grenade in, won't get caught off from the break player, almost able to find the kill as he is constantly flirting with this. Finally skimpers back towards site. That was definitely worrisome there for a split second, but it's going to be actually Shaiko to deliver as he'll take down J9O. This time, a lot more slow rolling, working these angles, trying to take proper map control. It's all working out for Falcons.
Yeah, and it's team play too, right? Every time a play is coming through, it's multiple players together. It's maybe the Grim coming out to force a position, and then somebody else gets that pick. Leaves just Faltz and Benja in this 2v5, 1v5 now as Faltz goes down. Benja, an impossible task, staring down with still over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for him, but, you know, you got to give Falcons their flowers. They slow down the play just a tad bit, they start to apply themselves to the map properly, and life is all good. A flawless round and a battery in the back of the Falcons as they attempt to soar through the skies once again.
Go back to that opening pick on Anewers, right? We didn't quite manage to capture it, but he did give the respect after it happened. He ended up saying nice shot to it. So it must have been a really clean pick from users to find that entry pick. It was a headshot with the DMR, so certainly was not going to be an easy one coming through from him on the Twitch, but he was able to find that pick on Anewers. That kind of leaves Ashen more solo, more alone, and from there they're able to really start those tumbling blocks, right? One after another. The dominoes, they go one by one by one. Very similar to the time that we saw SSG do that, right?
Yeah.
Where they clear the top floor one after another after another. Trades weren't there from Falcons in the first half. Now in this half, SSG not able to get those trades either. It's not an easy thing to do on a map like Border. You've got to find a way to make that happen, especially on this defensive side. So really nice from Falcons, as you said, slowing things down, make sure no trades could occur in that round.
Yeah, I mean that was just a stellar one through and through for Falcons, and exactly what you want to see out of them. They need to try and channel more of that throughout the remainder of Border, because just to be honest with you, you have to give Space Station that respect on this map. You're not going to be able to just quickly pull the wool over their eyes and just shove them to the back. It's not going to happen. So Space Station Gaming will more than likely flip the script as well for their defensive sides. We've already seen them choose a different bomb site than what they used previously. This time we're going down to Ventilation Workshop.
And Benja bringing back the Solas too, so both these teams think it's making a bit of a comeback. Fair enough. I trust the pros more than I trust myself. If everybody thinks that Solas is a great operator on Border, then I do believe that it might be. Could be playing down below security. Could actually be really impactful to be able to stop some of those drones if he's got a player up above him, and stop the hard breach too. Nice to be able to shoot one of those Selma charges. Didn't need the scanner for that, but just use the audio cue to keep Jan, I know, a little bit more safe. He's playing on the smoke towards the bottom of these stairs, and that's something I was talking about with him. That is kind of changing on Border, where you see a lot more players playing below.
Ninja kind of getting caught off guard here towards jail as EFAC was looking for his first frag of the game, which is just insane to say when it comes to him. 0-6 at the current moment, but could change up at a dime here in the near future. Bomb site still being held down from SSG. First logic bomb out as they'll look to try and do a little discovery work on this top floor.
Brede trying to make some space happen on the bottom floor too. Still, I mean, there's really pressure being mounted on all parts of the map from Falcons. They see, again, Benja, who's just playing around inside of customs, moving out, moving back in, making sure he can waste time for his teammates. Up above, Newers is still playing inside of Armory too, so they've really got a lot of dimensions to worry about if they're Falcons. Plenty of players still playing on that top floor, as they're seeing now with the drones, so clearing out these guys is really going to be their #1 priority, as Brede and the last player down below with him, LickyFax, start to look for a plant.
This is going to get seriously scary for the on-site player for Space Station, because Falcons are doing a good job of pulling that pressure towards the top floor. Space Station thinks that they might want to go for a clear here. They might try and make some adjustments, but the plant's already going down on-site. Volt, he's waiting for the mark. He'll spray through. He's got to pull down, but he finds him! And that's going to be the case down right in front of Volt, who has been on an absolute tear so far here on Border.
Yeah, he heard the sound cue. That's so smart from the captain of Space Station. One of those brilliant plays that you don't get unless you play this game for a very long time.
Jones out. Falcons, I mean, it's looking scary right now for this round. Oh my days. SSG, Volt might have just saved them. As they'll search, they'll find. EFAC gets one, but it's a 2 versus 3, and there's a lot of verticality to worry about. Where does this case go down? EFAC, he's found himself here in round 9, as he's gotten 3 kills, his only 3 kills to his name. They will flirt with this case, attempting to plant back and forth. Uses will find Ashen, and somehow, some way, Falcons are working their way back into this game.
Sam, you asked somehow, some way. There was one thing in that round that was different from every other round we've seen on Border so far. You know what that was?
I think it starts with the L.
LickyFax got his first kills that round, and he didn't just get 1. He didn't just get 2. He didn't get, well, he got 3. He got 3 kills, but they were extremely impactful. They were so important in winning that round because they happened when the team was in a dire situation.
Yeah.
They did not look like they were going to be able to get out of that one. I think it was a 2v4 where they were really nervous. They were not looking like they were going to get a chance to get that plant down. With Faltz's important position to stop that plant the first time, you thought it was over. But not so. LickyFax showing up in this game will make all the difference, and if that is what we see from LickyFax for the rest of Border, SSG are in trouble.
It is an absolute necessity. You are going to need this whole team because we've seen nothing but the exact same from Space Station. In fact, I'm a little worried for Falcons still just because we haven't seen J90 hit his stride yet. And that is the player for Space Station. You said it earlier. They played 8 maps once they hit the lower bracket for finals. 4 of them were J90 master classes up against respective squads in NA. Now it's down to a 1-round difference here on border. Space Station wants to close this out in 2-0 fashion. Falcons wants to make sure we play on into the night on Consulate. Man, it's a good day to be a Siege fan.
Look at the next round of bans, and Falcons take the Ella off the board. I think that's a new one for me, Sam. Coming out on border, I mean, it makes sense. We saw Faults playing that recently in the last round, having a big impact with it. Grim taken out by SSG can be really impactful on this map as well. So I like those bans coming through. See if it's enough to complete the comeback from Falcons.
We're getting some switch-ups here on the offense as well. I seriously love that they waited to the, latter rounds to really bring out this lineup, Jesse. You see the Lion work its way in. You see Doke. You see Sense. These are the strategies that you've been talking about where you don't really want to implement them till this last ban phase comes through. That way you can try and bully your opponent with these choices, and so far so good. Solotov will deliver on the DMR. They don't even need any info game for that. It's just a nice cross.
And another opening death from Ashen. That was instrumental last time they got a big round win, so taking Ashen off the board could be massive for Falcons. Leaves these last couple of players in a bit of an isolated position. We see Liquifact down below Archives. Benja's going to have to deal with him. He's going to have to deal with Brede out on Repel. Benja's in a real worrying position. He's got Newers, but is Newers close enough to make a difference? I'm not sure that he is. He can go for that outside angle, and he certainly will be trying to help out his teammate, but he's pinned down as well, Sam.
Solotov with another find, and he has consistently been the saving grace. Even though it's a 5-7 stat line for him, these 5 kills have been so impactful for Falcons across these rounds. And he does it yet again here, so slow up Space Station, making sure that they can't risk as much on this defensive side. Another angle getting adopted for Solotov as he's constantly worked this break door for the entire round.
Yeah, Shaiko's entry duo, Solotov, has been massive all season long for Falcons. He's been their highest rated player so far since this season started, and now we're seeing that start to come alive. Solotov, a bit quiet so far this map, but all you need is a DMR in his hands, and I'll show you exactly why he's thought of as one of the best players in the world.
Nice Logi bomb out. Falcons seeing if that stirs anything up inside of the map. I think that's going to happen is Newers on a rotate. And he's been so dastardly with these over the years. It's going to be Shaiko on a triple as they look to tie things up. Stuns over Fultz with the glasses on. He'll be able to find one. J90 waiting in the wings over an office as well. That means the box side here on the top floor is completely exposed. Falcons, if they're able to find an angle, they can work it, but they don't need it. They walk right into Fountain, and they'll steal it away like a man, taking out the last 2 remaining players. And look at this energy. This is what I was talking about. They needed a series like this to reach another echelon, and that's what I want to see out of the Falcons.
Solotov a 4K in that round, getting massive value early, coming in with that Dokkaebi, making sure he can get a couple of big picks, and then stacking them on as the round continued too. Got 1 kill that was finished off by Shaiko, and then the final kill in that round too, was able to chain them together, more than doubling his kills in this map in just 1 round. That's the difference that Solotov makes. We saw Liquifact wake up last round. We saw Solotov wake up this round. It seems like all of Falcons are starting to realize just the dire situation they are in, and they're understanding that this is the moment where they need to come alive.
Yes, absolutely. The big thing here for Space Station that I want to see, Jesse, is I want to see them grab that playback slider. I want them to see them slow it down. Slow it down. These first-minute engagements are so punishing to Space Station right now, especially from what we saw to Usis. We both talked about it. He just sits outside, just holding break door, and he gets 2 frags practically on the same angle. Space Station are putting too many gambles out there right now, and Falcons are just going, oh, thank you, I'll take that one. Oh, cool, I'll take that one too. Oh, you guys were giving out free samples today. This is beautiful. So, Space Station, what is going to be the script for these last 2 remaining rounds? You know the Ella is gone. You know what Falcons are going to want to bring to the table, because I will be the first one to tell you that Lion and that Dokkaebi are not leaving that lineup.
Oh, certainly not, Sam. I mean, that ability to kind of ping down their information and figure out where both players are at is really a difference
Solotov's
maker.
feeling himself, brother.
Yeah, he jumps on the Ash. Why not after a 4K in the previous round? Again, he was 3-6, I believe. No, 3-7. Now it goes all the way up to even. It's crazy just how fast the script can flip, especially for a team like Falcons. 1 round is all they need to force at least an overtime. 2 rounds would be absolutely ideal. Good drone being captured by Ashen. You don't see that too often on the Mozzie, but able to catch one that was in a bit of a sneaky spot and could provide him the opportunity to get a good pick late round, but they've got to enter the building before that drone can really have too much of an impact. And as we know from most players when they're around security, you're not often letting the players walk in.
No, and the other thing is it's like Wolf of Wall Street. You're not leaving. You're just not leaving. We're locked in. So SSG will put Ashen out there in the cold and see how long he can survive. If Falcons even really want to try and deal with the map this way. Obviously, the bomb site is going to be down low, so don't really have to consider things too heavily. Just need to make sure that there is some vision on this verticality so Space Station don't just get free reign over the bomb site.
It's interesting, Ashen, he didn't put down very many of these pests early. Instead, he kept 2 in his pocket so that he could catch some of those drones. I wonder what kind of an impact he's going to have with those. Usually, the pests just get thrown out at the start of the round. What?
No way.
What?
That timing is so
Solotov
blessed.
is nasty. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that was so blessed, though.
Sure,
like,
sure.
I'll give it to him on the other rounds, but that is as blessed gets. J9O just completely decimated as he reaches the top of East stairs. A random shot from R4C, and that's really it at the end of the day. So now down to a 5 versus 4 as Falcons looking to take the lead again. Newers will bring it back to be even here between these two.
Jaiko hunting for a kill back, knows where this player is. They've got pings thanks to that line charge, but unfortunately not able to secure anything. They want that trade game, know how important it can be. Breday's made his way to the bomb site. Now this is not going to be unknown to SSG. They've got long angles that they can hold from customs, they can hold from workshop
They
as
might go
well.
for this.
If they get the smokes off, it could be a successful plan. Benja's in customs though, and he's playing on the Warden. I think he's going above though.
Oh, it's so tantalizing. It's literally right here in front of them, but Breedy goes down to the Nitro Cell. I don't know if he was able to get that shield across his ankles in time. Uses, though, I mean, they're just going round and round here in round 11. As once again, it's an equal playing field. It is sub-minutes. The Case Town in sight. Falcons getting asked to do quite a bit here, but Solotov, Shaiko, and Uzis all still alive. The 3 names you want to hear me say for Falcons in a situation like this. Uzis will take down Benja. It's Bolts and New, the new player for SSG, being asked to do so much, and he almost delivers on the second one. Uses this plant. It won't be secured. Oh, it's so close. The shot's out from Bolts. He's down to the pistol. Shaiko feeling it after that one. A necessity, a requirement for the Falcons. They'll be able to finally slow SSG down just a little bit and start putting them towards the fire instead.
And what a great round from Shaiko to win that 1v1 against Falcons, who was on a tear that round. He's the one that dealt the early damage onto Breday, then got the Nitro kill onto Breday to secure that kill in the end. So the initial plant threat was down. And then he denied the plant threat the second time, and then just couldn't win the final 1v1 from Falcons. That's a heartbreaking one to watch, but Shaiko has consistently been better this map. Despite the fact that some of his teammates took a while to heat up in this game, Shaiko from the very first round was the guy that was stepping up and putting in the work for Falcons. He does it once again to secure a match point from Team Falcons and get us just that bit closer to a third back.
Man, this is so exciting. SSG can guarantee overtime and make it such a risky prospect for a best of 3 rounds. And then we also have, in this corner, Falcons being capable of taking us all the way to Consulate, which I'm totally here for. This has just been so entertaining to watch in between these two, and I love that we're seeing this energy out of Falcons. The talk, the play, the capability on full display. It's got it all here inside of our last match of the day. Man, that was a lot of rhyming. I did a really damn good job on that. I'm just gonna...
You should be a poet.
Yeah, dude, hey, something like that.
All right, well, hey, we've got Events Workshop to finish off regulation. This will decide if we need that overtime or not. Top floor is actually looking a little bit light. Only 3 players playing above at the moment. Start to open up the jail wall so they can make that push in later if they need to, but right now the focus will be up above. Ashen, Newers, and Faults are all playing up here with Ashen being the most aggressive player, of course, deep inside security.
Yeah. I like that SSG is trying to change things up a little bit, Jesse, because what we've been seeing from them is trying to hold the full breadth of the map, and they've been punished time and time again by Falcons. And yeah, that's a default camera that's still up with one of the best teams in the world in the lobby.
I think that just speaks to how important this is and how the nerves are getting right now, right?
Yeah.
Falcons do not make that mistake in any other position other than being down in a critical game at EWC. If this was an online game, a group stage game in EUL, they don't make this mistake. If they're doing well in the tournament, they don't make this mistake. But there's so much information being given from this default.
Oh, this is so terrifying, especially because that's a DMR. I know it's a 3-armor operator, but Ashen, he's got to do the most. The defense is coming alive. EFAC goes down, and we are taking steps towards overtime. Bride is not allowed to take that fight right there. They will just stare at each other and quickly move on past. Newers will take down Shaiko. It's a 5 versus 2. And if Falcons are able to pull it across the line now, I mean, it'd be something special, but it's a flawless round. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my days, do we have a series here on the first day. If you would have woken me up from my sleep this morning, you'd have been like, hey, Sam, you're going to cast a lower bracket final. Well, not final, but lower bracket to send somebody home. And, oh yeah, by the way, it's going to be Falcons and Space Station Gaming.
Yeah.
And Space Station's going to take the first map and force OT on the second. I would have probably called you crazy. I probably would have been like, this is not reality. So, but hey, guess what? That's where we are. That's what this entire damn day has been about, really, Jesse, when you think about it. We started this day on a desk during Game 3 with Jenny, where we talked about Furia versus Oxygen and the fact that Furia was never going to lose that game in a million years. We were literally making fun of the fact that Furia could potentially be in a lower bracket. They are in a lower bracket. G2's in a lower bracket. Falcons is in a lower bracket. Space Station Gaming is in a lower bracket. I referenced this earlier. The lower bracket at this tournament almost looks like an upper bracket, and that's the level of play that we're seeing between these two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, a big difference maker has just been the little mistakes, right? Every single time we talk about it, SSG have sometimes struggled on the defense to win those opening engagements. We've seen some really strong stuff from Falcons, Saltov in particular, picking apart those aggressive players when they're trying to make those aggro moves. But SSG, when they've got a free default cam to watch the whole time, I mean, that's going to make things a whole lot easier. Falcons hopefully will not be making that mistake again because they will get 2 attacks in this overtime. SSG choosing defense. It was their selection on what side they wanted in overtime because it was their map pick. That's how it goes. They're choosing the defensive side. They know it's their better side. They know it's their more comfortable side on a map like Border. Today, it's not made the biggest of difference, but even still, you've got to imagine that SSG will like their chances in the second half.
Shaiko, same thing as always. A little bit of a different operator here, but same story for Falcons as they'll start leaning in towards the break space. Not really too much changing you can do when you really look at Border. You really have one of maybe 2 options when it comes to clearing things out. So they'll do what they've been comfortable with thus far. But that same note, SSG more than likely aware of what is going to be taking place here across this first minute and a half.
Yeah, the eyes for Falcons are on J9O, right? That's why we see LiquidFact going down inside of Passport right now, looking to try to get some of that value. Also going to work vertically, which is impactful too, but J9 is not too far away, just inside of waiting. Playing on that sentry can be a really powerful operator because you get the barbed wire to stop people from walking in, and then if they do walk in, you get that information, you can toss the nitro. This is a strat that a lot of teams are running here on East Stairs. It's a big reason why Sentry started to be picking up more and more in Siege X because it can just be so powerful, especially when operators like a Azami are banned out.
Well, Falcons doing their best to try and make something of the series for themselves. It's been so close. Not as close as you'd want on Labs, but Border has definitely been one for the books. As the buck will come out, Ashen a lot of damage, but Bolts follows through, and this has been a routine thing for Space Station. They've constantly been consistent in being able to assist each other in moments like this. Now, this defensive side on Border has definitely left some holes where they haven't been able to accomplish that, but Jesse, they've adjusted. They're playing closer, they're playing more tight-knit, and it's working out in their favor. Shaiko will go down. It's up to Uzis in a 1 versus 4. Ashen is going to talk his mess as Space Station will be on map and match point up against Falcons in Riyadh?
I think it comes down to two big things, Sam. It comes down to that early frag that we saw from J9O being able to get that pick around East Stairs. I said him versus Saltov was going to make a big difference, and this time we definitely saw J9O come out on top. You were asking to see more from J9O, and it wasn't a multi-kill, it wasn't a crazy clutch, but that was still a ridiculously important frag. Then it was the team play. Then it was the ability to trade out your teammates. Even if someone doesn't go down, if they're receiving fire, they can run away. Faltz is able to step up, even as the captain, even as the hard support, even as the IGL. He says, yeah, I'll take that swing for you. Everybody on SSG is willing to die for their teammates. Everybody on SSG is willing to make those aggressive plays to help out somebody else. And that comes back down to the culture, right? Everything that SSG talk about comes down to culture, comes down to what their coach has really instilled in them. And we see every single time SSG get put into a difficult position, they battle back. One round away now in the lower bracket from eliminating Falcons from EWC.
This is unbelievable. Truly, truly unbelievable. Especially with, I mean, you just start looking at the boards, you start getting into these stats and really thinking through how these rounds have went.
Yeah.
You look at people like EFAC and the fact that all three of those kills came in one round.
Yeah.
He hasn't found another round of impact when it comes to the frag department at all. And usually, he's that flex IGL that's got a little gusto to him. And right now, I mean, he's just got the smoking jacket on at home, man. He's not doing too much. He's sitting by the fire with his feet up. And we really need him to clock back in here for Falcons. Because right now, it is truly do or die. Do Falcons fly home, or do Space Station Gaming allow a third map? Well, we'll know within 2.
They're one defense in overtime. Falcons have opted to go for bathroom and tellers. Not the obvious choice. Obviously, you'd go top floor if you're a ranked team, but Falcons are very much aware of how this game has gone, and they feel like their bathroom defense was the best when they played against SSG. You gotta look it back on the castle, too, which is an interesting change. Not uncommon on bathroom. We do see that quite often from different teams, but shows that maybe Falcons are willing to try a couple different strategies on this map. Top floor still being held by the classics. Shaiko, Lickback, Saltov, creating that triangle when they can play up at the top floor. Use this inside of offices too, so they've got that support all around the top. But Saltov will be the entry point. He was on attack too, playing the Dokkaebi. Now he's on the other side of the game. Can he manage to find those kills?
Dancing around. Wall is soft, so Benja and Shaiko can do this as much as they want to. Always over on the half wall. This is a huge moment here. Shaiko usually does not miss moments like that. Benja better count his lucky stars. His Falcons, halfway through the round, halfway there right now, but a long road ahead of them.
This is getting really tense. Falcons have not opted to fight early, which is very weird, but Shaiko is close. Shaiko could go for a swing if Ashen steps out a little bit too far. Good util work. Will start to open up the wall into Fountain. Gets slowed down a little bit by that freeze coming through from the Two-Brow, but it's not going to be enough long term.
Almost a fine, but Solotov will get one instead. Foltz will find a nice frag as well. 4 versus 3 down to a 4 versus 2. Not able to deal with the setup from Falcons as they have been very, just patient inside of this round, taking their time, forcing SSG to get into the building and making the most out of these situations. Now, doesn't mean that everything's over for Space Station. The case is down, and they're going to have to try and make some progress at some moment in time. It's going to be Newer to try and take this, but it's going to be Ashen to step up first. He'll go down to use this, as they know exactly where this Legion is, but Shaiko's just one of those ones you don't want to mess with. The Mute General will mess things up. He'll try and take the fight. Won't be able to find too much, as I do believe this is going to be max overtime on Border.
Sam, it's another round where Lickifac's able to find impact. He gets another kill. You were asking for it before that round, and we do see it in round 14. Lickifat gets back on the board, back into the fragging department. At the same time, Saltov able to have massive impact on the top floor too, going for that pick onto J9O before he got traded out himself. You don't see a lot of passive top floor holds on Border. You oftentimes see a Border top floor hold where everybody's swinging, everybody's getting aggressive, everybody's trying to take those early fights. But Falcons decided, let's play with utility, let's play with electricity, let's play with Two-Brow, let's lock down that top floor so that we can really make Fountain a safe space, we can make Office a safe space, we can make Lockers a safe space. They really had these fortresses inside the map that SSG never were able to crack them out of. That might be the answer that solves defense for Falcons up against SSG. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter at this point. You've got one more round to play in this map, and it's going to be on the offense. SSG can no longer choose the same bomb site they did before, so they will be forced to go Vents Workshop instead. This is do or die, Sam. One round determines if we get a third map, a Consulate, or our Falcons will be eliminated on the first day of EWC.
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. Time and time again. That is the lesson that we learn. Falcons and SSG, both disciples of that religion, I can tell you, as they have constantly been at each other's necks throughout this entire game. The talk, the play, the strategizing, the countering. This series has really just given it all. And if we have a third map, I'll be the first one to be the happiest clam, I'm telling you. Oh, Faults! What a moment right there. He risks it all, and he burns up as Falcons take him down.
I mean, there were so many bodies there. He heard them that decided he had to get away.
Oh!
Big trade, though. Big trade. You clear out not just Saltov, who's been one of the best players on Falcons so far, but the Glaz. Now, any smoke strats you had will need to be reformatted, and there's a lot of smokes on the side of Falcons.
100%. That was one of the things that they were, setting their hat on and seeing if there was going to be any value out of that later on into the round. But once again, these two, it's like fate, Jesse. They have to come into contact with each other. Every once in a while, we see those big rounds where they pop off. They'll find the man. Take your time. You have every day in the world new. The case will go down. And oh man, Falcons, they now have to try and do the most. Shaiko bullies his way and decided to triple kill for him. It's down to a 2 versus 2. You couldn't write a better damn script. They'll get the case back. EFAC has to try and work a position in order to put that down. They know that Newers is upstairs and he's going to take quite a bit of damage. But where is Ashen? He's up here too. Does he go for the hatch drop? The audio, he's listening. No case confirmed just yet as more verticality will open up. He'll drop into his own ice, and they should know about this positioning now. They're taking their time here. Oh man, there's so much time left on this clock. It's gonna be just a tantalizing moment as, oh my God, Space Station have done it! The Falcons burn up in the atmosphere as Space Station Gaming win it in 2-0 fashion. Ginny, I can't believe my damn eyes.
Either what just happened? These are supposed to be our defending title champions. They're going out in the first day.
Their key will be crushed. They will no longer be in EWC. Listen, nobody believed that SSG was going to make that comeback when they went down their first game in the North America stage playoffs. Nobody believed that they were going to make the comeback after they lost their first game dominantly here at EWC, but they have now started the lower bracket run once again. There is no place on earth that SSG feel more confident than in a lower bracket.
They're back in home territory. Lower bracket run, did it in the NAL, looking to redo it again here. Still one best of 3 away from qualifying to playoffs, but what a way to end the day.
I'm gobsmacked at what we've seen across this entire day, Jenny. It's just something else, and you can see it on the face of these Falcons players, guys. This tournament has always meant so much to this team, let alone the money, but just the fact that they're able to come out here and be so dominant and truly show what they're capable of. This is not the Falcons that we're used to. Absolutely. And specifically, Shinny, you gotta feel for EFAC. He was not impactful in that game in the way that he needed to be. We only saw him in 2 rounds out of a max round game.
I think it's really difficult as well to be in this position where you have won this title in this city 3 years in a row, and now you are one of the first teams to be eliminated, especially when you are a roster that has all these incredibly amazing, talented people that know the game in and out, but something's missing. Now it's a matter of figuring out what that was.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't win a map. It's not like Falcons had a close tournament and, wow, they didn't win it this year. The 3-year streak is broken. They didn't win one map. And they were close, right? I mean, Falcons are not the worst team at this event. Nobody's going to be saying that. They really took SSG to the edge, even if it was a 2-0 in that series. But my God, Falcons, I mean, that's going to be far below their expectations. They're going to be feeling it themselves.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
tough.
It's pretty obvious that for the side of Falcons, this is obviously a failure in that extent. I mean, when you are used to getting those high highs of coming here and getting that win, this is your home turf, so to say.
Shaiko literally was memeing with, I believe, Doki on Twitter, talking about the fact of, oh, you think you're going to beat me in the desert? Well, what if you just don't win a map in the desert, Shaiko? Yeah. Then what happens? And let alone that fact, but for Space Station Gaming, to make this a little bit more positive for somebody, right? Guys, point proven, concept shown. These guys, with their backs against the wall, they are a completely different beast. You don't want the smoke, I'm telling you.
I mean, at this point, they've proven it once so far here. They have to prove it again to get into the playoffs. And yes, we've seen SSG make these lower bracket runs in the NAL. We know they're no strangers to it. They've proven it once again here on the stage, on land, that they can do it, even at an international. But at some point, you need to be able to also perform without having your back against the wall, because this is such a scary position to be in. I am incredibly proud and very happy for them that they're able to do this, but it does get to a point.
Yes, it most definitely does. And especially as, you know, an NA fan myself, you know, that is my region. Oh man, my heart, it hurts right now. There's just so much anxiety going back and forth, especially because I have a lot of love for Falcons. They have irreparably changed the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and that cannot be understated. The fact that this series is really what we got to witness here today, guys.
Yes.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day one here at EWC.
And I think you got to respect Space Station as well. They talk a lot of trash when they're in the game, but one of the core philosophies that they play with is that once the game ends, that ends, and the respect immediately starts to get shown. You saw how quickly they were up to congratulate Falcons and tell them how good of a game it was, to shake their hands. They know just how powerful an opponent that they beat in this lower bracket game, and so for Space Station, you got to appreciate them showing that respect. You can get a little crazy in the server sometimes, but outside of the server, it's all love.
Yeah, it goes back to what Dev mentioned earlier today when we look at SSG. The way that they run their rosters is very much like a sports team rather than an esports team.
Absolutely.
And that I have a lot of respect for these guys, and they have proven themselves once again today. They need to redo that tomorrow, but that's a different conversation for a different day, because right now we have Lax standing by with the conversation with victorious Ashen.
You know, we talk about tenacity and resilience, and Ashen, your team absolutely delivers that on all fronts. Now, I want to kind of skip ahead the first map. You guys win 7-3, you guys fall into border, you guys start getting that momentum, getting that lead. It goes into round 9. That's where we start to see Falcons start to get that comeback, get that momentum. What was kind of going through your guys' head when that clutch came through?
Yeah, I think we didn't have the right vert, and so, you know, they fortunately got like 2 or 3 people just peeking up vert. I think, yeah, they started to pack some rounds after that, and, you know, they were getting like their energy up, in which obviously we stayed resilient, right? Like we never shut down, I'd say, and then we just kept it going, and then 7-7, you know, we just didn't shit our pants.
I mean, that's a common thing. You know, we always talk about how strong SSG's mentality is, and especially, I mean, even throughout the regular NAL stage, so many of your games went neck and neck. They went to the end of the game. They went a full 15 rounds. I mean, even for yourself, being the youngest player on the roster, just to have this sheer mentality, I mean, what does it just do for you, not only in the game, but outside of the game?
Yeah, I think the whole culture we've built at SSG, it's just to do a lot of hard things to make the in-game easier, right? Like working out, doing meditation, doing stuff you don't want to do, so that when it comes to these moments, right, like we're always in it. And I think no matter what, like who we play, I don't think there's a single team who's going to be more mentally strong than us. Even if they do beat us, like we're just not going to quit. We're the one team that's like not going to be beat. They can beat us in like the map and the score, but like they're not going to beat us mentally. Absolutely.
Well, you guys obviously push through. One more game, you get to qualify. You're going to be a rematch against Auction. We obviously know how those games went during the NAL. Are we going to be looking to see it close out a lot faster, or are we going to see quite the barn burner?
Hey, hopefully, you know, because they looked pretty well today, you know, against Furia, and so I think, you know, it's going to be a good game either way, but obviously we have the edge with our mentality and what we've built here. So.
And just one last thing, is there anything that you want to say to Falcons of the match today?
Yeah, I think obviously they're a great team, and it sucks that they went out early, but, you know, I think they had a little bit of pressure on them, and obviously we outstood that pressure, but, you know, they shouldn't take anything away from this, like, badly. They're obviously still a great team, and, you know, they won this thing 3 times for a reason, so.
Well, absolutely. You heard it here from Ash, and they obviously make one hell of a run, one hell of a game. I'm going to send it over to Whippet.
I could not agree with more with that one. Of course, you guys, it's a difficult position to be in, of course, and while the emotions are still fresh in your mind, I just want that initial reaction.
I think first I want to say sorry for the fans. I think during EML, we did boot camp, and here we had some problems. We tried to fix them. We worked really hard, you know. And that's all I can say. We tried to fix all of the stuff. We worked really hard, and maybe we didn't work the right way, and I don't know, but all I can say to the fans is that we work our hardest, and we play against 2 really good teams, and we were not on our very best day today, but even that we tried our maximum what we had on the day, you know. But yeah, congrats to the teams, the Secret and SSG, and yeah.
Well, of course, lots of expectations from this team coming into it with having victory here last year. Was there a level of pressure coming into the team and a level of expectation you guys had for yourselves?
I think you can sing a little bit for sure. Like for every team is EWC. For us was EWC, but the 4th title, and we are not on our best shape right now. So I think it could be, but it was more like we couldn't play our game. You know, I think even the first map, Labs, they were playing in a way that they were just like, okay guys, okay Falcons, you can do whatever you want, and we could not understand each other, you know. But yeah, it is what it is. All I can guarantee is we're gonna do maximum to improve for the next tournaments and say sorry to the fans, and that's it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us on the interview. I know it's obviously not easy after a loss, so I'll let you go get back to your team and kind of reset after this one. Thank you very much for that, Julio. And we can go back to desk with this one.
Thank you, Whiphit, and thank you as well, Julio, for taking the time after a loss to have a little bit of a conversation. The Falcons fall. And with that, their chances at club championship point, but also their chances at a back-to-back-to-back-to-back title. It is now gone. And who else but done it than NA? The NA versus EU rivalry continues.
Gotta love it.
In Siege. A lot of takeaways as well, I think, when we're listening to Julio specifically, where he's like, yeah, we had a couple of issues. We've been working really hard and we weren't able to fix them. We're not in our best form right now. I think that speaks a lot of hope for the fans when you're looking at the future. But unfortunately, that was not something that they were able to do this time around. But SSG, on the other hand, that's what I would really like to touch upon because I'm impressed.
SSG have been insane. I mean, it's not just here at EWC, it was back in the stage as well. I don't think we've ever seen a team that have been this resilient. We've never seen a team that have been this strong. And Ashen said it best, right? You can beat us in the map vetoes. You can beat us in the server. You won't beat us in the mental. And that's a promise that they've made to their fans time and time again. And they're keeping it every chance where they have to prove it.
Yeah, and he said it himself as well, like coach forcing us to do the hard things when it comes to meditating, when it comes to actually taking the time and sitting with yourself and sitting with your emotions. I think especially the way that they run this team, a lot of times when we look at esports teams, it's like, oh, just play as much Siege as you possibly can in one day and cram 12, 20 games. I don't really care how many, just make sure you get them done. Whereas the mental aspect of this time around gave them the advantage, and I think that's something that other teams can also look forward to, because the amount of times where I thought, especially that final round, Sam, where I was like, okay, this is over, we're going to map 3, and somehow, by some miracle, this team managed to stick to it and actually close it out.
Yeah. Listen, every high-quality sports team that you've ever seen over the years have all shared one thing, and it's the fact that they build a culture for their squad. Every single person, I don't care if you're the janitor, you have to buy in, Jenny. That's the rules of the game, okay? So for Space Station, I mean, even the parents at home, I'm sure, are just so locked in. They're probably meditating with their kids, man. I mean, Space Station is just something different. Call out, I love you. I've loved you for years, man. You're an amazing coach. It's just truly impressive what he's been able to pull off, Jenny. This guy's been grinding for absolute ages. I remember scrimming against this guy when he played for Pissed Off for Greatness with like 4 of his friends. It's just so crazy what he's been able to accomplish over these years, and I think that we're finally seeing on full display what his mental picture is for a Siege team.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket as well to see how exactly today played out, in case you missed things, because we did have 4 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s on this stream alone. G2 is dropping into that lower bracket as Shopify qualifies. So does Dark Zero, because Virtus Pro goes through. Virtus is going to be playing, DZ is going to be playing Weibo Gaming tomorrow, and G2 going up against FaZe Clan. Oh my god, that's another banger in that lower bracket that I thought would be like a semi-final.
Yeah.
Heck, maybe even a final if I was feeling a little generous.
Sure.
But now, one of them's going home.
Yeah, I mean, arguably the top 4 teams from the 4 regions. I wouldn't say that, but you could make an argument. DZ are the best team in NA. You could argue that Weibo are the best team in APAC, G2 in Europe, and FaZe in South America. Those would be very reasonable takes you could have.
No hot takes at all there, Jesse. I'm like very lukewarm, very mild, very
like
much how today has played out. I mean, Shopify and Virtus Pro are chilling tomorrow. They're not going to have any games. But Group B, which is a group that we have been covering, we have Secret that goes through after beating W7M. NIP goes through as well after beating OXG. OXG, SSG rematch of that NAL. I mean, if I'm SSG, this is probably the game that I would be honestly least worried about, because you are familiar with OXG, how they play, when they play. But I would still be a little cautious because they did beat Furia in quite a convincing manner. And then W7M against Enterprise or Furia.
Group B is just going to be brothers from their respective regions eliminating each other. Furia more than likely beats Enterprise Esports. They'll go on to play W7M. One of those teams goes home. Oxygen versus Space Station Gaming, 2 NA prospects also on the chopping block. I mean, guys, I still am just so blown away by what this tournament has been, and it's only been the first day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been ridiculous so far. If we do get an OXG Space Station battle, that's FEARX going for revenge too. Dropped by Space Station at the start of the season. Now would have the chance to eliminate from the tournament. Wouldn't be easy, but it would be a great game.
Absolutely. Furia OXG is still happening, and that is over on the B stream, because here on the A stream, with things, we are done and dusted. But it has been an insane day, for lack of words, when it comes to the games that we've seen, when it comes to the teams that have been knocked out, and just upset after upset after upset. But that's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It is. These are the tournaments that we all live for. Nobody wants the script to go the exact way that they're thinking. Oh, this team's obviously better than that team, they win. No, that's no fun. That's no fun at all. What we got today is a hell of a showcasing of every single one of these squads, and the fact that, oh, Jesse, my heart is so warm right now. Guys, Siege is getting closer when it comes to the talent available in each region. I love 2025.
It's EWC, Sam. It's the top of the top, and we're seeing that with all these upsets and all these great teams making big moves.
Yeah. I mean, today was, I feel like, just a little bit of an appetizer of what we can be expecting for the rest of the days, because we're going to be back again tomorrow. And when it comes to the schedule, the games that you're going to be looking at here on the A stream, because we'll have the B stream as well. G2 against FaZe Clan and OXG against SSG. That is tomorrow from Group A and Group B. Wow. I mean, we're sending FaZe Clan or G2 home. That's kind of crazy. G2 last year as well didn't get, get there.
Yeah.
They're here now.
Yeah, that iteration post-2023 dub for G2 was just kind of in a tailspin, and they really weren't able to break that until very recently with the addition of this little guy. I don't know if you guys know about this dude. I think his name is... What the hell was it?
The Stompy?
No, that's Gruel Stompy. That's Magic the Gathering. No, no, it's Stompin. That's what it is. Yes, Stompin. That guy, that Jinxie dude, I'm pretty sure.
All right, but with that, we are done and dusted here on the A stream for today. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, actually a lot later, but same place. So make sure that you stick around and watch tomorrow's games, as we're going to be sending more teams home and more keys are going to be crushed. We're done, so take care of yourself. See you tomorrow, but we're going to leave you with the Kitty Up plays of the day. Bye.